now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams, while you were chasing everything else but me. I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The
Welcome in, everybody. It is a great day for Siege, as always. It is the LCQ, the last chance qualifiers for the season invitational. And boy, do we have a lineup today. 4 wicked teams playing, almost teams that I'm surprised to even see some of them here at this point right now, because, man, this is how close the competition has been in NA this year. And this is it. This is where, dreams are either born or hopes die, I guess you could say. And one of these 4 teams, of course, I mean, just to see teams like TSM, Mirage, these are just 2 teams we don't expect. I'm your host, Brimstone, of course, and I'm going to be flanked in a few moments by our 2 analysts, one of which you may be used to if you've ever seen us in the T2 scene, and the other one, we felt, Cookies, that we were a bit, weak on our flank in our T2 broadcast, so we had to bring in one of the best flank watch in the game, and that would be Laxing. Thank you for joining us, Laxing.
Nah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, and big shout out to Ubisoft for giving me this opportunity, and also to be working with you guys.
Yeah,
so super excited.
Yeah,
to be here.
just remember that we're the pros here, Laxing. Okay, this is our turf.
I just want to say, like, I'm learning from you guys today. This is all new experience for me. It's super exciting, and I'm thrilled to be working with you guys because you guys know exactly what you're doing. So I'm super excited to be here.
And Cookies back with me again. Oh, I love it. Feels like home.
Yeah, Brim, it's lovely. We're both wearing our flannels, and I'm just hoping you don't make a joke about how Laxing is just like 10 times the player I was. I'm just going to make it before you do.
How about 10 times better looking? Is that all right, or no?
I'll let you have it on that. I will say I think we are the sexiest desk ever of all time in the history of Siege, period. Like, we are looking like crazy.
We got the shirts all ready. Like, we're coordinated. I didn't get the flannel piece down, but in terms of maybe the quality and the comfort, I think we're still all on the same page here.
I would love to say that we didn't pre-plan this for everyone at home, but we spent hours working on our attire, so it did take a lot of work. But enough about us, guys. These teams, I was talking about it in the intro, but these teams, Laxing, TSM, SSG, why are they here right now? I mean, like, these are 2 teams that we expect to be shoo-ins.
I mean, if you were to tell me at the start of the year that we would be finding TSM, the most recent world champion, and SSG, another world champion, would be here today trying to qualify for Invite, and to say that one of them might go or both might not go, that's insane to me. That's extremely insane to me. Now,
the crazy part is that, like, they have relatively, I use that with a grain of salt, similar rosters to the winning rosters we've seen. Now, is that a point for Laxing, or is that a point against? Because maybe it's the lack of change. Although, there's 2 big names that are different on this roster.
I think throughout Siege, you see top teams, lower tier teams make roster changes, whether it's for the greater good or, it's not so great. But I think having strong players such as Merc, Achieved, and Bolo, and now surrounding them with Gasher and Snake, they can mold those players into becoming more of a powerhouse than TSM already has been previously. And, to, like I said, be around talent like that, I think really can build players up and, like I said, create even a stronger powerhouse than they might have been previously. So I see it as a plus, in my personal opinion.
One of my favorite things, Cookies, and we'll get to do a lot of this today, is talk about tier 2 players or former tier 2 players that have made their way up to the big leagues. And right now we're looking at guys like Gasher and Snake. And as we go through most of these rosters, I think SSG is the only one that we won't, from our standpoint, tier 2 level be talking about. But I mean, Gasher and Snake, Cookies, tell me they don't deserve to be in this position right now.
I gotta say, Brim, and you were there. Through some of those death segments we'd have with Gasher, we called it the Gasher system, La Gasher, this and that. And now this man is using, I mean, because it's funny, he's using that, that CL system with the new TSM. You can see like hints of it in the seasoning, in the recipe. And Snake, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Snake was just like, it was like mesmerizing watching this guy. And CL's like insanely mechanically good player, but it was almost like he seemed like his talent, he was bored when he'd play. Like he wasn't using it to the highest of his, ability. And paired with TSM, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see. It's beautiful to see those 2 moving up.
Now, the next team today that we're going to be talking about is Mirage. This is a team that has seen a lot of change. They've undergone a lot over the past couple of years. And Cookies, now we start to really see a lot of that tier 2 influence moving up, because it wasn't, I mean, Dexter's got to be the most recent, right? Like he had a short little stint in tier 2, and now we see him in the big leagues.
Yeah, he had his first game in CL was like a +7 entry game. It was absolutely redonkulous. Of course, Mohes, with him paired with Freak. I mean, unfortunately, I'm gonna give Freak a shout out. Like him and Mohes together were just insane for so long, and then Mohes finally got his shot with Mirage. Melted, of course. We talked about the whole PB rise and whatnot. It's like, honestly, they're in Pro League right now, but I almost still see them like as the CL guys, like that we kind of grew up watching. And Hyper, it's hilarious. Is he didn't have a picture there, but
we all know
Hyper's kind of returned from he's returned from his absence. It's nice to see.
We'll get more into this, Gabe, but although we're staring at TSM roster and we're comparing that to Mirage, I don't want to discount Mirage out of this. They've got a very real shot at taking down TSM.
For sure. I mean, Mirage is not what Mirage was, right? We can't focus on what Mirage's past was, because this is a completely different team. Sure, there might be some players that are still originally on it, but it is a completely different identity for the team as a whole. And for me, when we were just talking about the players, a player like Melted, I've known Melted for a while, watched his kind of come up and his upbringing and like the player that he is now. And I love seeing, that success happen for players. They come from the bottom and now, he's in tier 1 and doing well. Benji started out really well and then had a pretty big fall off. And I think part of that has to do with not being around, the right team, because sometimes being on the wrong team doesn't really, set you up for success. And watching him now with this new roster and being the player that he was and even doing better, like those are things that I really love to see from players that, they might have had a bad falling off, but then they come back and they come out swinging.
Now, the team full of veterans that everyone got to see in at least the second matchup today will be SSG. And Laxing, you've had plenty of experience playing against these guys.
Yeah, SSG is obviously an extremely strong team for all 5 of those players now that they're, Yeti being the newly added to the roster, but all 5 of them are extremely strong. SSG as a whole, their identity, they are a very strategic team. They are very concise in how they play the game and how they take control of opportunities or create opportunities. They're a very strong team, and to, going against them, you really have to be prepared, not only in the mental side of things, but also just to be prepared for what you're about to witness with being on top of drones, being on top of where your placement is. Like, they really make you work for that win.
Tell me, CJ, that Rampy's face doesn't say at all in this image for the identity, what we think of SSG. It's just domination. It's scary.
I mean, honestly, they're all giving like angry and determined, and or I probably can say they definitely look like they are ready to play today. And I mean, I gotta say this too. I mean, the whole Bosco arc, Bosco has literally never lost a qual like this for this stake and whatnot. And again, we talk about history. That could be something we could witness this guy do it once again, or this could be a sign of a changing guard here. If Bosco's not able to win a qualifier, that would be unheard of.
I think Cookies, that this is the perfect moment for you, the person you probably like to talk about most. We have reality TV and this roster with Cookies, none other than Mr. B.
Mr. B. Of course, none of them. They're all. I think this is perfect. This is poetic.
This is scary. This is even scarier than the determined face.
It's all just silhouettes.
They're literally an unknown quantity, guys. But I can tell you this: they're here to win it. They're here to be the first. I mean, people may say like PB, but PB technically at the time when they made Invite from the Quals, they were like a Canadian Pro League team. I consider them a Pro League team at the time. Reality TV would be the first actual, just straight up bona fide Challenger League team to qualify for an Invitational, out of NA at least. And it would be just, you know what I'm about to say, Brimstone. It would be biblical. If Mr. B could pull off, because this guy, he's ready to will these guys to victory. We'll talk about it more later, but he is just...
you know what? I would go through the list of all the different names that we've called Mr. B, but I'm sure there's no need to get them out of the way now. We'll be talking about them throughout the day. There is no doubt. But let's have a look at the bracket, because now everyone has seen the rosters. Let's see how this, will start to shake down and potentially what we could be looking at throughout the day. So, Laxing, these first two games that we're going to be seeing today, we're going to be seeing 3 total. What are your initial thoughts looking at this bracket?
Well, looking into the TSM Mirage, I think that will be I think all 4 of these games are going to be really good, but just going down the list, I think TSM Mirage is going to be a pretty fun game to watch. You're going to watch 2 different play styles really clashing into each other, 2 different, strategies, play styles, everything just really colliding, and really seeing how that's going to play out, and see, if there could possibly be an upset, or kind of going in the direction of where you might think teams are actually going to land. And then talking about the SSG Reality TV, that's probably the game that I'm most excited for. I love seeing up and coming talent really compete against the tier 1 of tier 1. And to me, it's just, I really just want to see that game and how that game is going to unfold as a whole, and see who comes out on top there.
Mm-hmm. Now, just to keep everyone in mind, that lower bracket semifinal, that very first lower bracket one, that one will be played off stream. But the third match that we'll get to see is the winner of these 2 matches. Cookies, do you have any opening predictions so far at who we might see in that first upper bracket kind of move on there?
I think we're going to be seeing Team Solo Mid, and we're going to see Mr. V. I think he's going to pull it off. I really do. I was in his stream for like 2 seconds. He streams at like 2 a.m, right? This guy was listening to Love the Way You Lie by like Eminem and like Rihanna. And he was saying he was going to, and I swear he was sitting with a straight face. He was like, "We are going to 2-0 SSG. It's, I'm not even concerned." Mr. V has no fear, and his team is talented. Like you guys, like I said, a bunch of blank pictures, Giddy and Tristan and Hat. But trust me, you're gonna see some shots, unless they yip. You're gonna see some shots from those guys that are just gonna have you going. It's gonna be crazy. And I can't wait to see that one. I can't wait to see. I think they can pull it off. I really do. I really do. Call me crazy.
I don't have to
set up for a good day.
I don't have to call you crazy, Cookies. I've worked with you enough to know that it's true. Now, for everyone watching at home, I'd be amazed if any of you were crazy enough not to have already purchased your tickets and be going to Montreal to see SI with all of us here. But if you haven't already, no, I'm not. I always get this wrong. See my finger now? Yeah. Up there in your top right, that QR code. Get your tickets right now. I want to see you there. Okay. I'll be honest. I'm going to be there. I'm taking the train. I'm in Toronto. I'm going to take the train. Nice little cozy ride out to Quebec. And the SI season invitational, it's going to be a wild one. So remember, if you haven't gotten your tickets, get them now. We want to see you there. As for that, we've done a bit of a touching on each of these teams, but we need to see the day play out. So we're going to flip to a quick commercial break right now. And when we come back, we're going to deep dive into that very first matchup of TSM and Mirage. Okay, this first matchup of the day, TSM Mirage. Lax, we were talking about a lot about this before the show as we're getting into it, getting ourselves hyped up, and you had some pretty interesting predictions. You said to me, you thought that whoever takes this right now, in all likelihood, you're going to see a 2-0, but you said it.
Yeah, I think it can go either way. I think both play styles can match up against each other very well, but I think depending if TSM, with how they play very well. They're very mechanically gifted. Their comms, their communication, like everything is just on point with that team as a whole. And I feel like that is one of their biggest strengths. So playing against Mirage, that a team that doesn't have quite the identity yet, if they can't take advantage of certain situations or play, against what TSM provides or brings to the table, I feel they're going to struggle. But then on that back end, if Mirage is really just putting up that fight, that good fight, and stopping TSM from getting any foothold, whether it's on defense or on attack, TSM is going to struggle pretty heavy with that. So it's really going to be coming down to like who's really going to be putting up the best fight in today's game against each other.
Cookies, do you think something like prep work has a big effect on something like this? Because as we were saying, TSM has a core that's stuck together quite a while, and we have seen a bit of change with the introduction of new players, but Mirage, no, it's a known quantity what they're going up against. Now, on the flip side, TSM, they might have a bit more questions surrounding what kind of Mirage are we going to get today?
Yeah, so I honestly I have Mirage down as like a really experimental team right now. They're kind of in a period where they're pretty much just trying what works, seeing who likes what operator here, what role here. And really they're kind of relying on like synergy, for example, like just playing off of each other. You got two roamers working together, and really that's all you got working for you, right? It's kind of difficult, if you're TSM, to prepare for a team that is really just kind of evolving as we're watching. Like we're literally probably going to see more evolvation. Is that a word?
It is
As we
now.
watch the game
It is
today.
now.
Yeah, it is now. We're basically watching Mirage develop before our very eyes. And
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure TSM's a lot like us. They saw the same VODs. They can't like magically predict what Mirage is going to appear as today. It could be literally anything, and that's a nightmare to deal with, I imagine, for the coaches.
Now, Gabe, I always love doing the head-to-head, like kind of predicting who the big players of the match are going to be. But I do feel like it's a bit of a cheat sometimes when you're talking about TSM, because it feels like Bolo would just be Bolo. We're going to choose in a head-to-head of the most important players. But is that where your vote would go, or do you have a different idea of head-to-head players, the difference makers for each team?
Yeah, I think outside of Bolo, Merc achieved. The core of that roster with Merc achieved and Bolo, like those three alone, like can do it all in my opinion. I really want to focus on Snake or Gasher and like really see them and see their talent show, past what Merc and Bolo and Achieved have already been doing for quite a long time now and together. So I really want to focus on either Snake or Gasher and like really see what they're going to bring to the table in these matches, to push TSM into the next, round, into the finals. That's what I want to focus on here, is to see the up and coming talent really showcase what they provide to the team and why they're there.
Now, Cookies, we have a history of doing this together. This is about the point where I turn to you, my old faithful, map bans. It's what we love to talk about. It's probably our favorite segment. And this is big. Best of threes. We don't get to do this too often, Cookies.
Yeah, and I think this is a huge thing because Mirage, throughout this year, I don't think they've actually played a best of three of this caliber. TSM, of course, they played, well, at least most of their core. And of course, almost said Rally. And Jonkoping, I don't know how to say it. They also made it out of groups, unlike Mirage. So this is going to be uncharted territory for Mirage in terms of this stakes, I suppose. You're going to see that bank ban. TSM's pretty elite at bank, I would say. Skyscrapers and map TSM is literally act like they act like it doesn't exist. They've literally insta-banned it just about in every context possible. I would say if we go further down the line, what's really interesting is the last three maps. I saw Mirage ban out Border, and I really considered like TSM up until the major against Liquid, all throughout stage 3 with their new team, they didn't really actually play Border. They showed like a willingness to not play it. And, they ended up narrowly losing out to Liquid on Border. And it's like, if I was Mirage, I was actually expecting them maybe to leave that up as a decider. Perhaps, they'd have a better chance on a Border that TSM kind of, avoids versus Oregon, where honestly, I feel like that's edge TSM if it goes to 3 maps. But Lax, you were talking about how this was going to be just straight up a 2-0 based on Villa and Cafe, which were the picks for these two.
Correct. Do you want me to elaborate on that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure because I thought you were about to say something to that. Yeah, I think going Villa first as Mirage's pick, I think TSM, they won their world championship on Villas, if I recall correctly.
They sure did.
So having that mindset already as TSM, like that's already a strong map for you. That is what won it all for you. That's what made you the world champions that they are today. So taking now a new team, new identity to a world championship team like that, that's already going to be some pressure, I think, on Mirage, where TSM might be able to be a little more lax on it. They're already comfortable on the map. But on that same note, for Mirage, Villa is one of the maps where I think you can get away with a lot more I don't want to say randomness, but you can just get away with a lot more loose plays than it needed to be super structured. It lets you kind of move around the map a little better. So if Mirage takes advantage of kind of, creating a little more space and not doing the normal stuff that a lot of structured teams do, I can feel that they could take that map. But again, on that note, TSM is already comfortable on the map. They already know how to play the map. And if they can just stop Mirage from getting any foothold and just really shutting down any initial takes or defenses that Mirage has, I think it's going to be one, they take that map, and then going into the next map, I think Cafe is kind of almost similar in some ways on top of Villa. So I feel like it could be a possible 2-0, depending on the team and how they take the first game.
Okay, we need hardline predictions from the three of us right now. Gabe, I'll start with you. Who's taking it right now in your mind?
I want to say TSM. I think they take it pretty decisively, in my opinion. Obviously, can be wrong. I don't want anyone to come at me in the comments like, "Oh,
they will. They will. Get used to it.
Get used to it. I'm new here, so I will be new. I definitely got to get used to it. But I think TSM will. I think they obviously have a very strong core. Picking up Snake and Gasher has, I think, made them improve even more. So I'm confident to say that TSM will probably take the game, or will take the game.
I feel like, CJ, your prediction is going to be rather similar.
Yeah, I'm taking TSM as well. I think Mirage is still, like I said earlier, really in kind of a developmental state, and TSM knows what they want to be. They know they want to get after you. They're aggressive, especially on defense, which I believe they're going to be starting first here on Villa. They're going to be getting after Mirage, and if Mirage is still kind of like getting their feet under them, I expect they're going to fall behind early, and I think TSM, even on attack, they're willing to rush immediately. Like round one on Villa, I think back at the major, they were willing to just rush Sonics like immediately. So team like Mirage that's maybe still learning setups and whatnot, TSM will eat that right up. And I'm thinking TSM takes this first map.
Well, hey, I'm not going to disagree with the resident experts, but we do need to throw it to a couple of other resident experts. We'll throw it to the casters right now, and they can give us their thoughts and their predictions.
Thank you, Jim. And what is up, everyone? I'm Crow. If you've watched Challenger League, you know who I am. And you know who this beautiful man next to me is. It's Jonathan Fellow Chuch, as his name is probably pronounced in traditional Hungarian. And we are so hyped to be able to have the privilege of taking you all through this first game. TSM Mirage, John, how are we feeling about this one?
For TSM, I'd say pretty good. Even when you had your small, flare-ups in the Yongshui Major, this was the map that TSM still beat Sonics on all the way in that best of 3. So things look pretty good overall on paper, just fixing a few things adaptability-wise, maybe speeding up a few things you do in the mid-round. That could be the big boon here for TSM. But besides that, everything still looked clear-cut for them all the way back in the Swedish Major.
Yeah, Villa, since that invite win, even before then, Villa has always been a huge bastion for TSM. So yeah. I got to agree with the desk. I think TSM's going to win this likely a 2-0, mainly just because you look at the major and you look at how TSM played in the major, right? Yeah, they made it out of groups. They had a better record than Mirage. Mirage, very experienced. It was their first international LAN, whatever. But TSM... they thrived when the other team was giving them opportunities to get that first pick, get that foothold into the map. When teams weren't doing that, when they were playing more reserved, TSM really struggled. But I don't think Mirage are a team that are going to be able to play like that. I think they're going to play aggressive, as we know Mirage always have, and they're going to give TSM those openings. And with how new Mirage still is, and with the core and coordination that TSM have, they're really going to be able to, as CJ said, they're going to eat that up.
Well, starting out with the operator bans, you have a Ying instantly picked out for TSM. For Mirage, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see maybe a Nook ban. Perhaps they love to go on flanks when they're on that defensive side and just don't tend to bring her out all too often. But it's an Iana ban, which is something TSM tend to bring out quite frequently here on Villa. So it seems a bit more targeted than just the normal bans that you see just in regular play.
Definitely. I mean, if you want to weaken TSM, you got to try and weaken that initial entry game. So the Iana going to be countering, I mean, really everyone on
Merc
TSM can play the operator. Yeah, Merc, but I mean, everyone can flex onto her, including Snake, Bolo, Yep. We've even seen Gasher play Iana back in Challenger League. So Iana, I really like the ban from Mirage to try and weaken that entry game a little bit. Now TSM might have to fall back on either the Ashe, who brings, I would argue, less utility than the Iana, or the Zoe, who depending on who you ask, I think it's largely agreed that the 3 armor is a slight nerf to Zoe because again, she's an entry operator, and while she's got more health, she moves slower, so it's gonna slow the pace a bit.
TSM opting to bring out a handful of trap operators here for this Aviator defense. Definitely a fan of it, especially towards, again, that mid to late round when you have Mirage still setting up. If they only have one person trying to work their way in through study or someone just hops in, not really aware of there being any kind of trap set up over by 90, that could net TSM just a kill for free, and that completely shuts down Mirage's chances of a fluid execute, which is something that has been a struggle for them, especially when they are still, picking up this new identity that they've been molding themselves into during these qualifiers heading into SI. So I'm honestly a big fan of this option here for TSM just in round number 1.
Yeah, the traps are, they're also always fun. They're just really fun to watch. So as much as we like it for TSM, John, I also really like it for us. Nothing quite like seeing someone just bumble their way into a Capkin trap and such. But Mirage still with plenty of really good tools at their disposal. I think especially the Twitch, who's going to be able to take out some of those Capkin traps, or even utility on site. Melted is simply under the pool table, primed and ready to use that shock drone should any more utility go down. They're also bringing that Dokkaebi, so the roam from TSM maybe going to feel a little bit more pressure thanks to those phone calls. It's free info as well for Mirage, especially considering there's no mute, so there's nothing that's going to be able to stop this Dokkaebi.
Say Dexter already inside the building as well. Drones flying by. No one's over by Astro, so a little more map control can be gathered. And there's someone holding a cutoff by Boar Window. So I could imagine TSM, they're already figuring just to fall back a little bit. They have done so just now. Bolo getting a kill on that retreat too. So a fantastic start here for that first initial roam. And now Mirage, they have to rotate once again to now deal with these players over by both Top Red and 90.
It looked like Bolo was simply holding the Boar double door, so maybe the drone hadn't gotten that far in, but either way, it's a great opening pick. Merc almost a follow-up. Looked like he was trying to wallbang through and almost caught Hyper, but either way, the magnets are going out. I think he's got 3 stacked up on the shield, still persisting with now half the round remaining. Burn starts to go in, 2 flashes, make that 3, the nade to follow. The shield is destroyed, but Merc backs off. Still alive. Still playing on the red stairs. Achieved just underneath a C4, not pre-placed. He's actually used it already, so not going to be able to get an explosive kill, but even though they don't have that C4, even though they don't have the freebie potential, the more time that this Wamai stays alive is less time that the attack is going to have to execute. And now with a kill, Merc has done way more than his fair share. A brilliant shot from Benji will at the very least get the first kill for the attacking team, but now with the Wamai falling back, they're going to have a really tough time heading into the site unless this happens, and we're equalized.
Luckily, Mohesi was there in the right spot, but Achieve just instantly trades. And now look at Mirage. They're down a player in this 3 versus 2, and they have barely any utility to really be that spearhead in these final 40 seconds. Melted just has to hope he can win some sort of impactful gunfight to create more space for himself into study and Benji to maybe get that plant down, but that's probably not going to happen based on how low Benji is.
And with a gas canister remaining from Gasher too, so 1 puff of that will be able to put Benji down, but Melted at the very least gets 1 from the study window as he takes out Achieved, and another onto Bolo, and what just happened? Because they just kept peeking Melted, it's Gasher alone in the 1 versus 2, and he'll have to play off the time.
Wow.
He can do very well as the smoke, a well-placed shot, finishes what little was left of Benji, and we're in a 1v1. Melted's position getting called out by the procs, he's got some pings, the pre-fire misses though, and with 7 seconds remaining, he's got to figure something out. Gasher's playing so passive, he knows he can't see him from above the bar, and he peeks up at the perfect time. TSM, although things got dicey thanks to Melted, still come away with round 1.
Well done there by Gasher at the very end, just playing to his advantages, having that toxic bait, being able to isolate Benji, who is very low. He kills the planter. Now you have to force that Twitch to push you, and you still have all that natural cover behind the bar top. Really well done to secure that first round win for TSM, and that initial impact that we saw by TSM as well on the roam. Bolo kills Dexter almost immediately. No one can kill him on that cutoff angle we talked about for a brief second, and that just leaves less options for Mirage to help deal with that player over by Top Red. We saw a major lack of not just utility to force away Merc properly, but also having someone go underneath to then also, cross-contaminate this person who would now be stuck in a death trap, basically, with Merc being able to not only waste so much time and resources, but also net a kill. That really did set the tone correctly for TSM, which is something they always like to have in that early to mid game, having that huge man advantage, and also just crippling Mirage so their executes are not going to look strong.
And now rotating on to Trophy, they're bringing the Mira out, an operator that, is not at all need ban on Villa, but also not someone that's played a whole lot. Mainly because one of Mira's biggest weaknesses, right, is vertical play. I mean, it's why she's so strong on Cafe, because a lot of those places where you're going to use a Mira are immune to vertical play, but on Villa, that's not the case. Like, as the observers highlighted, like 90% of the floor on Villa is destructible from above or below. So should Mirage get an early read on this Mira, or should the Twitch fail, they'll easily be able to go underneath with someone like, you know, the Ashe, or even just shoot the Mira window through the floor. So hopefully they've got some idea how to counter this Mira. It is a crucial part of this AVG hold that Bolo and Snake are playing.
Saying, I believe they've got info that there's someone top man. They just shot at him a second ago, that being Benji, as a logic bomb will now go past him, along with the drone, just double checking to see if he's fallen back or not, and he eventually does, but not in time for the nade. Fantastic info and coordination off those drones and logic bombs, but Achieve responds with an explosive of his own, now equalizing, as now your ace is gone. No more hard breach left for Mirage.
Yeah, although Hyper had a really good read, I think we can all agree that is a trade in favor of the defense any day of the week. 'Cause that's the only hard breacher, and I mean, this day and age, wow! Okay, never mind. I thought that was with the SMG-11. Slightly less impressive with the MP5K, but still a beautiful shot. But as I was saying, you know, hard breach is not the end-all be-all on Villa nowadays, especially on trophy statuary. But again, with a Mira in play, that ace is really going to be missed.
Now there's about a minute 20 for Mirage to figure out what they could try to accomplish now. Once again, no grenades in their pocket, so they're going to have to just try peek and hope for the best with the amount of info they have left, which isn't really that bad with about a minute 10 or so. But again, their ability to make space to force back TSM, it just doesn't seem there. They're going to have someone probably rotate maybe over towards Master or lurk up Astro Stairs, and that is a major Hail Mary. Again, considering what little options Mirage have, and then compared to TSM, they've got a C4, they've got 3 Toxic Babes, and the man advantage.
Like you said, utility squarely in the favor of TSM. Hyper out of nades. Benji out of logic bombs. Gasher with a shotgun, ready to meet Hyper. And not only that, but Bolo can also play off the smoke's contact. So there should really be no way for Mirage to punch through, barring some incredible shots being hit, which we all know the last 3 players on this Mirage team can do adequately. Hyper does spot the Mira for but a second, so they know where he's playing, but Gasher whiffs? Gasher whiffs with the shotgun. Thank God there's a trade from Achieve, but he's now dusted by Melton, who got Bolo as well, backing off from the flash. And again, it's a 1v2 situation for TSM to clutch up, despite the advantage they had in the early round. Melton's getting the plant down. He'll be able to complete it, and Outberg stuck in a post plant. 35 seconds left now to get both of these kills and hop on the defuse. Benji holding the board door, knows he's coming, and Mirage clutch the round. I can't believe they were able to force themselves through statue door.
Off the back of a brilliant flashbang as well, having a single stun in your back pocket, it made enough space for both your master player and the person over in stat doorway to walk in at the same time, kill the smoke, who still could have stalled a boatload of time or have just been deadly playing in that corner waiting for someone to hop into the bomb site, getting that person shut down, and then getting statue site, I wouldn't say for free, but just instantly getting statue control to get the diffuser down and then force a really tricky position for TSM to try to retake at the disadvantage. The coordination in the early and end round was fantastic there for Mirage, but when they were trying to, force back the roamers, it seemed like that was the biggest issue against TSM. No one was playing any cutoff angles over by, 90 window, for example, so they kind of let the roamers of Achieve, for example, get out scot-free, and that almost costed them. Maybe seeing that more, volatility towards the mid-round could be much more efficient for Mirage, but if not, maybe we don't see positions like that just won off the back of a well-timed stun.
And it's the roam clear was an issue through the first round too. I mean, losing really early picks to said roam
not
in the first round.
Like Bo.
Yeah, but then TSM fall back to the site and then seem like they want to push out again, and it forces them to lose bodies. I mean, with how well the AVG roam, or the roam when they were playing AVG as the site, with how well that went, it should not have come down to a 1v2 for Gasher to clutch. And same thing here. It shouldn't have gone down to a 2v1 from Merc, but I also gotta not necessarily point the finger at Gasher, because I'm sure it was just really unlucky, but the fact that he didn't one-pump Hyper there, that also not only, you know, the big flash play to force Bolo back, but also Gasher missing that kill on the Hyper and forcing Achieved to step out of position to get the trade, which exposed himself to the brick door. That was just I can only describe that as really unfortunate. I feel for Gasher there. If you don't believe, listen, maybe he didn't believe. If you don't believe in the shotgun, it's not gonna work for you.
So the tale has been told countless times. He's got more time to maybe believe in it, so there is still hope for the SAS operator. Dexter once again being droned in, probably going to have some contact soon against the Malusi of Achieved, who's still playing over by Living Room, but just waiting on a little more info, I suppose, and probably his teammate to also hop in from the bathroom side. So Mirage just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, it seems. And yeah, opening up another angle. They really want to guarantee either Achieved falls back to give up map control, or they win this first gunfight.
And Achieved does have that fallback. It looks like he already dropped down the hatch, now looking to come up from the basement. So he's no longer exposed to this road clear. Merc might be next in the line of fire as Mo, Dexter, and Hyper all start to funnel through, but just as they take the map control, Merc promptly falls back. So no early engagement at all so far from Mirage, but they have taken quite a bit of map control.
And they still could be able to get maybe a memo clear going in pretty effectively against this dining room defense. Seems like a couple people are lurking, or at least rotating up above. That could be helpful, since one of the biggest issues to worry about when going in for a horizontal take has to be that vertical that TSM can use it against you. Mirage knowing that, so now they begin to work their way upstairs to try to win some gunfights and force back these defenders.
Benji takes that gunfight against Bolo, gets softened up a little bit, and then re-aggresses, giving the first kill to TSM. More players try to act upon it, but Achieve ends up losing the fight. There's a follow-up from Gasher, but he doesn't see, and now a triple up from Bolo. So finally, they're able to hunt down Hyper, but they lose 2 bodies in the process. Now, luckily, it's equalized. It's not a man disadvantage for this defense, to be sure, though Merc might be next, but he catches Melted mid-melee. Man advantage now for TSM. Time advantage for TSM with only 20 seconds remaining as Dexter and Mo try to bulldoze their way into sight. Dexter gets a nice headshot on the only anchor, but Case is not in their control. Where the hell is it? Did they just forget it? It's across the map. Snake's gonna try and hunt someone down, but the attackers have since evacuated the site. Bolo gets a triple kill. Dexter finally has the case in hand, but I mean, it's a fool's errand. No time remaining. The finisher from the Oryx, and an oversight from Mirage may have just costed them that attack.
And all of that chaos erupting on round number 3 just came down to a lack of info from Mirage. They were just dry peeking too many different angles, and TSM used that to their advantage. They stacked up just a plethora of players all in the same spot to play for trades, and Mirage had no idea about that. So sure, you just killed Gasher, but with no one expecting a second person to swing the red stairs, you turn your back, and it's a free 1-for-1 that goes for TSM. And Mirage now calling in for a timeout, just seeing to maybe, you know, take things through, hoping that an early timeout could maybe be the remedy to get them on the right track. I think we saw them do this against Reality TV back in the open quals. It worked well for them on Oregon. Hopefully it works for them here on Villa.
I still can't believe they left Case on the opposite side of the map. That was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly that happened.
Who was the one carrying Case?
I would assume their ace of Mohez, but I could be wrong.
I guess maybe when Bolo came back downstairs, he killed Mo, who dropped Case across the map.
Anyways,
I don't know how that happened, but it definitely aided TSM. Now going back to AVG, where they started this map off with a win. I mean, the roam was definitely not the problem. It was fantastic. They got 2 kills off of it with Bolo sticking on the board double door, Merc holding red like a beast. It was the anchor game that really left a lot to be desired. They still won the round, but definitely shouldn't have come that close. And with as much aggression and forwardness and the fast-paced Mirage are meeting this TSM defense with, I really hope we see TSM, you know, just take their picks and leave, because they don't need to be re-aggressing off the site.
5 seconds to go.
Well, Mirage are bringing out a
This is
whole
crazy.
wheel. Yeah, they are bringing out a whole like circus wheel
This is an
of operators.
unhinged lineup.
Sure, I was going to say, surely they're not rushed with this comp. I don't think they would, but they are starting a majority of their players over on the Ruin side. You know, maybe they just go for a direct take, have some OSA shields and study for better coverage and see what they can accomplish from there. Is Melted going to hold 90 as Blackbeard? I think he might go for that too, maybe cutting off the roamers. I'm really interested to see what Mirage do here.
Why'd you eliminate the rush possibility so fast? You're not a fan of the rushing Blackbeard?
You know, he's gained a few pounds since he was in the meta, so you know, he's Blackbeard's seen better days.
Dude, remember Blackbeard before the speed nerf? That was crazy.
Oh god. It's like a freight train. Just fully speeding at you.
800 HP shield. That was crazy. So Blackbeard, I would have to assume you're right. It looks like he's going towards 90. This is, wow. Bo is holding the... How often do we see people rappel on the skull window? Almost never. And he's still there. He is watching this cutoff like a hawk. I mean, maybe there will be a rover for him to catch. I think the defense is largely back on site. But, I mean, if someone tries to work their way out, he'll be sure to catch him.
I mean, this is just courageous by Mirage, yeah.
Looking for Snake.
Well, Mirage having to go in for direct take. They understand how important it is to get that top main control, but Merc is just swinging people and studying. He won the first gunfight against Benji, depending on where those talent shields were placed, if they were, you know, deployed at all. That could really cripple the execute in the late round. Also, again, just having one less player alive. Nade gets tossed up, but there isn't a lot of info to help assist Hyper. Now he's out of frags. So Mirage, once again, already looking to be starting off the round on the wrong foot. Oh no.
And here comes Amaru swinging in. Right
God.
Right into Skull, right into sight,
no.
tucked behind Vault, going for the plant. Is Snake gonna be there to stop it? There's no one covering, but there's a board door.
But he got off it.
There's a board window cut off. That might, that could be dangerous. At least Achieve goes down thanks to Hyper playing and study. The turnaround from Snake is there, but the plant is still completed. Here comes the swing from Merc, cut off thanks to the cover from Mirage. It's simply immaculate. There's nothing Snake can do, and Gasher's left alone. Wondering how the hell that plant just went down in a 1 versus 3, being fared down upon by the G8 of Mo. Tucked in the corner, watching the pixel. So much work for Gasher to do, probably cursing himself for missing that gas cannon.
Wow.
A brilliant shot. Destroys Dexter playing on the Osa shield. There's still a crossfire he's got to fight against, and he's just going to give it up. Mo finishes him, and Mirage. What? I mean, not just the balls to go for that Amaru play, but the coverage they had.
It was immaculate. I think that was the word you might have used just during the round as well. Having that talent shield completely cutting the site in half. That was, I'm even more surprised that Gasher won that fight. That was an amazing shot to be found with an SMG-11 of all weapons too. But Snake not being able to get back into the bomb site, either from not being aware if Melted was already set up properly by Boar or not, and then also having the Toxic Babe kind of trap him out of the bomb site, that allowed the Amaru to make up for the fact that they walked in the site full blind with no info and just Hail Mary to plant, when everyone on Mirage wasn't, again, completely set up for that attacking plan. Luckily, though, the plant went down, and the coverage was plentiful to make sure that TSM had a nightmarish attempt at trying to get back into the bomb site and even come near that diffuser, let alone disable it. And we've talked about the tackiness of those one-off strats that Mirage likes to attempt in-game. That definitely being one of them, it kind of worked like a charm, especially because, again, Snake just could not get back in the bomb site.
Yeah, that board cutoff was perfect. I also misspoke and said Hyper got his kill from Study. He was actually underneath Study, waiting and daring Achieve to go for the C4, which he did, and that's how he was able to catch the cap can out. I mean, I can't highlight enough how good that coverage was. And all of that could have been stopped if Gasher hit the gas. If he actually, like, sometimes it's a hard shot, especially with the chaos going on. I can't really blame Gasher for missing it. But if he didn't, I mean, that puts the entire attack on hold. So I think Mirage are also maybe counting their lucky stars a bit that Gasher wasn't exactly on point with it.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Rotero drone deployed, so no barbed wire to indicate that Dexter is up Astra stairs. This is really allowing a lot of map control just to flow through the veins of Mirage, and once again, they might just go for direct take, and I really don't think anyone has a clue about Dexter's position. It's a free 1-for-1 onto the smoke of Gasher. Clinically done by Mirage.
Excellent play from Dexter and Merc. A follow-up as they just barge their way into Closet. Achieved gets the first kill for his team, but it's still a 2 versus 4 since he was traded out. Bolo and Snake have got to figure out a way to pick up the pieces. A C4 goes onto the Astro stairs to cover the drop, and he gets a perfect 1-2 punch Dexter didn't even know what hit him there. Great play from Bolo, but now he's a bit isolated on this staircase. Snake lets the shock drone get by him. The mirror window now open. One of the few boons the defense still had left. That might herald this attack to start working their way in. I think another player just jumping into closet, but now one rappelling to the roof. Maybe gonna rotate and work for a pinch.
Might be the idea here. You've got a minute 10 to deploy that. Rotero drone as well, just to gather a bit more of info since the regular drone department is a little lacking. It seemed like Melted was trying to go for that lurk. Maybe he'll just try to go down below and through laundry. Yeah, I think that's the idea. And he can either go up red stairs or opt to go in through Astro just to help assist the main execute going on from Master side. A really good call to make since you have so much time to spare.
Absolutely, and Benji with still utility too, still plenty of Rotero drones to collect info and possibly flush positions as well. But Mirage are starting to just work their way down into bathroom. Hyper tucked in, Melted covering his cross. Mirage are just waiting for any opportunity they can get. I'm not actually, okay, it looks like they're waiting for the Rotero drone to fully confirm that, you know, Astro is clear, no one's watching the rotate, it's right for the picking. They spot Bolo. They spotted Snake, I believe, and there it is. The kill comes through from Benji, leaving Bolo alone. Left to tussle with both the floor holes and the rotate, and Melted does him in through those prone holes that he was trying to watch. And Mirage, for the first time on Villa, now take the lead.
And I'm not sure what the call was to go for a more direct take. Maybe it was seeing that you had this full extension over by Trophy back in round number 2 attempted by TSM. So maybe the idea was that we're going to just have more bodies on the bomb site if we want to just straight up rush up Astro stairs and have everyone begin to collapse inside of a closet master, watch the rotates that the defense would use to get back in the bomb site and shut that down before it becomes an issue. Either that or they did end up seeing that TSM was playing a little more close to the chest and just thought they could burn through all those magnets in a pretty efficient way. Either how, it worked out perfectly for Mirage because, again, TSM had no clue that Dexter was just creeping up the backstairs into Astro because of that Rotero drone used for the barbed wire. And with, again, all the extra utility that they had summed up to deal with the player of Merc, there weren't many options that TSM had to instantly trade. And when they did, Mirage still had a man advantage. They made sure no one could get back into Astro to get any other gunfights during the mid-round. So again, it just limited what TSM had to do, which was basically just try to hope they win their gunfights over by triple wall, which once the mirror window got destroyed, they couldn't even do that.
Yeah, this is something that we talked about too with you know, oh hey, you know, if Mirage give TSM the opportunities like we expect them to, plus with TSM being a more coordinated and not older team, but like more synergized team, hey, that might compound on Villa. Unless Mirage just keep playing unpredictable and are hitting their shots. And in the past 2 rounds, that's happened. In fact, the first time we've seen 2 rounds won in a row, which is, of course, what gives Mirage the lead. And TSM now have to figure out how they're going to even up this half on Dining. Now, again, they won it last time. They had a great roam. Bolo had a 3K. He's now playing Solus. There's a lot more info denial on the board. But he's playing very forward in AVG. And if he dies quickly, if he's not able to waste a ton of time, then his impact isn't going to be felt in that later round when Solus can be the strongest.
Ooh, that is a major pick, though. Removing the Flores. Sure, there isn't a lot of utility for this round, but you have seen Mirage towards the end of the round, if they're low on regular drones, to bring out those Roteros, just to double check to see where defenders could be anchoring in the final 30 to 40 seconds, and also just extra flashes to make more space. That's still a major loss of life, even if TSM aren't bringing a very util-heavy comp. And okay, Snake with the fadeaway catches another. Is he going to find 3 here on this roam? It almost happens.
And Bolo now with the assist does make it so that at least the roamers have a total of 3 kills, and those 2 by themselves have pretty much shut down the round. Gasher almost gets caught out by Dexter, and he's just going to aggress with the shotgun. Snake with the finisher, and well, so much for the site push. Every single player, with the exception of the guy challenging Gasher, dying upstairs.
I don't really know a proper way of putting that round. Mirage kind of entered into the building to take some gunfights, and TSM just got the better hand against them. Snake was just absolutely wild that round, netting 3 separate kills. And I mean, he had backup as well by Bolo, so he guaranteed no one could push in from the master side. The Astro window player couldn't do all too much on that upside down angle, so the ability for Mirage to trade effectively wasn't really there in round 6, and TSM just, I mean, they took full advantage of it, equalizing us now 3-3 going in round number 7. Mirage instantly starting on Aviator with a, I'd say, fairly similar lineup. Besides Dexter on the Warden, I think that's the biggest caveat, and maybe the K to probably help make sure that no one can get the, you know, the single wall into Vault opened up for free, and maybe also a cutoff into Aviator too, unless he wants to save both K claws for the single wall, because he already has one deployed.
Thatcher is up, but TSM aren't going to bring him. Instead, wow, they are going to full 5 switch their comp, bringing Ace as their sole hard breach, working the Buck, Finka, Blitz, and Capitao all together. So this, maybe a util dump and rush? Maybe utilizing the Blitz for a standard rogue clear instead? This, okay. There's a couple different ways they could play with this, but with Gasher making his way into study, I imagine they're going to use those smokes for cutoffs to isolate the angles and just have Gasher take a 1.
Say Bolo as well could utilize that skeleton key fairly well. You mentioned about, you know, the vertical pressure helping with people that could be over by main, for example, but also maybe helping over by 90. Well, never mind. They're just going to rush instead, Harrison. Just kidding.
Yeah, your utility with the skeleton key from the vertical to force or start to force that guy out. Unfortunately, the Buck will then hit the deck, and there it is. I was right with the smokes from Merc, using a couple of those to isolate the angles. Herald Gasher's push in. Unfortunately, they didn't get the kill, and they lost Bolo in the process, but they do get it eventually, and Merc finds a follow-up onto Melted. So it is, in total, a success for TSM. They have the man advantage. They clear top main really quickly, in pretty much a minute. Now they've got to figure out how they're going to work into the site. Dexter's playing really aggressive. They've still got Blitz, but now they no longer have Achieved. And with that equalizer, you put Mirage back on the front foot.
Say, luckily still having that man, or not even the man advantage anymore. I just misspoke of that, unfortunately. Now they get it back. Merc just springs right on in. Hyper does get a trade, a great shot into Gasher, and now that Spearhead is just completely off the board for TSM. They've got to do things the old-fashioned way, but luckily there's still an asphyxiating bolt to push people back and a smoke bolt. With no Warden on the board, they could maybe try to go for a smoke plant.
Merc's got the shield to his advantage, too. The issue is that they don't have Case in hand. Finally, Snake will pick it back up as Merc lands another really nice shot. The smoke goes out, but Mo's just gonna Stewie 2K right through it, gets the first kill, looking for the second. Knows Merc is stuck inside Vault. But Merc's got the HP advantage, and he's got arguably a better gun. Watching the angle that Mo is currently walking towards, finally sees him just for a second, but Mo can play with the time, though there's a decent amount remaining. Here comes Merc, can't spot him just yet. Finally, Mo exposes himself, but there's a Gone 6 out from Merc. He's just gonna go for it. This guy's a madman.
One bullet.
Looking for him, he's got one shot, and he loses the fight. TSM, how do you lose a round like that?
Oh, in such a tragic way, too. No ammo left. I honestly am shocked that he didn't try to knife the K, just having a single bullet left in the para. Falling from their good graces, having such a solid start. Again, they came with the 4-on-3 man advantage off of a really good tag team, having Bolo up top main to help assist the Blitz, who was just charging at the guy near that shield. So it wasn't just going to be one person just staring off of the shield, being able to instantly shut them down, especially with no one on that side window over by Study. So they get main control, which is huge for a direct take. And it's a constant trade back and forth, but not having anyone, you know, properly cover the plant, only having that smoke bolt, it just was not enough. I mean, the Cade read into that play perfectly, stopped the planter, and then he just sat in Study and just played keep away, which was the perfect call, considering the fact that Merc just didn't have any ammo in his gun and had to confront this guy.
Did he not have any reserve ammo either?
No, he had literally one bullet, and that was it. 0 extra ammo to spare, and then a Gone 6. No pistol.
I mean, he had 3 kills. That's great on him. But man, I mean, that is just unfortunate. Especially too, because, okay, so you know the Cade is off site because you already took the fight with him, right? Putting down the smoke like that and then having your planter plant next to bomb chassis just gives gives Mo the advantage. Why would you not smoke and flame? That's kind of what's confusing me. because like the Stewie 2K that I talked about, like that's the perfect play to counter that, especially because he probably heard Merc smoke it and then like he heard someone start to walk away. I mean, I think that was just a bit of a mixed play, but Merc is trying to make up for it. He gets the opening pick on the Melted, the smoke dead first, especially with Merc like almost on site. That is not the kind of way you want to open the round if you're Mirage.
And I feel like a lot of rounds we've seen the smoke die either first or pretty early in the round. Not a lot of toxic babes have been effectively used up, or maybe back on round number 1, you've got Mohes just roaming underneath. He's able to kill Achieve, so that's a good boon for him. And a second kill? He's just creeping around as the thickest boy on the team of Mirage, and somehow gets both the players that are under there. Now there's no grenade spam you can deploy. I think they're still able to get the triple wall opened up effectively, so it's not a huge issue for TSM, but they did just lose 2 players off of someone retaking.
Dude, Mo was protected those electro claws like they were his children. That was crazy. 2 kills underneath with the TCSG. I mean, they're able to open the closet wall, but they can't open master thanks to, again, the electro claw still persisting. Oh my god! Whoa! Gasher saves Merc's life. Mo nearly getting the kill from below. If he just landed one more of those shots, we would be witnessing a 3v2 right now, but Gasher has the equalizer. We're back to an even man count. So TSM a slightly better chance now to win the round, but still advantage Mirage thanks to really the impossibility of opening this wall. Never mind, Dexter just looks away from it. Merc creeps on through, looking for another. Spots the player behind the bomb chassis, lights up Hyper, but can't quite complete the kill. The re-engage spots him on the prone. There's the pre-fire. Benji's left alone, and he gets caught with a C4 in his hand. And Merc goes huge, absolutely making up for last round's loss with 3 kills.
And similar to the round that we had Dexter creeping up Astro Stairs, I think TSM acknowledged there are no main roamers on that first floor. Let's just get someone to go in for kind of a hero play, just see what can happen. We drone in Merc, enable him to get a lot of map control for free, and he nets a kill off someone just not anticipating a player to be by Astro that early in the action phase. And Merc just continued to be fluid in the round, being in positions that can help his teammates. He was trying to recontest Astro during the mid round. You saw him being able to rotate over in a statue to be that first line of attack to deal with the defenders still in statuary. And once you got statue control, he rotated over into the opposing bombs in a trophy room to make sure that Mirage weren't going to be able to recontest the bomb site or stop the plant all too effectively, which was exactly what TSM needed to find a bounce back round and keep things even against Mirage. And now they're forcing themselves to go back to this bomb site.
Yeah, they're running it back. I think they're thinking to themselves, you know what, guys? They don't do that again. Merc can't do that
Surely.
twice. Surely he's not going to do that twice. Although TSM now figuring, you know, the bottom floor clear didn't go so well. Instead of pushing themselves down there, they'll just take a Thatcher. It's a workaround. EMPs to fully counter that cave to allow Gasher to open up the wall, plus swapping from Hibana to Ace means that, you know, that Electro Claw, with how quickly, well, not really quickly, but how much faster the Selmas are than the X-Kairos, again, combined with the EMPs, there's going to be no chance that that wall is staying closed.
Yeah, Hibana's pellets take forever to actually detonate on a wall and get it opened up. So small adjustment there, going to go a long way for TSM. Rotero drone goes off on the Astro Stairs once again, so that's in the pocket of TSM when they want to go back and get Astro control. I'm not too sure if Merc is in the building right now or if he's just sitting outside, but either way, he'll probably be working his way over towards Astro. Yes, he is inside the building, droning himself in. I couldn't quite tell if he was a bit closer to being outside and just sitting on the Astro window repel for his teammates, but no, he's inside. Might have to deal with Mohes soon. But for right now, it's just a bit of a stalemate between both teams as TSM are still trying to get the wall opened up above and also just gathering info so they don't walk in blind and just lose a player for free.
You fool, John, to assume that Merc would be prone outside. Come on.
I know. Shame on me.
We've seen how much.
Shame on me. Yeah, true.
So I guess they are willing to retry that bottom floor clear, but the EMPs are going out. Gasher's going to go ahead and open the wall. Bolo's already worked his way into bathroom, now contesting those gas canisters being thrown out, but Merc is on the move. He's Oscar Mike, trying to hunt down Mo, who's currently sitting in the top of Brown. A bit of a standoff between these two players, just on opposite sides of the wall. With Merc shooting the cam, Mo now knows he's there. The question is, does Merc have any info? He's got pings on the shield, be able to destroy it from below, so it opens up an opportunity for Bolo, but as he walks his way in, Melted catches him, the first kill and the second going Mirage's way. Mo wins his fight, almost tacks up a second, and TSM, although they've got the wall open this time, they still lose those 2 early picks.
And they still have to worry about Mohesh just playing underneath, wasting more and more time, and I think Hyper was not there to assist, but he does rack a kill up above as well. Nothing going the way of TSM whatsoever. They're down 3 players, and they still have to get Astro control. The nade finally kills Melted, but Mohesh is still on brown stairs and finds another one, leaving Gasher in a 1v4.
Mo is apparently just that guy right now, roaming underneath as Cade. And Gasher, wow, is just gonna get blown sky high from the C4 below. Mo Hesse, 3 kills. And once again, Mirage take that lead back.
And although TSM did not win that first opening fight, I mean, the coordination to set it up was very well done. You had Merc playing underneath. He broke the shield. That allowed Bolo to swing in from Astro doorway, looking in from Master side. It just came down to a 1-for-1 gunfight. There was no one else there to assist Bolo. Gun up, so with Melted winning that 1-for-1 kill, playing over by Astro, that's still the control that they need. And I thought Merc had info that there was a person at least around brown stairs or maybe on Astro, but I guess not fully droning in from that position. Mo Hesse just gets the 1-up on Merc. Now the Ash is gone, so you're down 2 players and you're still trying to, again, get Astro control, deal with these roamers, all with limited time. It was a very well set up mid-round heading into the end game for Mirage. TSM could not fight back effectively. They really did need to win that 50-50 gunfight over by Astro just to get the ball rolling.
Maybe a lack of info as well, not spotting out Mo, even though
especially on the roamers, yeah.
Last time, yeah. So 3 kills for Mo. Now, the kill leader in our lobby. Great work, Jesse Mo Hesse. And now Mirage, with this lead, looking to take map point. Lest we forget, although we keep talking about how good TSM are on Villa, this is Mirage's map pick. So I think whoever wins this map, like in the grand scheme of things, it would still make sense. So it's not terrible. Well, obviously it would be significantly worse for Mirage if they were to lose it, but if TSM lose it, not the biggest deal in the world. Ash Charge goes in pretty early from Bolo. I think that destroyed the, just destroyed the Astro wall. I don't think there was any utility on it, but Gasher takes the head of Mo Hesse. So, raid boss down. The guy who has been running amok on the downstairs finally is silenced by the one and only Gasher.
Dexter barely getting out with his life as well. I believe a cutoff angle by Boar almost did him in. So the roamers beginning to recede from that first point of contact over by the Master side of things. A drone comes flying in, so Hyper's going to have to rotate as well. So the info at the beginning here for TSM, not bad. And like we mentioned, they got the opening kill as well. So the initial setup looks pretty top-notch. It's just going to take a little while longer for them to begin to rotate around, start getting over in through 90, for example, maybe getting that vault wall opened up, as we have seen TSM try to go for that countless times beforehand, and it really has been a make or break for them if they're able to get that vault wall opened up just to help assist their players over by Skull, for example.
Especially with having a Hibana, you kind of have that flexibility too to go for both the vault wall and open study if you want. But Mirage are rocking that Cade. Mo Hesse, you know, he may have been roaming, but his utility is already down on site, and the vault wall is caded. There's no Thatcher this time for TSM to play with. So if they want to get that wall open, they'll either have to roll in a well-placed nade or work their way in from below. I actually can't even see where the Electroclaw is placed. There's 2 people on the defense holding 90. Benji and Melted will keep the attackers at bay, at least for now. The gas canister will herald their retreat. Dexter now playing in and around the head holes, watching it through study, and at the same time contesting the skull doorway, and he's going to get aggressive, acting off of the gas canister, spotting Merc and lighting him up. The C4 in response will not catch him. What a reaction there from Merc. He's obviously been playing his Combine. And now this Warden is, stuck behind the table, between a rock and a hard place. He gets down. Benji also hits the floor before being finished off by Achieved, and TSM are looking to equalize.
Yeah, perfect cutoff angle held over by Study. Hyper's looking to get aggressive. He might need to win that gunfight. He does get back in a bar, but Mirage, I mean, they just got to start taking gunfights, hoping they can win them.
Huh? All right, Snake just TK'd, I think, attempting to kill the Frost. Melted with a huge 2-piece. Where did he get those two from? Achieve finishes off the down player, but now the man count's been equalized thanks to Melted. No gas canisters though, meaning that this angle is just going to be held by Achieved. He can stop any kind of walk up onto Bolo, and the defense is going to react in time. Achieved with the last two to answer the two from Melted. The round does not leave the control of TSM, and they do in fact equalize.
And Achieved, more specifically, the win condition towards the end. He played so passively over by Study, holding this 1,000-yard angle to make sure no one could try to push into Study, which basically messed up all of Dexter's plan. He had no fallback option, so he had to commit to playing on that map's table, which ended up costing him his life. 5 versus 3 there for TSM. And again, having Achieved just being in Study the entire round when he had to get into the building to play in that 2v2, he did exactly that and provided the best coverage that Bolo needed to guarantee he could get that plant down and not have to worry about dying in the final breaths of that round. Having Achieved being able to watch over both the vault wall, or at least the vault part of the map itself, I should say, and then also the person who is back behind the bar top table, guaranteed TSM can hold on and still keep things as close as ever. I've really got to commend for Mirage for, despite having that 2v5, still making it a heartbeat of a round.
Oh yeah, Melted smoking those two guys on the skull door, almost shutting down the push.
I mean, he had to get aggressive there too.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for Bolo walking in and picking it back up, then, you know, as quickly as he did, we could be seeing a different round. But 5-5. A very close map between these two teams. Rounds traded back and forth and back and forth. But of course, because of the 2 in a row for Mirage on rounds 4 and 5, if the back and forth continues, well, John, they'll end up winning their own map pick. TSM obviously want to put a stop to that as soon as possible. And it seems like their adjustment is going to be to rock Jackal, figuring that, you know what, if Mirage are going to extend, yeah, we want to clear it. Sure, our drone game, especially clearing downstairs, has been slightly lackluster. Let's bolster that.
I was going to mention, yeah, they've had a severe lack of info in the mid-round, which has given people like Mohez, for example, just huge opportunities to net 1 or 2 Ks that change the entire just precedent of the round. So guaranteeing that they know when a roamer has given up the position that they're in, or just double checking to see if anyone's been in a close proximity nearby, it's going to go a long way for TSM throughout the whole round. And also just a little extra smokes if they want to go for that kind of plan, or just having a secondary shotgun for more vertical construction. Again, all this just goes a long way, and Bolo might be able to creep his way up Astro and actually net a kill 2 on a roamer trying to fall away, and he does exactly that. TSM still doing such a good job on these Astro overtakes.
Great play from Bolo. The other thing about Jackal, too, that I like about TSM bringing it, and Bolo in particular, is that he's very self-sufficient, right? Because he can drone for himself. If he spots a roamer, he can easily go scan those feet. And then he's got almost perfect info. And speaking of perfect info, Achieved with the depth charge, downs Mohesi. The Cade is on the floor, not confirmed just yet, so there's still a chance for Mirage to res him, especially the position he's in, thanks to being behind that shield. Looks like he'll be able to creep back into Study and get rezzed by Benji, who's very paranoid about that gutter slit in the barricade from up top, but Bo is recovered, so they get the body back, and more importantly, John, they get a C4 back, something that they could have really used in the previous round.
Yeah, especially since you've had moments where Melted either cannot utilize all their toxic babes or just ends up dying in a bad spot, caught in an awkward angle. Having that extra insurance policy is going to be very helpful for Mirage. But now that TSM have forced away a majority of those roamers and have info about that, they can also start getting some vertical down, giving less angles for Mirage to use in these final 30 seconds, which is going to be major to try to set up this execute.
Are TSM, I don't know if TSM are looking to open that vault wall. All right, a great read from TSM. They must have had info on that to catch what little was left of Bo. Lights up the legs of Benji as well. This is a great angle on the upside down rappel for Achieve to play as long as he's watching the right angles at the right time. In just comes a bull rush into the site. Dexter catches one and another as Snake dies. What just happened? They just walk in the site and get crushed, leaving Achieved alone. Mirage with round 11 as TSM just walk their way on in.
And TSM just not waiting for their teammate Abolo to come down in through 90 to at least create a bit of fake pressure to maybe force back some of those defenders as well. It was a complete Hail Mary. And despite them having a 5-on-3 with all these longer angles that, you know, Mirage can use to their advantage, all this natural cover they still have with, again, the vault wall not being opened up, it allowed them to solidify in that 3 versus 5. And again, that's the big importance of having that vault wall opened up in the late round is you can't have Dexter be that aggressive there. He has to just simply play somewhere else. And again, if the timing was better with maybe Bolo pushing in from 90 or just having someone else to back him up in some meaningful way, then that round would have been polar opposite of what we saw in those last couple of seconds. But now, off the back of having an incredible anchor while having a two-man disadvantage, TSM are now the ones looking down the gun barrel of match point rather than being the people to hold the weapon.
That was that was a crazy play. If I'm not mistaken, TSM weren't like terribly pressed for time too, right?
It was like roughly 30-second mark, maybe heading a bit closer to 19, so it wasn't like horrendous. They burned through almost all the smokes too.
Their play was like, yeah, we could walk.
No, you can't.
That was a bit odd. The first Solus from Mirage comes into play with Mohesi playing her. Of course, Dining will be brought out for the first. I actually just realized that, John. Mirage have not played Dining yet, and we're now on the final round of regulation. So, for the very first time, Mirage are defending the tertiary site. TSM also a bit of an operator switch. The first Zo, no, not the first Zo. The second Zo, I think now being brought out from Snake. Merc on Lion. So I guess seeing that Mirage have been very fluid. It's something they've been doing all game, both on the attack and the defense. TSM are looking to try and lock them in place at least for a couple seconds.
Saying I believe they wanted to go in for the Lion rather than that Jackal just because of the mute being available. A little bit more annoying to deal with those when you have an Inox scanner. It just kind of, messes with your whole vision. But having a lot of, at least decent roamers, I mean, the mute jammer can still avoid a lot of the...
Yeah, because if you're just standing in the radius, then it doesn't...
yeah, exactly.
Also, Vigil.
Yeah, I was just about to point out, but they do have really solid ops to roam against the Lion scanner, especially Vigil. His ERC can hard counter that. So it's a good bit of counterplay. And all right, Bolo hopped in through Boar, and Dexter was waiting for him. That's a free entry kill for Mirage, and they are slowly withering away at this drone economy too.
And, well, I guess this might be the power of the Vigil. Bolo was droning for himself, but I didn't see Dexter. I don't think Dexter's utility was on. So I guess maybe Bolo just misdroned him. Either way, he's dead. Thank God TSM are bringing the redundancy between the buck and the sledge so they can still work the vert, but now they've lost Snake. 2 bodies fall from TSM without a single point of damage, befalling any of Mirage, who still have tons of utility at their disposal. Still a C4 from Melted. The Solus, of course, being alive, really punishing the drone game from TSM. I mean, they've got 6 left, sure, but Merc is completely out. Finally, the Sledge begins to work that vertical play, desperately searching for any kind of opener. They've got to try and make this vert work if they're going to come back in this round.
But Mirage could just kind of avoid the vertical and just play a bit more of a, not necessarily a retake, but they don't have to directly hold the bomb site, really force the hand of TSM to get active inside of the objective, and maybe that could allow them to maybe rework that top floor a bit to then use the vertical against them, which I think Benji's trying to go for right now. He's still playing up above, and not only that, but also trying to retake with not only the top floor, but also the first floor presence you still have.
Belton's got a great position too, being able to watch both painting as well as those walk-in holes for Laundry, but his back exposed to the rotate. Merc doesn't want to take the shots just yet. Finally, he lets his presence be known, but he takes almost just as much punishment as he dealt out, and he's finished off down through the painting after Gasher finishes the downed mute. But now with Gasher picking up the kill, he reveals his location. Achieved hitting the back is going to have to go huge because Gasher's alone in sight, but he's cut down by Mo watching the angle, and Gasher can't do anything. Mirage win their map pick 7-5. Quite the battle back and forth, but the second string of 2 in a row ensures their victory.
And a lot of that had to go with, we talked about this on the desk, we talked about it before actually starting map number 1, just that early momentum that TSM likes to get, whether it be through the entry or whether it be just in the mid-round when they, again, just still have that overwhelming presence. It didn't really seem like Mirage was playing into that necessarily. They were denying a lot of info on their defensive half. You saw people like Merc just unexpected of Jesse's position, for example, playing underneath. You saw Dexter being able to get a free kill on Bolo because he just had no info. There was a guy so close over by maps. A lot of that builds up into, very impactful kills that went a long distance there for Mirage, just giving them that narrow edge, a 7-5 victory. But that's exactly what they needed. They had to win their map pick here today because Cafe is going to be really tricky against TSM.
Absolutely. I think TSM did a really good job on their defense, especially on those early roams, getting the opener. But Man, the anchor game really left, I think,
That
a lot to
too.
be desired from TSM. It seemed like when Mirage would give them an opening, they would fall back to site, and then they would try to re-aggress to catch Mirage off guard and prevent them from setting up. But in doing so, a lot of times Mirage were already watching those angles. Then, like you highlighted, the info denial on the defense, a lot harder to find opportunities on the attack, and TSM punished heavily for it. But that is it for map number 1. Before we go into map number 2, though, it's back to the desk with Brimstone, CJ, and Laxing. Take it away.
Yeah, quite the interesting matchup. But Gabe, this was kind of almost in line with what you were telling us as we went into this matchup. Like, we expect a lot from TSM, and at moments we saw the TSM that we know, but at other moments
For sure.
they fell short. And credit to Mirage, they stole quite a few rounds away.
Yeah, I mean, I even want to just touch up on the 11th round before the round that, sealed the deal for Mirage. TSM looked flawless. You saw Bolo come up on the flank, grab the kill blue. That put them already in the man advantage. Then you had Achieved and Merc go below, take the control below. You also then had Achieved. I think they forced Mohes out of position, and he tried going for that run out. They got the pick. So they immediately knew the last 3 were up top. They had full bottom control. They had the other side of the map controlled. And for me, it was like they rushed it. You had the buck. The buck could have then went below, bucked out all of vault, then you clear that spot. No one's there. You can try to maybe go in for a plant, or on the other hand, you work with Achieved. You then take the guy up top main, get that trade or get that kill. Now puts you at a 2v5, and you then collapse on site. But what we saw was TSM just immediately rushed in. You got met by Melted's gas grenade. You had Dexter in vault, and they just immediately shut down TSM rush, which again, TSM played that flawlessly up until those final seconds in that round.
I would like to point out, Cookies, this is a great moment to talk about those T2 stars. Melted, Dexter holding it down in that round, because as Lax said, it was played perfect right up until that point. And then they said, no, not in our house, not on our site, not in AVG.
Yeah, they definitely had a big moment there. And I also just want to highlight another CL guy, Mohes. Like, his Cade play and his defensive half in general was just absolutely stellar. See, like we talked about how the buck, wasn't necessarily used on vault. His claws were really good. I guess they never found them, because I saw Gasher that round, round we just talked about, 5v3. He was sitting 90 like he wanted to hop on the wall, but obviously they never got the claw off 90.
Right.
And that's just, I guess, really good placement from Mohes, and also just really good play in general. We saw, I think there was another round, I'm forgetting the exact round, but there was a round he was roaming downstairs as Cade with this big goofy silencer on his gun, right? And he's just waiting for a perfect opportunity. Found it.
He got that Nokia Pixel on that end of that barrel.
It was so simple, but it's like it worked. I think that plays into the experimental nature of Mirage. Like that is, I would describe that play from Mohes as an experiment, or Cade walking around like that and hoping for the best.
Hey, I just want to say, Cade can be a great roamer. I'm just throwing that out there. Cade can be a great roamer. He's got a C4. He's got really strong utility. So, I mean, Mo Hess got it done. That's all I'm saying.
Also, I want to add, like, one of the utilities with TCSG is popping a hole in a wall real quick, way he played it, like on that pantry wall. So it's just, hey, experiments is really hard for TSM. You can't, there's no amount of VOD review can prepare you for what Mo Hess did on that defense.
And that is what I was saying when we were talking about, how the maps could plan out or play out. And I said, Mirage, it's a map that, you can test these things out, as you were saying. And, it's all experimental. They're, still trying to find that identity. And that's hard for TSM to really pinpoint and be like, this is what they're doing. Let's focus on this. And you really just saw Mirage. And granted, it did go back and forth. That 100% went back and forth. But a lot of those rounds won were Mirage, like, really catching, I think, TSM off guard or kind of forcing their hand onto TSM and just coming out with the win.
As you discussed, Gabe, going into this, we know that TSM liked Villa, but this was Mirage's map pick, and, good for them. They won it. That's what you need to do in a best of 3.
You should feel good about winning your map, 100%.
Yeah,
that definitely put some confidence on you.
You need to do that, and, that speaks to your 2-0 point, where if TSM had won that, they are increasing that chance of 2-0ing hugely because you're taking away your opponent's map, and now you have the confidence going into your own now, which is Cafe. What are your thoughts? Are they somewhat similar on a Villa to Cafe, or do you have opposite or contradicting thoughts of these two teams on this map?
I still want to say TSM. I really do, even after what has been shown. I think TSM will now realize what they need to fix in order to close out these rounds, because again, they had some of those rounds that looked flawless and then immediately fumbled the bag and it just didn't go in their way, where if they just maybe took a few extra seconds, maybe talked a little more to try to figure out what they could have done, it would have been better. So I think them being the team that they are and the experienced players that they are, they will come together and find a conclusion or an answer to better off themselves going into Cafe. So I still want to say TSM for Cafe because I think it'll still be played relatively similar, but I think TSM will rally.
So CJ, I would have to argue, maybe this is an obvious given, but if you're TSM, maybe put 2 rounds together. I think that's kind of required to win a match, is like, winning 2 rounds in a row, which they failed to do on Villa.
Yeah, I think if we want to talk about, there were many opportunities that were just right there, like Merc with the 1 bullet, like on the Capita round, like, I mean, Gasher missing a shotgun on Hyper, I think, on the first rounds. It's just like stuff like that. And I think I asked Gotcha about this. Like, we talked about how, what can something like Gasher and Snake learn from 3 world champions? And I think one of the key things a lot of G's here. Gotcha told me was they learned a lot about mental toughness and mental fortitude. That's one of the big things that they had to learn coming from CL and integrating themselves onto this roster is you got to be able to, you lost that map and honestly, maybe coulda, shoulda, woulda, TSM should have won it. But you got to be mentally tough enough to bounce back into this map number 2. It's your pick. Stay cool, calm, and collected. And that's just one of those things that they've been working on since integrating those 2 into the team. And this is a perfect moment to see all that work come to fruition. It's Cafe, it's your pick. I like TSM on Cafe, and I'm thinking TSM bounce back. But, we just cursed them because I think we all pick in TSM.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to say Mirage is playing fantastic. I don't want to discredit Mirage
No.
in any circumstance. They are playing phenomenal. Their players are all playing very well together. Again, we did talk about they didn't have much of an identity, but that doesn't mean that they're a bad team by any means. Like, they're still competing. They're still competing at the highest level, and they're showing us why they are here and why they're trying to qualify for SI.
Now, as a veteran player yourself, I love Cookie's point, Lax, saying you're going into this, these are the type of guys that I would have to imagine they're not too worried. They've been in this kind of situation time and time again. You're in a best of 3. You dropped the first one. It was their map. I would have to imagine that if the roles were reversed and you're the players on Mirage, maybe a bit of nerves going into this. I would make the guess, and you can probably tell me more about this, Gabe. They're pretty calm and collected.
Yeah, I would say on both teams, they have experienced players. So, they know what it's like to lose. They know what it's like to win. So, I mean, mental fortitude plays a very big, element for players in Siege. If you can't get over a loss, you can't get over that you're not playing so great, you're going to have a hard time, and you're also going to be a hindrance to not only yourself, but your team. But I think still the players that are on both sides of the team, I think all of them can rally, and they know what it's like to lose. So I think both teams in both situations can come back from this, whether they win or they lose. I think they can still focus on what needs to get done to get to the next map or to close out the series.
Well, we are ready for map number 2 on Cafe. This could potentially be a huge upset. Mirage could take it here 2-0. Now it wouldn't be over for TSM. They would still drop down to that loser's bracket, but we need to find out. Map number 2 coming to you right now. We'll throw it back to Fellow and Crow.
Thank you very much, Jim. And John, Cafe is, I think, going to be a really interesting map because TSM have played this map. They played it in NAL. I think they're 1-1 in the NAL. They played it at the major. They beat Heroic, who even they got grouped. You know, they're still at the major. They're a pretty good team. Mirage, unless they played it on some random SI open qual game, have not played this map in a really long time. I mean, right, I was. But anyway, the point I was making, John, is that the point I was making, John, is that Mirage have not played this freaking map. They didn't play it at the major. They didn't play it at NAL Stage 3. It's been a long time. So there are times where you see a team bring out the map they don't play, and then they freaking suck. And then there are other times where they're like secretly beasts. So I don't know what's gonna happen. What's your first impression?
I'd have to say for their defensive half, we might get more compositions that looked a lot like what we saw back in Dining Room, for example. You know, a lot of Soulless Vigil. Cafe is a huge map where you tend to almost always roam the same way of a top to bottom style. So you're going to want to have a lot of good info denial options. You're going to want to have like that Soulless, for example, that can break a lot of drones in the early rounds. So when you're falling away, you still get something of value that isn't just wasting time. We're going to have to obviously wait a whole nother half before we can really conclude to that outcome. But on the attacking half, one thing I would also like to see improved on for Mirage has to probably be just their initial entry in the map. They lost a lot of entries against TSM, and they also wouldn't punish their roamers when they were falling back. But taking a look at the bans already, it seems like things have gotten a little more to the normal side. Again, you have another Ying ban here for TSM. She's great on this map at Cafe, but we do see that Nook ban I was briefly highlighting, you know, earlier back in map number 1.
Kind of sad we're not seeing another like Zoe, or sorry, not Iana-esque ban. Yeah, I mean, all of these bans make perfect sense, right? I mean, Ying is Ying. She's a comfort ban literally everywhere, plus Mirage are a team that brings her. Nook is great on pretty much every map, especially a 3-tiered map like Cafe that involves a lot of vertical play, so you take an important set of nades off the board. A zombie, good everywhere. Soulless, also, again, 3-tiered map, lots of verticality. Like, every ban here is to be expected. However, what's not expected, John, what is a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Mira and Valkyrie both left up and both being played in the same round. That is a sight for sore eyes.
You've got Snake with the black eye cameras who can help assist your roamers up above. Again, if you have any kind of info that can help with someone being on them, to shot call saying, hey, this is a good time to fall back. This is someone, you know, playing in that position, go take a gunfight with them, etc., etc. But also having the Mira to help fortify your anchor is also very important for a bomb site like Double Kitchen, where it can sometimes be hard to stop a plant from going down, but now having that Mira looking immediately at the bomb site of at least the western side of Kitchen.
What the heck?
And also having another one for that small bakery extension, it is going to be helpful for TSM. But Mirage, I don't think they're... Yeah, I'm not really too sure they're going to do a default top to bottom clear. I think they're going to go direct. What is Rob cooking?
This is crazy.
This?
I have never seen someone flip
the cutoff for reception all the way out on that little... Oh, gets off. Never mind. Yeah, that is wild.
That's actually insane. And now the glass is right up on the small bake window. What do Mirage have in store? I mean, maybe they smoke off the double door and send it through to try and capitalize on Gasher playing in Bake. I just heard a smoke. I hear a Gone 6. Here comes the blitz. John, call me clairvoyant. Wow. What the hell? Dexter with the opening kill, but Bolo with a quick refrag. Dusts the Nomad. We're back to even. And while Mirage have very early bakery presence, now they've got the hard task of pushing themselves into the bomb site itself. And, okay. Wow! What? All right.
Merc just found both of them. Okay.
I guess.
Looked promising at the beginning, but Merc just swinging down from Red Hall completely stops this play dead in its tracks. Now leaving just Hyper, entering Bakery. He found one really long kill onto Bolo, but it's a 1 versus 3, and you've got those mirror windows we talked about briefly. You've got a C4 by Snake, and again, you've got range to play against Hyper here. These long crossfires he's going to have to worry about with very limited info. So this looks to be around in the books for TSM, and it is off of, yeah, you guessed it, a long angle being backpacked by 2 Miras. Look at this.
That's a crazy stack up. And a crazy round from TSM. I mean, what an effort from Merc. You know, we were talking about the play with the Capitao. He was maybe over pushing in some of those rounds, you know, not being able to find Mo on the underneath. But look, I mean, every single time we've criticized him, he has turned things around the round right after. So huge stuff from Merc to make sure that even though Mirage got quick bakery control, they couldn't do anything with it. Great job. Now, we work our way upstairs. Merc now sitting on the Warden rather than the Oryx. Mira being dropped, but Valkyrie being kept. I think the Valkyrie definitely aided Merc in those swings. I mean, I guarantee he didn't do that without info.
Would have to guarantee it. At least just some sort of info, maybe not a black eye camera, but someone just calming, hey, they're in small bake. We should get some aggression right here to deal with that problem, and it still worked. So no matter how you slice it, there was info involved in that play by Merc. And now for TSM, I like as well them keeping the Valkyrie, like you had mentioned a little bit, just to also help with the C4s, to maybe stop some vertical, as I believe that's what Mirage is going to want to go for here, a much more standard top to bottom clear. But they have Dexter on IQ. So he could theoretically find these black eye cameras if he's actively looking for them, but you know, it's a big game of cat and mouse, and you still have a lot to accomplish in the round other than just hunting down those black eye cameras. So it all depends on what Mirage has thrown at them and how much pressure they have put onto them at that same time.
Indeed, but the IQ at least is certainly going to help. And look at that, already getting one. Look at that.
Love to see it.
Absolutely. Of course, with any reading push, any good reading push, you got to have some presence on the top floor. They're going to be tasked first and foremost with clearing Pixel, where Bolo is playing behind the shield, of course, aided by one of those Valkyrie cameras, aided by Achieved sitting underneath. An early C4 from Merc. Looked like he was trying to pop it up through the hatch, but it will miss. But of course, like I said, Achieve still has one in pocket. You're still not completely out of options in terms of freebies. Melted opens up that white window, puts a little bit of pressure on Achieve. Lots of utility going Bolo's way. The shield will be cleared. He's forced to fall back. So Mirage so far are making pretty good time. Now they got to force themselves into Long Bar and Cocktail and then start working the vert after.
Say Merc just falling back, probably expecting people to drop down red. He'd be very exposed to that person if he was still playing close towards the skylight, so now he's in a much safer position to do his job, holding these longer angles, still keeping very solid ports of the map in his pocket. Snake dodging the Rotero drone, just currently trying to waste even more time up above. This extension really not being pushed back for the next couple of seconds. Mirage finally enters the building properly, but they still have a lot left to accomplish here.
Especially with Bolo just kind of sitting there tucked in, and
Oh
with
my
Merc
God.
going huge for the second round in a row. Benji and Dexter dusted by the Warden, and now what the hell do Mirage do? They've lost their 2 entries. They've got Sledge, so I mean, if they get themselves in, they can still maybe work vert and try to find a pick on site. But the fact still remains that Merc is playing forward on the head holes. Bolo is in bathroom. The hard breach is not, well, okay. One of the hard breach out of the 6 is going to be able to go off, but I mean, Merc just kind of shoots the rest off of it. Mohes trying to get sneaky. Hyper joins him, gets a nice shot on the Snake. There's a follow-up and a rally from Mirage. 3 kills in a row without a response from TSM. They fall silent as they give up the top floor.
Only problem though now, you've got only 20 seconds to work with. Gasher still 2 smoke grenades in his back pocket, and Mirage, they're going for a default execute. They've got to readjust.
And they are rotating around towards 90. They spot out the Wamai, but they lose the fight. Bolo gets the first one, instantly traded back. It all falls on Gasher. 1v2, but with only 1 second remaining, Melton's getting it down. As long as Hyper covers, they win it. And Gasher doesn't know where it is. He's got no info. He's got to drop in a pillar and now take the straight up 1v2 post plant. The attacker's now in the advantage, despite Melton being so low. Gasher's shot may have just revealed his location, trying to pre-fire around. Hyper might even get the res. No, leaving Mohes Hesse to die, but that's fine with the time whittling away. He is getting the res, never mind. Now a 1 versus 3, even worse for Gasher. He's got to chase the 1v1s. Mirage are playing it so smart. They lose Hyper, but they're so far afield that Gasher cannot possibly get all the kills in time. Mo Hesse gets him from the grave, and Mirage, what a turnaround on the top floor.
The readjustment, not only on the middle floor, the second a Toxic Babe went out, they rotate across the map and catch TSM as they're still backpedaling. But like you mentioned, up above, having the Nomad still holding a cutoff angle to make sure no one can fall back off the roam. They have to commit to that top floor, and the rest of Mirage just slither in from the skylight, kill both the person still over in Cocktail, but also isolate, I believe it was Merc still, over near the freezer / little bar position as the Warden. Yeah, so although they really flopped trying to get in through Pixel, like I mentioned, the readjustment, it was beautiful. And TSM really had no kind of insurance policy to deal with that, because again, your freezer player and your Cocktail defender cannot join forces back with the positions that Mirage had, with their 3 attackers still playing up above and one of them being on the window repel, which is always so potent on a map like Cafe. So given the circumstances that Mirage were put in, they really did everything they could to salvage that round, and they did exactly that.
Especially as such a young team too. I mean, absolutely fantastic. That is a momentum seizer from Mirage. I mean, they've got to be hyped, and now it's mining for TSM. Avoiding bar for now. Again, they're going to be playing on the top floor, but they've got a little bit more of a train set up, centralized around Gasher, the castle. Mirage looking like they're going... maybe... Okay, never mind. That was just heard earlier. I thought they were going to, like, go for, like, a bottom uptake for a sec, which would have been a little bit weird, but it was just for early cutoff. So typical top-down take, as you see on Cafe. Uh-oh. And Bolo disconnects. And it's, I believe, of course, it's left up to the admins, but I'm pretty sure it's too late for a rehost. And TSM, I think, know that, because they're not even calling for it.
Well, if Bolo cannot join back in the allotted time, maybe a tech pause will be in need. Hopefully not, but we'll have to wait and see how the rest of that builds up. C4 goes off on the castle barricade, probably hearing the rappel right by it, trying to maybe work a free kill just to equalize in this now unfortunate 4 vs 4. Bolo does return. Not gonna have to worry about that problem later on. But Mirage just trying to take advantage off of that essential free opening gunfight. Still trying to clear out this top floor presence attempted by TSM. Another Rotero drone comes in by, just giving more info on where Snake is, and now forcing him to move back into Cocktail once again.
Someone who has not been forced back, though, is Merc, who is challenging the windows. Here's the drop, takes the fight, but loses it to Dexter. So disconnect plus opening pick gives Mirage a 2-man advantage heading into the latter half of this round now, as we eclipse the minute 15 mark. Achieved finally falls off his bathroom position, but they're still upstairs. Even though Mirage had the first couple picks, still plenty of map to try and take. Achieved supporting as well with that cardiac sensor, likely spots this player on the rappel, which Snake is ready for. Probably has the info on the exact position too, but he's just going to fall away. So top floor control in the hands of Mirage. 50 seconds left, but TSM don't have a smoke. They don't have a C4. So even though the time is low, there's no way they can stop a plant.
They just have to get desperate and really hope that someone on Mirage trying to rotate a floor lower just gets caught in a bad spot, and it's a winnable gunfight there for TSM. But Mirage, they're so conjoined together. I don't really think TSM are going to have many options to work picks in this 3 vs 5. No one's really trying to push him by themselves, except maybe Benji, but he's still just taking his time creeping down White, waiting for the rest of his teammates to be ready to execute, and then he'll be just some sort of X factor in the background.
And it's really smart, because if you're in a 5v3, as long as you play the trades, you'll win almost every time. But there's a flank from the Pulse, which could find Fruit. Snake gets the first kill on the execute at least, but Dexter quickly refrags. Achieved. There's the flank finally coming into play, but he's cut off by Hyper after the plant is completed, leaving Gasher alone. Blindsides the sledge, puts himself in a 1 vs 2. Now it's more winnable, but there's a player outside, both players outside, in fact, playing off the windows, and that in and of itself is going to make this nigh impossible for Gasher, barring some monumental mistake. But the time is ticking down, 20 seconds on the clock. Gasher, he's just forced to try and bait it, but there's still some utility left for the attack. They can simply stun in, delay him even longer. Gasher's just got no choice. I mean, he's not going to die, but it doesn't matter in the end. Finally, he's finished off, and Mirage take the lead.
Great discipline as well by Mirage to not just give away essentially a free round. They're up 2 players. No one can, again, retake the top floor safely, so they can use that to their own advantage to, again, set up the execute. So, again, what options do TSM have to work any kind of refrags there? Essentially none, except to, again, maybe catch some sort of Hail Mary flank when Mirage is still setting up to isolate someone. But again, Mirage were not, that they weren't really putting themselves in a spot where they could be vulnerable to a flank. So although you had, I think it was Achieve maybe getting 1 as Pulse there, it was an instant trade. And Mirage had enough utility just to guarantee that they get mining room for free, they can plant the diffuser, and then just sit outside with, again, TSM not having any possibilities of getting out there and winning that 1v2 retake. So again, Mirage playing super well disciplined to get an impactful round, just to keep that ball rolling on the attacking half. I think you tend to see the defensive side still be a bit more favorable on Cafe. So the more attacking rounds they can rack up in this first half on their opponent's map pick, the better off they'll be.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they just played the trade game. They had enough manpower.
They kept it simple.
Every single angle. And Grim, he's switching off that. He's gotta. It's probably just a bait. It's
Hold up,
It's just a bait job. Glaz might not be.
Maybe they're gonna use Grim's gadget to, like, I don't know, as like a pseudo Capitao and just like make sure no one can swing in the small big. That's stretching it.
No, he's
stretching it as I was also going to mention that they don't have a blitz for this, so it'd be very obtuse to want to go for that kind of play without the blitz and then adding a Grim. Yeah, I was really trying to get out there for all the Grim fans, like the whole 2 of them in chat, the whole 2 of them in chat right now. I'm sorry, I tried.
Bro, bold of you to assume that the only 2 Grim fans in the world are both going to be in chat. Yeah, no Grim, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately. Where's Grim from again? He's Singaporean, right?
I believe so. Not 100%.
Singaporean. Because Rudy's Thai. So we already had a Thai operator. Yeah, pretty sure he's from Singapore. That's where Serena and I want to go for our honeymoon. Singapore's really nice, actually. I would love to go back there. But TSM, what? All right. Anyway, TSM, I'm going to ignore that. Switching up a little bit too, bringing a Tachanka from Gasher. I don't know if that's going to stop the rush, but he can try. I admire it.
At least it's going to buy your teammates more time to adapt and then try to, deal with the rush at some point. It's just again, it's buying your teammates more time to be somewhere else in the map. Mirage also expecting a little bit of maybe damage to be dealt with some vertical, so they're going to be playing up above as well. And there it is, the hop up with the help of some smokes, and Gasher is now dead again. The exact same location. Bakery completely grasped by the hands of Mirage in another 5-on-4.
So unfortunately for Gasher, I was right. The Tachanka did not, in fact, stop the blitz rush, John. Truly, truly unfortunate. And Hyper's got a spot on Bolo. Looking to catch the Jaeger as he backs up, which the Jaeger does, but unfortunately the 5-dive-2 Commando does not land quite enough damage on the Jaeger to finish him off. So Bolo still persists in coat check. Merc is retreated back into the site as Oryx, though he's looking to push out. Almost gets the drop on Dexter, but instead eats some damage and has to fall away. The Blitz, of course, playing with the shield, left undamaged there. And Mirage are slowly beginning to constrict these players. The first target, of course, as they have the vertical play, is going to be Bolo, but they don't even need it. Never mind. Dexter just covering the angle, rips Bolo's head off, and now it's a 5v3 with a Glaz and a Blitz up. All right, make that a Glaz up. All right. Merc is just going crazy. Never mind. Snake a follow-up. And just like we saw in round number 2, Mirage started off with the lead, but TSM, 3 in a row. It's a reverse. Hyper's left upstairs alone, figuring, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Attempting to breaching charge the floor, trying to get some semblance of vertical play. Actually going to use the breaching charge to herald the drop and avoided the freaking frost mat. He just walked right by it. He gets the drop unachieved. Now we're back to a 2 versus 2. The HP advantage squarely in the attacker's favor as well. Melted just looks the wrong way for a second, but doesn't die. And Hyper left unchecked. Snake with the whip around. His team is back in the advantage. Melted only has 10 seconds to play with. He's got to try and force himself in. The case also far afield. He'll not pick it up as he knows he doesn't have time to play with it. And Snake finishes him off. Very, very harrowing situation for a few moments there, but TSM come away with the win.
And it's what we saw both times that site was in play and attempted by Mirage to attack it with that blitz. Merc just making sure he can get in a position to just be a bully, making sure that Mirage cannot set up with the help of that man advantage, with the help of that bakery control, with the blitz to potentially get a plant down and then force away TSM. Albeit, I'm not really too sure how effective a plant would even be for Mirage if they don't get someone to, like, for example, lurk or have their buck go back up above and hold vertical, because the long angles, they're not going to be challenged by a blitz, obviously. So who's covering for that? It'd be very tricky position for Mirage to work for once they actually get into the bomb site. And that also probably played to credit people like Merc to then just get aggressive and then win gunfights, because Mirage are just struggling to find a way to, like, actually get into the bomb site while still dealing with those long-range angles, especially because they didn't have anyone, like I mentioned, lurking in the late round to just cause chaos and make more space for their teammates. Because now if there's someone lurking down by Freezer, for example, now some of those players that are holding longer angles near the Mira or near the sink, for example, their eyes have to reavert elsewhere, giving your blitz, you know, more room to close that gap and, you know, do its job as blitz.
Not the Castle or Rooney double up on Heaven.
Those brothers are not getting in.
I've never seen that before, I can safely say. And Snake is getting daring. Oh,
the one-hit melee when he hears the repel, I think we see it. This could be like a double kill.
Here's it. They're going up. Come on, Snake. Boo. Boo. Hiss.
Oh, even the hiss?
Even the hiss.
That felt personal.
Even the hiss. I can't believe he didn't go for it. I mean, obviously, you don't know if someone's watching, but because because we're omnipotent thanks to the observer feed, I'm real sad he didn't go for it.
Also, you could think maybe the idea was in case someone lurks on the basement from reception, just doesn't drone him, but that's also a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, you don't think in the qualifier game, one map down for the biggest tournament of the year, Snake's gonna go for that? What the hell?
Maybe in another reality we see that happen and we, like, get really happy that he kills like 2 people there. But Bar finally in play as a bomb site, just not an extension point for TSM's roam. They are, of course, extending a little bit into bathroom, no shield over by Pixel, but still having someone over in bathroom with those little kill holes they've made is basically the same idea and practice of it, except now Mirage probably have to be a little more forward-facing, probably have to get into the building and really force themselves to break down the utility if they want to get Pixel control, which is very important when attacking this Bar side of Bar. And Bolo, I think, playing in bathroom, kills someone trying to enter in from one of the window repels, I believe.
Melted, now dead, and Snake finally going for the punch out. You know, caught by Melted. How could he have known that the Nomad was still there 2 minutes into the round? Now, luckily, there was another follow-up kill. I believe it was from Achieved on the Hyper. I didn't quite see, but the mirror windows are still not dealt with from this attack. This is going to be rough. Well, all right, just as I say that, never mind. They shot it. So one of the mirror windows, maybe both, now dealt with by this attack, but they do trail in the man advantage. There's still 2 C4s from TSM to play with, and nobody downstairs from Mirage to stop them from doing so. Now, Gasher's not really in a position to use it, but he's in a great position to use his gun, and the round's over. They walk in, and they die.
Yeah, if you blinked, you might have just... if you blinked, you might have missed that last end round for Mirage. Gasher as well. Gasher as well, laughing up the last couple seconds of that end replay. But, I mean, for Mirage, they died setting up there. You had Bolo, who was very much just comfortably sitting in bathroom. Kills, I think, I can't recall if it was either Mohas as Habana or Hyper on Sledge, either the nade player or the person opening up a wall. He killed one of those players who was on the window repel, And then the rest of Mirage kind of realized, okay, we can't get into piano room or deal with the guy who's bathroom / pixel. So we have to kind of rotate over and go for more of a cocktail style clear. And funny enough, that castle barricade was kind of a good deterrent for anyone hopping in through heaven. So it also limited what Mirage could do. They've got like maybe the skylight drop, someone lurking up white stairs, which that didn't happen either. You've got, again, Cigar Shop going into the bomb site proper, and then someone on the window rappel who usually waits until the very last moment to then hop in. So for Mirage, I just don't think they were well prepared enough to deal with all the utility that TSM just had set up for them. I think it was like only one set of grenades, and their floors was never in a good spot to pop or terror drones. So they were crutched.
Absolutely.
Or they were handicapped, I should say.
No hard reach either to open up any additional lines of sight, because it was in fact Mo who I think died first.
Okay, yeah, that is brutal.
Indeed, John. And I saw that C4, the kill cam, is like still replaying in my mind. That was really funny. The TSM
Carter
have the lead. Woo! The first lead they've had since round 3 of map 1. So they certainly want to hold on to this one. I mean, obviously, that's true in any position, but they especially want to now. This guy is just in sight. Dexter just walked up red and is in there, hunting down for the player who's tucked in train. Gasher has no idea he's there, and it's an opening pick. And now sight control in for Mirage. The rest of the team maybe looking to barrel their way through, just wanting a little bit more coverage. The smoke now in. Benji behind the A-bomb chassis. Mirage, though, not getting the plant down just yet. Where is Mo? He's low HP. Achieved now dead. The Warden playing in the smoke, but no one on the attack exposing themselves. So you can't take advantage of those glance glasses. Hyper's on this rappel. What a cutoff, too. One that you don't see often played. And TSM, even though the plant's not down yet, are still playing retake.
Ooh, the C4 popped up, though. Could maybe grant another kill here for the defensive side. Bolo catches one off screen onto Dexter, and Melted's the one the diffuser, and he's just stuck in the bomb site. He's now dead. TSM have full case control, and Mirage are now equalized in a 2v2. This is horrible for them.
It just took them so long to get the case in a plantable position, and everyone is dying on the site as TSM, again, despite the plant not being down, they're still playing retake, and maybe the lack of that time pressure is aiding them in doing so, because they've been able to take their time and hit the brakes and figure out just what the hell is going on, even though Dexter was in quickly, even though Benji got that kill onto Achieved. It's been Snake and Bolo to work together in tandem and shut down any semblance of that dining push, dropping case as well, leaving Hyper in the 1 versus 2, and he takes the very, very close, almost intimate gunfight there, leaving Bolo the victor, and TSM with a 4-2 half.
And even the idea of preferring to plant in Fireplace, I just don't believe that's the correct call to make, because we saw this elegant angle by Hyper he was holding from like the chandelier, the cave double window, whatever you prefer to call it. He's holding that double window outside on a rappel, and now no one can push back into mining room. And you already have somebody in train, that being Dexter. So why not just leave the person who's near Fireplace, have him on a window rappel, or just keep him in the bomb site behind the hard wall like he was earlier in the round, and just have someone else that isn't Mohes to hop into mining room and plant the diffuser from there. There was no defender playing up above for vertical, so that wasn't an issue we had to worry about. It really seemed like Mirage just overcomplicated that mid-round against TSM because they were fighting back with a couple of kills here and there, and just kind of flustered them. And then once Melted died with diffuser in no man's land, now they have no option but to just take gunfights, and they are significantly weaker to do that because both their attackers are isolated compared to TSM, where they are quite literally hand-in-hand in train room. So a complete difference once you saw that change up on where you want to plant.
Yeah, and I think a big difference maker too was just the fact that there was a Warden present. Because like once Dexter was like, oh, I'm in sight, let me smoke off this double door because we have red control too. That's crazy. If that gets a kill, I will be... All right, it's not going to get a kill because Merc is over here. But I would have been flabbergasted.
Yeah. Because you're stuck on the rappel animation too, and it's really janky to shoot that.
That was really cool by Melton.
I'm glad our observer caught that too. Thank you.
Unfortunately, it doesn't find anything. But anyway, like I was saying, I think one of the most important parts is just that there was a warden in play, because he was like, oh, let me smoke this. And then once they figured out there was a warden, then it took even longer for the case to rotate in. So great job to, who was on the, I think it was Snake, for just existing. But Benji, a run out, gets the opening kill onto Bolo. Not the classic dining window hop out.
And for a bar attack, he was the one holding the cutoff on Whitehall, right? Now someone else probably has to do that. So that is a pretty major kill to find. Oh, here comes the final into Melted Shotgun. He only gets one, but still, something is better than nothing, and they already had the man advantage. TSM now very desperate for options, despite them still killing Melted eventually.
Yeah, especially because Snake took so much damage in doing so. So Bolo actually triggered, or sorry, not Bolo, Merc actually triggered a Razor Bloom as he dropped the hatch and died. So when Snake dropped to get the refrag, he ended up getting damaged by it. But you can't really blame him for it. I mean, you know, he had to get the refrag. It was just a good utility setup there from Melted to at least have himself go one for one with a ton of damage on Snake. Now, what are TSM going to do? How are they going to put this together? Still a castle to deal with, still a shield. Melusi Banshees everywhere. Tons and tons of utility for Mirage at TSM have to attempt to chew through. This is going to be a tough attack. Not just because it's a 3v4, but again, because of that utility as well. Coverage that Dexter was playing behind on B1, or sorry, B2 gets eliminated by the Zoe, so he's forced to fall back a little bit, but not a terrible situation. Never, the plant is going down. What? They've got cover from Cigar. Dexter gets so lit up, but there's Benji finally to get the kill, I think, from Freezer. Achieved just not watching the appropriate angle when they really needed him to. So what could have been a really nice gambit from TSM ends up falling flat. The case now dropped in sight. The nade actually nets a kill onto Dexter, gets the finisher on the Warden, but there's only 20 seconds to play with, John. And they've got to go up against a Mirage, almost three-way crossfire here. Hyper holding onto the cigar door, though, doesn't see the Zoe as they go in for the plant attempt once again. This time, though, they're covering that trash wall. Benji's taken out by Achieve. There's 7 seconds left, but now the coverage is dead, and so is Achieve. Mirage take round number 7. TSM almost clawed it back, but Mirage still win it out.
Yeah, it was a good bait by Achieve, I have to say, because there is no chance when you have no control of piano, no one looking at Freezer as well, or even someone that might be able to challenge you from bar, there is no chance that you're basically getting that plant down in a 1 versus 3 with Snake being the only person gun up and him being at red HP. Getting off that plant and working a kill was great, but you still have to worry about Freezer and the Momai, who has taken all of his time to rotate back in through Pixel to then shoot from this incredibly long angle that was never challenged. And I think it was because you had lost, you know, your Ashe at the very beginning of the round. You had lost someone else, I believe it was Merc with grenades. You didn't have as much utility you would want to actually, you know, start pushing in through Pixel. With TSM having to kind of forego that, it left them to just kind of push in and hope they get that plant down. But again, the lack of coverage that they had, it guaranteed that Mirage would just take away that round off the 2 incredible opening kills, both the one we saw into Bolo by Benji just playing underneath, and also, again, just Merc getting shredded by that shotgun.
And it was funny, too.
He just got blasted away. We just saw him disappear. He appeared on the map and then just poof, gone.
Like a magician.
Really?
A Houdini, not even of his own volition. That's how incredible it was. But it's reading room now for Mirage as they now work below. Bring in the smoke and the mute. So they've got plenty of site destruction available to them. Something that's very important on reading, especially if you're hell-bent on holding upstairs. Sometimes we see the defense with a lack of vertical. That sometimes goes and punishes them, so hopefully that's not the case. Also, a big fan of the Valkyrie being brought literally like every single round. I love that. We see Valkyrie play. I feel like even when Valkyrie is left up, we don't see her like a whole lot. So it's a bit refreshing.
Especially since we talked about TSM and Mirage's sometimes lack of info. That was more or less on the attacking side, though, but still just really harping in the fact that info can be king, put in the right environment. It's good to see that once again, especially a lot of the flooring being soft. We haven't seen a lot of C4s like combined with info, but for a site like Reading Room, pretty likely that can happen. I mean, especially when you've got a mute probably just anchored up in the bomb site. Maybe the Valkyrie can rotate later on as well. Yeah, I think the whole point of Mohes here might be just to throw a C4 once people start entering into piano. So if he's got info about that, that could be a free kill from Mirage.
That could be huge, but the Pixel Shield goes down as we now go right on past the minute 30 mark. TSM make their way into the building. Air jabs being set up by Snake as they start to take control in through Cigar as well as Piano. There's the cam we were just talking about. Here's the vault in. C4 goes up and it is flawless. Excellent opening engagement. Well, not really engagement because it was a C4, but excellent opening pick there for Mohesi to just weaken TSM a little bit. Of course, Nomad's utility was already out, but man advantage is always something that you're going to take.
And although Snake did deploy a handful, if not all of his air jabs, I mean, just still one less person available, less stuns for the execute. Oh, and Bolo's just going to charge Mohes, but he's got the shotgun as well. He could maybe win that, but he's currently focused on the top floor. TSM, are they going to just opt to go for a fireplace plant? I mean, it's definitely in the books for them, but I was going to say, yeah, it just doesn't seem likely given the comp that they have. I feel like they still want to try and attempt to go for a B execute, but I'm not really too sure at this point.
That was a nice gas canister from Melted to help him rotate out because he was really trapped in the corner there. Bolo unfortunately could not see him through the gas. Might not see Benji at least until the shots go out. Now the smoke re-aggresses to hold the corner, but Dexter is the next to die. TSM taking the man advantage until Benji hits a one-tap and a follow-up onto Gasher, looking for a third, catches Bolo off guard. 2v1, all left to achieve. Benji tucked in laundry, looking for the fight, dares him the peak, achieved, wins it, but the time is so low. Benjamin Money with the win, 3 kills on the round, saving it for Mirage.
And the Toxic Babe giving him so much space as well to just sit in the back and do what every DMR player wants to do, just have zero worry about anyone pushing them from the sidelines, getting up in their face, just having these long hallways to kill the planter hopping in from that pillar wall, killing the guy going reading hallway, eliminating Bolo before he can trade him. That was so well done for both the Aruni and also the smoke, if I believe it was Melted, to also net him a lot of that space. You saw no one pushing him from the single door for a long portion of time, so everyone could just re-avert their focus on more of the southern half of that take. And then once you saw the wall get opened up, Benji just instantly snapped backs and no one there to pick back up the case. That's the diffuser stuck in the bomb site. Now TSM has to go for gunfights, but they are all just stuck in isolated positions. I mean, just gracefully done by Benji. And again, I really cannot just keep Melted out of that position because those smoke grenades really gave a lot more wiggle room there for Mirage.
Absolutely. And I remember 2 rounds ago, just 2 rounds. Basically like what, like 6 minutes. I was like, yeah, TSM, 4-2 half.
First half.
They have a lead. Let's go to map 3. Not because I'm biased for TSM, but because, you know, why wouldn't we want a map 3? Closer games are always better.
Yeah, who doesn't love Oregon?
All right, hold your horses. I'm not going to go that far. But a map 3 is a map 3 nonetheless. But now, that lead has slipped away. Mirage have equalized, and they are poised to take this lead once again. It would actually be our... Actually, no. The Kitchen Bar Mining on rounds 4, 5, and 6 was the first 3 in a row string that we've had in this match. And Mirage are looking to replicate that. And if they do, like I said, they will have taken the lead. So we'll see if they can do it on mining. What appears to be their tertiary site. With Bolo alt walking in, but there's someone just behind the couch and they take him off guard. Mohesi playing off of his info. He was on the cams, hopped off of it, and gets the opening pick once again.
Bolo just not having enough info to figure out where exactly Mohes was. Now the Twitch has been removed, someone who could have been very helpful to break down some of those magnets in case you don't have everyone in the right place to utilize their flashbangs, for example. Breaking bulletproof cameras as well just goes a long way there for TSM. And also having someone coming up white to then help assist to deal with the player for Pixel once they fall back, that could have been very impactful for TSM to catch that, at least lurker, I guess, just falling back. That could have been a very nice kill to have on top of already killing that main roamer. A 5v3 for TSM with a minute 20. I mean, just think about that prospect.
Yeah, it has been rough, these first 2 attacks for TSM. That's certainly to be sure. And especially losing Bolo now, not going to help at all. They finally drop their way into the building, start to storm the gates. The gates, of course, being Piano and Long achieved. The first kill for his team on to Benji Mula, who just went absolutely monstrous in the last round. Piper eats a nade to the face and is lit up to about 1 shot's worth of HP, especially now because, 3 armors don't resist damage. They just have more of it. And they look like they're going to hunt him down. Hyper, though, has dropped away. TSM have full control of this top floor. 35 seconds left. Time is dwindling, and Melted still has gas grenades in pocket.
And it's not the bomb set of Reading Room as well, so it's going to be a much bigger conversion here for TSM to try to get their way going over from Mining Room, especially with Gasher not really in a position to do his job on the Harbor. He's just kind of sitting out here waiting for his teammates to get into that sub-hallway so he can then hop in and have coverage to get the plant down, but really none of his teammates are in a position to cover.
Dexter with the kill on the Snake 2 just makes matters worse, and Melted winning the fight against Achieved might have just put it in the bag for Mirage. Merc with 1, but Gasher can't make it into sight. He finishes off his kill, lines up a second with the pistol, but there is simply no time. Once again, for the 2nd round in a row, Mirage win on virtue of the clock, and they complete the perfect site rotation 3 in a row, and Mirage hold the lead.
And Melted killing that vertical player of Achieved as well. He completely halted the prospects of a plant for TSM. And like I mentioned, there was no one else to cover Gasher because they didn't have any of the wall opened up. You had, I believe it was Merc who had to fully move around a Toxic Babe and a Surya Gate with just a crevice of an opening to slouch himself into Mining Room. I mean, Mirage just winning the most impactful gunfights in those final, 30, 20 seconds to completely flatline the execute, and TSM losing 3 rounds in a row. Mirage flawlessly sweeping them in the first half so far. They call for a timeout, and I mean, they absolutely need it because if we don't see any prospects here that change for them, then, that's the series over because we already saw Villa as a victory for Mirage 7-5. I mean, what's stopping them at this point from taking Cafe, their opponent's map pick?
We see a Mirage 2-0. Now that would be crazy.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Just unheard of, really. We hyped up TSM so much. It's not like we were discrediting Mirage, but going up against TSM, the former world champions of 2022, and also having their resurgence of the on-screen major, it really did seem like a tall task.
Yeah, because they won in 2022. They had a dip after Invite, but then came back and won Stage 3 of NAL. Got out of groups, which Mirage didn't. It was looking like it was all going to be in TSM's favor.
Right.
I mean, especially just looking at the record in NAL too. Like, TSM had 7 wins. Mirage only had 4. One of the only reasons why Mirage went to the major instead of Dark Zero is because 3 of their 5 losses, I mean, they were technically negative. 3 of their 5 losses were in overtime. So they got a couple points from there. So you can't blame us for thinking TSM was going to 2-0 this, but Mirage have absolutely showed up and showed out. They are humbling TSM as we speak, and they are primed and ready to take this 2-0. Now, for the first time in this map since round 3, they hold the lead. And they're looking to keep it going. Now on to Kitchen. John, they are now playing all 4 sites. Interesting that Kitchen is their quaternary, but not mine.
The crazy thing, too, is there's one note I made, more specifically during the open qualifiers of Hyper and Benji just going crazy stat-wise with getting kills. We haven't seen that at all. Both on Villa and Map 2, everyone's just kind of holding their weight. They're playing very consistent against TSM, and that's proven to be a really big issue because they just haven't found a way to adapt. If their plan A just fails, that basically just flatlines the entire round. But maybe this opening kill...
look at the stat lines between both teams. TSM, Gasher is negative. He's the only guy negative. Mirage don't have a single player who's completely positive. Especially now, as Mohesi goes down to Snake. But again, that just goes to show kills are certainly not everything when it comes to Siege. I mean, the worst they've got a guy going 6 and 9. Lol. As Snake gets a second pick onto Hyper. So, could this be TSM now turning things around, stopping the bleeding of the Mirage 3 in a row? in a 5 versus 3, not a single point of damage being done. Plenty of utility still left for TSM with a nade, a few flashes, Gasher with all of Capitau's utility, and now I love that they're hitting the brakes. They're gathering info. They do not want to let this man advantage slip away.
They can also still get vertical down as well. Now the roamers have gone away, Achieve doing exactly that on the Buck. So that's also going to limit where Mirage can play in this 3 versus 5. I believe they're going to have someone out in the window repel as well. It seems to be more of a cocktail focus attack, but they do still have someone over by top red just to be that lurk player. So they really are accounting for everything in these final 30 seconds, which is great.
Melted going to start things off with a kill onto Gasher. The sledge getting collapsed upon by Dexter. And just like that, we've equalized. John, where'd the man advantage go? Bolo's going to force himself up the white stairs, searching for any opening he could possibly muster behind the shield. The Frost is playing. Dexter's got the advantage, but he misses the shots. Now he's stuck in the corner, but the quick peeks come out. Light Bull up to 1 HP. He finally gets the better of him, but Benji's got the trade. Make it a second for Benji. Achieved as a load. Out on the rappel, Benji! And Mirage with round 10 off the 3K. TSM could not afford to let that man advantage slip away, and yet they do. 6-4 match point for Mirage.
B Money just making racks over by Piano side, and TSM nothing to say about it as well. The fact that we saw the sledge player die over by top red, that gave much more freedom for Mirage to be aggressive on some of those late round swings over by Cigar Shop, over by the side of Piano, which is where we saw Benji find all of that success in the final few kills he ended up collecting. Not only that, but there was a very huge lack of window repel presence, which is a make or break when it comes to a cocktail execute. We saw in like the last, 5 or 10 seconds when Benji got the final kill, there was someone over by Heaven, but I think that was off of someone maybe on the roof rotating, just again, in the very few dire moments of that round, which did not amount to much for TSM. Maybe they were concerned about the deployable shield that was placed over by Freezer, because that looked like a direct counter to having someone on that cocktail single window. But when you've got nades, when you've got burn, when you have Ash charges and Capitao bolts, you can get somebody off of that deployable shield. So I think TSM just really undermined what Mirage could accomplish in another 3v5, which, funny enough, for their anchors, have been enough to completely stop TSM from winning executes when they just have 3 people up in power spots.
I love too, John, that in the past 3 rounds, Benji has gotten, I think, like 6 or 7 kills, and he's only +1.
It's
just,
unbelievable.
and it's not because Benji's bad. It's not because anyone on Mirage is bad. It's just funny. Like, TSM are by far and away winning in the frag department, and it just doesn't matter at all. I mean, talk about impact frags, really, for Mirage. It is just simply incredible right now. Winning 6-4 with only 1 player positive, and that player only being +1. Meanwhile, you have Merc going 11-6, trying to put up his best effort, but I mean, they are 1 round away from winning 2-0, and they're gonna bring out Capcan, Valkyrie. I mean, more traps, more denial in terms of that smoke and that Aruni. But it might be TSM with the first pick. They let Mo get away. Merc tries his best. They light up the Capcan at the very least, but it's no opener.
And still that C4 for a bomb select like Reading Room, it builds its value over time when TSM is going to begin to work down that vertical. I've talked about that several hundred times. That's one of the ways that Mohes has secured a free entry, was off the back of someone on cams. I think it was Dexter playing Valkyrie, and him just saying, okay, they're beginning to enter in through ticket right now. Get a C4 prepped, throws it out, and it's a free kill. Needless to say, that could happen once again from Mirage. And TSM have already burned about a minute 20, minute 30 off of their timer, so they're going to be really stretched, even when they push back these roamers to then set up vertical and then have a meaningful execute that could work against all this utility that Mirage has been stockpiling for.
John, it's been 2 minutes.
And they have not even, like, breathed any... They haven't even, like... I don't even know what to say. They haven't done anything to push back
They haven't even
Mirage.
sniffed the site yet.
Yeah, that's where I was getting at. Thank you for finishing that off.
You're welcome. They're sniffing that boof, though, as Melted put out that gas canister and is lighting Merc up just a little bit as Merc finally makes his way through. So, after 2 minutes and 20 seconds, Mirage fall off the top floor and leave TSM with all the control, but very little time to make anything happen with it. Merc looking to come down the white stairs, but there's someone watching his angle. Dexter is daring him to try and hit the walk down. Achieve needs to work this vert as efficiently as humanly possible. Benji will be the first casualty thanks to Achieve, but Dexter with a refrag, and now the retake. Working his way upstairs. Gasher's getting the plant down. Achieve now on the floor. This is the perfect opportunity for Dexter to go huge. Can he kill Gasher in time? No! The plant goes down, but Snake is dead. Hyper refragged. 2v3. Gasher and Bolo get themselves the hell out of the building. And that could single-handedly save the round. Bolo's going back upstairs. Gasher's playing on the snow door, but Melted's hitting the counter defuse. He's got cover, but the cover dies. Gasher and Bolo both with kills of their own. TSM, by the grace of God, take that round back.
And with Dexter unable to stop the plant from going down, it gave enough time for everyone to get out of the building during the post plant, and Bolo coming back up above was the perfect remedy to having that man disadvantage. Unless we saw everyone on Mirage going back up above to retake, then there is no other option for Mirage to have to still win that round, because again, there's someone outside. You might need to hop out on them or just get aggressive in their face and just stay off of that diffuser. And again, having to also worry about someone playing up above. But Mirage had no info that TSM were opting to go back and play for the vertical. They just finished wiping out the entire top floor of attackers. So for all they know, it's still barren of any player now that they lost Dexter up above as well. So they just think none the wiser of it, and it just falls right into the trap card that TSM set up last second. But I mean, the amount of time it took TSM to set everything in motion just to barely whip out that round win, that was terrifying for them, because it, like we were just jokingly talking about, it took them 2 whole minutes to just start, pushing back the defenders, let alone forcing them off the top floor. That was very terrifying to watch for TSM.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
John, that round had my heart racing. I cannot lie.
It really sounded like it.
So, max regulation for the second map in a row. TSM on the back foot in max regulation for the second map in a row. We'll either see a 2-0 or OT. Starting with, of course, the top floor clear from TSM, as this is a mining defense. I love that Mirage are switching it up. I mean, both teams played all 4 sites, which I really appreciate. But Mirage certainly, I think, placing a little bit more faith in mining.
I mean, what round did we see Mirage end up going into double kitchen? I don't...
They went on kitchen,
I was gonna say, I don't think we had that, unless...
I have kitchen written down.
Huh.
Maybe,
well,
you know what? Maybe they had kitchen, selected and then switched off of it.
Yeah, that might have happened. I was gonna say, I don't recall them going into kitchen. We've seen them attack it a bunch of times with Blitz. That didn't work out. There's a perfect example of tacky Mirage strats. Luckily, we haven't seen much of that on the defense, hence why they've had a pretty solid regiment. There go the stuns to force back the Pixel player, so decent control so far for TSM. Much better pacing than what we saw last round, but there's still plenty of defenders just sitting up above. And sure, Merc is over and Pixel, causing a bit of chaos, but no one has to initially just challenge them, although we see 2 defenders do exactly that. But, I mean, he still has a long way to go before he can take another engagement, and now he's pretty low in HP on top of that.
I thought that was a headshot onto the White Stairs guy. I thought he had that kill.
Narrowly.
But he didn't. The game said no. And now Merc is very low HP. The fallback being opened by Dexter as well, so that the top floor roamers can safely get back to site as Merc once again presses the issue. Snake with the lead off though onto Hyper, puts his team in a great position. They chase back the roamers. Merc can't get the falling back with Benji, but TSM do have the open.
Insane. They start getting some hatches opened up as well, I believe, in the background. Interested to see how TSM want to execute once again. I think they want to do the same take of going into mining room and going for that plant. But again, if they don't have this vertical working out for them, which I think the exact opposite of that is going down, it's working out swimmingly for Achieved. If this vertical can continue to force back defenders, then we might have overtime built up.
Absolutely, and Merc looking to put the overtime in his back pocket with a kill, instantly traded by Benji, but the plant being completed by Gasher, and Benji can't do a damn thing about it, and now that his only teammate is dead, well, John, it's looking like OT, unless Benji clutches a 1v4. He's got 1 kill, but now with the revolver out, he's got to back off and reload, which wastes a little bit more time. And Achieve still playing on the hatch. Well, he's not going to let things get out of hand. Overtime on map 2 is TSM desperately try to claw their map pick back.
Yeah, thankfully for TSM, they forced back the Pixel player, which in the grand scheme of things is the most they have to do when attacking Mining Room, just so they get some of that vertical down, making sure that they're not going to have to worry about any pesky roamers trying to stop them from actually entering in through Mining Room by having a guy just sitting on train like we saw Melted do once he killed the sledge the last time that bomb site was in play. So everything accounted for there for TSM was plenty for them. And also, again, having someone, lurk in the late round, just having extra options in those last 30 seconds also was great. Now they made sure that Fireplace was completely free, so it's just, maybe someone trapped in train room, which again, with vertical going down, they can't really get as aggressive as they want to stop the planter. And then maybe someone, roaming around like red stairs, for example, but with people outside near like the AC balcony, they're going to be shut down instantly. So TSM, fantastic accountability on the round that mattered most to put them in overtime.
Absolutely. And now, guess what?
Now we're back to Kitchen.
We're back to Kitchen.
No blitz.
And
5 seconds left.
that's true, no blitz. And thirdly, John, TSM got the defense. It's been back-to-back.
Was their better half.
4-2 defensive halves in favor of the defending side. So TSM, now that they've finally pushed it to OT, I think may have a slight breath of relief, saying, all right, guys, we know we can win defense. Attack was shaky, but we know we can win defense. And Kitchen was the only site that they went to twice and won both times. Even though Mirage did the same successful rush back-to-back, TSM still won the site. And Mirage, though, doing something very different that TSM have not seen yet, and that's a full, proper top-down clear.
Yeah, I was going to mention how different things could play out here for both TSM and Mirage, because it isn't the exact same blitz strat we've seen 2 times in a row by them. And so far, without the blitz, doesn't really seem like they're as handicapped. Benji secures the first opener, which, funny enough, he did as blitz, so I guess it doesn't make much of a difference. And he's over by Bakery. So in the grand scheme of things, doesn't seem too different, but it's on Merc, someone who found consistent 3Ks on the Oryx for that bomb site. So now someone else has to pick up the slack because of his lack of presence.
Dude, luckily, even though Merc is on 12 kills, it's not like the rest of TSM is far behind. There's three players on 11. Dude, this is the craziest kill split in overtime I've ever seen. One where 4 players are on double digits, and one where 1 guy is positive. I keep kind of hammering that point home, which makes it sound like I'm emphasizing the kills, but I'm emphasizing how much, again, I said it again, I keep saying it, how much kills don't matter. You look at these 2 splits, and if I just saw the kills, John, I'd be like, oh yeah, TSM probably won 7-4 or something. But no, we're in OT, and Mirage have the opening kill, and look at that, with that kill onto the Oryx, 2 minutes down, we're starting to see the vert being worked, but very swiftly. Gasher shuts it down. They dust Hyper. There's no buck, there's no redundancy, and that could easily make the Anchors way more comfortable and lead to success on the first round of overtime for TSM.
Luckily, they've got enough vertical to maybe force back Bolo, but he's still just sitting in code check, and Gasher gets aggressive from Prep. That's 2 major kills for TSM. Snake playing by Whiskey annihilates Dexter, and now it's just Melted, and he gets shot in the side with Bolo just looking through the smoke with his primary gadget. And now TSM, they're back in the lead, and for the first time, they're the ones in match point in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. Another 3 in a row berth for TSM. With that leadoff pick onto Merc, I was a little bit worried with how weak that roam presence was once he died, but Mirage, I think, took just a little bit too much time getting into the middle floor to work the vert. It took 2 minutes, even though they killed Merc fairly early on. And from there, killing the vert really early, making sure the sledge wasn't going to have really any say in the round, and that prompted TSM to get aggressive. It's something that we criticized them for on Villa, but it worked to their success in that past round we just saw. Now Mirage work onto their defense. Again, the favored side going upstairs to Bar that they also, just like TSM's Kitchen, played twice and won twice. But similarly to TSM's Kitchen, The only reason Mirage won this was off of a really big 3K from the one and only Benji Mula. So John, do we see Mirage with a more team-oriented defense like we just saw from TSM on Kitchen, or is someone going to need to step up big again?
I would expect more team antics, if anything, because yeah, sure, Benji did find that 3K. He was allowed to because of the lack of positions that TSM could carry themselves to in those last couple of seconds when executing. You know, we look at the first time Bar was in play for Mirage, TSM just struggled to even get a foothold inside a Pixel, so they avoid it like the plague, and it costs them greatly when they try to plant default. And the next time Bar's in play, they go for the exact opposite. They go over towards Cocktail Execute, and that fails because their red player dies and because no one's on any kind of window repel. So if TSM cannot get these last second positions that they need to execute properly, I could imagine we go to full 15.
I think that's definitely in the cards. With the way these two teams have been playing, I'll be surprised if we don't see round 15. Castle Barricade on Heaven already opened up, thanks to the sledge of Merc. And I'm thinking with Gasher on the Repel as Capital, they're going to be going for a Cocktail Execute, especially because they have that buck. Gasher's got a lot of really good utility to get himself into Cocktail with the flames and smokes, but there's also a player downstairs looking to prevent Achieved from working bottom up. It's the Valkyrie here of Mo Hesse. I almost called him Two Piece. By the way, I can't believe I'm saying this now on map 2, but if you're confused as to who Two Piece is, it's Mo Hesse. That's why we've been calling him that. And there's perfect info on him. Almost a turnaround from Bolo. Benji's still alive. What? But melted. And Mo Hesse are not. TSM, 2 opening picks before Dexter finally responds, but still, they lost the buck. They've lost a good chunk of their bottom-up play, but there's still 3 nades and an Ash. So TSM are certainly not out of this yet.
I would not count out Mirage either, though. We've seen them countless times in a 3-on-5 still hold out in the bomb site and deny and with executing. And maybe that kill by Benji could have been masterful, but luckily, with the help of that grenade, Merc being able to fall away, not lose his life just yet, still keeping Mirage pretty anxious in this next minute. And the grenade, sure, it doesn't find a kill, but it does major chip damage on the Dexter. Here comes the super shorty play, but it backfires perfectly, and Bolo now puts us in a 4v2.
That was a crazy attempt there from Benji, but the Warden's watching the smoke. If Gasher swings in, he is a dead man, but now it's all up to the Warden of Dexter in a 1 versus 4, and Merc blindsides him. TSM from the brink of defeat show us that it's not over yet. Winning both rounds in overtime, they take Cafe, their map pick 8-6. John, we are going to Oregon.
After 4 solid round wins in a row, you're correct. We'll be heading to Oregon just shortly, but that last round in the end, I mean, everybody was firing on all cylinders, truly. You had everyone beginning to drone their way in from multiple fronts of that first floor, people coming up across the map, a bit closer towards mining room / train, I believe, along with people starting out from the outside near that snow doorway. You've got Gasher on the rappel as well. Everybody is doing their job. They're actively calming, getting information, and they're trapping people like Mo Hesse, who has been pretty impactful in the late round, especially back on Villa, for example, finding all those 2Ks on Cade. They assessed that threat, and it seemed like TSM were picking up pretty quickly that once an isolated roamer like fell in the early round, someone came to help assist and find some sort of trade. TSM were very proactive with dealing with that potential threat and completely forced away Benji before he could do a lick of damage, and they almost kill him as well. Yeah. Not only that, once Benji could not help, Melted tried to go and try his best on working some vertical, and he gets instantly shut down. So now you're just on the cusp of a 5-on-2 with like a minute 20. That is like the perfect position for TSM, because now Mirage, they really have little to no options because they just can't stop TSM with all the resources they have. Despite me talking earlier about how well Mirage have been able to play in 3v5s, it's usually because they have the right tools to keep TSM at a safe distance to pick apart their attackers and then equalize. In that 2 versus 5, they really couldn't do that.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM as a whole, especially in those last 4 rounds, but last 3 of those 4 that were attacks. I mean, it looked like everything was just really starting to click. Like they finally adjusted. Right. Their info game was so much better in those final 3 rounds. They were playing the trades a lot more effectively now that they were prepared for Mirage to play the trade game of their own. So we saw max regulation in map 1, overtime in map 2, John. So obviously we're going to have max OT in map 3, but before we get there, we got to go back to the desk so we can digest map number 2 and set up map number 3. But a quick word from our sponsors first.
What a treat map number 2 was. I think we all thought for at least a moment there, Gabe, that Mirage had this in the bag for a 2-0 victory. But unlike map number 2, where round 11 was kind of the nail in the coffin for TSM, round 11 might be the most explosive, important round to this entire matchup in map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I said it to you, I said it to Cookies as well, that Mirage losing that round that almost looked like that should 100% been a Mirage round based out where TSM was placed on the map. We all thought that that was the round for Mirage and like that was going to be the seal for the game. And then all of a sudden you see Gasher come in, he gets those 2 critical kills on the guys down below. And I believe then the last guy came in and Bolo grabs him out from up top. And I said it, you know, rounds like that where you should win those because of placements, because of the setups, those can mentally ruin you and drain you for the rest of the game. And after that, I think we saw a lot of those TSM rounds then falling in TSM's favor. And I mean, I said it, and it kind of played out that way.
Yeah, I wanted to also add, like, Bolo in particular towards the end of that game. I mean, this guy, we talked about the round 11. He hopped over the skylight and actually killed the captain like mid-air and reestablished the vert control there where it looked like TSM had lost. It looked like it was Mirage's round. And Bolo also had a couple rounds actually where, for example, I think it was on a Manin and Danon defense, right? They tried to send Bolo, I think, up white stairs directly into reading, try to catch off, you know, Mirage. She's probably playing more up top. You try to do like a little misdirection play like that. And I guess they didn't drone for him or they didn't see this guy behind the couch. I'm like, Mo Hess has just been a menace all day. The guy's laying behind like the couch is Valk, like, you know, and it didn't work out. And that's like, you know, they ended up trying that again towards the end of the game. Bolo entering into reading against Valk and hiding in the corner. This time they have slightly better droning than figured out. I think basically the moral of the story there is I like the aggression for TSM. I like the daring nature of what they're trying to do. Definitely. It's just sometimes this game is really just like, I don't even know how else to describe it. It's really close right now. Just a lot of razor thin stuff that is deciding entire rounds. And it's often the silliest stuff like a guy laying under a couch.
One thing, CJ, that I think is important to note is as much as TSM remembered who they were and they turned it on again, they really stole that victory away. I have to give credit to Mirage because they've had a level of consistency, I feel, throughout this play day thus far where, you know, they may have lost crucial rounds here and there. And as Gabe pointed out, that round 11 was a big loss. But I feel like they've had a level of consistency throughout the day that maybe TSM has not had yet.
Honestly, I don't disagree with you. I wouldn't say either of these teams. Nobody's consistent right now. If anything, it's consistently insane. I would say.
I would definitely.
Like it's been so back and forth. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
honestly.
To say what you were saying, it's definitely been back and forth. I am glad to see though that TSM did rally back. We did, you know, what I discussed at the end of the last map. You know, we were seeing that same trend going into some of these rounds where TSM was looking great. And then it immediately fell off, you know, then Mirage then retook, capitalized off their mistakes. We're losing those rounds, but really towards the end, and I think back to the round 11 where that momentum shift changed, you really saw TSM really putting the nail in the coffin in those rounds and securing those rounds to close out the map.
I do have to say though, Gabe, it was funny. We noted during there were 2 points where they went to mining, right? Now,
Yeah.
They did a much better job when they didn't know that it was mining. And we were kind of joking in the back when we were saying, mining is their best site to attack when they don't know where they're going.
No, I agree. And it's funny because in my notes, I literally say Mirage was fully aware that the site was mining this time. But TSM with Bolo and Snake, they capitalized, retook the site and took the map. Took the round. So it is funny that when they were aware, they struggled. But when they didn't, they clearly put the nail on that round.
Yeah. It's just, I guess, thinking on your toes sometimes is the better option. But we have this third map to go to. It is Oregon. Cookies. The one thing that I think I want to do a bit of a transition here as well as we talk about Oregon, I do also want to bring up how good Benji Mula was to his team in that match. He was going crazy. Unfortunately, it couldn't swing it in their favor. But can he carry that kind of momentum of play even with a loss into Oregon?
Yeah, I mean, so we saw it like on the Benji Mula was actually huge in the first 2 rounds defensively for Mirage Cafe. He killed Gash with I think it was like 0.000 seconds on the plant. Had a key play there, had a key play at the Aruni coming out of the laundry.
It was like Chris Kyle
reading defense. Yeah, this dude was sniping everybody. And it's just like Benji Mula, he's had multiple games lately throughout this qualifier where he's dropped 18, 19 kills here and there to just honestly will Mirage to victory. And if we're talking map 3, I'm completely real with you. I don't have Mirage as Oregon as anything that was unbeatable. In my humble opinion, they played reality TV on Oregon, I think the last time we saw them on stream, and they looked rather beatable, and that was reality TV, the CL team. Okay. And they almost took out Mirage. And I'd say TSM's Oregon is pretty, it matches the archetype of their team, which is being rather aggressive in your face, not letting you in the building. Mirage is going to have a hell of a time on map number 3, especially if we don't get the Benji Mula that we're hoping to see.
I hope Mr. B isn't listening, because calling them just a CL team, I don't think he could handle that. Now, Oregon, Laxing. This is, it's a decider map, so no one officially picked it, but who would you say that this leans in the favor of, discounting the kind of, momentum swings that we've seen from the prior 2 ones, as if this is just a fresh map, these 2 going at it map 1?
I'm about to say TSM again. Oregon is a very standard map, as you can say about most maps, but Oregon is pretty much played the same throughout all teams in North America. Maybe there's, some minor changes or tweaks in the setup, but for the most part, it's pretty much played the same. So I think a team that obviously has more structure, been a team longer, has more of a solid core is going to be better, stabilized in the environment that Oregon provides to both teams. So for that reason alone, I'm going to have to say TSM.
Mm-hmm. And CJ, now, I guess with the discussion of momentum, I would say, honestly, through the first match and the first half of the second map, Bolo, he was good, but he wasn't great. And that second half of the second map, he really turned it on. Is that something that you can see him carrying that momentum going into Oregon?
I definitely think you can expect to see it. I don't think it's more of him not being able to do it. There was definitely an information difference, especially if we're talking the attacking side. He didn't have a good drone on a guy and he lost his fight. Let's say Oregon, especially a map that's honestly really predicated on the drone economy, how you manage that, how you manage to cut down the drones as you go along in the round. If TSM has their info up and they're able to actually know what's going on, actually, I feel like it's been a problem throughout this whole series. Mirage is so spontaneous. And I'm trying not to say that Mirage is pugging or whatever, but it's honestly, I'm going to say it. It's they're pugging, but they're also these are they're experienced, you got hyper and experienced players. They're just kind of all over the place, and it's really hard for TSM to read. Intelligence helps you read it, but that's an in the server thing. I can only predict how many drones are going to be shot. So many different ways. That's
in a game that is all about information, spontaneity is not a bad thing. That can be a winner in some cases, and we'll have to find out right now. Going to the third map of Oregon, one team will continue along the upper bracket, another push down to the lower bracket. We just have to find out. We'll throw it back to the casters.
John, I gotta agree. Seeing Oregon from Mirage up against reality TV, it looked very beatable. They did not look indomitable on that map. And a map like Oregon that's very, very step by step by step, TSM might have the advantage here.
and a lot of their, especially their defensive rounds, kind of were backpacked off of someone doing more of a heroic play, like a flank, for example. We saw a lot of that actually occur by Mirage over their best of 3 matchup in reality TV, just as a whole, or just having someone kind of in the back line being there for the final trade to win that very important 1 versus 1. So for Mirage, I'm definitely interested to see if they've changed anything since the last time they've played on Oregon, or if TSM might be able to just kind of just pile right over them essentially.
Here's another Ying ban from TSM. Seems to be a staple of their play. They've banned her first immediately, all 3 maps. As curiously enough, John, they've started on defense on all 3 maps too, which is not something you see very often. But there's the Iana again. And again, I like that ban. You know, weaken TSM's entry game, weaken Merc a bit, especially with how, you know, Iana's good everywhere, but I would consider her pretty pivotal on Oregon, especially with just how much utility, how much shield play tends to go the defense's way. Valkyrie to follow. She's been left up for 2 maps. Won't see her anymore. And Azami, the last one. So Mira's still up. Okay map for her. And Solus still up, who, again, very useful everywhere. Not quite the powerhouse as on Cafe and Villa, but still useful.
Probably explains why we didn't have her actually removed here on Oregon, because info was a small issue for TSM on Villa, especially towards the last couple of rounds. You know, a great example again was Dexter just completely catching Volo off guard because he had no clue it was a guy over by Map's table, whether it be because he had his ERC activated as Vigil or a drone just didn't go near that vicinity. Either way, having to worry about all those different operators that can deny info can be overwhelming, especially on the attacking half when you're also trying to juggle so many other obstacles. But it seems like TSM want to take that potential, you know, point I just made into their own court. They've got the Mozzie, which is great for drone denial and extra info in the late round, and they've got Merc on Solus. So maybe they're relying on the fact that TSM might have weaker info if they play into this to maybe help allow them to get a little bit more crazy towards the late round.
5 seconds remaining.
Something else, actually, John, that I just thought of that might, again, lead TSM's way was, you know, last map with Cafe, Merc, Snake, Bolo, and Achieve were all waking up. I mean, these are the 4 guys, some of the 4 best fraggers in the NAL. Meanwhile, on Mirage, Villa was, you know, a big Melted and Mohesi show. Mirage on Cafe, again, Mohesi doing really well. Benji Mula stepping up, but with Oregon, again, being so step by step, there's a lot less opportunity for your support players to get in fights like that. They're not typically in those same positions as on Cafe and Villa, which tend to be a lot more flexible. So if the entries haven't adjusted and aren't on top of things, we could see Mirage struggling, but Dexter is going to start things off. The info coming in and wall banging Snake, so they'll dust the Mozzie and take a C4 off the board.
And we saw for a moment, Snake, I believe, was trying to fall back, but maybe had been expecting Mirage to be holding some cutoff angles over by that, you know, white stairs window. So instead tried to recontest over by Dining, hoping he can break some more drones and work another gunfight, or just be closer to his teammates for some sort of trade. Luckily, TSM have not given up that much map control despite losing out on their primary roamer. Sure, we just saw both Achieve and I believe it was Merc dropping off, but Bolo is still playing on this top floor, so he could really waste a ton of time. And if Mirage do not double check if he's still up here, he could really work a very grave play that would throw Mirage in the dirt.
Absolutely. Now, the phone call may have spotted him out. That's probably why Melted is up there in Trophy. But he does fall back, let the shots go through. He'll drop down to sight, and he is home free. So everyone on the defense now back on the anchor. E-Box already opened, though, for Mirage because of that roam. A decent amount of time wasted. Minute 45, minute 40. So pretty good. But Mirage still with that opening pick and with so much utility that they still have at their disposal, this is a good amount of time for them to set up.
Still 60 seconds. We talked about the plethora of stuns to force people back off pillar. And with only a Jaeger as well, I really could imagine Mirage don't have to really stress their players' positions in these final 50 seconds to see, you know, who they need in certain spots to actually start getting that map control. With having all these stuns on the board and maybe even that last grenade or Rotero drones, they could easily push back the person over an elbow to properly coordinate this E-Box execute.
And Hyper gets a leadoff kill onto the execute, instantly refragged by Bolo, who hits the dirt after. The Solus trying to come into play, but whiffs! Merc's a whiffa! He gets the down player of Hyper, but can't connect enough shots on Dexter. The kill eventually comes from a TK, and Gasher's alone in a 1 versus 3 with 1 gas canister in pocket, but the Flores drone spots him. Now they know exactly where he is. The attacker's now barreling down on him. The last gas canister comes out. He cannot rotate out of the closet, and the plant is being completed by Dexter. 3 kills on the round. Not going to be able to get the 4th. It's Benji to finish the round, and a brilliant attack starts things off well for Mirage.
And for Mirage as well, you saw them trying to maybe get a little more creative there during that 5 versus 4, maybe having the Flores try to go over and through Laundry and just kind of lurk, but his utility and his presence over by Bunker was much more impactful. That was the correct play to make for Mirage because, again, you have all these extra stuns to push away Gasher, so he really cannot do his job of locking out the blue Bunker players and allowing TSM to solely focus on A, the E-box drop, and B, anyone who could be creeping down back stairs. Now that all of these different quadrants of your attack are firing in all cylinders, now TSM, they really are in a taxing position, especially when their pillar people are just full white from all the stuns that are being tossed out from both back stairs and also the E-box hatch. Everything there was adjusted very well by Mirage, and TSM, all that utility they had been trying to save up in the late round, which wasn't really much, could not be used to stop the plan because they really were harping on having a successful roam. You could tell just by the operators they were running, and that was just stopped dead in its tracks by Mirage from the very beginning of the round.
Absolutely, and I really feel bad for Merc too, with an opportunity to get pick up the down and 2 kills on tower stairs. Unfortunately, didn't get either. That also could have put a real damper on the attack, but couldn't connect on shot. So Mirage sitting in a 1-0 advantage, rocking the Capitao and the Nook now that she's unbanned. She was banned on Cafe, but we'll see her once again be brought out. Now Dorms, she is a fantastic operator to bring. She can sneak her way up one of those staircases, or, as she's more often used, nades from below. That's probably where Dexter and Hyper are going to be tasked with taking. The Flores assisting them, and their first target is going to be Bolo and security.
Attackers have located
One
a
perk
bomb.
about having the Nook available, so you can actually have these lurks kind of build up underneath. So that might lead to more issues for TSM again during this mid-round. TSM still cycling through cams, but that info could be null and vacant because, again, that Hell Scanner, Dexter just still continuing to lurk up above, having a drone give him info as well. This is a perfect way to maybe build up that first impact kill, especially on someone maybe like that Smoke who's over in security. Can't tell if it's either Gasher or Bolo, but either way, just netting some sort of opening kill like that and not having to worry about the vertical for your window hop in is major. But no, it was actually Gasher playing above. He gets naded, but Bolo does win the 1-for-1 against the Nook.
So with really no support, Dexter just kind of went for it. I was really curious as to why they didn't force Bolo out with utility, because they had his drop covered with Dexter downstairs, but guess that just wasn't the play. He walked in and gave up the equalizer. Hyper also almost dies playing on big window. Bolo interested in just continuing to swing. The flash goes in, but doesn't full white him. So the shotgun comes back out, and no one from Mirage dare push him. They're stalling out. A minute 14 remaining. The nade goes through, but it doesn't get the kill. Instead, it's Merc to peek down white, protect his teammate, and get a man advantage back for TSM. Now with a minute remaining and not a lot of ground being covered by Mirage.
And Bolo just wasting so much by simply sitting in security. Now your people over by the kitchen side of the map have to be a little more concerned about the mute potentially swinging out wide and going in for a gunfight. You also have to worry about people still coming in down from white stairs. Bolo just guards so much by simply being alive, and you can tell Mirage are still really trying to focus on this one defender still up and running, but despite being fully flashed, he wins the gunfight against Benji, and now Mohes is the only one still standing, and he almost meets the same fate. Luckily, Mohes wins that fight, but currently stuck in a 1 versus 3. He's got a barge up white stairs, and Snake is on Overwatch in that position. TSM equalize.
And no real way for Mirage to force Bolo out because, I mean, he's got mute jammers, he's got reinforcements, he's self-sufficient, and he's got a shotgun. Easy cleanup for Bolo. Really well done by the rest of his team to cover for him too. Merc, a well-timed swing down white stairs to make sure that, I think it was, who was it? That was someone was trying to assist and Merc killed them. And then the attic push, solo, not working against the Jaeger. So TSM equalize us at 1 point apiece. And rather than try laundry again, they'll go to meeting. the tertiary site. Playing upstairs, of course, assisted by that castle. They've got Goyo for plenty of delay power as well. But Mirage, with the Dokkaebi, with the Buck Sledge, the redundancy, the Flores, they should still have an adequate roam clear to deal with all the utility on the top floor.
I do love the emphasis, though, on bringing up stall ops like the Goyo, for example, and also having the TCHG. A lot of long angles you tend to go for here when defending this bomb site. So I feel like having these Vulcan packs not only stopping people from going in for default plants like stage, hence what that Vulcan pack is used to do for right next to that double wall, but maybe also having them up above for some of that roam extension is going to be very helpful for TSM. And also the castle barricades that we both briefly mentioned now, also helping to basically create these choke points that Mirage now have to funnel into if they don't have the right tools to break those castle barricades. Sure, they have a sledge, but you're not always going to be in the right place to utilize that sledgehammer, so you might be more reliant on maybe your Kairos charges or just keeping them up altogether, because you probably don't want to use your only 2 nades to break castle barricades unless you are very desperate.
Wait a minute, where did the castle barricades go? I didn't see any upstairs. Oh, are they?
Well, there was one split.
there's
That one
one
we caught,
split.
yeah, but
Where the heck
now
are
the
the
hunt
other
is on.
3? Huh?
maybe for like some of the
Oh,
windows.
okay. So there's one there. There's one on the other door. Okay, so it's all right. Never mind. So it's not used for the roam at all. It's used for a horizontal hold to make sure that I guess Mirage can't just ignore the roam and barge in. So I definitely don't disagree with it. It's just a different way of playing castle. But wow, Snake dancing with death. Quick peeks, just spots that player for a second. But this castle barricade definitely gives him a lot of room to move.
And again, you're probably not going to want to always just walk into the building so, I guess, nonchalantly and just start breaking down these castle barricades. So make a rotate for himself instead to hop in through showers. So you're still going to force back this roamer, but not to the same extent. And Snake can just creep back up white stairs. There's no one there to really, challenge him. So he's pretty safe for the time being. But then he walks into big window, gets finished off. Thankfully, Bolo does have his trade. So Snake wasting about 1:30, not that bad. And look at the drone economy by Mirage as well.
Oh, yeah. Wasting so many drones trying to find him, wasting so much time, and now a follow-up from Achieved will make matters worse for Mirage, and it just went from bad to even worse for Mirage as Bolo peeks down the white stairs. Melted and Benji, the last 2 alive, diffuser dropped, now retrieved, but what are they gonna do? Top floor control, pretty much out of the question, considering, again, the manpower and utility TSM have up there. Melted gonna try and smoke out Split. C4 comes out in response, but Melted doesn't push that fast, so it doesn't hit him. Another smoke grenade comes out. Mirage, I guess, just trying to force themselves into the site and take some control, force the defenders into a retake, but Merc, walking down a different staircase, capitalizes. Benji now alone, 1v4. 30 seconds left. That flash doesn't go anywhere. He wins the first fight onto Bolo. Now 25 seconds left. 3 more bodies to find, none of which are still on the top floor. Everyone from TSM wisely defaulting back now, especially now that they know that the case has been dropped. They don't need to play upstairs. At the time, simply not in his favor. Not unless literally everyone on TSM peeks him and loses. There's no chance he wins this, and Achieved dusts him with the pistol out. TSM now retake the lead 2-1.
And off the back of a pretty solid roam, not by, finding any flashy kills, but just wasting time for Mirage, having those castle barricades make sure that not many attackers can really push down closer towards the bottom of white stairs, and also just waste away at their drone economy too. I think both the attackers from the big window entering in from kids and also just having, again, those main roamers by small tower, they spent up so many drones that were just getting caught in mute jammers or getting shot by the main roamers that they kind of had to walk in blind when they eventually did begin to enter in the building. And with TSM just playing close to each other and not giving away any free one-for-ones, Mirage just, they kind of fell apart, essentially, because again, they were just dry peeking. Similar to what we saw a couple of times back on Villa. I think it was like one of the dining executes we saw where TSM would have like just 3 defenders stacked up trying to hunt down 1 attacker. It's simple arithmetic. You are not going to win that 3-on-1 directly when you have no clue there's 3 people hunting you down.
Is it simple arithmetic? You would call that arithmetic?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
Say that word. Say that word right now.
I already did it. Let me
Attackers'
repeat
objective is
myself.
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No. You gotta take it a step further from arithmetic to arithmetical.
Nothing.
Why do you hate me? What is with you?
What's with
I can't
TSM?
believe
They've got a
this guy.
mirror now for this.
They do, but they don't have an elbow shield anymore.
Oh, yeah, no mute jammer to stop the repair.
power-
That's unfortunate.
The power of Flores. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why Flores gets banned a lot on this map. Oregon is very shield-centric with, I mean, there's a barrels shield, laundry shield, elbow shield, trophy shield, Kidsdorf's shield, meeting shield, lots of shields. Lots of really, really, really important shields. And Flores says no, pretty much. That's his whole job. Dude, I thought we were watching a defender for a sec. Hyper's got the shotgun.
Oh yeah, he's just looking to go close quarters,
Dude,
I guess.
I was about to say, why is the mute upstairs? Or why is the smoke upstairs? Like, what is
dropping
going on?
down, maybe dropping down Evox with a shotgun to kill the guy. Iconic.
That would be really funny.
It's a small stretch.
Oh,
but
yes!
that might be the
He
play.
is!
Oh my God, it is.
They're gonna hot drop!
Wow.
Come on, let it rip. Here we go. X-Kairos burning. 3 members from Mirage. Here they come. Shotgun out. Merc doesn't know what hit him. Team kill. No! It all goes wrong. Mirage, what happened?
Oh, it was so beautiful at the beginning, and then Mohez just team kills Hyper. The entire main purpose of that attack is so you just wallop the guy, Iconic, and then the rest of your teammates just plant, but all of it backfired. TSM take a free round on their defensive site hold. But again, it comes down to those tacky one-off strats. It just didn't work out for Mirage due to, I guess, just poor execution of it all.
I remember this is that's a kind of strategy that the one and only Kickstart would call cute. That's what he used to say. He used to say that was a very cute strategy where, yeah, you pull it out, maybe it works, but you can't really ever do it again. And even when it does work, it's like a miracle. So Mirage, I mean, I gotta hand it to him. That's probably one of the funnier ways I've seen a rush fail. Actually, John, also really funny coincidence that it was Mo to team kill, because I don't know if you remember. Do you remember the Nocturnes rush on Clubhouse where Mo killed himself with a thermite charge?
I know. That was before my time.
Oh yeah, I think it was. I think it was casting with Jonah. So Mo just seems to be at the center of it all. Whatever rushes fail. All good though. All good. Like you said, one-off play. Mirage didn't know if it would work. It didn't. It was laundry, usually a defender favorite site. Anyway, they move. I'm sure Mirage aren't too hung up on it. But now they have to attack onto dorms, where they were thwarted by one dude chilling in security, who is there again.
I'm really hoping that Mirage have a new response for dealing with him. Melted has secondary heart breach. I think he's going to want to open up one of the walls in security, so then they can, you know, have another angle to kill Bolo. Unless Melted disconnects, he was just kind of doing a moonwalk in Big Tower, and he's still just kind of there. So that's a little concerning, I have to say, Harrison. But I think that's the idea. They're just going to need to probably get Benji. All right, that's a relief.
God,
like I mentioned, though,
hard breach.
they're going to, yeah, like I mentioned, he's going to probably try to, oh no, he's got both of them open. All right, so my proposed idea is not going to happen for Melt. He's got both of them on the attic wall, and he's just going to be lurking there as Nook by himself, and they're going to ignore Bolo, but now Dexter's dead, who could have been very helpful with breaking barbed wire, breaking shields, etc., etc.
Dude, you kept talking about the position. I was like, are you also going to just ignore the team kill? You just want to pretend it didn't happen?
Yeah, because I didn't know why it happened.
Oh my god. Oh! That was almost 300 IQ from Merc. And Bolo's just going to walk right. All right, that was weird, especially because they know where the nade came from. So Bolo dies for free. There's the equalizer after Mirage's unfortunate team kill. Merc's still watching the angle, does some damage to Hyper, but he's also kind of stuck here. There's not a lot he can do, though still chips away at the sledge, little by little, evading the shots thanks to, you know, being prone. Holy crap, he won that fight. And he's
not falling off the hatch.
I can't believe this. Even if he just dies here, look, there's a minute left. And Mirage are, dude, they are
They're
crawling.
haunting.
They have no idea what's going on. I mean, they have so little time remaining. Benji is like, where the hell did this guy go?
There's no way Merc finds another kill here. They really are flabbergasted. This is... I don't think they're aware he's still by
And there's a
armor.
cross.
I think they assume he's fallen back. Oh no!
And he gets away! No chance! Okay, finally he's gonna die to Melted, but the damage has been done! There's 30 seconds! Mirage, lack of info, really biting him in the ass. Is that mute jammer literally just right in front of Benji? All right, he's just not gonna shoot it. He's gonna move. We move. Moving on. EMP out. 13 seconds left. In comes Melted. In comes Benji. Never mind. There's a DMR ready to meet them. Snake with the last two. TSM with round 5. Another comedy of errors, Joe. I think we can safely say.
4 rounds in a row for TSM, just looking so dominant in this first half. And Mirage opting to go for a timeout at this time frame, maybe just to try to scrape out a 2-4 split. This is exactly what they went for against Reality TV, but they were a lot more proactive about taking the timeout, and then over time, it netted them enough round wins to make it that 2-4 split. They're confident enough in their defensive half where they can win the default 4-2 split, but this timeout, it is basically their catalyst for the make or break round win that responds in the upcoming moments. We just saw Laundry and Kids won by TSM once again, so you could imagine they're going to be going back to meeting. So Mirage now looking for the best option they have to try to have a successful meeting room attack. And maybe that could be off the back of Melted creeping up the basement, having some proper backup for the people over by security or wherever they're going to want to have their Nook try to lurk in from, while the rest of their team potentially does like a top-down clear, I would assume. Maybe Mirage want to also just pinpoint attack meeting room from 2 separate fronts. They've got 2 hard breachers, so that implies that they might want to go from both garage and stage. But even if they wanted to go for stage, I would imagine they would prefer a Thermite over a Habana or Ace. But either way, Mirage, their heads are currently spinning. The cogs are turning up there because they really would like to have this 2-4 split. That is the point I'm getting.
Yeah, and with this castle strategy once again in play for TSM, Mirage are dropping their sledge. Okay, they're re-picking the sledge, which I'm glad to see. Once again, they have the redundancy with the sledge and the buck, so he can deal with both the castle barricades and then work the vert. But John, you know, getting the castle barricades, I don't think was as much of an issue as working the vert was, because they never actually got to work the vert. They were completely stunted in their top floor roam clear. The only kill they got, I think, was like when Snake was falling back, and it was instantly traded out by Bolo. So we're gonna have to see a complete switch up here from Mirage. This top floor clear has to be better. Because if they go down 5-1, I don't know if TSM lets that lead slip.
All they would need is 2 default round wins, and that's the series collected, to put it like that. There goes the Ace Selma, as I mentioned earlier, to get a nice kill hole over by one of the split single walls. So now it's going to be much more difficult for you to actually defend meeting room, or more specifically just defend a stage plant if that were to happen for Mirage. But with them having such a big emphasis on trying to, you know, work this top floor, it'll more or less depend what goes down in the late round to see what site they want to actually attack. And so far, the roamers are being dealt with in a timeful manner. Another Selma gets deployed, so now the Attic player is going to be a little more stretched on positions that they can hold, but the smoke grenade is actually building up a lot of valuable room for Achieve to breathe and maybe even get out of Attic if he wants to, but don't really see why he would want to go for that right now.
You also see Mirage are a bit nervous about that opening in the games wall, not taking quite as aggressive of a stance in this top floor clear. I mean, it's been about a minute and a half. There goes the EMP to deal with the Electro Claw, and a great shot from Mo will take the head off Merc. The Smoke, who is tasked with holding upstairs, and that leaves Bolo kind of isolated here by Metal, and Hyper's going to take advantage. 2 kills in a row for Mirage, forcing Achieved off the top floor, now playing with the Nitro Cell. He sends it up, and he does catch the ace. So at least they get a pick out of it, and they've wasted 2 minutes. Now that stage wall is going to remain closed, and Mirage are kind of forced to go kitchen.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've got 0 hard breach. He spent it all on that top floor, and there's no one pushing in from big tower, so they really do have to go in from Kitchen and Kitchen alone. Luckily, they have enough vertical to force back these defenders, but a 3v4 retake doesn't seem impossible, but Hyper is in a very good position to get this plant down, considering the fact they've got people up above.
Pretty much got it for free. No C4 from the Cade. Gasher not in a position to use his, but could be two kills right here. No, the patience works against Gasher, but Melted backs up right into the line of sight of Snake. Now a man advantage for TSM. They've got to retake the top floor. It is their only chance of winning this round. And here comes Achieved looking for the gunfight. Shots being sent in from Benji. Gasher and Snake both duoing downstairs. It's going to be a lot of work for this K to do by himself. Gotta look for the kill, but it's Gasher with the C4 to get Dexter. Here comes the Zoe, but the post plant already complete by the defense. 5 to 1/2 after the retake from TSM.
Beautiful retake, might I add as well, from Snake, and the assistance of Gasher, the C4 to now force the Zofia as well to try to deal with the Kate at the exact same time as the diffuser is being disabled. Just a complete cluster of emotions and experiences on that top floor. And a very impactful round like we've both talked about for TSM. Mirage sacrificing their timeout to guarantee a 2-4 split. And now that that goes down the drain, they have no other way of resetting the tempo that TSM could build up on their attack. And then they've got to get desperate in other ways. Maybe Hyper on the Capcan could be a nice wild card pick for the space of floor bomb site. But besides that, everything looks fairly normal for Laundry. And at least, to play devil's advocate, this is probably one of the more defender-favorable bomb sites for Oregon. It's just what happens after we see, Laundry in play for Mirage? What happens after we might see Kids or Meeting Room? After that, it's all fair game for TSM. And they still have their timeout, too.
I gotta say, too, we can't understate that C4. We cannot underplay that. I mean, that... the very fact that Gasher was able to get that, because I thought it was a mistake with him not being in a position to play off of it, but knowing that that Buck had to play for the hatch while Achieve kept the Zoe busy, I mean, perfect from TSM. We're gonna see we're seeing a rare Maverick pick, John. It doesn't seem like we see him very often now that his nades have been removed, and especially with Thatcher up, it's a bit of an oddity.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably for the Cade, but that A wasn't even brought by Mirage, and B, like you mentioned, there is a Thatcher on the board who can also double back on disabling other important utilities like magnets, or even the Banshees that are being brought out by Mirage instead of that coined Cade for the basement floor. So really, there's a lot more versatility with a Thatcher in comparison to Maverick, but, he still has stuns to help a utility burn. He's got a good gun, so it's not a horrible pick. It's just a bit more situational than what he used to be when having nades, for example.
The decision making is probably the fact that TSM don't want to have to bring like a Thatcher and a hard breacher. Whereas Thatcher can be useful for other things, but Maverick really can do the job of both if all you're looking for is opening walls and hatches. So hopefully Gasher is on top of his torch game and he's not going to be making a abstract Picasso or Cubist painting on this hatch. We'll have to see. We'll have to time him. So we're starting at 1:32, right? Let's see how long
he's doing his job just fine. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be much of a problem. And for the Maverick blowtorch, it's just like raw damage output. Hyper is up above. He gets away finally, but major kill collected on a Merc. At least he found something for his troubles on that roam. Especially considering that, Mirage, they weren't really going for a roam extension for this bomb site. They have a very bunker-focused composition. So working a pick there with now a minute left is definitely nothing to scoff at.
He could have had two as well, really lighting up Gasher. Unfortunate for Hyper that he couldn't land the second. And TSM, even though they've lost Merc, still have a lot of utility. They've got the nade from Achieved. I think Capitao has a Gone 6 now, doesn't he? And he's still got a smoke and a fire arrow. So we'll see if Mo can hold on to Elbow, just taking the dry peek up against Achieved. Flashes start to come in. He'll be forced to back off and hit the reinforcement. The nade not going to come out from Achieved in time. So brilliant play from the Belusi to just delay even more, to leave 25 seconds for TSM to try and push through. And look at this, there's still a Capcan trap on the E-box door. I don't know if TSM are gonna have time to shoot it. Finally, they are able to, thanks to the sledge opening the wall, but the shotgun beats him. Another for Melton. Can he make it 4? No, Bolo shuts him down, but it doesn't really matter. The time is so low. He downs one, That's great and all, but he can't win the fight against the next two. Mirage, round 7, largely off of the efforts of that shotgun.
Yeah, Melted, despite having the single wall opened up by the blowtorch, he just began to close the distance. When you're in such close proximity with that shotgun, you can really just make or break a round right there. We saw exactly that. He just swings into 3 separate attackers that have no time to even land a single shot against him. And finally, he dies when there is one last attacker left. You're in red time, and there's still 3 other defenders holding very dangerous positions that TSM clearly cannot push out with the little time and players they have left in round number 7. But again, devil's advocate, TSM have a 3-round advantage, 1 round away from match and series point. They've got a timeout if really need be, and that was on the most defender-sided bomb site of Oregon. So I'm sure they're not really too stressed about losing that round to just Melted.
Yeah, I mean, like you said at the beginning of the round, it's laundry. It's not the biggest deal if you lose it on the attack, especially with how much of a lead TSM currently have. I mean, Mirage would not only have to win that round, but now win an additional 3-site rotation just to tie the game. So TSM, make no mistake, are still full well in the advantage as they attack on the Dwarves, bringing that Nook, bringing a Cheap, plenty of nades, going to likely go down below and play for the bottom up. Benji is in T3 of Tower, though. He's very concerned about a possible drone being there, but TSM might be aware.
So far, it seems to be pretty quiet on that side of the map. Mostly focusing in on Master and also a bit of White over by Achieve, just holding a nasty cutoff angle in case there was some sort of roamer a bit closer towards Small Tower. I'm sure no one would expect Achieve to be holding that kind of angle, but no one's going to be encountering that just yet. And now Merc enters the building where someone almost swings him from the backside, and apparently someone did expect Achieve to be there because Mohes instantly kills the sledge.
Yeah, and you lose a set of nades. Not great for TSM. Yeah, not great for, especially too with TSM with Snake, Bolo, and Achieved being kind of the 3-headed snake that's leading the charge. Losing one of those operators, not ideal. You've also yet to deal with Dexter, who's still roaming around in meeting underneath, playing likely for a C4 into Attic, as well as just to delay as much time as possible. Snake has worked his way in, but Bolo dies in Z thanks to the verticality. Snake with the nade loaded and ready, but Melted escapes just in time. A lot of utility now lost from TSM, and not a lot of ground gained back. The second nade from Snake sends its way through, but it only succeeds in removing half of Melted's HP, and as Merc looks to hunt down Dexter, the mute has already fallen back, and now he's got to worry about the top floor angle from Attic. So, about a minute 10 left. Not a whole lot of things going TSM's way.
I think their only option is maybe big window and white stairs, with Merc continuing to hold this angle to make sure no one can swing the white doorway. It's a very nice angle held by the Twitch underneath, but still the metal rebar getting in his way. He'll just fall back and try to be useful somewhere else, while this big window execute is still trying to be attempted.
Merc now climbs the white stairs with his teammate as Dexter looks to lurk beneath. A brilliant shot will kill Hyper, but now the Goyo pack stops the attack in its tracks. Here comes Dexter, but the drone spots him. Shotgun out, one pumps Merc. What a shot! The quick lead from Dexter decimates the Twitch. Snake with a nice shot onto Benji, though, spotting the Aruni. We're back at a 2v3, but they still have to worry about Dexter, because if Dexter is ignored, sure, maybe TSM takes sight, but it's still a C4 from below they have to worry about. 20 seconds remaining, Melted out of gas. Here comes Dexter, finally making his presence known, and yeah, no way Gasher's making it through the window. Mirage now with their second defense in a row.
And it's what I mentioned earlier, Mirage, they just love to flank on Oregon. Dexter, the perfect poster child for that, having someone who's very skilled mechanically and giving him just a complete bunker buster of a gun too. That Mossberg playing so close along that hallway, then creeping up white stairs, stopped everyone from trying to go in through white staircase. Not only that, but they had, I believe it was Vulcan packs. There were toxic babes around too for Mirage. So no one could even like try to get in a big window and work a play. No one could get past white stairs. Everybody was just enclosed out of the bomb site, which also gave less options that Dexter had to really be concerned about when trying to work that flank. So Mirage just devastating TSM in their options they had for the execute, guaranteed them another safe defensive round, but now they're on the tertiary bomb site of Meeting Room, where things could really build up here for TSM, which at the beginning, are they going to really harp in on a heavy stage execute, perhaps, with the help of Bolo on Glaz? That might be an option, but I was going to say, I feel like we'd see an Osa if that were to go down. Not too sure what TSM wants to build up here.
I'm sure Gasher is taking smokes to assist him. So, I mean, if he's got the cover of smokes, the Osa is not necessarily, necessary, especially because Mirage aren't.
It's just a nice
rewarding.
luxury.
Yeah, which is weird that Mirage aren't bring rewarding because this is, one of his better sites, again, just in case there's a smoke plant. Oh my god, Bolo's pulling a wacko. This guy is just walking upstairs, entering his glass, drones ahead of him, clearing out games, making sure there's no one there. Assisted now by Merc opening that game's wall. And Bolo's just on a long cutoff, daring someone to peek him by the metal bunks. Oh, he wants to move in. He really does. I don't know if he's got the bearing 9, but that OTS is still, a truck. It hits when you shoot people with it. And TSM trying to get this pinch through, but there's a shield in their way.
Not too sure how much utility is around that shield, though. Maybe Merc could remove it. There goes a Vulcan pack deployed, and the shield is instantly evaporated. So now your Attic player has to be a little more passive in that position. They've got a hatch to fall away from, but I'm sure they'd want to break a couple more drones, burn through some more utility before doing that, or even working a gunfight, since Dexter is also here as well to help a little bit with Benji's location. So it's not going to be everyone falling off the top floor just yet, but TSM, they have made very good headway, and they are not just tunnel visioned on that top floor. They've got Snake playing underneath a bit closer towards Dining, and they've got Achieve near White Stairs to help both fronts of this attack.
Pinch now starting to formulate. Because again, Bolo really wants to make his way through, but now he's scared of these floor holes, and the C4 comes in, downing the glass. Benji just around the corner likely hears the res, so they know Bolo's been picked up. But at the very least, somebody on TSM is low HP. Merc looking to just take into kids. Gotta worry about the floor holes, but he evades them for enough time to kill Dexter. He is refragged, but they still get the opener on the top floor they're looking for. The Glaz now working the vert, but they haven't taken these players out of Attic. They look to rotate away. They will get out of dodge. So TSM have the top floor, but it's costing them 2 minutes.
And they still haven't dealt with the Attic players too. You could maybe see Vertical being used against TSM to stop a plant completely, especially if Achieved has no idea there's someone still over by Attic.
They've still got so much utility to play with for Mirage. The final gas canister comes out. There's still Goyo packs most likely watching these doorways. Bolo's gonna from above, Melton's gonna get heavily lit up, but he can still play close to this doorway, though he's full blind. And in comes the swing from Snake, downing him through the floor. Snake's in a position to plant because Achieved is upstairs, getting the kill on Melted. This could be a turnaround from TSM, especially as Mo now dies. Benji has gotta act fast, but he loses it. And Hyper's left alone post-plant in the 1v4. Somehow Achieved makes it work, and TSM just 1 kill away from match point. Still players upstairs, still players even on the horizontal that Hyper has to deal with, and Snake does him in. TSM sneak into the site and take match point.
And that is all that TSM needs to do for the second half, is just win their tertiary bombs and attacks, and they'll be sent home moving up inside of the LCQ. Mirage just not able to stop the vertical from going down, which really caused a lot of chaos in those final 20 seconds. It gave more room for Snake to get in the bomb site besides him using his flash grenades, which also pushed back Melted. Once the smoke is gone and once the site is completely vacant and you've got vertical coverage as well, now Mirage have to start thinking outside of the box, trying to go back up above, which takes a long chunk of time, even if you're coming in from Attic. So having to try to work back up that vertical, TSM expects that to be the one weak point they really have when going in for that, kitchen execute. So they set up 2 people up above. They don't have just Achieve stuck on an island playing above. He actually has backup. I believe it was the Thermite of Gasher. Yeah, so even if Achieve dies, he's got an instant trade. Luckily, Achieve did not die to Benji. He instantly kills that defender going up above. So they still have vertical. They still have people comfortably planting in the bomb site, and they've got man advantage. Mirage just outclassed in those final 20 seconds, and there was really no one to stop that entryway from the, dining side of the map. And TSM had that control throughout the whole round too, because that was Snake's initial entry point too.
I can't believe Achieve got that kill too. Like just sitting with
Just snaps off the vertical, instantly kills the guy.
I don't think it would have mattered if Achieve died, but that was just crazy. Also, equally as crazy, Bolo is rocking DMR Flores. That is not something we see often at all. I mean, yeah, it hits, but I mean, after the whole nerfs with the SR-25, because Blackbeard was a thing, I feel like it's just not, like, great. Plus, I mean, the AR-33 is really good. But anyway,
yeah,
Achieved with the first kill. Hyper seemed to be just kind of isolated on an island upstairs. Yeah, holding dorms. He had a fallback, but oh, did Achieve wallbang him? That he did, I believe.
If so, crazy angle by the Sledge playing up above. The main roamer now gone. So not an amazing spectacle here for Mirage. TSM not going to waste a lot more time clearing out this top and middle floor. We saw bunker position held by Mirage last time. TSM probably going to be quick to realize that once again. So they'll get the hatches opened in probably the next 20 plus seconds or so and begin their execute, where they've got Rotero drones to break the deployable shields. They've got EMPs as well to disable magnets and all the like. So the biggest deterrent is probably going to be Dexter, who might be wide swing against some stuns because he is on Warden, and also the Toxic Babes that Melted has. But again, with all the time that TSM is, still relying on with their timer, the Toxic Babes could just be burned away sooner than expected, and that would leave basically nothing for Mirage to try and defend.
Dude, the Flores play from Bolo.
Yeah, both shields
looking like a
massive.
Bro's looking like a pro F1 driver. That was crazy. So both shields gone. The freezer wall opened as well to give the attack a little bit more room to move, not having to worry about just prone holes. They've got an actual walkthrough. Merc now dropping in through Laundry, so all of TSM, or rather most of TSM, it looks like with the exception of Snake, focused on the south side of the building, so we could see the Thatcher hit the back, but the flashes are starting to come in. TSM might be getting ready to execute, but they got to worry about the Warden, so they won't push off the flashes, at least not yet. There's 40 seconds remaining for them to get this execute underway. Achieved, kind of stuck here in Freezer thanks to the long angles being held. They spot out Benji, though. Bolo just takes the fight, and he loses it. The nade, not able to refrag him. Dexter and Mo chime in. Achieved finally some semblance of refrag ability. But now it's just him and Merc. One in Freezer, one in Laundry, in a 2 versus 3 with the time dwindling so low. Melted hits a fantastic shot, and Mo ensures Achieved can't get anything going. Mirage, with the anchor game, covering each other, covering really nice crosses too, take that third defensive point.
And TSM weren't really slouching in the end game either. They were taking their time to gather info. We saw how effective Bolo was at destroying both deployable shields, so crippling the anchor that Mirage were relying on in those last 30 seconds. But just small errors on that timing to drop down that allow Mirage to win a couple of 1-for-1s, and with no grenades or any other utility to force away Dexter, since he can just hard counter stuns, he was still playing over by Closet pretty comfortably, so he also wins his 1-for-1 down in Laundry. And now your Freezer position is crippled, and so is your Laundry player as well. And I don't think there was any lurk being attempted by TSM as well. They might have had one person go there, but they instantly die. So that player over by Pillar as well can continue to help those Freezer defenders that were still over by a corner near that single doorway. And if he really needs to, he could also probably rotate a bit closer towards where Dexter is playing at. So Mirage's anchor once again holds on, despite everything being thrown at them. That has just been a constant. When they're at a disadvantage, you cannot count them out with their anchors.
Yeah, Laundry's been a really good sight for Mirage so far in the 2 rounds they've played it. We'll go back to dorms. TSM rocking the Maverick once again, although instead of Gasher, it's Merc now playing him. So bringing 2 separate hard breach, I guess, just so that Gasher doesn't have to rotate towards Attic to open it. That can just be left all up to Merc. Early damage onto Benji, so they know he's in T3, likely going to come under fire soon. Snake, of course, has nades. If he wants to send one up, he could just grab Benji through the floor, but look for TSM to spend probably like 30 more seconds clearing this out, especially now that Benji has fallen back. They'll drone it soon and figure out that he's gone.
Or at the very least, hearing the rotate or being reinforced. And yeah, there it is, the drone. Perfectly called by you, Harrison. So now we'll begin to see this back wall opened up, I could imagine, by the Maverick of Merc, since he's over in that general vicinity, and you want to tend to save the gigantic exothermic charge to get a nice runway over in the main breach of Master. So only thing is now is, will Snake just stay over by Big Tower? Probably maybe just lurking in the late round using those nades to force back players like Benji, but he's already lost a load of HP. And unless Merc stays here and utilizes his flash grenades, those grenades are not going to go very far. There's already 2 magnets deployed by Addict, so the coordination here by TSM still has to be fluid.
The drone will spot that, yes, Benji is still there. Don't know if it saw all the magnets. Either way, the flashbangs are coming through. Nade being prepped, gets sent in by Snake, but Benji is already long gone. Mo now duoing with him. Gasher finally going to be able to get that games wall open. Dexter playing close, will be forced to fall back. A minute 15 about now remaining for TSM to try and get this push underway, but not a single kill just yet. Still trying to force their way in through Attic, but now with no nades, it's going to be tough to just take the one and win it against Mo.
Oh, he still gets out though, and if he's able to fall back to the Doc's position, he can get healed up and still hold Attic. That's exactly what happens. Perfectly done by Mohes, and he wins the first gunfight against Merc.
Bit lag maybe a little bit, but it's not going to stop Mo from getting a second. Gasher with the first pick for his team, and Bolo a follow-up claims Benji and Melted. Now the smoke is dead, and that's going to open up a lot of opportunity for TSM. Mirage no longer have that guaranteed time waste. There's no Goyo either, so they're not going to be able to really deny TSM's entry unless they're just full peeking it. Another nade coming in, not going to deal damage to Mo. Swinging in, catches Bolo off guard. It's 3 for Mo. Every kill for his team so far this round belongs to the Wamai, and it leaves Gasher and Achieved isolated on the south and east sides of the building, forcing themselves through games and trophy. A fourth now for Mo, and ace through the flash! Mo Hesse, all 5 kills, defending Attic. Doesn't matter if he's blind, the gun still does the work, and we're max regulation again.
The main bastion for Mirage on that round, Mohes, stopping anyone from entering down into the drop of Addict and stopping anyone from really entering the bomb site proper. One person was in the bomb site that entire round, and they weren't there for all that long of time. A handful of seconds before trying to challenge Mohes, who, like you mentioned, despite being fully flashed, still collects all 5 attackers and wins the round for Mirage. Now a 1-round differential in comparison to the 5-1 split we started the second half on. But luckily for TSM, it's back to meeting, which is a bomb site they won pretty straightforwardly. It did take them a long time to set up that execute, but at the end of the day, I mentioned this right at the end of the round, everything was still accounted for. They had enough utility to push the defenders out of the bomb site, whether it be through the vertical or the flashes. So even the security player can't really challenge Snake once he gets into the bomb site. They kill Melted, so all the smoke grenades are now just off the board for the defense. And with multiple people watching vertical, if someone were to go above and recontest that, there's a high likelihood that even if one of those 2 attackers dies, the other one will just take their place and trade that one defender who's flanking up above. So Mirage, they're looking to make sure that TSM don't really get dining room control for free, which is a huge upgrade because that was also a huge reason why TSM were so successful at setting up that execute was no one stopped Snake from getting in dining rooms. So now they have someone actively playing over by showers. That is a great improvement from Mirage.
Precisely. I love the adjustment from Mirage, although still with this being the tertiary site, it's the best opportunity that TSM have most likely to lock out this map. And they're just rushing. They're rushing. Bolo has the opening pick. Gasher's just planting. There's nothing stopping him. Achieved a follow-up on the Benji. And with that, in 30 seconds, John, the map may be over. Mo Hesse, the first kill for his team, but Gasher with the down and finisher with the fire. Bolo a follow-up, and just like that, TSM, they see the adjustment. They can't just walk into dining, so they walk into split. It was close. Mirage put up a hell of a fight, but TSM move 1 step closer to getting the privilege of defending their title.
And a dramatic way of ending the match as well. Like you mentioned, a perfect read by TSM to acknowledge the site is kind of light on defenders. Let's just hit the go button and see what happens. I think that was the whole idea of that composition because they weren't really running any, major hard breachers, obviously. They didn't have a lot of attackers that would be, amazing at taking a very long and methodical approach to that round. But the rush, it worked like a charm. You've got the entry. Now no one's in the bomb, so you get the plant down for free. And everyone's there just playing bodies, forcing this very long and convoluted retake by Mirage that just sadly went out with a whimper. They made it very close on Villa, winning their map. They kept things, again, just close on Cafe as well. I almost said Skyscraper. The two red maps confusing me there for a second. But over towards Oregon, because that timeout didn't allow them to get a second round win on their defensive side, or their attacking side, pardon. Their defensive side looked just much more vulnerable, and TSM were able to capitalize off of that factor.
I mean, Mirage, they still had a decent defensive half. I mean, they still went 4-2. It's just the fact that TSM's defense was so strong. I mean, they lost the first round and then took 5 in a row. You can't let that happen. I mean, if Mirage just took one more, we'd be seeing overtime instead of a match win from TSM. But I mean, I think Mirage definitely silenced a lot of doubters. I mean, a lot of us were saying, TSM 2-0, Villa and Cafe are both great maps for them. And it was more of a mixed bag on Villa for Mirage, but they put up a fantastic fight. But unfortunately, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, as they say. TSM move on to play the winner of SSG and Reality TV, but fear not, Mirage, if you're a fan of them, are not eliminated just yet. There's a lower bracket waiting for them and an opponent that will decide next game. But that's it for match number 1. Jonah and Carter will be taking you through match number 2. But before that, we got to go back to the desk, figure out how all this craziness unfolded. But before even that, John, we need an ad break and hear some more words from our beautiful sponsors.
What a wild ride this match number 1 has been through the first 3 maps. Laxing, did we kind of expect that from TSM to really say, you know what, it's time to put it away?
Yeah, that's what I expected. That's what we were talking about even before the games were started, once we knew the maps, and then it obviously, going the final map, the full distance, like that's kind of what I expected. But I will say, I was also unaware that Mirage was going to put up as much of a fight that they did.
Yeah, Cookies. And here's the thing: Mirage looked a little bit down and out through the first half. Granted, TSM were the ones on defense on Oregon, so we know how that plays out. But they did put up a valiant effort to try to swing back a bit more momentum in their favor on their defense.
Okay, we got to talk about it. Attack half from Mirage. It's so unfortunate that that's how it went for them at the end, because, let's be real. Let's keep it a buck, and let's keep it chief. All right? It was silly. We had TKs going on. We had sled shotgun, hot drops. We had... I don't even know what to describe what happened with the Warden and Armory, but that was just utterly bubonic and ridiculous on many levels. And we just can't help but wonder if they could have just played a little less silly on any of those rounds. We're looking at overtime. We're maybe even looking at a Mirage win. I think they were attack half away from taking down TSM. I really do.
Yeah, and that round that you were talking about with Merc being inside Armory, there were so many ways that Mirage could have probably handled that situation with the guy on the window already blowing the hatch, Hyper knowing exactly where he was. Like, two people had the knowledge of where Merc was, but no one from the other side of the team capitalized, and coming from below, even flashing, jumping on the window. Mohes had the cross, so no one could come in and try to contest Armory if you were to do that. There were many different situations that we drew out or played out in our own heads that like made sense, and what we were seeing displayed. Clearly, there was a lack of communication, lack of awareness, and I mean that's props to Merc though. Like Merc played that really tough position. He was stuck. He made it work, got Hyper, stayed in that same spot. They completely forgot about him, and then got another kill on top of already stalling, 2 minutes? So with all that being played out, like Merc played that fantastically. Mirage was very, had they played that a little better, we could have saw overtime.
Yeah, definitely could have gone the distance, and we might be having a very different conversation right now. But it's important to have important conversations, and that would take place within interviews. We have Pojo ready to go for the interview. We'll ask him a few questions. Oh, it's achieved actually.
It looks a little different.
They got me all confused here. Congratulations, huge win for you guys. Was there a bit of nerves going to the third map, or was it business as usual?
I mean, I can only really speak for myself. I can't really speak for everyone in that, but I don't think we had any nerves going into anything. Comms were fine. It was all normal. So I don't think anyone had any nerves going into the last map either. So it seemed fine.
Yeah. Now, I mean, this is, just the first match of a few. What is your process going into the next one? Is kind of rinse and repeat, forget about this one, move on to the next?
No, I mean, we definitely can't forget about this one because these guys showed us, they played a really good game too, honestly. And I think honestly it was more on us being sloppy, especially on our attacks. Our attacks are very sloppy today, and I think that's something that we have to look back over before we play our next match and just reevaluate them and speed things up a little bit. Just not be as sloppy. Like our late rounds were pretty rough today on attack and defense. So we just got to reevaluate that and get ready for our next game.
Now, you are writing a bit of a similar story to last year. You're coming through the qualifying right now to move on. Is there any similar feel here, or do you take your prior experiences into account on your way to hopefully becoming world champs again?
I mean, yeah, I think the bottom line is we know that we had to do this last year. We had to go through quals, we had to fight our way through, and eventually make SI and then go on to win it. So we all know that it's possible. You know what I mean? Like it kind of, you know what I mean? So it's fine, but we just know that we have to work for it. Like no one's gonna give this to us at all. We might be world champs last year, but at the end of the day, like everyone wants to be at SI. No one's just going to roll over and let us take the spot. As y'all saw today, there's going to be a lot of tough games, and we just have to play our best and learn from our mistakes and keep it going.
Well, congratulations again on your first step of many. Hopefully we'll be talking soon, Achieved.
Thank you.
So, big win, but somewhat expected, at least on paper. This is what we expected. Now, we do have more matches left to go. It's going to be a long day today. We are going to go to a break, give the players, give us on production here a bit of a rest, and we'll get into that next matchup. This, of course, me and Cookies, we're definitely looking forward to Mr. B, Reality TV, taking on SSG. We'll be back after that. Don't go anywhere. Just grab your snacks. We'll see everyone in a few minutes. Welcome back from the break, folks. We've got the second matchup of the day, what the pundits have dubbed the vets versus the young bloods. Cookies, this is going to be super interesting because I'll be honest, although I would say we have to give the favor to SSG, I really feel like there's a part of this we don't know what to expect whatsoever.
Listen, I don't have to do anything for SSG, okay? I don't have to do anything because I'm telling you right now who I'm going for. I'm going for maximum chaos and biblicity. I'm going for reality TV in this one because I think reality TV, not just on paper and not just from my bias in CL or whatever, reality TV is in the midst of one of the greatest runs in CL history, right? In terms of map count, they're like 50 and 18 over since like beginning of stage 2 or stage 3. One of the greatest runs ever. Okay, Mr. B is unbelievably confident because his team is running 9-5s. Like, and the thing is, right? They're grinding like they're a pro team, 2-a-days, Marine Corps boot camps. That works at Lowe's. Mr. Giddy, right? Giddy is a full-time student at Bal Sohar University. Okay, they're not supposed to be able to grind a game like this and put in the work that they do, but they're doing it. And it's because they believe in Mr. B. They believe in the system and what he
provides.
The guy thinks he's going to 2-0 SSG. He said it. I'm going to 2-0 SSG, guys. Yeah, he meant it.
CJ seems like real confidence, Lax. I mean, this is, you know what SSG is all about. Fill us in a bit about what it takes to be a real pro.
I mean, SSG is the team. I mean, you know, they are also world champions outside of Yeti, but Yeti is still a top tier player nonetheless. So him joining that roster is only going to make that team stronger. But that team as a whole is not a team to be taken lightly by any means. I know Cookies is getting a little, getting super hyped about it, which is fine, which is perfectly fine. I'm hyped for them as well. But SSG is no team. They're not no team. They're no team to slouch on. They are very strong. They have great drones. They have great strategic placements and how they, fundamentally play the game. And like, that's something that you really aren't used to until you play a team like SSG. You've seen comments on Twitter of teams in the past talking about SSG and scrims. They're a real deal. And they make you work for it, just like TSM does in the last games. They really make you work for those wins.
One thing, Cookies, that we talked about in that last matchup is the balance between structure and spontaneity. And I feel like reality TV, Cookies, I know we love to hype them up kind of in a joking sense, but in our experience with them, they seem to have this uncanny ability to really meld those two things. They are structured. They're under this Mr. Beast structure, but that involves a ton of spontaneity as well.
Yeah, I guess the spontaneity includes, the lurk, I guess, play from them. It's really, really just a staple of how they attack. It is absolutely nightmarish to deal with. I mean, you saw how Mirage showed a little bit of it in the last game, like the Nook randomly appearing somewhere. That's going to be every round for reality TV. Someone's going to be coming from the other direction, trying to throw a wrench in a defense. And the thing is, it's not just there's some beta across the map. You've got guys like Hat and Tristan, who I didn't really get to in my initial monologue. Those guys are mechanically insane, and they absolutely, and I know this is hard for people to believe. The guys don't even have pictures. We don't even know what they look like, right? It's hard to believe, but their mechanics rival SSG's 100% in terms of just, is everyone in this lobby good at the video game of Rainbow Six Siege? Yes, they're all at the same level. And I'm thinking SSG struggles a lot with this. How do I even describe this?
It's the play style,
maniacal play style. They struggle horribly with that. There's just a history of that going back years, and they haven't really changed in that regard. I didn't get any indication that they would change from what I asked, about them and saw on VODs. I think they're going to play how they've always played, and reality TV they're going to come swinging. That's for sure.
Now, let's not forget, Gabe, that play style is heavily influenced by the map that you're playing on. So before we get too deep into, how are they going to do here? How are they going to do there? We got to know where that will be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally know the map selection of, who's stronger at what. I'm obviously a little more familiar with SSG as a whole. Reality is completely brand new to me. So I'm curious to see kind of what the maps are and then how those are then going to kind of play into each other of, how SSG, might set up versus reality. And then obviously how reality is then going to meet that with a counter and try to play against it.
I'd have to imagine, though, going into a map veto, even if you don't, in your case, necessarily know what RTV's map pool is, I would have to imagine that SSG, in all of their experience, has to be at least relatively comfortable by comparison on just about any map.
Yeah, and I would say even their coaching staff, with Lycan and I'm like spacing out right now with Luke, Lycan and Luke, that, the two L's, those two work really well together, and they really break down of like what teams do, their problems, their strengths, and they like really focus and just really make that, display on how the team is then playing outside the map. So I think those two alone, and then on top of the team working together, like they definitely have their knowledge on what they need to do against reality.
So, Cookies, resident expert on reality TV, where are some of the maps that you'd like to see them go?
So the key thing about them, one of the reasons they were so dominant in CL and I guess in the lower tiers, is they play maps like Skyscrapers. So you're seeing SSG immediately. Yeah, that's the map they actually won CL on. That was the winning map for them in a best of 5. Reality TV's built to play a lot of maps in the pool. I will say Clubhouse probably wouldn't be a good one. That's obviously an SSG staple. It's always been one. SSG's always banned Villa out, which hasn't changed here. Where it gets interesting for me, actually, is who picked what. I'm going to be honest. I thought Reality TV was going to pick Border because Border is another map that Reality TV is just insanely good at. It feeds into that scrappy, aggressive style that they just have patented in CL. SSG actually picked that, and SSG's not necessarily the team, at least all the time, that likes to play a whole lot of, Border. It's also a map that they've struggled against aggressive teams playing, so especially LATAM teams. So it's very curious. SSG said, hey, we're going to pick it outright. And then on the other side, Reality TV, they're picking Cafe, where I have it down as a map SSG loves. Like the SSG, it's SSG incarnate, the map of Cafe. That's literally what they want. It's the most step-by-step-ish kind of map that you can get. But I will say, from what I've seen of Reality TV's Cafe, they're extremely, extremely aggressive. Mr. B's the type of guy this guy would walk up red stairs. Like, let's say they're attacking from the, like, it's like something, he'd do something like you're in ranked. Like, he just walks up red stairs while everyone's looking at red stairs, and he'll get like a 2-piece. Now he's doing that against CL teams. And obviously SSG is going to be a little different. So that's when we're going to see how that pans out. What does the reality TV aggression look like against SSG's guns? And then in a theme park decider, another map where honestly, I can't say enough. Reality TV's deep. They can play theme park too. They've shown that, maybe not in stage 3 of CL, but over the course of the year with Mr. B, they're willing to play that too. So SSG's got their handful. Reality TV, honestly, could argue that they're comfortable on all 3 maps. And if you're SSG and you think you're like this huge favorite, this could be concerning.
Do you think, Gabe, that maybe it plays into the minds of these two teams that, look, we've never faced each other before? Is the best thing to do is maybe think, like, all we've got is VOD review. That's all we've got. Our only experience with this other team is going to go back and watch them facing off against other teams. So are the map decisions maybe based on the fact of just like, hey, what did we feel that we saw the best, film to review? And then what kind of gave us the best feel going off of that?
For sure. And to touch upon what Cookies was saying, I'm kind of surprised too to see SSG pick Border over even a possible Cafe. And I think that reversed, I think probably Reality might have a little more of an advantage on Border, whereas I think SSG is going to be a lot stronger on Cafe. I think then going into Theme Park, I think that's a toss-up. I think Theme Park is one of those maps where some teams get it, some teams don't, and you can kind of still, even if you don't get it, you can kind of, wiggle your way through some cracks and, still make the rounds play out in your favor. But I am surprised that the maps decided right now and who picked what.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am excited to get it underway. I know the players are ready. I know the casters are ready. And of course, we've had a bit of a change up on everyone. We're going to switch it up with the casters. We'll throw it over to Jonah and Carter, and they'll take it away for map number 1 going to Border.
Switching it up on the casters, but honestly, Jonah, I am amazed that we're not switching it up between last year's closed quals and this. Last year, we had a CL team coming in, PB, newly just relegated XSET, and they were making a deep run in closed quals. Surely we couldn't have the same thing this year, and yet we do. Reality TV, like CJ said, one of the best storylines in CL that we have seen in quite a minute, and Jonah, they have to fight SSG, former world champions, albeit twice removed.
Yeah, this one's interesting. We've got a bit of an underdog story playing out, and I may be feeling a little bit under the weather today. We've got our tea in hand, but the show must go on. And as our viewers have had a chance to chime in, this one may be a bit closer than it looks like on paper. A good bit of that percentage actually going the way of Reality TV. Of course, SSG still favored in the end. On paper, they are certainly the stronger team. But Reality TV, if that first matchup, if that first best of 3 was any indicator, Carter, of the map and the series that we have to come, this one should hopefully be extremely exciting. You've got the experience, the international fortitude, former world champions in SSG against the challengers, the Challenger League 2022 champions, and a team that may lack experience, but what they don't lack in Carter is confidence. Mr. B came out to start the 2022 season in Challenger League, and he said, we are going to go undefeated. And guess what? They did.
And he's the kind of man that even if this qual, if it didn't have SSG or TSM in it, it could have Liquid and BDS in it, he would still say, you know what? We're winning this 2-0. I know what my team is capable of, and I can do it. Now, whether or not that might actually happen, of course, he has to qualify for invite first, but he's certainly having that confidence against SSG. For the bans, of course, for Reality TV, at least on their side, they've stuck with their normal border bans. Reality TV have banned Valkyrie over 75% of the games they have played this year, and on Border, have banned Ying pretty much every single time. SSG will counter a little bit more, instead going with that Twitch and Malusi ban. That latter in particular is an operator Tristan normally plays. But I'm not really worried about, Tristan, if he's playing Malusi or something else. I'm worried about Tristan, period. As they go to Armory Archives, Tristan normally plays that fountain position. And I got to say, Jonah, if I'm the man who's taking a gunfight with Tristan in particular, I'm going to be very concerned.
Well, especially now that he's on the dock, right? You give him that extra firepower. You give him that extra confidence because he's got the ability to heal himself back up, heal his teammates back up. Key an eye on that. But also keep your eye on Mr. B bringing out the Solus, something that we're obviously going to talk about so much in this series, and I think is going to be a major theme at the 6 Invitational coming up, because with her introduction directly into the competitive world here and the power that she brings to the table when she's not banned, when she is left up after the operator ban phase, and you go to a map like Border with so much soft destruction, so much vertical play at the hands of these defensive and attacking teams, can be so dangerous even when site control has been taken by the attack, because you never know where the Solus is lying in wait.
For Mr. B in particular, he's been on the record saying that he thinks Solus is a very good operator, but that she's not a must pick every single round, that she's not a mandatory staple of your lineup. And I think the TSM Mirage game we just saw reflected that. A Solus every now and then, but not every round. For Reality TV as well, normally it's been Giddy or Tristan to pick up that Solus, and this time it's Mr. B. But if you want to talk about Giddy, we saw him setting up that barbed wire outside. He always plays that Azami in that CCTV position, and that's a spot that if SSG want to start their clear over by CCTV, can reliably know that Giddy will likely be there and could be susceptible to a nade, whether from outside on the balcony or down below. And in this case for Fultz, he's looking to try and take him down from below in customs.
Yeah, SSG have already made their way inside this first floor and beginning that very soft destruction that we just talked about, Carter. The first nade, it'll miss. Not exactly sure if they were aiming at another gadget or something else around the other side of the wall. Simply maybe a lack of intel on that top floor, at least in CCTV, where that defender was positioned. So the first nade will come up with nothing. That'll leave them still with 3 nades in pocket and a load of explosive utility in the hands of Yeti, in the hands of Hot and Cold. So they have a ton of utility to work with on the attacking side still. Another nade, though. They've got a ping to work with this time. It'll go up and it'll claim the opener. It is Rampy onto Mr. B to kick things off.
SSG for the first minute and a half, not committing to anything just yet. If they get the kill in CC, they might push there, but now the pressure is starting them out against Reality TV down below from Vent into Office. We see Rampy down below with that nade, Yeti outside on Vent balcony. They're looking to start rotating over to Office. Fultz, of course, could still probe down below and get this pick on Giddy. If he makes that work, if they get the 3v5, they might push very soon, but now it's damage onto Tristan. Yeti trying to take down that dock. If one more kill goes SSG's way in this next minute over on that Office side, you can bet them that they'll hit the execute.
Well, that execute potentially only moments away, because with Fultz working his way up these metal stairs, he's got a chance to find Rice here, playing Fountain aggressively for a moment, but then electing to back off. Still, SSG have plenty of time, and they are starting to establish this control firmly on several different parts of this top floor. Rice, though, continues that aggression, picks up a kill for Reality TV to equalize, but Rampy, he will quickly trade that one back.
That's still alive inside of the site. Rampy retreating down below. The smokes go out. If this is going to be an execute, SSG might have the man advantage, but Bosco might have to repel in. Instead, it's Rampy and Metal.
Hat gets one back, though, but Bosco now getting this plant down. Wide swing from Hat. Got to win this engagement if Reality TV want to win this round. Giddy knows he's got to get aggressive, and with Hat falling, that's probably going to do it. Giddy doesn't have the best chances in the world here, especially, well, because he really didn't know where SSG was positioned. The opening round will go to the pro and experienced side of SSG as they will kick things off on Border on the right foot.
Yeah, Reality TV, they changed up some of the operators, but that's been the same Armory defense that they have been running all the way since the start of Stage 3. You have Mr. B on East Stairs, Giddy inside of CCTV. So SSG, a team notorious for doing their homework, pretty much knew exactly what to expect from the positions of Reality TV, and I think that's reflected in their play. They didn't get bogged down by Mr. B on East Stairs, with potentially Giddy supporting from CCTV, like we've seen some CL teams do back in Stage 3. Instead, they go down below. They don't try to take any one-on-one gunfights with the incredibly talented players on Reality TV. So they try to use those nades, try to create their own openings, whether it be on Office or Armory side. And I have to admit, Reality TV, especially by Metal Stairs, putting up a good fight to try and stop that SSG attack. SSG's patience and experience and the ability to coordinate when it's only 15 seconds left is what they demonstrated and what got them that first round.
Well, Reality TV proving that they can be extremely mobile, extremely fluid with their operator selection here, as you're seeing in round number 2, bringing out a ton of different operators. Mr. B switching over to the Capcan. We've got the Oryx coming out, the Pulse from Giddy, and of course, Pat bringing out the Frost. Completely different selection for a completely different bomb site. Vertical play still going to be a focus, as we see Reality TV setting up this top floor, at least to some extent. Likely using Giddy on that pulse to give them some extra intel as to where these attackers are positioned. With those black eye cameras taken off the board, it's a very reasonable ban coming out of that operator ban phase. Reality TV and SSG on that second half are going to have to favor more traditional methods of that information gathering, such as that heartbeat sensor, maybe bringing out a bulletproof camera or two, or in the case of Tristan, bringing out those proximity mines to figure out exactly where SSG are making their entry.
Well, Tristan's method of intel gathering might just be running around that top floor, trying to take gunfights and figure out where SSG are pushing from. But of course, for this setup, he's sitting tucked inside of Armory. Hot and Cold has made his way up east. So SSG are looking primed and ready to clear this Armory position. They have Hot and Cold watching the flank, maybe even wanting to push into office if he thinks he has the opportunity. While the rest is stationed inside of CC and outside of Armory. This should be the only one inside right now. He might sprint out into 90, but that wall opened up. I was about to say, he's got to retreat with the other 3 defenders on that top floor and wait for SSG to push them.
Yeah, needs to be careful here because SSG are taking swiftly a good bit of control around this map. Reality TV staying cautious right now, and I like that. They're doing a good job of not forcing the issue, not overstaying their welcome in any of these extended positions, making sure that they're staying alive when it comes to that eventual push. But this extension on the top floor, this direct vertical hold, Carter, they are going to hold this with their lives. They are never going to give this up if they don't have to, because SSG, that is their #1 focus. And for the next 30 seconds, ideally, if Reality TV can continue to waste this time, they'll set themselves up nicely for that late round hold.
Flash is starting to go in. Fultz looking to push his way through this Armory door. Second flash on in, but still no capitalization from SSG. Reality TV starting to fall back just a little bit. Hat the last one upstairs. Mr. B the first one into the fray as he takes down Hot and Cold. Second one goes as Giddy C4 rings true. SSG down 3-5 with only 45 seconds left. One of these nades, or one of these defenders needs to peek.
Well, good nade there from Ramp. He's got a second one, actually, cooked up to a very similar position. It'll be Yeti who actually finds one. And with Bosco dropped, that'll mean that Yeti has to rotate, get him back up, and that'll waste a little bit of time, though. Still 25 seconds. That is ample time at this point in the round. They just do have to get this execute going. Oh, but it looks like there's still some vertical control, vertical destruction that Rampy wants to get done. Hoping to get a couple of more angles established, force these defenders to rotate around, make sure they cannot feel safe on the site. And it looks like that's worked. Reality TV, they've been forced to back all the way off. It looks like they might be playing for a little bit of a retake here. Mr. B, he tries to retake too early. That C4 lands. Oh, and it lands just in the nick of time, denying that bomb from going down and just sneaking out the round just barely.
That was Rice, the new pickup on Reality TV, winning that round for his team because SSG had set themselves up in some very prime spots to get that on inside of Workshop. You have one player on main door to watch anybody rotating from customs or down Armory stairs, and planning behind that server rack gives you a nice little buffer in case anyone pushes into vent. But of course, you're not completely safe. SSG didn't have complete control of that part of the map. So Rice is able to make his way on in and without exposing himself to any angles, land that C4 because they had intel, or at least had an idea of where SSG were planting. So excellent game plan by Rice, where even though Reality TV were flooded out of the site and pushed off into customs and inside of the extremities of vents, still able to win that on time with that well-placed C4.
Yeah, that's great discipline from Reality TV. I mean, to hold that position, knowing that SSG pretty much had firm control of the site and just relying on Rice to get that C4. I mean, really, that was the plan. I mean, yeah, you could maybe hope that Mr. B could sneak around the other side and try to catch the planter out unaware, but there was ample coverage from the main door, and Reality TV probably had to know that. When they backed off and chose to play that passively, they were relying on the plant denial, and, well, Carter, that plant denial delivered, and that was textbook. So yeah, they'll tie us up. We're back even at 1, heading into round number 3, where SSG will try to mix things up on their side now, bringing out the Monty.
Yeah, when you see that Monty on border and it's an Armory Archives attack, 9 times out of 10, this is going to be an Archives push. They're going to try to go in through that balcony and get the bomb down onto that doorway with someone covering vents, some smoke grenades, and in this case, some smoke bolts instead of smoke grenades. Though Hot and Cold could easily use some of his as well. Try and get the bomb down very quickly and directly. Reality TV also giving us a little bit of a different look as Mr. B absent from his normal East Stairs position, instead playing Warden inside the rest of the site with his team. This might serve to favor Reality TV as well. SSG might have a very direct pathway into Archives without having to worry about any pressure on East Stairs. They've opened to the Castle Barricade as well, but all 5 Reality TV defenders, if they aren't dealt with, they can easily form a gigantic crossfire on that position if that Monty tries to push in.
Yeah, and that is, of course, the death of any shield player, a crossfire. As long as, you know that there's one angle the defenders can really push you from, then as a shield player, you're safe. You're good to hang out there for the remainder of the round. But in this case, they do have to deal with a couple of these other defenders first. Looks like that nade from below actually doesn't end up coming, as Rampy will think twice, and instead, wait a minute, they're going for this plant right now. Mr. B, he's got a C4. It's a little late, and that will allow Hot and Cold to back off. They're going to stay safe for now, and with that plant denied initially, ooh, the second C4, that's what's going to matter. Rice will pick it up, much like he did in that last round. This one onto Fault to give them a little advantage here, but that's 2 C4s burned. That's all the explosives burned on the Reality TV side, and without a smoke in play, theoretically, SSG, this next time they want to go for the plant, they shouldn't have any issue.
They have Rampy down below to cover as well. He might be out of nades, but he can make sure that nobody can go below. Maybe try to shoot that Monty through the floor. Yeti watching as well in case anybody gets aggressive. This bomb should go down with the Monty covering. Mr. B will try to peek, but Yeti cuts him down. And SSG are looking mighty fine for this post plan.
And now what are they supposed to do? All SSG, they just have to sit back and wait. And Reality TV, they have to do the work here. Good Kiva barrier, but Yeti is still there. He's got the angle, and he knows it. Giddy holding the head holes, though, absolutely dusts him, and Rampy's got to be careful. Giddy's holding this defuse around the other side, and it's Tristan with the coverage to shut down Rampy. But Carter, it was the Kiba barriers. It was the Azami that just won the round for Reality TV.
And I think that ended up being a 2v4 from Reality TV once things started to get hectic and once things entered that post plant. And that's a good round to show that this isn't just your run-of-the-mill CL team. This isn't somebody who lucked into this position by getting a blessed bracket either in Challenger League or Open Quals. You have Rice, who so far has been clinical with those C4s, winning one round off of it and denying the initial plant on the second after Mr. B messed up his own C4. So the team is able to call that Mr. B missed it, get Rice into position to then throw that C4 and deny the initial plant. And then once the bomb actually goes down, those extremely well-placed Kibas by Reality TV. Now, of course, you can't block everything. Yeti's able to get an angle on the bomb and players defusing. Yeti's able to take that in his own hands and kill the very same player who is running roughshot over his team.
I mean, this is the danger of Border, right? It allows, there's so much flexibility for both attacking and defensive teams, but like Reality TV just proved to us that they're a team that can fight their way out of these deficits, that can fight their way out of these, awkward situations. And I mean, that was as an awkward situation as it's gonna be. But again, that's really good use of those Kiva barriers, prioritizing utility there instead of taking gunfights in that post plant. I mean, that's frankly a ballsy move, but they pulled it off and they made it look good while doing it. So they'll be up 1 now, 2-1, taking the lead here, as that was 2 rounds in a row. So SSG, they're going to have to be a little more aware of that, more aware that Reality TV, at any time, they can, well, just retake the site. They've done it 2 rounds in a row, and yeah, that is tough to deal with as an attacking team.
This site, that Reality TV, though, if they're getting to a spot where they have to retake, things have certainly gone awry, and there probably won't be a lot of surviving defenders if they get to that point. Teller's Archives requires at least 2 players usually holding Office and Armory, maybe 1 or 2 players in Vents, and right now, okay, Rice getting a little aggressive. Yeti thankfully misses his shots, and Rice is able to cross into Bathroom successfully. But SSG aren't really concerning themselves with that roam right now, at least from the players we're seeing. We see the Buck on the top floor. Right now, we see the Blackbeard and the Dokkaebi both down below trying to catch some of these defenders roaming around the bottom floor or moving inside of the site. So 2 players down below and maybe 2 to 3, including that Montaigne on the top floor. With over half the round now gone, SSG need to start making progress. They want to clear it out, or clear out this roam, clearing out Mr. B on East Stairs, and then likely the players inside of Office and Fountain will be priority number 1 if they do want to end up going for that full clear.
Yeah, tough to clear out a Wamai with those magnets and, in this case, a couple of ADSs. But again, if you have a Monty, it's a different story. Because because now Mr. B, well, he's going to be worried about somebody constantly swinging behind the Monty to take that gunfight, and his location is constantly being pinged. So he knows that he is coming under fire. Question is, are SSG going to actually take care of him here? Because they've yet to put a bullet in his skull. And they're going to have to do that eventually if they want to take this top floor control. Like you said, Carter, finally, he will go down. I think Rampy from below, but good timing there from Rice to get the trade. That C4 will get 2! A double kill onto the Monty and the Ace. Just like that, Reality TV have this 4v2.
I mean, 7 kills so far for Rice, and the majority, 4 of them, with C4s, half of those 4 right there. The roam not cleared. Reality TV stand strong on the second and the first floor. Fultz might still have these shields, so he'll take a couple bullets before he's put down. He'll make his way into courtyard, into waiting room alone, with a heartbeat scanner likely trying to sense his position, but Giddy's got the gun out instead. Shield now gone. He's got one more to put on his face, but the castle hat just hops right down. He loses life, but he's put the Blackbeard to 1 HP and put one more round in Reality TV's column.
Nice little funny play to end it there, but that was Reality TV all day long. I mean, the moment that they held that control on that top floor, and again, that C4 from Rice. I mean, such well-timed SSG. They kind of started to crumble. And that happens when you get tunnel visioned on dealing with a certain player. If, in the case of Reality TV, they're aware that your entire focus as an attack is taking care of one person, sure, that person is probably going to die, and Mr. B was the first to fall, but it means that you're able to pop up and get involved in other ways. Reality TV did that. Rice got involved first with the SMG-11, dealing with some of those players down below, and then getting involved with the C4 because he figured that he had some flexibility down below. Smart decision-making from Reality TV. If they keep that up, I mean, 3 rounds so far on defense, that's just the beginning.
And it's also the problem with how SSG wanted to take that, because they sort of established horizontal control. I mean, they had customs, they had some pressure in courtyard, as we saw with Rampy clearing out Mr. B there. But they didn't really get a lot of pressure up above, and more specifically, didn't have a lot of people watching to see if Rice made those aggressive plays. We have the castles blocking line of sight from customs or from passport. So when Rampy goes for that, Rice is able to play aggressively and go for that trade because SSG have decided they want to pinch Mr. B from the top of East Stairs, but from courtyard as well. So as you said, good positioning and good awareness by Rice, who is definitely so far the standout player for Reality TV. Coming in, taking up Valor's roles, who in turn, when he came in, picked up Packer's roles when he was initially on Reality TV. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking how well he's been slotting in, he's been slotting in perfectly so far. We will have a tech rehost real quick to try and get some connection issues sorted. But SSG taking a tactical timeout to talk things over, Jonah. And now you get some extra time with a technical timeout to iron anything they weren't able to cover.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be happy about the little extra time that they'll get in there. But again, I mean, Reality TV, this is a great start for them. And it's exactly the way they wanted to kick off an incredibly high level matchup. Because SSG, I mean, everyone here knows who they are, what they've accomplished, and what they're hoping to do coming in to 2023. Reality TV, on the other hand, they have been, I mean, they're in a completely different realm, at least you would think, right? Challenger League dominance, sure, but they have not played against international competition. They've hardly played against NAL competition outside of, you know, a scrim environment. Another concern, right, is that this roster, this Reality TV roster over the course of 2022 has taken a variety of different forms. They started out stage 2 of Challenger League with one core group. They changed it up in stage 3. They changed it up into those open qualifiers, right? Valor coming into that roster, and now Valor's gone, right? You've got Rice and Hat instead. So it's crazy how many changes this roster has undergone, and crazy to see the amount of success they're still able to have, right? We're going to keep an eye on their chemistry all day long, but at some point, you've got to look at the leader of this team, and you got to say, give Mr. B a pat on the back because he is doing a great job.
Yeah, the fact that Reality TV have managed to demonstrate a consistent level of success, even if maybe one roster was better than the other, or if the new roster, you know, we're unsure if it's just a honeymoon couple rounds even, as this is the first time we've seen Reality TV play with Rice in an official match. So maybe, you know, maybe they've just had a few good rounds, a few lucky plays here or there, and they'll crumble. I doubt that's going to happen, but we don't know yet. It's only been 4 rounds, but so far, it's undeniable to treat this roster not only as a testament to the individual players from Gavini back in CL to Rice just now joining, or Tristan, who has made a huge name for himself, especially since Gavini left the roster to go to Dark Zero after stage 3. It is a testament to the system that Mr. B has built, and his reputation has permeated the public consciousness. I mean, a lot of people, they might just tune in to an NAL game, tune into the international events, but they might not pay attention to Challenger League. But with how rowdy Mr. B has been, how drastic his success has been, and how drastic the team's success has been overall with Gavini and Hat and all of them, people know who reality TV is at this point, even if they didn't watch a single game of Challenger League this year, because Mr. B and his team, his boys, they are notorious at this point for not being a team to mess with.
And I think SSG starting to figure that out the hard way. I mean, border attack, you expect to find a lot of success there, right? Especially on a map that is so explosive. And SSG, they are the ones who elected to come here. And that's probably why we're seeing the pretty early tack timeout, right? They expect it to start out a little bit hotter, and they're not seeing that early success. So reasonable as to why they want to talk things over and regroup. And so that's what they'll be hoping to do going forward, right? SSG, they've had a roller coaster of a year, right? And again, this is 2022. This roster, we've seen very minor roster changes, right? We saw Hot and Cold get on this roster way back when, and then we saw Yeti, a recent stage 3 addition, who has really just transformed his own play, this team's play as well, right? But we need to see them find their stride. SSG, they were 9th place in stage 2 of the NAL. Then they jump out to 3rd place in stage 3. That is a huge jump, but they just need to keep on the up and up if they want to go to the invite, right? If they want to make it and play against this international competition, there's still one step before they can get there, and that is this competition domestically. Teams maybe like TSM and Mirage, they've had plenty of experience playing against, but Reality TV, they are an unknown. They are coming to this with SSG probably having very little information on what to expect, and I think we're seeing that now.
And of course, SSG, with how they've taken a lot of these rounds, I think they are trying to play to their strengths in many ways. Focus on trying to get to those executes, to try to win these by planting the bomb and winning these in the post plant. And the rounds haven't looked terrible by any stretch of the imagination. They've gotten a lot of the control they wanted successfully, save for maybe that last round on Teller's Archives. A lot of the control they've sought, they've gotten. It's been plays by Reality TV in the late round, specifically those C4s, that have thrown everything out of the loop for SSG. And that's honestly kind of surprising for me that before we have those C4s or before we have those late round plays, and how successful SSG have been without really clearing out the roam all that much on Armory Archives, not paying a lot of attention to Gideon CCTV, aside from maybe a nade or two in the early round. Teller's Archives, not focusing on clearing out Office, instead only starting to clear out offsite players as we get close to a minute left. And a lot of these rounds have still been decently close throughout. Able to get the bomb down for one Armory round and almost get the bomb down on Ventilation Workshop without clearing out those offsite players. I mean, Border is an attacker-sided map, but you got to do at least a little work. And the fact that SSG are able to get as close as they are to these victories without doing a lot of full or even half clears on this map is honestly very impressive.
They've come so close, though, right? I mean, just thinking about that top floor execute onto Archives there when they're attacking Armory Archives, when they worked their way in with that Monty, that was a round that it felt like SSG put together perfectly. Within the first minute, they were, applying that pressure. They knew the C4s were coming, and they were okay with losing some bodies. They knew that it was the reality of pushing the site that way. But they pushed in early enough that they could afford to take those losses. They had the good coverage on the window. The one thing they didn't account for was those Kiva barriers. If they want to do that again, which, is not necessarily likely given that, Reality TV know to expect that, if they want to do it again, SSG will now also be aware that the Azami is a dangerous threat, and they will maybe bring the utility to deal with that. Maybe the Sledge will get a little bit more active early to help deal with those barriers instead of playing them a little bit more passively, right? We saw Yeti getting stuck on that window, could have tried to melee the barricade, could have tried to take it, or could have tried to peek the pixel that was available to him. Those are the kind of choices that you really don't usually find yourself making in a retake situation like that. So hopefully we'll get some clarity onto what will happen next. We are still waiting on one player to rejoin this lobby, though. So trust me, we're not holding you hostage for no reason. We are just waiting a few more moments before we get this one started.
No, actually, because Jonah and I have not casted in a month and a half, we've told them to pause the game.
Yeah,
So we can just keep talking to you. Just because, it's been a while, guys. At least for us two, it's been about a month and a half. How long has it been actually since CL ended? What was it like?
Yeah, that was
Early
wild.
November?
Yeah.
I don't even know at this point, but we're just happy to be talking to you guys, to be sharing this exciting moment before we get to invite, the calm before the storm. And now the second series of the day will get back underway. We've got our final player in the lobby. We're going to take a little bit, just a couple more seconds, make sure everything is set up, make sure we didn't swap any sides or mess up the round count, because we like to be thorough here. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't want to switch things up on you, throw it back, then have to throw it back again. No. Got to wait to make sure everything's all good.
Well, Carter, you said that this is, the little, pre-show to invite, right? The thing that get everyone kind of hyped, everyone
prologue.
involved. Exactly, the prologue. I like that. But let's not forget how important this event actually is, because the last two teams that from NA that have taken control of the 6 Invitational, that have taken control of the world domination, world champions. Guess where they came from, Carter? They came from this very event.
Did they?
They came
from
from
North
this
American
very
closed quals? They came
event
from
right here.
this qual?
TSM, the reigning champions. They came from the closed qualifiers. They had to fight their way through. SSG back in 2020, the same story. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure they had to fight their way through a closed qualifier, and they had a long road ahead of them, but it's a road that they were happy to undertake and happy to win. So listen, I mean, at the end of the day, there's still a lot more to go, and there's still a lot of competition at the other side, but I mean, if you're looking at the stats, whoever wins this right here, this closed qualifier, I'm gonna say they're winning invite. That's just my prediction.
I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think you're wrong. I think we honestly should just cancel the event. I mean, whoever wins NA closed quals, it's just, might as well save everyone the airfare. It's a foregone conclusion. Of course, it's not exactly. For those of you who don't know, by the way, Bosco has not dropped a qualifier since he's been playing, and he's also, I believe, not missed an invite since he started playing as well. So obviously those two things, even if they lose this series, are not, gone and done. Still got one more BO3 if SSG do end up losing this, but there is also some personal stakes on the line for this team. 45 seconds in, transition back. We got Ventilation Workshop defense from Reality TV. And SSG once again trying to take things horizontally, not playing into the roam the Reality TV are putting forth inside of Office or inside of Armory. Instead, their beachhead will be customs once again. But Giddy will tangle with someone outside main door, taking a bit of damage as he rotates back into sight and almost losing his life at that.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage now as he's cut down to just about, 5 HP remaining. Still tucked in Workshop, hoping that he stays alive for now, and it looks like he will. That hope will, that prayer will be granted here. Fultz, it may not be the same story for him. He's got Mr. B approaching from around the other side, but it was really Mr. B who bit off more than he could chew there. Fultz heard him coming from a mile away. The Capcan is not that stealthy as much as he'd like to believe. SSG with the opener and some good patience to start off round 5 that have already worked wonders for them.
They've got the majority of the opening picks so far, albeit 3 for SSG and 2 for Reality TV, and, well, 2 of those 3 Reality TV have managed to trade them. But with Giddy on low HP inside of the site and now spotted by that drone, this could be a 5v3 if he ends up exposing himself to any angles from SSG. But we only have a minute left, and SSG have now rotated to the top floor as well, potentially going to that half clear and Armory to flood in and take that vertical control, but they're running out of time to make this work. Giddy might be on low health, and Reality TV might be 4 to 5 right now. SSG are certainly taking their sweet time with it, letting Reality TV get some intel and almost get a kill.
Yeah, Yeti taking care of Hat here. That's great coverage. And Rampy, like you said, almost killed, but still in this fight. Should be able to get picked back up in 30 seconds. Will give SSG enough time to make a move, but watch out, it's Rice. He's been an incredible threat so far, and he's not slowing down. You've got Tristan up above as well. One player to deal with. That'll be hot and cold on the vertical coverage, but still, SSG have yet to push into the site and get the bomb down. Bosco still has to make a move, and finally he will. Going for this plant now in Vents, but Yeti, he's been dropped. Rampy's low HP. You've got to be careful now, SSG, because Reality TV, they are fighting back. Diffuser goes down, but it's a 2v2. Hot and cold up above. Giddy knows this. Knows exactly what he has to pay attention to. Is Rice going to go upstairs for the retake, or is he going to go direct? Look like he's going to work his way up the metal stairs. Knows he's got to do this because this is where both of the SSG attackers remain. Unfortunately, Rice is caught looking the other way. Giddy, the only thing he can do is stick the defuse, but it is SSG who've had ample time to talk things over, and it works out well in the end, claiming their second round here on Border.
And SSG, they are taking up every single second they possibly have at their disposal to get these executes down. And I mean, I'm not going to blame them for it. I'd rather a team use all the time granted to them than not enough of the time granted to them. But they are not doing a lot to push reality TV out of these spots. And yet, like I said during the break, it's still working out, either almost working out, or in the case of that round we just saw, it is working out. They are inside of customs and outside main door for 2 minutes of the round, and then don't take vertical control until the last minute of the round, but they've managed to set themselves up in positions, built off the opening pick, taking down Mr. B, even when things get hectic, able to keep the advantage and then gain the control they're looking for. And that's the danger of SSG. It's like the tortoise and the hare. The tortoise is deceptive. They might seem slow, but if you let the tortoise run the race like he wants to, there's a good chance you might lose the round no matter how fast you go.
I love that, Carter. That's a really nice way of putting it.
Dude, that was a domer right there. I mean, that was kind of crazy.
Yeah, wow. I think you're absolutely right, and I think another way to look at that round and that adjustment we saw from SSG, right? In that TAC timeout, wonder if they discussed Reality TV and their pacing of those defensive rounds. We've seen Reality TV do a great job at backing off those extensions and heading back to the site when time gets low. If SSG read into that, they may have decided, wait a minute, let's just pretend we're not going for this top floor clear, or let's wait until Reality TV have backed off so that when we do go for that top floor control, it's not as risky and we can take it and, lose a lot fewer bodies, waste a lot less utility in that position. I don't know, maybe that's a long shot, but either way, well adjusted from SSG, and that worked beautifully. And so now they'll look to do it again. Springing here in round number 6, a chance to tie up the scoreline here. Fultz looking to get things started on the Nook.
Yeah, he's creeped his way in from Passport, and even with the Hell device deactivated, nobody on that default cam outside of Courtyard, he can slip on by into Bathroom and get the eye on his prize, that hatch inside of Office. There's nobody playing there right now, nobody playing aggressively on that wall, but if there was and somebody were rotating back, then he could hold that for as long as he wanted to, maybe even toss a nade up in there. The angle might be a little bit awkward. SSG have gone this half clear before, but they've only played war a few times recently. Usually with the OSO, they'll set that up on the east balcony, then set up another OSA looking over towards 90 or inside of Office. In this case, going for the latter, but Hot and Cold might have just been rotating over instead. What's clear, though, that's SSG, again, taking things very slowly. They're going for that Office plant. They want it, and Fultz has taken Rampy's position now, playing the nades down below, but with that Hell device and 3 players inside of Fountain Jonah, might just hit a flank up metal stairs as well and try to get a 2 or even 3 piece to tip the scales towards SSG.
Yeah, at any time, he really could sneak his way up that position and really send Reality TV reeling, I suppose you could say. Still waiting to make that move, sitting down below and staying patient, hoping that these nades will make the mark early, but they have yet to find their target. It doesn't look like any defenders are positioned where Fultz is hoping. Clearing out those positions, though, that's certainly happening now, and that has allowed SSG to take this additional control. Rampy, the first one to strike, will step up and take care of Mr. B. Hot and Cold now getting this shield down. That'll work, and that'll allow this bomb, well, I think, to go down. Hot and Cold will attempt the plant, but he'll get off it knowing that Tristan is there and taking care of Rampy on the coverage. So it's much more dangerous now if Hot and Cold want to attempt this. He does have that protection from the OSHA shield, though, and that protection will work. Fultz finally finding his impact with that gun instead of just the nades. He'll step up and get something done, but Hat, does he have a chance to get this counter defuse? Is anybody around the corner? I don't know. Yeti's in Office. Fultz is also in that same position. Yeti's got to step up, but he can't do it in time. Tristan, with a really good shot on the coverage, will allow Hat to get the defuse, and it'll allow Reality TV to take a 4-2 defensive split.
3 rounds out of 6, SSG are able to get exactly what they want, get the control they need, and start putting that bomb down. And 3 times now, whether before the plant or after, Reality TV are able to stop it. And with that round, that is especially bittersweet for SSG because they took out Rice, the C4, that for 3 rounds was so problematic for them when they tried to get that bomb down, whether it be in Armory or in Tellers. They take him off the board, but because of how little control they've been trying to go, how minimal they've been trying to take these attacks, it ends up biting them. All they have to do, or all they had to clear out metal, was Fultz flanking up as Nook from Vent. You've got Hat over there, you have Tristan over there, you have Gideon CCTV who did end up dying, and you aren't able to take the control you want. With everybody stacked over on that East Stairs side, Reality TV knew where they were playing, and it still required some good gunfights, and SSG still got the bomb down. But if Reality TV know where you are, that makes the probability they can win those gunfights a lot higher.
So now we switch things up. Reality TV, they'll move on to the attacking side, and SSG, we'll get to see exactly what they've got in store for us on the defense. Already one pretty massive early change that's going to totally shape the way that Reality TV have to play this. That's, of course, the Mira, right? You haven't seen her so far this map, and, you know, generally that's something you would expect to have seen earlier. It's Bosco to bring out that mantle of those black mirrors that can provide so much area denial, so much control for the defense that will derail these attacks if they're not careful. Reality TV, they've got to now make that tough decision of how they want to deal with those mirrors. Do they want to go below, try to deal with them that way, or maybe try to circumvent them by just simply ignoring them? Both have a lot of risks. Both can have a lot of success as well, though, and we'll see exactly what they try to do in just a moment.
Reality TV as opposed to SSG this game, or at least historically, Reality TV have favored those full clears, trying to clear out these roamers and not just push directly into the defense. They're only starting out in Easton office so far, so this could indicate a change of pace as well, but they've spotted that Mira inside of office, and once you see that black Mira there, especially with the hatch reinforced and electrified, it's going to be very difficult to take office, especially from the east side. So they'll likely start rotating their focus over to CCTV, maybe joining Giddy as well. Rice is not left. He's still holding that area. Tristan down below, holding things as well. Reality TV perhaps waiting for SSG to make a move for a defender to rotate. They almost get what they're looking for with Hot and Cold on 1 HP, but yet he's playing his normal position. He's playing inside of CC, and with half the round now gone, nothing has given from SSG aside from a few bullets of HP.
Oh, nearly there. Hat walks into the crosshair of Yeti, but the bullets may be a couple of seconds too late. Hot and Cold will be the first to fall. Giddy, actually, technically, will be the first to fall as Hot and Cold is down but not out, and Rampy will make sure to strike first. Yeti, though, coming under fire here, will need some support, and it looks like he's getting it. Fultz is also getting a little bit active, helping out and taking care of business. In this case, that business was Rice. Hat, though, sneaks up from the other side and gets them both right back. So just like that, we're equalized. Good awareness from Hat, a nice little sneaky play to tie us back up.
And Reality TV have been lurking for the majority of this round, and finally it pays off with Hat bringing it back to 3-3. But SSG are still firmly in their positions. They have this mirror window in office. It is flash, but nobody from Reality TV pushing in just yet. Mr. B will send a second one in as Tristan will hop into the office window, but as the C4 lands, it's a trade in the end. 2-2 make that 1-2 with Fultz the last alive.
Mr. B taking care of Rampy there. That leaves Fultz as the last man standing, and Reality TV poised and ready to take this. But watch out, the Bandit still has a C4, still has a very strong position, and Reality TV, they cannot rush this. Mr. B trying to get this plant down. Hat doesn't have the right angle to cover the toss, does he? No, instead, Fultz, he goes for the swing, leaves the C4 in pocket, and that'll cost him the round.
I mean, Hat is the player from Reality TV that brought that game back. The entire attack was kind of like SSG, a very slow one. And for Reality TV, seemingly a little indecisive. We have Giddy over by CCTV, and it's clear they wanted to go for an office take, but once they spotted those black mirrors, they were struggling to formulate a way to clear those whilst keeping true to the strategy they went into that round with. Go down 3-5, Yeti holding fast inside of CCTV. What Reality TV have is that individual skill, and Hat able to lurk into CCTV, finish off the down player, and then get Yeti. Well, now coordinating and focusing on that office position is a lot easier. You don't have to worry about anybody taking a gunfight from 90 or flanking you from balcony. It might be a mirror, but with Mr. B's flashes and Tristan hopping into that office window, now you have what you lacked before. The man advantage and nobody to directly support Bosco.
I gotta say, I thought that Fultz was gonna be able to win that round. I really did. I mean, he had a C4 in his hand, and it looked like he had the angle to throw it over and deny the plant. And while Hat had a really good position to shut down Fultz if you wanted to take the gunfight and walk through, the one thing Hat couldn't deny was the C4 thrown up and over, because he wouldn't have really been able to spot Fultz when that C4 was thrown. Hat would have had to rely on his ability to shoot the C4 out of the air, and that is not something that is easy to do, as everyone will tell you. So really well done from Reality TV. Felt like SSG certainly could have had that one, though, and they are fighting tooth and nail for every inch of control on this map, and they are not going to stop. Yes, Reality TV are up 3 right now, but I'm confident that they are not going to get complacent whatsoever.
Yeah, those are the kind of rounds you want to see from SSG. Even if it didn't result in a win, holding firmly onto that control, not falling back on Reality TV push, that was still inspired some level of confidence on SSG that they will not be asleep at the wheel this half. Reality TV now fighting, I believe, Teller's Archives. Decide to smoke that window, and they have the glass. They've rushed there before with that glass, but this time it might just be trying to bait people out and make the defenders think that they're rushing, and they'll catch people rotating down that bathroom hatch or peeking that vending machine to maybe get a kill, because the rush was a fake. Reality TV instead trying to go for this full clear. Mr. B has worked his way into break. The defense, they might not be aware, but they are certainly ready for it. With Rampy and Yeti both inside of office, Reality TV don't have support from CCTV right now, as they are focusing on Armory, which is where the bulk of the empty space for SSG is. And that might be the exact spot they want to slip the knife in and start creating a gap.
Yeah, Reality TV with 90 seconds already transpiring. Like you said, Carter, they haven't really created that space that they need. They've got to start at some point. SSG still have a lot of these power positions held. You see Rampy on the top of the east stairs. He should be able to shut that down, no problem, but look at that timing. I mean, Tristan, as he swings, he doesn't spot Rampy, but Rampy doesn't spot him either. Second time around, though, it'll go the way of the Oryx, no problem. Giddy, he knows he's got to recover this, so he'll step up. Mr. B will as well, trying to take a little bit more space here, but this isolated individual playstyle of Reality TV, it comes with so many risks, because those trades, if you do go down, are going to be so hard to find.
And Giddy as well now on low HP, Rice low as well. Those trades slipping and slipping away just as the seconds roll by. SSG holding their positions, but Yeti might be the first one to start facing some fight in the next 45 seconds. That wall of metal is opened up, but Bosco actually the first down, as Hat has rotated into courtyard unbeknownst to the defense and cut off a prime avenue for rotations.
That's a big surprise for Reality TV and SSG. They are left reeling now. Bosco, he'll get finished off by Hat. Hat gets 2. The glass is going crazy. Hot and cold, he's now the last alive. And Reality TV, they've got all the control they could ever need. Rice will drop down and look to get this defuse. Hat will fall in the meantime. And, well, I guess Rice and Giddy, they're both incredibly low HP, but they will still get it done. Hat, the madman on the glass, the surprise push into bathroom that SSG that just were not ready for.
Yeah, 2 attacking rounds in a row now. A late rotation by Hat, turning things around or accelerating things for Reality TV. Because just like that first round on attack, round number 7, Reality TV, we're struggling to make a lot of progress. Rampy's got the opening kill 2 times now on the defense, 5 times overall, by the way. Just to give a shout out to Rampy, 5-0 onto the entry so far, if I have my math correct. So not only SSG being dominant in the entry game, but Rampy in particular getting them a lot of those opening kills. Reality TV in the late round on the attack, specifically Hat in the late round. Able to rotate into CCTV in round 7 and now cut off the key rotation between vents and customs and tellers and bathroom. Able to keep things on lock with that glass DMR. Now send Reality TV to match point.
I mean, Reality TV, they are not messing around. I mean, yet another round, another example of a situation where it looked like they had no business winning it in that mid-round. I mean, they were playing so individually, so slowly, it looked like SSG just had Reality TV right where they wanted them. But it's these little moments, these little plays from someone like Hat that just completely changed the course of the round. Reality TV, right now, they're relying on that, but boy, oh boy, is it working. I mean, SSG, they need to find a way to take advantage of this Reality TV playstyle that we're seeing, you know, a lot of map control, a lot of these attackers in different positions. They're just in more vulnerable positions, and they don't have a ton of support from their teammates. That's what SSG need to capitalize on. We almost saw it there. Hot and Cold almost getting a little bit active, taking care of Hat, or at least doing a little bit of damage onto him as that Claymore got placed down.
Oh! Excellent play by Yeti right there. Him and Hutton tag teaming the south side of the map right now, and Hat regretting ever peeking Yeti inside of CCTV. And that's that key late round player down. We said it before, SSG, Reality TV might have won the previous 2 attacks, but SSG have not gone down without a fight. And the early round has been their domain. 3-0 on their defenses for landing that opening pick. It's those conversions that have been ever so elusive. But as Hot and Cold and Yeti both hold control of CCTV right now, which Reality TV have been heavily focusing on so far on this attack, they have their work cut out for them in round 9. As long as they can hold that position, if Reality TV want to go for it, they'll not have to stack more and more players and feed more and more bodies that SSG are just willing and waiting to deal with.
Hot and Goldie knows this is coming, and he is ready for it. Looks like Reality TV will think twice. Don't want to deal with the Azami in an incredibly dangerous position. That is wise, especially knowing the support that Yeti provides from his position as well. But Hot and Cold, he wants more. He's going to get active, and Tristan needs to be very careful here. Top of these stairs, Hot and Cold has actually put himself into a corner, potentially in a corner to die if he's not careful. Bosco gets one back, and Tristan tacking on that kill will keep us going back and forth, but it is Yeti again. Hot and Cold with another. And finally, Reality TV, now they are the ones falling to pieces. Giddy is the last player alive here as SSG have simply outmaneuvered Reality TV in this round.
Able to hold to all of those forward positions and not drop a single body until, well, the very final seconds of that ill-fated Reality TV push. But because of the man advantage they had acquired earlier, it didn't even matter in the end. Giddy, of course, in this 1v3, he's got 25 seconds left and 1 drone as well, 2 concussion lifelines as well. But will he be able to make use of them and win this round? It's heavily unlikely. Bosco is out of smokes, but Fultz has that C4 prepped and waiting. Maybe even for the beeper's call. Yup, he throws it, and there it goes. Waiting for Giddy to cross the threshold, cross the Rubicon, and down he goes. But overall, for SSG, they didn't really change a lot of things up from those previous rounds. We still got Yeti and CCTV. They've committed Hot and Cold to that position as well. But once they saw that Reality TV were so focused, so dedicated to clearing out that position, once they got that kill, they knew, hey, they really brought things back in the late round. It's the early round. That's been our game. That's been our territory. Let's just try and keep the momentum going and try to hold on to these positions as long as we can.
I honestly love that adjustment from SSG, right? Because they decided to kind of play. It felt like the defense there was channeling RTV attack energy almost, right? Like that kind of individual creep your way around the map style, right? Hot and Cold exuded that, I mean, just to perfection. And that exacerbated, right, the issues that Reality TV have been having with their slow entry, right? Their unwillingness to push a position, right, as a team. Again, more solo plays rather than that unified push. And so when someone like Hot and Cold and Yeti, right, when they were set up in CCTV and giving Reality TV so much trouble, RTV had to make a choice, like, do they want to just push into these incredibly tough situations as individuals, or do they want to bring the team together and push them as a unit? And while they did end up doing that, pushing as a unit, that just takes time, that takes a lot of utility, and as we saw there, it can cost a lot of bodies too.
Yeah, just a good way to counter Reality TV, present them with an aggressive but united front, and you aren't going to give them any easy spots. You can say, oh, we can pressure and work a kill there. Oh, we can overwhelm them there. If you're just able to all play together, play around each other, and have your battle buddy close by to trade you out, Reality TV can often find themselves stuck outside of the map, and it has been so far a defender-sided border. Defense taking the vast majority of these rounds until Reality TV broke that streak in round 7 and 8. But SSG, if they're able to keep up this pressure, might just bring it back. If they can minimize the late round play that Reality TV are going for, they could certainly minimize some of the drones at the moment. Solus stationed inside of Custom, trying to see where Reality TV are starting this clear from. If Hot and Cold activates that Specchio scanner, you'll notice that Yeti, he's about to face quite a bit of pressure with Giddy and Tristan on that Armory Valk, looking to push into either Armory or CCTV.
Yeti will strike first. Yeti, looking the other way, though, will finally get traded out. Tough there for Mr. B. Actually, almost missed his opportunity to get that kill onto the Capcan. But ended up being just fine. Equalizing 4v4. No real issues there for both teams. Taking care of Giddy, though, that's a very good pick for SSG. And I'd argue that is a far better trade for the defense than the attack. Because Yeti, he's the Capcan. He doesn't really have much impact to make later in this round. But Giddy, that's your hard breacher. Now you're going to have to rely on the secondary hard breach, those can openers that Hat is bringing into play. And that is something that is much more difficult to use. Now Hot and Cold, again, in a very similar position to the one he was in last time, in a nice little rat corner to catch Hat completely off guard. One more player. Be careful here, Reality TV. Hot and Cold was ready, but Rice had the flash, and he was ready too. Back to an even 3v3 as a result.
And not the best mid-round from Reality TV. I think we saw on the Solus' screen as well a muted drone down below, but instead of trying to drone jail or customs once again, they assume it's clear, and that feeds Hot and Cold a free kill. Into the 3-3 right now. Have we not seen Reality TV attack this site so far? And so far, like the other ones, it's been very slow and very undecided. Even with the opening they acquired in CCTV in terms of map control, they've not been able to capitalize off of it. Volts sitting inside of Armory, Rampy on the hatch, waiting for someone to push the Oryx out as well. This nade, if they want to be sure about this, needs to land, but they got the final kill for the 30 seconds. Maybe they can send this.
Ooh, Faults, he stepped up and got it, but quickly traded, and it'll be Reality TV with Rice to get the final blow, who will take map number 1. Just like that, on SSG's map pick, mind you, Reality TV will take a decisive 7-3 victory, setting themselves up very well for this best-of-3 series.
Now, going into this series with just shy of an 80% win rate on border over the year. Now, they'll crest that threshold, as they have won it the majority of the time they played it this year. But, I mean, come on. SSG's pick, you know, you expect the team to go in with the map they pick. They're going to win it. Other team win their map pick, and they win the decider. But CJ was confident Reality TV, right? He thought they were going to 2-0. But I'm intrigued to see, Jonah. Was Reality TV 7-3ing SSG on SSG's map pick? Was that really in the cards? Did any of us seriously think that Reality TV would show up in that way? I mean, they won their defenses with those late round plays. Rice with those C4s ever on point on that mute. And then they get the 2 rounds in a row on attack. And at that point, it seemed like they were just biding their time when they finally got another successful late round to make it work.
Well, a lot to talk about there, and that's where we're going to head to next. Back to the analyst desk to make that happen. But before we do, a quick break, so we'll see you there in a moment.
Attackers have located a bomb.
a way to open up match number 2. I knew it. I knew Cookies would be grinning ear to ear. I'll let you say your piece because you were bang on.
I don't know how many times I have to tell you people. And by you people, I mean all of you. All of you, I don't have times I have to tell y'all, Mr. B is for real. He's not screwing around. All right? SSG, that was egregious. Malpractice and utterly unacceptable to allow. Well, to be completely real with you, if SSG didn't pick it here, I know we're going to like rag on, well, SSG picked what the truth is, reality TV probably would have just picked it right after her. But important thing is that I think SSG looks flustered, Lex. I mean, like, I watched Hat jump over and dunk, or tried to dunk on like Fultz on Blackbeard. Fultz was on a donut. He's playing Blackbeard. SSG looks like they're bewildered. They're blushing. They look like the blush emoji right now.
Hat was coming off the top ropes.
Like, are they shook or what?
I said it to you guys during the games. I mean, I was already surprised at the map picks. I thought for sure SSG would have picked Cafe and then vice versa with Reality picking Border. But how it played out is exactly kind of how I thought it would. And based off what you were telling me already, how Reality plays. So that already all just playing out how it didn't shock me. And I know some people are probably like, why would Hat do that? You know, that's crazy. He's jumping off the top ropes, going for an RKO on Fultz. But when you look at it outside of just that play, it's a mental game at that point. And I'm not saying this broke SSG's mental, Fultz's mental, but when you're playing a serious tournament such as this, going for the biggest event in the year, and all of a sudden you're playing this game and someone's jumping off top ropes trying to 360 you and put you on a montage and you're already losing the rounds back to back, that is definitely a big mental shift. And even talking around before that, you know, that was a huge round from Rice with those Azami plays. That round almost looked unwinnable for Reality, and the Azami came in, blocked off all the line of sight. That was a round that SSG really should have won, but Rice played it perfectly with those Azamis and the coverage, and they ended up winning that round. So 2 rounds back to back, the mentality was definitely getting, you know, molded into something that kind of like looked like SSG was super frustrated throughout the entire game.
Yeah, Cookies, you know, similar to the previous game, we have the quote unquote underdog taking that first map. The big difference is now they get to go to their own map. They didn't, you know, wrestle away their own map choice and then have to play the quote unquote better team on theirs. They've got to be feeling a little comfortable right now. I hope not too comfortable though.
What do you mean? You know, they're going to be feeling too comfortable, Brimstone.
I mean, that is our TV. That is our TV.
And let me reiterate to you all, I'm not making this up. You can go on Mr. B's Twitch, Mr. B _ on Twitch. This guy said on VOD, I'm going to 2-0 SSG. I'm fully confident I can do that. And our team can do that. Our team is just amazing. Just went on a tangent. I don't even think anybody said anything to make him do it. He just started talking like, I literally popped in the stream. And he's just talking like crazy. And I was like, you know what? I fully believe. I believed. I got hype. I'm not even playing.
They're looking strong.
So it's just like they look nasty. And I think it's the reason they're so confident is they put in the work. They put in the same level of work as any other pro league team. They just don't have the status of being a pro league team. They don't have the official designation. They don't have the Liquipedia pages, guys. But that doesn't mean they're not putting in work.
They're on their way there, though. I'll say that with the display of performance they're putting out.
Right now, I mean, Cafe, I think I said earlier that that's a decent SSG map. Just because Reality TV picked it doesn't mean this 2-0 is locked in.
Yeah.
I would say that Reality TV is going to they're going to come in blazing, come in hot. And SSG has just struggled. They've struggled to hold these hot pans when it comes to a team like this. Hat was getting away with some ridiculous positioning, to put it lightly, on Border, just kind of appearing places. And why would Cafe be any different? There's going to be the same type of energy from Reality TV. I don't know if SSG has the capacity to deal with that right now. They might be besides themselves on top of that. So it's looking.
What do they have to do, Gabe? Like, they're going in. You didn't just get beat on your own map. You got 7-3'd. Now you're going to Cafe. Is this the moment where you just say, no, screw that. We're not playing that game. We're going to go back to our own game. We're going to get it right. And just get over there. I don't know, mental block. We were talking about the mental.
Well, let's not write off SSG. SSG it's a phenomenal team. Again, they're a team that knows what it's like to lose. They know what it's like when odds are against them. They're already in a qualifier, so the odds are kind of already against you. You know, you weren't guaranteed a spot, so you really have to work for it. And SSG is a team that'll 100% work for it. Now, the mental game, they really have to come together and realize what their mistakes were going into Border, what reality was doing that they couldn't counter or what they couldn't play against exactly, and try to, figure that out and then add that now going into Cafe. And I think Cafe is going to be a little better of a map for SSG. To talk about reality, though, I want to see reality not get too overzealous. It's easy once you get that map win against, the team that picked the map. You're feeling really confident. You're going to continue it, playing the same way. But if SSG really focuses on where they were making those mistakes and what reality was doing to punish them for it, and reality keeps that same train going, I can see SSG easily taking a win if reality doesn't realize that they also need to change up things slightly.
One thing I'm kind of looking forward to, I'm interested in Cookies, is the possibility. Our experience with Rice was always, clutch machine, but it was always, he'd sit in the back. He'd wait for the play to kind of unfold, and whether he needed to clutch, whether he didn't. Now we're seeing him at the forefront. Is this a one-off, or is this maybe the new team, new style?
I think a lot of people just aren't really, even us, we weren't really initiated to the Rice that was playing more of like a flexible role. That was something that, if you know, that was like T3 Rice. When he got to CL, he was kind of put on the support roles. When he played on LG, he was playing with like Silent Ends, who was just, right there with Gavini, former, reality TV guys, one of the best players in CL. LG kind of relied on Silent. They didn't really need Rice to do anything. But now it's kind of, Rice has come into a role on this team where he is definitely, I don't even know how to put it. Like he's
wild. Rice.
Finally, we're
Wild
seeing
Rice
him
now.
unleashed. Yeah, we're seeing him unleashed. He's not just sitting in the back on ace, droning these other guys in, droning all these other frags. He's now that guy, and he's needed.
I want to chime in on what you're saying. I'm not familiar with Rice at all, but seeing his display today and what he's proving to everyone, proving to SSG himself, like Rice is a phenomenal player. His decision making, like I said, the Azami plays, the C4 plays, just he has a lot of heads up plays. And like for me, like that's what really defines a good players. They're critical thinking, and you can watch just by seeing how the plays and how the rounds go out. Like Rice is on top of everything, and he's very thorough with the decisions that he's been making.
Okay, well, we have to find out. Was it a one-off, or can he make it 2 in a row? We're going to get to map number 2, going to Cafe. Casters, take it away.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like, I'm trying not to get excited. I'm trying, to keep things calm, keep things professional. Mr. B actually about to make it to the upper bracket finals? Is this about to happen, Jonah? Or this is real, right?
It's not going to happen in 2 maps. There's just no way that SSG let that happen, right? They are a team. Oh my God, look at the poll results. People are swaying reality TV. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy to me, but I don't think so. I disagree with the community on this. SSG, they are not going to allow themselves to be beat by Mr. B. That's just the truth of it. They are going to buckle down, and they are going to fight. They've had a little bit of time between maps to talk things over. We know how effective that time can be for them. We just need to see them find their rhythm and deal with reality TV. This little surprise coming into this qualifier. We knew that there would be this surprise, but we didn't know how effective it might be. Reality TV so far, clearly cooking up, clearly feeling good. Reality, for SSG rather. They just need to fight, but I'm confident they will.
And I think the second map being Cafe, even though it is reality TV's pick, this is a good avenue for SSG to fight back on. Their win conditions are executes. They like getting those bombs down, and this is a map that is going to revolve a bit more around being structured, clearing utility properly, and then eventually getting to an execute. So this is certainly a map that caters to a playstyle that SSG tried to employ on Border to here or there effect, here or there being able to be successful. But this is a map that should be a little bit more conducive for that. But that just goes to reality TV and how good Rice has been. If you have a late round team that likes taking their time and setting up well thought out executes, then a key late round player like Rice who can land those C4s and hit those key angles or positions is going to be that much more damaging. So trying to take care of Rice and take care of those anchors, which SSC tried to do on Border, using nades from below to try to clear out players inside of Armory and Archives. that's something they're going to need to do, because letting Rice stay alive is always going to make things seem just that much better for reality TV if SSG are trying to get the bomb down.
Well, Carter, I know I hinted at the roster changes that have been, coming through reality TV so far this year, but I mean, I gotta touch on it again, because Rice, the player that we are talking the most about right now, he is the most recent addition to this team, joining the team after they already qualified for the closed qualifiers.
First game with
Valor was in that spot, and now Rice is in that spot. Earlier as well, they won Challenger League with Packer and Guvini in place. At the time, that was an incredible stack, and so good, in fact, that both Packer and Gavini then immediately got grabbed by Pro League teams, went to Parabellum, went to DZ, right? They moved on to bigger and better things. But reality TV, they haven't slowed down with those losses. They bring on Hat, they bring on Valor, and now they bring on Rice, and they are continuing to thrive. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record here, but it's just so amazing to see this team continue to thrive, even with all these changes, and even with the very recent addition of Rice. So here on Cafe, Rice and reality TV as a whole will be looking to start things off on the same note that carried them throughout Border, and that was just good early success. That was just clean play through and through. Rice here on the Nomad will be looking to start things off with just some well-placed air jabs to prevent SSG from pulling in any surprises.
And then Hat, that other late-round player that was so key. But for SSG, their setup they're running right now, reality TV will need to have their work cut out for them to make this top-floor attack work. We have mirror windows from Bosco, castle barricades from Hot and Cold, Kiba barriers from Yeti, and a deployable shield from Warden. Even if he was having a C4, just a Warden in general. There is so much utility that is going to pose a threat from reality TV, pose a threat for reality TV, and make these positions a lot more difficult to clear. SSG are trying to stall as much time as possible and make this as difficult as they can. With Rampy, typically on Cafe, you'll see the other 4 players around the site, but he'll try to go for that aggressive play. He knows there's an air jab, but it gets set off. Rice will try to rotate back and get that kill. Neither will fall on either side, but Rampy's aggressive play to deal with those players on that West Rappel, it will not work.
But at least it wasted a little bit of time, right? Reality TV, at least for a moment, had to turn their attention towards that bakery position and worry about what might lie in wait on the rest of this map. And that does take some time, and it does make sure that you are a little bit more delayed in actually starting to burn all that utility that you had mentioned earlier, Carter. Now we're seeing them work their way into this new Balk position that Fultz is keeping his eye on here. They're working their way into Piano. They're trying to deal with this Pixel position, but it is not easy. Oh my, look at that angle that Yeti's holding as well. That Pixel looking towards Pixel, oddly enough, but it's actually Giddy to find the first. Tristan will tack on one. That one's on to Bosco, a 5v3, just like that, favoring the attack.
Now they have Christmas control. Oh, but the self-nade, that's a rare one for Tristan on to Giddy. They still hold that man advantage, thankfully. Taking down Bosco and Houghton gives them a little bit of a cushion to make that work with. But with 35 seconds left, SSG still have control of this freezer Mira. They have an angle looking into all of Christmas, and they can pressure White Stairs as well, but Hat threads the needle, and that's what they were looking for.
How do you win that gunfight, Hat? That's insane. Rampy, he's in a perfect position, though, and this could change the way this round unfolds. He's got a Pixel to hold. This White Hall is going to be so hard for reality TV to work their way up. Hat's been down as a result, but Tristan, he doesn't seem to care. Rampy, though, from behind, says quick goodnight to Mr. B. It's all up to Tristan. All up to the Yana with 4 seconds left. He is out of time. He is out of options. He's got to find this kill, and he cannot quite do it. That is a ruthless Pixel angle from the White Stairs, and that right there, as well as some nice play from Rampy, is one SSG the round.
That's an excellent play from SSG to set up that Kiba barrier for that Pixel. For those who may not be paying attention to SSG, that's not their normal strat. Normally, Yeti's on the Wamai, playing inside of Pixel, setting up those magnets, but SSG banned it out. Now put Yeti onto the Azami. Because of that decision, now that you're focusing more on the Azami, they set up that Kiba barrier, and reality TV took so long, you just can't deal with that. You can't clear out that position with utility. It's probably already spent, or you don't have the time to use it. You focus so much on the black mirrors and clearing out the shield and Pixel, and the Kiba barrier on White Stairs, you just got to push up and hope for the best, and Mr. B threw out some good flashes, tried to blind the Jaeger, but once Tristan was put on the floor, and that's now a 1v1 with Mr. B, I love the guy. He's one of the best players on reality TV, but against Rampy, can't count him out.
But what a play from Rampy, though.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, keep a barrier was nice, but Rampy played that well. Just running up those stairs, he knew he had to make a play. He knew he had to take care of Mr. B as he tried to rotate past that position, and he did just in the nick of time as Mr. B was about to rotate into Cocktail, where he would have had support from Tristan, from his teammate there. Rampy stepped up and shot Mr. B in the back of the head. So exactly what Rampy needed to do to put SSG on top and to give them the early start they wanted here on Cafe. Like our analysts have mentioned, this map, this is Reality TV's pick, and Border was SSG's pick, but normally you kind of would have swapped it around. If you were predicting the map bans for this game, you would have literally just swapped which team picked which map. So both teams clearly very comfortable here. SSG already showcasing that through round number 1.
Also, SSG running the exact same operator lineup, but on a completely different site. Not even the same vertically. We're all the way on that, eastern part of the top floor to the western part of the second floor for mining and dining, and they're keeping all 5 of those same operators. Some changed positions, of course. Bosco playing inside of Train, his normal spot, but still trying to hold Pixel and still playing off of that mirror window, looking into Freezer. SSG have rotated off quick. They know that Pixel shield, that's just meant to waste maybe a minute 30 if you're really pushing it. They're not a team to get aggressive right there. So once the utility flies in, they pull back. But now on Cocktail balcony, emboldened by that mirror window, they will likely try to get a little bit more aggressive on that top floor and stay up for a little bit longer to turn this 5v5 into hopefully a 5v4, or at the bare minimum, just waste a hell of a lot of time.
I mean, they're wasting a lot of time right now. That's working beautifully, and well, Reality TV, their only option here might be to get a little bit spicy. Oh, Fultz is the one to do it. He's going to get a bit cheeky, and he'll jump out the window, taking care of Rice just like that. Hot and cold, another. Giddy will finally get some sort of a response going, taking care of the castle. But oh my, SSG, that is an early damage to this Reality TV attack. And as they work their way into this top floor, finally, they still have so much more map to clear. And now, well, they're just lacking the manpower to do it.
And with Hat gone, your only source of soft destruction is that sledge, which is just not as destructive and not as efficient or quick as the Buck. He does have nades, which the Buck does not have, but only one left and 40 seconds to use it. They will be hoping those 2 Candelas and this frag grenade being cooked by Giddy right now, but not released just yet, will be enough to do some damage. Fultz down below as well can be that X factor, be that extra body unaccounted for SSG as Reality TV push in and hope to blind and destroy their opponents to turn this 3v3 into a victory.
Good kill there from Tristan. Oh my god, another good one from Giddy as well. Yeti just caught looking the other way. That one's going to give Reality TV the advantage, and a couple of Candelas will go in and give Mr. B the coverage he needs to drop down. Thing is, he didn't know where the bomb was, tried to plant a train room, but you can never do that. Finally putting that one on the ground now, but somebody is going to have to stop Bosco. Fultz! Someone's going to have to stop Fultz! He does it instead! It's the play from... Where even was that? Was that from the red hall there?
It was. Red stairs.
Wow.
He was first floor for the entire mid round. Because remember, he hopped out that window, and instead of rotating back through Train, he hopped off the balcony and rotated through the front door of Cafe, and then stayed down there for the remainder of the round, knowing that this is a 4v3. We still have 2 people on the site and 1 person on the top floor. I'll just wait for Reality TV to push in and flank from red stairs. I've got the feet holes to watch to see if anybody plays, or I can watch the red hall window. And that's exactly what he did. He rotates late. Bosco takes the attention of not only the players, but both you and I. And then Fultz creeps up, kills the player covering, and then kills the planter as well. The decision-making for SSG in round 1, but definitely round 2, individually and as a team, has been flawless so far.
Yeah, through 2 rounds, that is really well done. Because, I mean, Reality TV... Both of those rounds, they were very close. Sure, they're doing what they do best, and that is incredible late-round comebacks. They haven't been starting off too hot on this map, but they've been really just tooth and nail fighting their way until the end. Again, SSG, though, they hang on and they make sure that even if they have a disadvantage for just a moment or 2, that they take advantage of the positions they're in as defenders. They use the clock. They use the fact that all they have to do is deny the plant. They don't have to fight for all those kills. They use that to the advantage. And once again, it works well for them. So that's 2 rounds in a row. Reality TV. Now we go down to Kitchen to see what they can do.
SSG keeping with their normal strat. 4 players around the site. Rampy doing whatever the hell he wants around the map. On the Solus right now, trying to get any drones as Reality TV aim to maybe go for this full clear. Even on this site, Reality TV often don't necessarily start on that top floor. You see one up there right now, droning out New Hatch, Noob out, looking to see if there's anybody playing. I think the Solus might just have escaped the line of sight of that drone. They'll know someone's up there now. But Reality TV instead, as you're seeing, they like to push direct. They like to push this first floor, push Bakery, take control, push VIP, take control, and then try and squeeze the life out of SSG on the site.
Well, they've squeezed the life out of Yeti at least. Got the opener there. And now they're looking to leverage this control to really force these defenders to rotate back. And that's already what SSG are having to do. You see Rampy on the Solus up above, likely where he's going to stay as long as Reality TV keep going direct and they don't adjust to go for some amount of vertical control. Normally, you do need a little bit, some amount of control over those initial 2 rooms up top. That's mining and that's train, because if not, someone like Rampy could deny the plant if you're not careful.
Ooh, Hat now creeping up, but he's spotted by Bosco. Nobody over on that VIP side. No pressure means that not only does Hat end up falling, but now Hot and Cold can drop the diffuser. Cold on the floor. No coat check pressure either. Makes this a 3v2 though. Still favorite Reality TV. Make that a 1v3. Somehow, with the lack of control and having to win this by gunfights in the late round, you don't count Reality TV out. Rampy might have vertical control, but there's no pre-made holes in the floor, no angles to speak of, and even with that Specchio scanner to spot through the floor, there was not enough time to make a rotation happen. On 1 HP, he might be best to duel Tristan, but he can't pick his engagements in this moment. A 1v3, he's got to hope Reality TV give him individual engagements. He'll start making his way up round bar, trickles a little bit lower, and finally moves into the grave as Reality TV take their very first round on attack.
I mean, how does Reality TV win rounds like that, man? I mean, that is...
I honestly thought they were losing.
I mean, honestly, I did too. I honestly thought it was lost at one point because they just kept losing bodies. They didn't have the vertical control. And then all of a sudden, they just explode onto the bomb site and get kills. They do what they do best. And they take what looks like not an unwinnable, but certainly an unfavorable situation.
Difficult.
And a difficult situation and spin it on its head. Just like that, Reality TV absolutely shut it down. They went for that early plant, right? They tried to get in. Mr. B tried to make the move. That's when I thought they were about to lose it because Hot and Cold had a perfect angle to shut down the plant. All of a sudden, Reality TV are left without the diffuser, without as the control that they really want. And now you've got a couple more of these defenders that you have to track down. Yet, they just stick with it. They grab that diffuser, they continue to push in, and they don't give up an inch. Another round that Reality TV will be happy to secure. I mean, the first one here on Cafe, so at least maybe what they need to get some momentum.
And I think some people might find it odd that Reality TV, after winning a round, just took a tactical timeout, but that could have very well been a 3-0 for SSG, mainly because, as I mentioned during the round, they had Bakery control, and they were able to start pushing up red, but they had no pressure on coat check and no pressure on anybody long bar or VIP, where normally you see an attacker on that double window watching the player playing behind a shield on bottom white or playing where Bosco was playing over by long bar, and that wasn't there for Reality TV. In some rounds, they're skipping steps, leaving angles uncovered, but the late round coordination is not really there. I think on Border as well, we saw, a lot of good individual late round plays, Hat in particular, but they certainly struggled to create openings as a team on Border and were able to rely on those individual players. On Cafe, it's not as viable a strategy, and taking a tactical timeout to either work on a more dominant early round or a more coordinated late round, even though you just won round number 3, honestly, it might be the move if you're trying to run up the scoreboard on attack and if you're Reality TV.
I like the comparison of those two maps you made there, Carter, because Border and Cafe, in a world, in one version of Cafe, the two maps can play out somewhat similar, but generally what you're going to see is that utility is just so much more powerful on Cafe, and defensive teams need to be more rigid, and attacking teams, they've also got to be more methodical as a result. Border can play a lot looser. It's a lot harder to maintain certain positions as defenders, and frankly, a lot less important. And that's why we don't see as much of that utility focus on a map like that. compared to Cafe. I mean, the maps are both, big old squares. They're shaped similarly. You could argue that. But when you look at the way these play out, at least the Cafe we're seeing right now, it is a lot more of a disciplined, utility-focused Cafe. And I'd argue that that is going to favor SSG as long as they can keep forcing RTV to play their way.
And it's certainly not favoring Reality TV right now. I mean, we just saw 2 nades caught by the ADS on White Stairs. Only 3 flashbangs to be sure, maybe 2 concussions for Hat, but no attempt to try to clear that ADS, even after they heard the first one caught on White Stairs. You still have some nades from Giddy, so it's not all hopeless, but Bosco ends up sending a C4 in turn to detonate Giddy as he tries to deal with the Mira. Hot and Cold gets aggressive on White as well. That's now 2 players gone for Reality TV, and when they are denied that opening and forced to claw back a late round with a 2-body disadvantage, that can be difficult sometimes, even as skilled as this team is.
I love that little combination aggressive play there from SSG. It was the C4 and then the jump out at the same time, both on the same side of the map that, really worked well. Bolts will now get another and really dig Reality TV deeper into the hole that they've already found themselves in. 1 round down, but it seems in just a moment they'll be down 2 unless they can pull off some kind of miracle. Tristan, he thinks he's got a free pass here up New Balk, but really, you've got Hot and Cold lurking down below, so if Tristan exposes himself to that position, he will likely fall. Hat, he's won an engagement with this same Mira window before, but this time, Bosco is not going to give him any opportunity to find that kill. Staying patient, waiting for Reality TV to work their way up, and that makes perfect sense. They've only got 25 seconds left and simply do not have the manpower to do this. Bosco, there it is. We'll finish off Hat and Yeti on to Tristan to give SSG their first flawless round of the series.
I want to highlight the late round right there, because even though there were 2 very quick kills early on, I think how SSG closed out that round is a good example of the collective strength this team has and why they are such a good pick to root for between these 2 on Cafe. You have a 2v5. It's just Hat and Tristan. 2 of the more aggressive and mechanically skilled players on RTV. So what do?
Attackers need to locate
Just don't peek. Bosco's playing behind a Mira window. Hat is sitting in front of it, begging Bosco to peek that window. Give him a kill. And Bosco says no. Yeti and Rampy on White Stairs have that Kiba pixel, and what do? They play on the landing. They don't peek it. They don't give Hat the opening he's looking for. In the previous series against TSM and Mirage, we saw both teams make decisions where they probably should have hung back on the defense instead of swing, and they might lose the fight. For SSG, they're not a team who gives those openings to a team that wants them.
That's just so well played. I mean, and that's the discipline of these pro teams that Reality TV do not play against very often. Sure, a 3v5 against anybody is not going to be very winnable, but usually Reality TV have a fighting chance because, like you said, Carter, they get the opportunity to get into those gunfights, and SSG were simply not going to let that happen. So another well-constructed round from the defense there, and that will put them up 3-1 as they head back down to Mining and Dining here, a site that has, I'd say, continued to increase in popularity as we develop throughout this new meta and as we continue shifting here on a map like this. We haven't seen Reading Room much at all today. Instead, it's favoring that other side of that first floor.
Honestly, that's kind of surprised me. We've seen Mining Dining rise in popularity, but at the expense of Bar and Cocktail, we've seen Reading and Fire kind of fill that second or third bomb side. But SSG, maybe because the Mira is on the board, have been okay going to that Bar and Cocktail site and then having Mining be their third and not going to Reading and Fire. No Mira on this site right now, instead dropping it, moving Rampy to the Solus and putting Bosco specifically on that Cade. So if Reality TV want to open up that train hatch, well, they'll probably just have to nade it somehow or destroy it through the floor, because right now it is electrified and will be very difficult to open as SSG sit on this top floor. Rampy down below providing some support, of course, but still sitting inside a Cocktail, inside a Freezer. They're playing to their strengths once again, playing patiently, biding their time, and letting the utility do the talking.
And so far, I mean, the utility has wasted, 90 seconds of this round. Reality TV are starting to, get their utility involved, but it's really the counter from SSG that has done such a good job at wasting time. Because of that focus on the top floor, SSG, they're going to get confident and they're going to get fluid elsewhere. Fultz, he'll step up and he'll get the opening kill for his team in this round, right? That's Hat. already gone. A player who had so much impact on Border is just not being allowed to shine here on Cafe.
I believe SSG between these two maps, 11 and 3 on the entry. Only 3 rounds between Cafe and Border how Reality TV got that opening pick. And SSG showing Reality TV that they might not be the new blood around here, but they can still get aggressive and take these advantages. With only 45 seconds left, down a body, down your buck as well. Once again, Giddy's got to do the soft destruction. And once again, you're low on time. You can't open that train hatch. You can try to nade it, but there's not enough time if you miss to make it work. So now you just have to flood down red stairs in the mining window where all 5 bodies of SSG are waiting.
And they're going to funnel into the site in just a moment, I'd imagine. And like you said, yes, Bosco, he knows exactly what's coming. There's a good kill from him. Fultz will get another, and it's just Giddy and Tristan who are nowhere close to making this happen. I mean, Tristan's at the window, but the only place that they can really walk in. Bosco knows that, still loses that fight. Oh, good shot from Giddy there, to be sure. But in this 4v2, with only 3 seconds remaining, Reality TV, they do not stand a chance. SSG, another clean round. It's 4-1.
Clinical in these first 5 rounds from Space Station Gaming. Reality TV on Border and on Cafe have been looking for those openings, and they have been denied. And then SSG, they know that Reality TV need to get aggressive at that point, so they back up and waste time. It is such a simple game SSG are playing. You get the first kill, you don't need to push for more necessarily. You don't need to go for that 2-piece or that 3-piece. If you get that first kill and the attacking team still hasn't made their way into the building, just back up. Still hold the top floor. Don't completely retreat and bunker, but don't play as forward as you were. It's so simple, yet SSG are the masters of it and have mastered it against Reality TV. As we go into round 6, the final attempt for Reality TV to get a 4-2 half, which, to be fair, on Cafe is usually what you seek. But every single time they've played these attacks, they try to create that initial control, usually lose the opening duel, and then stall for the remainder of the round. SSG end up winning it.
Well, Reality TV, they're the ones in need of something. Only 1 round so far on the Cafe attack. That is not going to fly when you transition to your defense here. Cafe, it's not that defensive-sided, especially against SSG. Really going to require this second round if they want to have any hope at taking their own map pick. An uphill 1-5 battle is not something I think they were hoping to enter at the swap, especially after so much success on map number 1. But SSG have done such a good job of adjusting to this Reality TV team, and that is the beauty of a best of 3. And it's what showcases a team like SSG's experience, right? In that best of 3 environment, in that counter-stratting enemy analysis environment, right? They've had this time now to get an understanding of what Reality TV can do, how they want to do it, and so far, they've been able to totally counter it here on map number 2. Reality TV, well, they've got to find an answer for that quickly, either changing up some strategy of their own or staying a bit more composed, playing a bit more together, and somehow getting this one back. Starting this round off with maybe a bit of an aggression, a bit of a utility dump, and potentially a bit of a drop in Mr. B. An aggressive play from him will go 1 for 1.
We'll go 1 for 1, but acquire some necessary control. He's got that central area below Skylight down, but Yeti fights back, cuts down Giddy, and now it's minimized. Tristan, who's always the tip of the spear, he's got to push up. Angle denied by the Kiba. Good timing and good decision by Yeti to block that key angle that so many attackers use when they try to lurk up long bar. Now Hat will lurk even further. He's made his way to White Stairs, and Tristan will support from the hatch. But SSG are letting him take this initial control, but they're not trying to take the fight. They're trying to make him question himself, making Reality TV waste even more time and not give them a 1v1 that makes a 2v4 into a round victory. Hat will remain on this landing, but they are running out of options, Jonah. 55 seconds, they can maybe drone a little more, acquire a little more vertical control. This is where SSG thrive, and so far, it doesn't seem like they're going to lose it.
It's a good kill from Hat, and maybe that is the start of something. But they still have so much work to do. Like you said, 40 seconds is not a ton of time here, given how disciplined SSG are playing. Tristan will make the next move. working his way up into reading, which incidentally is free if he wants to take it. But there are defenders lurking just about everywhere else, including Rampy up above. Be careful. He's got an angle here, right onto Hat. Could have sworn there was a drone on Rampy's position, but Hat just didn't care. Sticks to plant, and he gets punished for it. Tristan now trying to do the same thing, but Yeti likely to shut it down as well. There's the spray, and while the first few bullets miss, the last few will not. SSG 5-1. It's dominance from them this time.
And we'll have to see how their attacks are, but it is hard to get more convincing for their defensive halves than that. They drop the opening pick for the final defensive round, but trade it back immediately and continue as if nothing had changed. And they knew that the damage dealt to Reality TV's man count would allow Rampy to flank up above. And again, the individual decision-making so stellar by SSG so far. Creates a hole from up above. The calls are on point for where Reality TV are planting. He's able to drop the diffuser and force the 1v3 and force the round victory as well. Again, we'll have to see how these attacks are for SSG and how these defenses are for Reality TV. But we saw what a lead could do to a team on Border. Reality TV got 2 rounds in a row, and even though they were certainly flawed in the early to mid round, they just got a few good individual plays in the late round, and that was enough to sail them to a 7-3 victory on Border.
Yeah, at this point, Reality TV, right, they're obviously looking to come back and looking to make their defenses work, but you've also got to consider just thinking about what they can do overall on a multi-map perspective, not just on Cafe, but thinking about, I believe we have Theme as our decider, right? Thinking about how they can work on this utility game that SSG are playing so well and figure out a way to deal with that. Because you go to Theme Park, right? And again, I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but if we go to Theme Park, that map is massive. It's so big. You have so much utility to clear, so much control to take. I mean, that's going to be a daunting task for Reality TV if the attacks on Theme are anything like what they just did on Cafe. They're going to have to find an answer for that now, and maybe that just comes in the form of some discipline of their own, some gunplay of their own. Maybe we see them respond here on this defensive side.
Doing the normal extension, the normal roam on the top floor. You can't just give up the whole map, especially when the site is on the top floor. You got to make sure you're keeping the attack back, at least for that first minute and a half. Mr. B playing aggressive below this hatch. The ball's on this man. Rotates right under the nose of the Yana, but still makes it back alive. I don't know if I would have done that. And again, I'm not Mr. B. Hot Cold almost finds another Reality TV defender just walking around as if the attack isn't on the roof and not watching their very positions. Reality TV are not punished for it. They just barely escape punishment. Minute 20 seconds in so far, SSG. I mean, they weren't able to capitalize off those opportunities. They're starting to make progress. They still need to clear that pixel shield and make their way into Ticket as well, so things aren't going quickly by any stretch of the imagination. But if they can clear out Tristan, maybe even do a lot of damage to him as well, could still be a victory for their first half.
But no kills have been found just yet in this one. First one, though, could be around the corner as we're going to see some more aggressive ballsy rotation there from Tristan. He'll cross his way past the window. In fact, he'll do it again. Yeti will get down as he swings in, walks right into a frost mat. That's not ideal, but he'll get picked right back up. So again, a little bit of damage dealt, but nothing fatal at the moment. A full minute still for SSG to work with. They've cleared their way up through Piano. They've got cigar control, but they still have to get some sort of avenue to push into the site.
And one is not going to present itself. They'll open up the trash wall because, well, Freezer and Bathroom are both electrified, and they can't deal with that. If they want to push up White as well, Rice is holding that close with a shotgun, and the first kill goes RTV's way. Fultz domed by Tristan. Now SSG will be in a disadvantage as they flood through just a couple doorways and a window.
Yeah, good opener there from Tristan, and now Reality TV looking to follow that one up and just hold down this site. Bosco, though, he's got something else in mind, taking care of Giddy here, and now maybe allowing themselves a little bit more room to play with, but still, frankly, that's not going to be enough. There's still a 4v4 with 15 seconds left. SSG, they're going to have to light up this scoreboard, and they're going to have to do it fast. Bosco, he runs way too far into the site. Same thing goes for Hot and Cold. Hat's got the angle to shut them both down. It's Yeti and Rampy, and they are simply out of time. Hat will line up another, and even though Hat falls in the end, there was simply no time to pick up that diffuser and get it on the ground. Reality TV off to a good defensive start.
Man, timing not going SSG's way there. 3 times that round, a defender rotated right in front of an attacker as they were either just getting on a drone or just backing off of the angle. And in the third case on White Window, the Sledge just didn't have the angle, was watching Pixel as the Jaeger had already just made his way past the window. So SSG's clear, they had all the right pieces. Had somebody White Window to try to pinch out the Pixel player. Had someone Skylight to see if they were pushing out Freezer. But the timing didn't go their way, and then the intel didn't go their way as Yeti vaults into a Frost mat. He's still alive, but because of the slow clear and the lack of pressure or the lack of kills that they had in that round, they didn't have time to clear out any of those cades or clear out any of those bathroom positions. They just had to flood through doorways, and that's where SSG thrived on their defense. In reality TV, they're probably going to thrive there as well, just as they did.
Yeah, that was clean, patient work from them in the end. Like you said, though, not as patient in the early round, where a couple of early disasters were averted, but they made it work in the end when it came down to it. It was Hat in the freezer. It was good, strong positions that SSG just could not force their way through. This is one solution for that, bringing out the Monty. If you have any issue with, for example, a VIP shield or a big bakery shield, why not just throw a Monty at them? Truthfully, he can also be used to clear out the map if you want to join him on that top-down approach. But likely, Hot and Cold will just rappel up the other side of the building to do exactly that, joining this team on the top down to help take this control expeditiously.
You don't often see that Monty full clear anymore. It's almost always brought with a direct attack, whether on bank or what have you, but they're trying to go for that full clear, and they'll lose a body, but take one in turn. That likely favors Reality TV, though. That Specchio scanner is good. Reality TV have never based the entirety of their strats around that Solus. They'll deep roam, try to get a couple drones, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Instead, he takes out 2 of the attacks, 4 nades, and the main entry for SSG so far, alongside Rampy so far in this match. That definitely favors the defense a little bit more in terms of utility and who they specifically killed. But it being a 4-4, you still have that skeleton key and that sledgehammer, and you have second floor control with just over half the round to go. A lot of the angles they need to open up on the top floor will be opened up. After that, it's just a matter of whether or not they can transition down to that middle floor. They have the secondary hard breach charges. They can open up that freezer hatch. But how they can deal with Giddy, the Warden, playing inside a VIP, now with 2 less nades than you had before, maybe they'll have to rely more on the Monty to throw him completely off guard.
Right, losing faults here wouldn't be that big of a deal, like you said, if maybe they had another gun. But with the Monty in play, with only 3 real guns left, it will be a bit more difficult to fight that uphill battle, to be sure. No Solus to worry about. That'll likely give SSG a bit more comfort when it comes to actually pushing this site when droning up above. They won't have to worry about being scanned or spotted out. And some good intel from, well, SSG's side on their own. They've also got a nice little kill. A nade downs Hat, Rampy finishes him off, and now SSG will use this opportunity to push into the site. Hot and Cold, he just drops the hatch, and he will be in there uncontested. Reality TV, they are not collapsing on the site in time. They've got to get a move on here, and they are simply not able to get back to the site because SSG have excellent coverage from up top. Look at this from Rampy. He knows exactly where Rice is. Tristan, not much he's going to be able to do. Too worried about the air jab on the other side. He is simply out of time. Good kill there onto Rampy, but it's not going to matter. You only got 20 seconds, and Yeti will end it right there. SSG take another.
That was such a good read by SSG. Normally, the way a lot of teams play that site is they have the Warden or a smoke, but somebody playing behind that VIP shield to contest White Stairs, but more importantly in this case, contest the freezer drop. Have a hole open in that right freezer panel so when people drop down, they're not just completely safe, like they were in that round. Reality TV had full reinforced that wall, so when Hot and Cold drops on the Monty, he doesn't have to worry about that Warden, and SSG don't need to clear him. They can just drop down, have someone drop down as well, and cover from the double window. Rampy sits on the top floor and watches red stairs to catch anybody rotating, and you've got an execute ready and made for you. That's the downside of that setup. If you're not able to waste enough time or take down enough attackers on that top floor and you full reinforce those walls, that freezer drop is going to happen, and it's going to be lethal.
Well, Reality TV, that could have been a lethal blow for them in terms of their map 2 hopes. Down 4 at this point and sitting on match point, or rather map point, as we still have potentially, and it looks likely, one more map to go in this series. Theme Park up next. Reality TV, if they want to have any hope here on Cafe, they've got to go on a flawless rotation and then some. We got to see 4 in a row, and Reality TV, they're going to start things off with a bit of aggression, a bit of an early spawn peek just to freeze SSG and slow them down a bit if they can.
They're certainly a lot more wary of that window now, both Rampy and Fultz watching it intently to make sure that no one hops out and deals with them on that rappel. You're 6-2 right now. I mean, you could still win after this if Reality TV don't net 4 rounds in a row, but you know what's better than a 6-3, Jonah? Or
what?
I suppose. You know what's better than a 7-3? A 7-2. That's better than a 7-3.
True.
And right now, they might just be on their way to get it. Hat dealt with early on. Not so much an important pick for the utility that Hat brings on the defense, but it's a 5-4 within the first 45 seconds to a minute of the round. You can just go about your normal clear like you were before. You don't need to feel pressured to push forward or pressured to hold back. Just go about things how you normally would, which in this moment is clearing that pixel shield. Fult's still alive, will likely use those nades in tandem with Rampy, one of them on stage, and likely one of them on the white rappel as well, to pinch out Tristan. And they should focus on that, because if they're able to take down that Jaeger as he rotates off, that's a 5-3.
Well, Tristan got out of there. Just barely, but he did get out of there. Loses his shield in the process, but he is alive and well. Only 4 bodies, though, for Reality TV to work with here. They're going to have to really keep them up and keep everyone alive if they can. And that really is going to come onto the shoulders of Giddy and Tristan now, as they have another choice to make. Do they stay in Cocktail? Do they fight this? Or do they back off and play a little bit safer? For now, it looks like they want to fight it, and SSG want to work their way into them. That'll take some time, though. They still have to work their way across this top floor, but everyone now has boots on the ground. They're looking ready to go. Giddy, there he is, still holding this position. He gets 1, almost gets a second there. It's Rice instead who gets the second, but oh my, Rampy. 2 kills right back. Still Tristan, though, don't forget about him. He's got 2 more. Finally felled by Yeti, but a quick exchange on the top floor turns that into a 1v1.
A 1v1 to decide if Reality TV go to map 3 or hold on for just a little bit longer. Rice has those evil eyes that could be important as the time dwindles down. Yet he doesn't have any drones. He can't seek out Rice's position. He'll just have to hope he's caught. Rice is playing aggressive, pushed up into R90. He'll pull back into reading, hoping that the Hibana goes to dining. The Banshee reveals his position. Rice knows he's there. Can he dodge the flash? He does, but he still gets domed! 7-2 for SSG on their opponent's map pick, one-upping the already impressive showing from Reality TV. And we go to Theme Park, and ladies and gentlemen, this is anybody's game.
Oh, it is. Oh my word. This is back and forth, not during the map, but between maps, I guess. It was dominance from Reality TV, and then even more dominance from SSG, and it wasn't even close. Reality TV, they just couldn't get it started, and SSG took full advantage. I mean, that was textbook from the word go. And Reality TV, even under the leadership of Mr. B, that we've already talked so much about, could not pull it out. They took a timeout to talk things over. That didn't work. They had the side swap to change up the rhythm, to get some momentum. That didn't work either. They struggled. They have to shake it off now because map 3 is on the horizon.
Well, I mean, Jonah, CJ said that he was worried. SSG, are they struggling to hold the pot? Is it too hot for them? But you know what MF Doom taught us? You don't forget your pot holders. You gotta make sure you remember them, so when things get too hot, you can pick it up and move away safely. And as SSG go on to map 3, they might be riding high as a result. But before we get to our analyst desk and before we get to map 3, we'll take a short break for a word from our sponsors.
A drastically different result than we had in map 1, Laxig. I mean, I think maybe they got it mixed up. I don't think maybe they picked these maps. I think it was the opposite way around. I think maybe we got it wrong on the map, Vito.
Yeah.
Are we being pranked? Like, as I feel like that's very much possibility that this is backwards.
I mean, I just want to say, I think Reality TV got a little bit of a reality check themselves, that map. I mean, SSG, that was pure dominance.
I think to continue on the pun of the names, I think while Reality TV was maybe fighting down on Earth, in the first one, Space Station Gaming is fighting, up in space, out of orbit. I mean, you've been there before yourself, Laxing. You've been around like these situations where, sure, you have a game that doesn't go your way, but this is what pros do. They wipe the slate clean and they show what they're made of.
Yeah, I said it. SSG are no slouch. They really will make you work for it. And this was a prime example. They had a rough showing. And, I was talking to you. I think maybe, it could have been a strategic play from Lycan to pick, the worst map that they might have, struggled on. I don't think that was entirely it. But if that was, that they picked Border just to get it out of the way and, go through the hardships, whatever it might out, had they won or had they obviously lost, to shake it off, they got Cafe under control. They knew that they would pick Cafe as one of the maps. Now you look at that, they go to Cafe, they immediately shut down Reality TV. And with shutting down Reality TV, now they're going into the last and final map on a high note. And your Reality TV, you are not feeling so hot. You just had a hot game prior to that, but then immediately fell off. Like, almost completely brand new team was displayed going against SSG on Cafe. So I'm kind of, I'm worried for Reality right now.
That would be the most 200 IQ play if you say, you know what, let's give them one they'll win. The very first one, that would be dominance. Cookies.
This is ridiculous.
We need Mr. B to get back into this, don't we? What does he do? What does his team do? They had momentum and then they let SSG rip that momentum away from them.
This is G Brim. You ready?
I'm ready. Hit me with it.
Don't get 1v3'd 2 rounds in a row to start a map. Because you know what? That's a kick in a spot that you don't want.
I believe the professional term is gonads.
And that's tough to bounce back from, to be honest. Even for a Mr. B led team that is apparently, they'll run through a brick wall for him. Now, I'll tell you this: going to the theme park, I gotta admit, I'm usually the most confident in Reality TV. There's no one more confident in that team than me. But that map is like the definition of like a slow play, SSG-esque, fork and knife, unseasoned chicken of a map. And Reality TV is gonna have a hell of a time, pulling off the Border heroics on theme park. It's going to be extremely difficult. They've played it before in the past. I mean, it's not like they're aliens to theme park, but they played it against the likes of like Carnage B and whoever else they beat on theme park. They haven't played theme park quite like this. So
no,
I'm genuinely concerned. And if they have any hope, it is their Lord and Savior, Mr. Biblical.
Mr. B.
Well, what we can do, okay, it's been quite a day so far. So we do want to go in-depth breaking down theme park, but we're going to flip to a quick break. When we come back, we'll dive deep into it, and then we'll get into the map shortly after that. We'll see everyone in just a few minutes.
There really is nothing like a land.
Nothing is ever scripted or predictable when you have reality TV in the lobby, Jonah, but I have to say, I think after map 1, they didn't expect SSG to fight back in the way that they did. Now going to theme park, this might just be the bell tolling for the CL favorites.
Yeah, I mean, SSG fought back in a big way. I mean, that one was just a completely reverse. I mean, they flipped the script totally on its head. SSG, they just dominated reality TV on Cafe, leaving not a single bit of doubt. We go to theme park and SSG have all the confidence in the world. I mean, why shouldn't they? They've been playing out of their minds on Cafe. They're going into a map with a similar play style that can be pretty utility focused, that can be pretty disciplined, and that kind of play style, SSG just showed us that is where they want to live. That is where they beat reality TV. Expect to see that here, especially since SSG get to start out on defense.
Yeah, this map, it does not go quick. This is a Malusi Banshee of a map if I've ever seen one. And starting out on the defense for theme park, SSG can play structured if they want, but this map also tends to lend itself to a little bit of rat play. And if Rampy wants to solo roam and sit in a corner, well, on all the maps possible, this might be just one of the favorites to do it. The bans have been generally the same, at least for the first one, but reality TV, and this is, by the way, I just want to say, this is how dire things are. Mr. B, who I don't have the math on this, but out of all the players in the lobby in the past 6 months, probably has the highest playtime on Monty. Like, out of these 10 players, has banned Montaigne. Valkyrie, we know. I mean, reality TV always banned Valkyrie, but that is how much they are worried about hot and cold on the Monty and how worried they are about SSG once they get to attack. Is he banned out his favorite shield op? Wamai, of course, to round things out, SSG being fairly standard with their bans, banning Twitch every time, banning Wamai twice in a row now. But that Monty, that honestly reveals to me that reality TV, things are being treated very seriously.
Right, they might be a little bit scared here. They maybe prepared for theme park, maybe knew exactly what they had to eliminate, and they wanted to make it very clear that Hot and Cold would not be allowed to play Monty whatsoever. And I gotta say, I think that's a smart call, right? Who are you gonna fear more, realistically, Carter? Are you more scared of Mr. B on the Monty, or are you more scared of Hot and Cold on the Monty? I mean, I don't know.
I don't want to be okay. Listen, I don't want to be that guy. You gotta pay respect to your elders, but Mr. B's a really damn good shield player. I mean, he's like really good. I mean, like, again, Hot and Cold, he's been around the block, really good. But Mr. B, he's some about those shields, whether it be Blitz or Monty. He knows how to work it right. He's like the North American Anaton if you watch Cyclops over in APAT. Not that good, don't get me wrong, but like, still.
We should really just rename. We should rename this stream instead of closed qualifier broadcast. Just Mr. B compliment broadcast. Gas up Mr. B all day long.
I gotta say, I mean, like, it's probably just because we're CL, but like we are, he's just such a nice guy. He's such a character.
I mean, hey, he's confident. He's clearly good at the game, and well, he desperately wants to win this best of 3. As a reminder to everyone, you hopefully just saw in our bracket that was on our screen a moment ago, this is a double elimination bracket. So if you lose here, I mean, your hopes for making the 6th Invitational are not over. You can still absolutely work your way through the lower portion of that bracket. Our lower bracket final happening tomorrow morning before the eventual grand final. So still a lot of Siege should be played, even if one of these teams ends up losing. No matter who, they still have a chance to fight their way in. And that's what Parabellum did, I believe, to get through when they made Invite. They fought their way through the lower bracket, didn't they?
Why, yes, they did.
Indeed,
they did. And they had to beat Beast. That was a weird qualifier, by the way, overall. It was a Parabellum Beast Coast final with Disrupt in the... It was very odd. So we just kind of... That one was kind of the black sheep of the bunch. But right now, this is SSG's world, and we're living in it. Well, not Hot and Cold's world. He's down to pretty low HP, being one of the main roamers on Theme Park at the moment. Hat will jump in, try to not only open up Barrel's wall, but try to cut off an avenue of rotation down to that first floor. Try to make sure that nobody who is playing around Bunks or Daycare can drop down. Nobody from SSG is really pushing over there. Almost all 5 defenders over on Dragon's side, and this is a huge reversal for what we normally see on Theme Park. Normally, even if it is a cafe arcade clear from the attack, we see at least some defender presence over by Bunks and Daycare, and maybe some attacker presence over by Top Dragon. But the defenders are where the attackers normally are, and the attackers are where the defenders normally are. Rice is moving in, Jonah, try and get this first kill.
Yeah, I like the way that SSG are playing this right there. Playing us a bit more passive than usual, and like you said, on the other side of the map, we just saw Hot and Cold drop away to safety, making sure that all 5 of these defenders stay alive when this inevitable execute eventually comes through. Mr. B will finally rotate over to that yellow wall to get that additional bit of control opened up and really expose this entire site, but it's exactly what Reality TV need to do right now. SSG didn't heavily contest, or at least as heavily contest the top floor as rather heavily as we would have expected them to, right? We talked so much about that discipline, that extension that we were going to see from them. It looks like they're playing a lot more passively, but here comes that push.
But they've cut down Mr. B at the entrance. Diffuser dropped. Reality TV still keeping it close, all at the hands of Rice, but he's finally shut down by Rampy. 2v3, make that a 0v3 in a matter of seconds. Hardly even enough time to process the information. SSG are able to hold fast through the majority of the round, and when that narrow blip of action reaches them, it's decisive from beginning to end.
There's a reason why SSG are some of the best team out there. It's that discipline that they showcased again right there on round number 1. And if that's gonna tell us what this theme park is gonna be like, Carter, I am worried. I'm already worried for Reality TV because that round from SSG was just so perfectly constructed just from the start. They started on that top floor with a slight extension, not a heavy one, enough that there was Hot and Cold on the Solus where he could take care of those drones just on that operator really to deal with the drones. That was his primary job. He wasn't going to play up above to try to deny the plant with that gadget. He was an information denier, and that worked perfectly. He played safe. Everyone on SSG played safe so that when that clear, when that take from Reality TV eventually happened, there was simply nothing they could do because SSG didn't give them the fights.
That's what you want to see, but Bosco, come on, man. Oh, I thought he was going to go for a spawn peek. I was like, of all the players you'd expect to peek out these windows, Bosco, even with the FPX 1.5, but Bosco, no, instead, he'll just open it up a little bit and then back off promptly. If Reality TV don't have the shields, well, you can usually bet them to bring out something else. If they haven't banned it, they'll bring out the Ying to try to expedite these attacks. Mr. B normally finds himself on this break repel to initially throw in some Yings, startle the defenders, more importantly, try to drive one of them into a rotation that they can capitalize off of, and then get a pick on the board. One player on that arcade balcony right now, or I guess on that break balcony, he's not trying to get too aggressive. That's the Mira with a C4 prepped, ready and waiting to throw it. Mr. B's cooking those candelas. He's trying to blind them, but right as they go, that'll trigger Hot and Cold's instincts to throw that C4 on the balcony, and Mr. B will have to dodge. It goes out, but he's just slow enough. Escapes the blast radius, and there might be no capitalization from the candelas, but the C4 misses, and that might just be a win in and of itself.
I mean, that's just a piece of utility for a piece of utility. Trade 1-for-1, Candela for C4, and that's going to work out for Mr. B every time because he's got 3 more of those candelas in pocket, and Hot and Cold has no more C4s. Naturally, he's only got 1 to start off the round. But early on in this one, it'll be Tristan to start things off onto Yeti. A quick flurry of engagements, though, as Reality TV, they aren't wasting any time here.
Oh, domed by Tristan. On Cold didn't even see his demise approaching. Rampy and Fultz make that Fultz just now the only one left. He's got that Specchio, so he knows where the case is. It's actually dropped on the floor at the moment. Nobody going for the plant. In my own head, I'd like to think that maybe they were betting the Solus or baiting the Solus, but I don't think that's true. They're trying to find this remaining defender and snatch his soul away. Fultz knows somebody might be prone. He can pre-fire Tristan. But it's still a 1v3. He's got to win, but not, well, I suppose a little bit of time, but not good positioning. Hat can get the bomb down, and he is so far away. One player from Reality TV going to finish him off as well. This is a 1v1. If the Solus can win it, that's a kill for him. Bomb on the floor. About 30 seconds left until that bomb can no longer be defused, but surely Fultz can get 2 kills, 5-0 so far, but he's got that mirror window in front of him. They'll hear the break. They know he's in initiation. Now he has to creep on in. No intel at the moment. Pre-firing, face-checking everything he can. But another 1v1 presents itself on the balcony, but time dwindling away. He's not looking either, and Hat will take advantage of that post plant. Get Reality TV their first attack after an initially botched execute.
Well, valiant effort there from Fultz. There is no doubt about that one. Brought that one all the way back to a 1v2 and had a chance to maybe squeeze out another 1v1 engagement or two. But like you said, Carter, he had to face check every single angle. He had no information about where those final few attackers were positioned, right? Didn't have really any ability to track them down. Couldn't use that Solus gadget because, again, they weren't on their drones. They were just sitting up, ready to take those gunfights and deny the counter defuse. So textbook work there from Reality TV, I would say, in the end of that round. But like you said, maybe the beginning, not so textbook. A bit of a botched execute. They lost Mr. B early, and they just didn't get that sweeping control that you would expect when you do go for an aggressive move like that. Usually, those either work tremendously well or they fail tremendously badly, right? It's not typical that we see it somewhere in between, but round number 2, that's exactly what happened. Reality TV, they failed to take that initial control, but they were still ready to fight back. They were still ready to get those trades, and playing together in that second round really put them over the top.
You can never count out Tristan or Hat in those late rounds, man. If you give them an opening, even if it is an opening kill, but if you give them a space that they can work from, a little bit to start off, that they can maybe double or work for more, that's where they have thrived so far in this series. And 2 players narrowly escaping death. Hot and Cold tags Rice just a little bit, but a bullet careens past his head. Doesn't do any damage whatsoever, so he'll survive for the time being, but won't be playing too aggressively on top Dragon. He's got those goo mines, but he's just trying to waste only a little bit of time here alongside the Solus, but oh no. The default cam outside is still up. We might not see any aggressive play, but it still results in Hot and Cold's death. Maybe a trade if Fultz can work his magic, but Tristan just knows too much. How does this man always find himself in the right position and finds himself a 2-body lead for Reality TV?
What a start in this round for Reality TV. That's 2 early kills. Tristan, the man himself, I mean, walks in, dusts Hot and Cold, does it again with Fultz. What can't he do? Now SSG are on the back foot, and they need to fight an uphill battle for the remainder of this round. And I'd argue that this is the hardest bomb site on the map to do this on. You're going to lab and storage. So vulnerable from just an all-out push from attacking teams. That's why we see this site rushed so often. But especially now that Reality TV can spread their manpower a little bit thinner, given that they're only in a 5v3, they can pressure this top floor all the while pressuring the site itself. With 2 SSG defenders up top, I'm just realizing this now, the site is completely understaffed. Only 1 player actually on the site at all. The moment Reality TV realized this, I mean, this could be a quick execute and a quick defuse if they're not careful.
You can have Tristan throw a nade bottom arcade in case anybody rotates down, but Bosco, that lone defender on the site, he gets 1, but he's now finished off. Yeti getting active takes down Giddy as well, but the attackers are still have the man advantage, and with the diffuser, have worked their way into sight. Nobody watching the stairwells, and Yeti inside of main lobby. They can start working towards the site with no pressure whatsoever. Mr. B can surely get this bomb down and get it down. He will. Yeti and the Azami both now peak, but Reality TV remains passive, remains patient. Tristan catches them completely off guard, and Yeti finishes things off. He, well, scores a goal in his own team's goal. And you gotta admire the effort, but That's a reality TV victory.
Yeah, that is. And that's something that I think Yeti will laugh it off. It wasn't likely that he was going to make anything happen with that C4 anyway, but throwing it onto the door frame and blowing it up in your face is certainly going to leave no doubt as to exactly how that outcome would have transpired. But reality TV, that is well done. I mean, as a team, sure, they did great, but let's just give it up to Tristan once more for starting off that round with a bang and immediately sending SSG back to the drawing board. Because SSG, with a lab and storage defense like that, it relies heavily on vertical control, but you need some amount of first floor pressure as well. You cannot neglect that entirely. And what Tristan did so well is the fact that he took down both of the players on that east side, on that gong push that Tristan was undertaking. That pretty much immediately removed all of that first floor control SSG could have hoped to have. Instead, with only 3 bodies up, they had to make a choice of where they want to put those remaining defenders, and they just had to say, you know what, let's bite the bullet, let's keep control of the top floor. Reality TV in a 5v3, they can do pretty much whatever they want. Even though they lost a couple of bodies, even though SSG fought back, Reality TV, they found the trades and they found the round win.
Tristan is just one of those players where if he has momentum and he is feeling himself and he's got a good idea for what he wants to do, he can take over games. But by the way, just so everyone is aware, Stage 3 of CL was his first stage of Tier 2 competition, and he has become one of the most talked about players outside of Mr. B on reality TV with how good this man is and how well he can take over games. SSG has lacked that throughout the year. They brought on Yeti, who has that potential, and just historically, Rampy and Fultz certainly had that potential as well. Fultz himself having an extremely good day today overall in maps 2 and 3. But if Tristan is on fire, that is a blaze that is difficult to get under control. SSG are creating another buffer on bottom Dragon at the moment with a Solus alone inside of Cafe, and he's managed to take down the wild card that is Tristan, but Reality TV still answer back.
Yeah, good to see Rice finding the scoreboard as well. 5 kills already through these first 3 rounds. Pretty crazy how Reality TV, their kills are on 2 players right now, and well, they're gonna have a bit more trouble finding anything else because Hot and Cold, I mean, what a menace in this round number 4. Finds another kill. We saw Hat there get stuck in break room with nowhere to go and some good pressure from behind. They really got Reality TV trapped, and well, look at this. Yeah, 2 bodies dropped in break room. A devastating turn of events for Reality TV late in this round. Now Rice and Giddy have to find some way to come back, and well, they're not exactly playing on each other's hip right now. Rice is a bit separated and in fact a bit isolated. Risky here if he wants to walk in because there are 2 players top Dragon waiting for him. Giddy is finished off on the other side of the map, and so now Rice is left alone.
Diffuser dropped in split as well. That is just brutal. Basically the way he's going to win this is win it by kills, and everyone from SSG is waiting for him to push. Zombie pushes in, but they're just going to play the trade. Rampy sit in Furnace, waiting for that exact moment. The Azami even swings first, not to give Rice a freebie, but so that the attention is drawn away from Rampy and Furnace. So then when he swings, they can secure the trade, no problem. 2 round wins now for SSG. Took them a couple, rounds 2 and 3, to get things underway and get things figured out, but Throne so far has been the site where they have not faltered. It's been the other 2 that have been problematic so far: Bunks Daycare and Lab and Storage. For Bunks in particular, Tristan was able to start things off onto Yeti, but it was traded out. But yet, Reality TV are able to just flood in, take advantage of the chaos, and end up winning the round dominantly. For SSG so far, maybe putting a little bit more of that pressure, putting up a unified front, but an aggressive one as well, and trying to stop Reality TV at the door might be a good way to stall even more time and force Reality TV into a position where they have even less time to think things through.
Carter, I love that SSG have kept Reality TV guessing in terms of what kind of defense they're walking into. Because through these first 4 rounds, we've seen a variety of different options from SSG, a variety of different strategies. They've shown us full passivity. They've shown us just going for drones and backing off all the way to the site. We saw that in round 1, and it worked to perfection. But in round number 4, another round that they won, it was kind of the opposite. SSG maintained those extended positions and didn't give them up when Reality TV were starting to push on in. And guess what? That also worked. They found 2 kills in break room. The site was downstairs on the other side of the map. That means the roaming was working. So now for these last 2 attacking rounds, Reality TV, they've got to go into each one with a little bit of uncertainty as to what to expect.
Certainly, at least for what they're expecting, things not to go as easily as they were before. They thought they could just throw a Candela into break and maybe a kill would go their way, or maybe they'll even catch the defenders off guard, and that simply didn't happen. And this time, we're caught off guard by Yeti. Tristan taken down on bunks. He was able, Tristan I should say, was able to get the kill on Yeti in this exact position. Now, it fails. Reality TV can't trade it back. Yeti is not scared behind this shield at the moment. He is waiting for Reality TV to peek and not giving up this control. Hat is now rotated over to top Dragon. There's a 1v1 here at Info as well. He can bring that man count back, and now we're at a 4v4. But even with the equal man count, Jonah, they don't have the opening in terms of map control that they need.
Yeah, there's still a lot of space that Reality TV needs to take now, and they're doing it pretty effectively from the back here. Good pressure through waiting room, but they are getting absolutely stopped over on that cafe side. Pushing Yeti has been a serious problem. Now that he is, I believe, backed off that shield, it should be okay for Reality TV to push in that way if they want to, but now it does look like they are fully committing to this backsided take. You've got Rice already there. You got Mr. B already there. The only player on the other side, right? That is Giddy trying to work his way in from the back. So a little separated right now are Reality TV, but they do have control of initiation and office, and that is the first step if you want to get a push, at least on Bunk and Daycare, down successfully.
It could come down to what Giddy can do inside of Cafe. Fultz knows, but if Giddy can provide some necessary release pressure, it could make things better, especially now that Mr. B is gone. But Yeti takes another down, hot and cold, a third. Giddy's looking down forward, can only get one. SSG take their 3rd round in a row, winning one of the sites they lost before. If they can do that again, they're looking at a nice, clean 4-2 half.
Yeti on that Cafe shield. One position was enough to kind of give Reality TV a little bit of a headache, maybe a lot of bit of a headache, because Tristan died there. All of a sudden, you had your entry player, your big gunner, who was trying to enter into that side of the map, who you really need if you want to take that top arcade control. All of a sudden, he's gone. You're relying on your supports. You're relying on your flex. You're relying on those Rotero drones to kind of open up that space for you. It's just so much tougher without him on that initial push. And sure, Reality TV, they got 1 kill back. They took down Bosco, and that was something. But there was just so much more for them to deal with as they worked their way across into Bunk and Daycare, right? You still have to take care of initiation and office control. You still got to secure control. Again, if you're going for this type of push of that cafe side or of top arcade or of break room or something like that, and they just didn't have enough time to get all that done. So another good disciplined round for SSG, a chance to go up 4-2 here if they could take another one in a row.
Lab and storage, problem here. We had Bosco all alone. He was so lonely on that site, Jonah. Only guy there. They all left him to go play with their toys around the map. This time, Fultz is taking up the cap cannon. Well, Bosco, he's still going to be on the site. Let's be honest, it's Bosco, but Fultz might be looking to rotate back as he sits inside of barrels. Big thing here, Tristan two-pieced the roam, or at least part of it. The one focused horizontally inside of Gong and Throne last time when they weren't even inside of Throne. And he did it pretty much immediately. We don't see that same, at least, quickness this go around, but we do see some of the same positions played. We have the Capcan playing over in Throne and the Legion playing over Top Dragon. That might not be where the first engagement happens, though. They're holding it to be sure. Reality TV are looking to weigh their options first before we progress forward. Tristan looking over towards barrels right now. Rice moving up to the roof, but everyone coalescing around that Gong side once again. But the same take doesn't happen, or the same actions don't happen. Instead of getting 2 kills, Tristan cuts his HP in half by walking into an EDD, and now they're going to have to take Throne how they would have had to take it on the previous lab attack. Open up that yellow wall, which we just saw happen, but then try and coordinate a pinch, likely with some vertical pressure, onto those players playing inside and around Armory and Throne.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to just walk in for free this time because there's no double entry kill for Tristan on those players up above. They're not going to have to fight their way through them the old-fashioned way with a good bit of intel and, well, a couple of nicely placed shots. Fultz nearly getting in trouble in that engagement with Tristan, who is clearly proving that he is, well, very confident in taking these gunfights, repeatedly swinging on these defenders, and Fultz wants nothing to do with that. He will back all the way off. As Reality TV continue to move their way through this map, again, they need some amount of vertical control here, and they still haven't secured it. There's a lot left to do. Good thing we've spotted this, though. Hat is sitting crouched at that bathroom window and could hop in at any moment. He could be that key surprise that Reality TV are relying on. Thing is, there's still 50 seconds to go here, and Reality TV, they have a lot more control they need to take. Hat, if he wants to make that aggressive move, he has to wait until SSG are distracted, just like that.
And Rice takes down Hot, and then the clear on top yellow works. Tristan can now damage anybody walking down Arcade. Doesn't get a kill, but that's Rice's department at the moment. He's got to let the man do his job and just hold and wait back for the execute to hit. Hat sitting outside bathroom window, so patiently hops in as well. Some late vertical destruction to create some uncertainty in Fultz. Now the bullets sail through, and Rice is good for 3 in round number 6. Bosco's got to get aggressive, stop the window hopping. That's 1 kill for SSG, but 4 more to go. Only 7 seconds left. Almost everyone going to 1 HP on Reality TV, but there's too many angles to worry about and too little time to get those kills. Reality TV were able to win their final attack.
Yeah, that one got surprisingly close with the amount of HP that Reality TV had left, but 4 bodies up in the end, more than enough to get the job done. Effective use of those Goyo Vulcan canisters from SSG, detonating those with only about 15 seconds to go, and those will sit there for the remainder of the round, pretty much smoking you and flaming you out of the sight. But Reality TV, they knew they just had to brute force their way on in if they wanted to kill Bosco in time, and that they did. So just like that, we're tied up. It's 3-3, and Carter, it is still anyone's game. Theme Park has truly been the match we have hoped to see after those pretty one-sided map 1, one-sided map 2. We're now seeing the back-and-forth theme park that we've dreamed of.
Getting those 3 attacking rounds, that might be what does it in the end for Reality TV. This map tends to trend defender-sided, and if Reality TV can keep up a solid game on their defensive half, this should be a close one. Don't get it twisted. That might just be enough in the end, depending on how these attacks for SSG go. And these first 2 rounds will be critical to diagnose not only the trends, but any problems SSG or Reality TV might have on their respective sides. For the lineup for SSG at the moment, they're looking to try to capture that essence that Reality TV tried to bring. They're playing that Ying, but it's a different site right now. Armory and Throne. Bringing that Thatcher as well, they are looking to open up these walls, open up maintenance, maybe even another as well, bottom yellow potentially. And when that happens, send in Candelas one after another to get that bomb down and to throw Reality TV into complete and utter disarray.
This is why we see Ying banned pretty often on this map, and often when SSG is your opponents. Usually taking that Ying off the board is the smart thing to do, given how comfortable SSG are with those Candelas and with her as an operator as a whole. So keep an eye on that, because already SSG are making some good early progress. EMPs from that Thatcher, Selma charges from hot and cold, and that yellow wall, well, I believe it's already opened up. Hat might be able to remove some of those Selmas, but it looks like an impact from within has dealt with one or both of those Selmas, but they've at least opened up a hole. Reality TV now have to worry about somebody playing those angles at any moment.
Yeah, with that hole on yellow wall, even though the execute might not come from that way, as you said, they now have to worry about how they rotate inside of Armory, where they play, how aggressive they play. And once that maintenance wall is opened up, that could be done and dusted. First 2 Candelas go in on the roam, a smoke grenade as well, but no capitalization from SSG so far. Just a couple pieces of utility to aid the roam clear and to push the roamers back. Both the Oryx and the Kapkan now pulled back to top yellow. In SSG, we saw Bosco creeping his way into maintenance. They're waiting to open up this wall.
When they do it, it's going to come quickly. Exothermic charge out, EMP out as well. That wall's going to open wide. Mr. B, is he going to get aggressive on this? He's popping up and looking for kills, but he is simply not going to get the opportunity. That drone spotted him out, so he will back off. Good discipline there and awareness from SSG. They knew exactly what was coming. Reality TV, they don't have any kills yet, and we know how they get when they don't have any kills. They get antsy. They want to get active, and Mr. B has now put himself in a very tough spot as a result. Question is, are SSG aware of it?
Oh, yet he gets his first kill. That's Hat gone and off the board. Reality TV are hungry, but they're starving for attention now. As SSG don't give it to them, don't give them the time of day. 30 seconds left, but we still need to see a push. An EDD Fultz walks into, but doesn't lose his life. He's still got those Candelas, but do they know about Mr. B? They might know, but they can't counter. He cuts down Bosco, but Hot and Cold has the diffuser. Fultz can still go on in, but he doesn't even go 1-for-1. Beautiful play by Tristan, backing up his team. That's SSG stopped at the door. Hot and Cold pistol out, gets one. Can't get two as Reality TV keep the lead. Rampy has to be clinical. He has to be lethal. Hot and Cold can get this bomb down, but Reality TV, wait, they might not know. The bomb goes down successfully, but Hot and stuck in sight, and he's on 1 HP. This could be a 1v3 in the blink of an eye, and it'd be all up to Rampy. But Hot and Cold will stay inside for the time being. Knows he can waste time, spots the Oryx, and down he goes. Watching split as well. That's where Tristan has staked his claim, the hill he might die on. But Rice, as he flanks, falls to Rampy, and Hotton gets the third. SSG take their first round on the attack with a nail-biting post-plant.
Oh, what a way to win that round for SSG. It is Hot and Cold and Rampy with the clutch, and it is Reality TV who let that one slip through their fingers. It really felt like they had it. It felt like they denied that entry. It was all looking great for them until the end. Like you pointed out, Carter, it may have gone unnoticed that Hot and Cold snuck into the site and had the chance to get the bomb down, because if he was planting, we would have probably seen all three of those Reality TV defenders get a bit more active. Rice, after all, still had a C4 in pocket. Let me say that one more time. When the bomb went down, he had a nitro cell in his pocket that he did not use. And to me, that screams that they simply didn't know it was happening. All of them were on the other side of the map. They didn't get that sound call. They didn't have the cam on his position, and they probably assumed that they had successfully choked SSG out of the site, but they assumed incorrectly, and SSG got the bomb down, and then Hot and Cold and Rampy just got the kills they needed in the clutch.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And a good start on the attack, even if it was a clutch in the end. Not a 1vx, but a 2vx. That's still around, that was looking to go Reality TV's way, that they were managed to bring back. And whether if this is a rough attacking half, those are the rounds you can count on to just barely make the difference and keep you alive. But if this is the start of a dominant attacking half, it'll be proof that even when they're down, SSG are certainly not out. They've won the throne, and that's the site that the defense relies on as the stronghold on Theme Park. Now Reality TV will switch up to Bunk and Daycare. Normally see someone playing aggressive on Cafe, making sure that that control just isn't free for the attack. But usually somebody Initiation and Office as well, except that's how Reality TV have liked to play it in the past. That's what they'll do here. Tristan in Office, Mr. B in Initiation. But one player already inside the building. A lot of focus from SSG, at least some of the lurkers focus on those cafe stairs to clear utility and maybe even get a cheeky pick if anybody tries to get aggressive against Yeti.
Rotero drone gets up and will take care of the lone Banshee on the yellow stairs. So SSG have identified some of this utility that Reality TV have set up across the map. As they make their entry, it looks like we're seeing a split-sided push here from SSG. They're working their way in from both the east side, this cash balcony, and they've got a little bit of pressure from the other side. Pressure that they have begun to rotate around. Yeti is down below. That will make the only attacker on that first floor. And now all four of them have now joined up and working their way in top Dragon. So clearly now they've got the one approach. It is going to be, looks like, initiation pressure as well as some office pressure to kick off this round. Tristan, holding this position in office, will have to lock this down as long as he can.
Lock it down as long as he can, and Tristan looks like he's trying to keep this under lock and key for the final minute. Hasn't given it up, has an angle as well. Somebody creeping up long haul, but he still goes down. The angle ends up going against him, not presenting him with an opportunity. He's not finished off, but there's no way any of his team could get him up. Rampy gets the first kill with only 50 seconds left. The yellow wall is opened up. That's another angle that Reality TV might not be expecting alongside now the standard fare inside of office, but 40 seconds left, and the core site walls are still closed. Bosco will make quick work of that, and it might not matter if SSG can continue getting these kills. Another goes their way. Giddy's just on the opposite wall from Yeti. The Flores now knows, but instead he turns around and cuts down Fultz. The Flores on yellow. This is another 1v1 for Giddy, but SSG are watching that shield. They know the Jaeger's in Cafe. They know they can keep him trapped there. This might fall on Hat and Rice to win this out. Beautiful shot, beautiful headshot onto Hot and Cold. A second onto Rampy. Can he make it 3? Bosco's quicker on the trigger, but him and Yeti have to finish this out and collapse on the defenders. Giddy can get the better of him on the position, but Bosco knows. Only 1 second left, though. He'd have to have a miracle flick to win this round, and it will not happen. Reality TV answer back.
Oh, they do it in a big way as well, Carter. I mean, SSG, they started off the round, I think it was 2 openers. Reality TV, I mean, it seems like their favorite spot to be so far this entire series in a 3v5. They've won plenty of 3v5s. They've lost plenty of 3v5s. In this case, they won yet another, staying super disciplined and really just aware of where SSG were pushing from. And that's, I think, where Reality TV found their stride. They had some good intel, and again, flexing some incredible talent, some incredible gun skill, because we saw multiple players just buckle down and go to town on SSG if they could. Tristan, who is normally in that position, was forced out early and couldn't do that, but someone like Pat, perfect spot for him to shine. Giddy as well on that Jaeger in the end. Did such a good job of really clinching the round for Reality TV. If he didn't get that kill, right, that 2v2 could absolutely have gone the way of SSG if they were a little bit more together, but because they were split up, because one of them had to fight through that Cafe shield position, that is where Giddy shined, and that is where Reality TV will tie us up at 4-4.
Keeping it close. What else could you want on a map 3? We have a dominant map, and now, finally, we're treated to an even contest between the veterans and, I don't call them the newbies, because, I mean, they've been around the block for the entire year and have been taking down pro league teams in some leagues recently and some quals recently. Definitely the younger blood that are still looking to prove themselves going into the 2023 season. Even if they don't make invite, a dominant win against SSG, or not a dominant win, but an impressive victory against SSG, even if it's their only one, if it's in a best of 3, it means something a little bit more than maybe a best of 1 victory against Astralis in SCS. This is a time for Reality TV, all 5 of these players, to prove themselves. They continue keeping this close, keep SSG on the back foot, and keep them guessing every second of the round. That is still a win, even if they end up losing the series and losing the qual. For this round in particular, they aren't looking to try and keep SSG at the door. They've all pulled back to Cafe and Bunk. They've ceded initiation and office to the attack, because SSG will take their time. They'll drone things out, be methodical about it. But once they start pushing into bunks and daycare, they'll meet the bulk of Reality TV's defenses and resources stocked up in that area.
Carter, you mentioned it. Reality TV, they're looking to make a statement here. And, well, taking the lead on this round number 9 could certainly do it. As we've learned from 2022, if it taught us anything, there's always people watching, and always pro league teams, always people looking to get another team into the mix, get another player into the mix to change something up. So Reality TV, we've already seen a couple of those original Reality TV members get taken to pro teams. The rest of this roster likely looking to do the same. But getting the invite, man, what a statement that would be. Rice will get one back onto Rampy, going 1-for-1 here with Bosco. And in an even 3v3, the site walls open. I mean, anything could happen at this point, at this round.
Yeah, they've managed to stall them out on that top floor, bloodied them as they transition down to the first floor. Bunks is now empty. Cafe, nobody there, nobody home. Reality TV have done their job, wasted time, and damaged Space Station Gaming. Now with somebody barrels while they're a little isolated. This late in the round is where intel sometimes goes astray, but they've not only droned Giddy, but Yana cloned him as well. They know the Capcan is by himself. They can focus on this position, but if they can't get the kill soon, it'll just end up as wasted, burnt time. Fultz moving in, sees the Capcan, down he goes. That's what they were looking for, but only 20 seconds left. Mr. B gets aggressive, they've got a ping on his position, but the kill doesn't fly their way. But oh no, Tristan's worked his way around back. He goes for the flank, but what a 3,000 IQ nade, but a brilliant play by Mr. B. Hot and Cold trapped outside. Frost mitigates the damage. A 1v3 for the Frost to take the lead right from their fingers.
And it's Mr. Biblical himself, Mr. B, who comes in with the clutch in the end. My God, Reality TV, what a way to win a round. Mr. B, captain, big brain man himself, he decides to display a little bit of gun skill and take it away from SSG, a round that it looked like SSG had without question. Wow. The last minute execute there from SSG, that's what's going to happen when you're running out of time. You're vulnerable to mistakes like that. You're vulnerable to individual plays on the defensive side. But at the end of the day, not a ton that SSG did wrong. Mr. B just did it better. Only 4-6 right now, but putting up a performance, putting up the numbers when he needed to.
It might be 4-6, but if 3 of your kills, if 75% of your kills might in the long run win you the game, yeah, you can be 4-6. It's all good. You got the impact frags when you needed them. Plus, Rice, standout performer today. Hat having some great moments as well, alongside Tristan. But I have to say, in his first on-stream game with the team, Rice has been so impressive on Reality TV, putting up numbers better than Tristan, better than Hat, better than Mr. B, so consistently on those support roles and specifically on the defense. Sure, Mr. B had a great round that game, but Rice top fragging right now for Reality TV. Just got to give another shout out because we shouted him out a lot on map 1. I want to just, slide another one in there on map number 3. We're going back to Throne for Reality TV's defense, and SSG are switching things up. When you see that Amaru on the board, they are flying into bunks, and they are trying to take control of bunks and daycare early. That doesn't mean they'll attack from that side, but it does mean they are trying to put pressure on the roamers early on. Try and make sure that if they try to rotate back, it'll be a little bit insecure.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the Amaru. You're right, you get in that map real fast. You can catch out the defense unaware, maybe stop some of those rotations before they can happen here. But look at this adjustment from Hat. A smart decision, but one that I think SSG were very prepared for. Trying to go for that early yellow wall. Reality TV, they say, we know what you're going to do, and we're going to deny it. A little back and forth, though, will end up going the way of Reality TV, as both Fultz and Rampy have been lost early. Reality TV also doing a nice job of holding this top floor, so when that player worked their way around to take care of Hat, somebody was lurking around the other side to find that trade.
Just beautiful play by Reality TV in the early round, knowing that SSG are going for that yellow wall, being ready for the impact grenade. Then, as you just said, Jonah, playing that trade when they inevitably go for Hat, but also still managing to keep control of this top floor. Now, 4v3 against the attack. SSG are somewhat left scrambling. They can still open yellow wall. They have 2 exothermics, but they wanted to do it with that ace. Now the exothermic is a lot more risky than a hard breach at range, but Hot and Cold, he's out of Selma's. All he's got left is the gun. He'll push on up as Bosco tags on for 2. That only makes it even. With 55 seconds left, Tristan retreats back to the site. Reality TV will take the next 50 seconds to play things inside of Throne.
Yeah, Hot and Cold, 2 drones here. He's going to take the time to use them, seeing if they can identify the positions of these final 2 defenders. And they're not going to be surprised to learn where they are. They're both near the site, ready to lock this one down. You've got Mr. B tucked over in Armory itself, just lurking around the other side. And the other one, Tristan, over in Throne. They suspect where this SSG attack is coming from, but Hot and Cold, he's taken the time, and a bold move at that, to rotate up above to get a bit more vertical control going with only 15 seconds left.
But Tristan, he's got this Kiba barrier, he's got the angle, but Hot and Cold flat Stanleys him from split, hits the prone and domes Tristan. Match point might be a world away now, but Mr. B's got 4 seconds to get these kills. Bosco planting, Hot and watching, he throws the impact, he's aiming head level, there it goes, but he doesn't get the kill. There we go, a little delayed, but still on point. With a defuse, Reality TV are just 1 round away from going to our upper bracket finals. And yeah, SSG, you gotta figure this out.
Yeti calling for the timeout, and a pretty good time to do it. You just got 1v2'd in the end. Hot and Cold, truthfully, it was a 1v1 because Hot and Cold was the only person on the coverage, and the other player had his face buried in that diffuser as he was trying to put it on the ground. But what a way to close that one out. It is Mr. B again. I mean, what can't he do? Showing up exactly when reality TV need him. It is insane. It is 6-4. It is match point. It's not map point anymore, Carter. It is truthfully match point. The winner moving on to the winners bracket final against TSM just after this, going directly into the next one. So I was about to say, is that one tomorrow? No, that one is right up next. So SSG, if they want to get there, not only do they have to win the next 2 rounds and get us to overtime, but they have to take the win in overtime, which is a daunting task.
I mean, for reality TV, going into another best of 3 after a grueling one is already going to be difficult. But if you're SSG and you have to play 5 more rounds potentially to get yourself to the upper bracket final, I mean, SSG are renowned for their system and are definitely one of them, I would assume, maybe one of the more mentally strong teams with the success that they've had and just kind of indicative of their play style. They might be able to withstand it better than most, but 3 maps, the last one going to round 15, and you gotta hop in shortly thereafter. That's going to be tough if they come back, but they still need to come back in order to get there. Reality TV, just one more victory, one more Mr. B 1vx could be what stands between them and TSM in the upper bracket final. Going to bunk and daycare. Reality TV will potentially play their final site, and this was another, not a 1vx Jonah, but a 3v5 for Reality TV. SSG getting both opening picks, but happening late enough that Reality TV were still in their positions and got the best of the attack.
And now that Reality TV, they know how vulnerable that slight extension was on this site last time. Wonder if we're going to see anything different, right? Not sure if Tristan is going to want to hold this position again, because as we see there, his rotate is over in vault itself. It's not on that office wall like you would normally see, so he's a lot more vulnerable if he's spotted out. He doesn't have as quick of a rotation back to the site. And of course, SSG in that first round we saw on this site exploited that really well, trapping him in the corner and dealing with him quickly. They did that for the next defender they ran into, and they continued that pressure. Unfortunately for them, Reality TV, they fought back in a big way. So the difference here now is that SSG, technically, they're looking to start out the round the same, but finish the round a bit stronger. And Reality TV on the other side, I doubt they're going to allow themselves to be picked apart just as early as we saw last time.
Border and theme park, man, for SSG, those conversions, taking the opening pick and turning it into a victory, that has what has eluded them on maps 1 and maps 3. And right now, it's incredibly more dire than it was on map 1. They'll start their clear over by Top Dragon. Again, nobody playing aggressively on the stairs, but Tristan taking up his previous position inside of initiation, but we see a change. He backs off immediately. Last time he stayed in bathroom up until a minute left and it cost his life. This time, he reinforces that yellow wall because what did we say earlier? SSG, they'll take their time. It's the one thing you can count on alongside death and taxes. So why give them the opening? Reinforce that wall. Let them burn their own time.
Well, the drone will quickly follow that retreat up, so they know that office is clear, and they will take that control moments later. Bosco on the other side of this top floor, who working his way into control room, into security, as initiation is the next thing to come under fire, but you've got to be careful, right? There are still Reality TV defenders pressuring that, the last of which was Rice. He's actually backed on off now. Reality TV have hit the full retreat, losing no bodies on this defense and maintaining a similar amount of control. You could argue that SSG have more control a bit faster than they did last time, but the difference here is that Reality TV, they have the manpower to stop this execute when it eventually comes through. After all, there's only 35 seconds left, and SSG, they are bound to get started soon.
Who barely rotating away in front of that window, knows he'll be most useful on this long angle. Risk it, pull away. Mr. B starts things off. The Candelas go in, but they don't have the time to account for this Warden. They just have to push. Bosco blinded and now dead. The Ying somehow wins it, and we're back to a 3v3. Breaking their control in the site as well. Reality TV playing for the retake. They are where they thrive. They're in the clutch, but Bolts has got the bullets to make it work. Tristan spots his prey, but can't land the kill. Plant down. Tristan alone. Smoke now obscuring his way. He can't take that angle down the long haul, so he's got to fight on the rotation. But Fultz is the reason SSG are still alive to go to round 12, the final round of regulation, to see who makes it or who has a chance to make the upper bracket finals.
All right. Fultz is him. I'm going to say it. That was it. Reality TV.
I'm not going to disagree.
Reality TV had won the round. They had everything they needed to win that round. All it took was Hat getting the kill onto Fultz as he was clay pigeon on the rappel, swinging into the window. That engagement is going to favor the defense 9 times out of 10. Hat was ready. He had already found 2 very impactful kills in the round. He had Fultz in his sights, but Fultz just turns on him, whips out the LMG, destroys Hat, and proceeds to get the next 3 kills, the next 3 essential kills to give SSG the win. That round doesn't happen without Fultz. It simply does not. He was in the position in the site, the only position that could have also stopped the convergence of those final 2 defenders on that planter. With the time up, all Reality TV had to do was shut down the plant from top arcade. The swing was almost free. Fultz basically had his body turned the other way, yet he whipped around and got 3 more. That is the play that just kept SSG alive here, and I know it's still match point and they still have 1 more to go, but I mean, if this one goes to overtime, if they take it, that'll be the round Reality TV look back on.
We're giving a lot of credit to Fultz, and he deserves it, but really we should be giving a lot of credit to SSG as well. If you look at the scoreboard on each team, SSG has 3 guys going positive, 2 of them in double digits, whereas Reality TV, only 1 guy double digits, and everyone else, at best, breaking even, at worst going negative, albeit not by much. This is a game where the full 5 on both teams has showed up. But SSG has been getting the better of Reality TV in many of these rounds. But when it gets to the late, when things start getting slow, Reality TV have been able to burst back into the action, whether it be 3 bodies alive or 1 body alive. SSG know that their system works. They know they can push Reality TV to the brink, and if push comes to shove, rely on players like Fultz to make it work. But Reality TV have done it more consistently in this match. They'll want to be far more decisive in the early round and get those opening kills a lot earlier. They're starting over by top dragon and are looking to open up yellow wall once again to deny, maintenance wall, but still to deny throne for being aggressively played by the attack. Almost half the round gone. It's the only thing they have so far. They're not slow by far. They're still making good progress, but I want to see an early kill for SSG, and that might be enough to go to overtime.
Well, nearly saw one there from Hot and Cold. Almost had the opportunity to fight with Giddy there, but this is a tough angle for the attack. Even if it's Hot and Cold on the other side with 11 kills right now, Giddy, he's got the advantage in this situation almost every single time. I think that's why we're going to see Hot and Cold back off. He knows somebody is up above, and he's going to move around and pressure from the other side. But surprising that we really haven't seen too much develop in this round, and there's only a minute left. I mean, just like that, SSG are down on the timer here, less than 60 seconds, and I gotta say they're lacking in this top floor control. Giddy's still comfortable up above. The one thing they're doing really well is horizontal pressure, starting to build that across the map, but as they've lost Fultz, and the first body starts to crumble, Reality TV, they're only a couple more kills from putting this one away.
Reality TV have the vertical control right now, and Rice is indomitable outside of reception. Rampy gets the first, but still only the horizontal is netting SSG anything. Hot and Cold begging Legion to peek, and Tristan answers his prayers. Not finished off, but the vertical is still sealing the deal for RTV. Yeti low, Yeti dead. Hot shoots the frost map, but can he shoot the other 3? The Fuser a world away, and only 10 seconds left. Reality TV, just hold fast, and you'll fight TSM in just a few minutes, and Rice manages to do it. 4 kills for the Bandit, 2 maps for Reality TV. They take down the favorites in stunning fashion.
SSG will fall and get sent to the lower bracket, and Reality TV, my God, what a statement that was. Taking down an incredible team with an incredible performance, with an even incredible performance of their own. Reality TV firing on all cylinders on Theme Park. Everyone as you pointed out, Carter, putting up insane numbers. That was a team effort if I've ever seen one.
And with reality TV winning, let's just keep this in mind, okay? We've had the initial best of threes come and go. We're getting into losers bracket semis and now upper bracket finals on this stream. But today has honestly been the day of the underdog. With reality TV winning, let's not forget that Mirage were one round away, round 11 on Cafe, from being the team reality TV were going to play in upper bracket finals. Of course, didn't go their way, and TSF ended up winning that map and winning map 3, but it's a very viable possibility that this could have been a reality TV Mirage map, and that just because you're a big name like TSM or SSG, those underdogs, they're coming for you, and you're not safe. But before we break down that map and start transitioning to the upper bracket finals, we'll take a quick break, so don't go anywhere, don't turn off that browser, we'll be right back.
What an absolutely unbelievable match. Cookies. I was about to say we, but I mean, we weren't really a part of it, but they did it. Our boys from T2 are showing up. They just beat Cookies. They just beat SSG in a best of 3.
What I tell y'all? I told y'all. Stop doubting Mr. V. And if you're gonna see when he does this interview coming up, like, y'all think I'm just playing? You think I'm making this up? He's here, guys. Like, he's gonna interview, and you guys are gonna just hear just how ridiculous this is. Because I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. All I know is y'all should have known better. You should have paid closer attention. Pay attention.
I wish the chat and everyone could have heard you throughout that entire match. Your highs and lows throughout that entire match.
I want him to win.
And you squealing for the win, and then you squealing for the loss. So it's funny.
It's about the life, Laxi. The team's about it.
No, I mean, props to them. You know,
Hat works at Lowe's. Hat works at Lowe's.
I mean, Laxing, we literally thought after that map number 2, we thought, oh, SSG has taken the air right out of their tires. And no, they found that game again. They came back on theme. They made it theirs. It was impressive.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm glad to see that reality snap back into reality. You know, they focused on what they needed to focus on and where their struggles were with SSG going into Cafe. And I think obviously Cafe was a hard map for them, clearly, but that didn't stop them. They reset their mental. They went into it. And I would say this last match, granted, SSG did lose. It was a hard-fought match for both teams. They both clearly wanted it. No one gave up. You could say on the previous maps, one team wasn't playing so hot compared to the other, but this last map really was the decider for both the teams here, and they both really went out swinging, and reality came out on top, and it was very well-deserved.
There's only one thing to do right now, and that is talk to Mr. B, as I've done so many times before.
The best part.
Mr. B, here we are again. Did you think that this is where we'd be meeting next?
Of course. Where else would I be?
Oh, come on. Like, you probably heard us talking about it there. I gotta say, like, you guys had that explosive map number 1. There was obviously something going on in map number 2. It was a bit slower, a bit more quiet. What was up there?
They kind of banned us out a little bit. That isn't a box. No, it was rough. Their whole kind of banning Twitch and then running the mirror into Castle and everything. It was a lot for us. So I think we struggle with that. But hey, when it comes down to it, the better team always wins.
Okay, now, but like in all sincereness, in all honesty, now going up against a team like SSG, is there a mixture of like motivation and pressure? I mean, like there's obviously a big drive to win, but there's a lot on the table.
Of course, but I think for all of us, we're just excited, right?
Yeah.
We're here, and if we win, it's the guys who make absolutely zero. Okay, we get paid in bongo bucks, and. All right, and if they lose that, it's a little bit. You can't say it's not a bit embarrassing, okay? It's not some clown activity, perhaps.
So your goal isn't to win yourselves; it's that everyone else loses. Is that what you're telling me? You're just here to. I
can love both, okay? Hey, two things, all right? I can love them both equally. It's a give and a take.
Okay, one last quick one then. You've just beaten SSG. You've got TSM next. What do you even begin to, because this is happening soon. What do you, like, what's the mental, even like knowing no prep time? You're just going up and you're facing TSM.
I rely on those guys. It's all good. Snake is my kid. I raised him on chess club. It's gonna be fine. I'm not too worried about it.
That's true. You've played a couple of these guys quite a bit, and I'm sure you've scrimmed against the others quite a bit as well. Good luck, Mr. B. I'll give you all the time you need before that next match. We're looking forward to it. We're excited.
Appreciate it. Stay tuned.
Have a good one.
What a beast. Okay. That's all I got to say. What a Mr. Beast. That's all I got to say.
A cookie. Oh, I mean, Lax. Cookies. How many B terms have we used? He's Mr. Bill Dipperly, is he not?
Mr. Big Game. Like, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say.
Mr. Baller, Mr. Beast.
It's not even over. When we have a game after this, do we really? Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, I can't take this. I can't, Brim. You have to ask Laxing something.
Okay, Laxing. Here's my question for you. Here's my question for you before we go to a quick break. You're Mr. B, you're RTV. You've just come off this big win against SSG. And obviously they're hyped, as you would be. What do you kind of tell yourself to, like, you do want to keep that energy. You want to go in with that, the positive vibes. You also kind of don't want to get ahead of yourself. Like, I'm not going to say by no means they earned this victory. They didn't get lucky. But it's by no means an easy feat to just beat SSG and then move on and beat TSM. That's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Mr. Beast definitely, I'm sorry, I keep calling him Mr. Beast. That's just, the display that he put on that last map, like, he's a beast, he's a beast. But for Mr. B, like, he has the right mindset. He's very out there. He's very, he wants it, and it shows. But you also got to take into account if I'm him and, we just won that series, now we're going against TSM, I want to get everyone back on track, live in the moment for that little bit, be excited. But it's not done yet. There's still a lot more games to be played. There's still a lot more rounds to be played. Like, you still have to finish strong. Great, you got past it. Now you're on even closer, but you ain't done yet. And I know Mr. B knows that, and he just needs to get it done.
Now, everyone, keep in mind, Mirage and now SSG will have one more opportunity. It's going to be off stream, but we'll find out at some point. The two of those teams will play, and one will still continue to move on in that lower bracket. But we're going to go to a break now. We'll give the teams a bit of time, obviously. RTV just played themselves, and when we come back, TSM, RTV, at this point, all bets are off. Who knows what's going to happen? We'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, folks. We are getting set for this final matchup today, but by no means the last matchup of the weekend. TSM taking on Reality TV, the team that you might not have thought at the beginning of the day would be here, but this is exactly why we have these tournaments, Laxing. It's to find out, it's to give every team an opportunity, see if they have what it takes to move up the ladder.
I would say, as a viewer, as an analyst right now, for me, just for everyone, this has been a really good day for great quality matches. We've seen a lot of different takes, different pushes. Just all these head-to-heads have been really great. The last series with SSG and Reality, that was the most exciting for me, and I'm excited now to see Reality going against TSM.
I think, Cookies, what I've enjoyed most about both matchups that we've seen today is we haven't seen any domination. These are both matchups that went the distance. I think it just speaks to the quality of teams that we have, and the fact, let's not forget, that lower bracket might still yield the winner at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, we might get a rematch of one of the games we've already seen. But this is just a beautiful time of the year. It truly is. I mean, we're just seeing it. It's all being left out on the digital field right now. Everyone is giving their all. And it's like, I don't know if you guys noticed today, we haven't been like too overtly critical, because I just really feel like it's just good Siege that we're watching. And we're watching,
yeah, definitely.
We're just watching magic, and we're going to continue to watch magic here with Reality TV and TSM, because I think both these two's play styles it's a lot like TSM and Mirage, in that it's going to create some interesting conclusions to rounds. That's for sure. Both these teams are absolute maniacs, so it is going to be fun. That's for sure. That puts it lightly.
Would you say it would be a barn burner?
A Flarn Flurner.
Oh, Flarn Flurner.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh,
that's even scarier.
That's taken to the next level.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, but I guess we better be ready now. Laxing, TSM, obviously they're a confident team. They've played together for so long. They know what they're capable of, but they do also have to realize they're playing against a team with an immense amount of self-confidence in RTV as well. How does that factor in?
Well, I think TSM being able to watch the game and how Reality just played out, now going to be going up against them, I feel that kind of puts them a little bit in the driver's seat. Not to take anything from Reality, but it is nice, to sit back, watch the next game play out, and kind of really focus on where Reality was doing really well and, where they were also struggling. So now they can better prep themselves going into it. But then also on that same note, you have Reality that just played an intense series, came off really strong on the last map, and now they're going into this next set of matches on a high note of winning their last game.
Mm-hmm. Now, Cookies, what we've seen from both of these two teams so far, their resiliency through both their matches, is they both dropped a map each in their first matches. Do you think it speaks to, let's say one of these teams we know has to get dropped at this point? Do you think maybe they become the immediate favorites to continue on through the lower bracket, even if they lose this one?
I will say, because I would have said yes if, I guess the day continued. But they're going to have a little break between the lower bracket game tomorrow and today. So I feel like that kind of complicates things a little bit. But because Reality TV is definitely on some, like I said, they're on a high that cannot be quantified in words. They are absolutely just,
which is good to have. It's important to have, going in that next game with a mindset of winning your last game and trying to, keep having that go forward in every single one of these matches.
Yeah. And I alluded earlier how RTV goes through Marine boot camps. Okay. They play, their scrim schedule is absurd. They'll play 7, 8, 9 maps. Mr. B, prior to stage 3, his team was the only one that was just scrimming like that in CL. And it was basically unheard of, considering, they're just unpaid dogs, right? And they're just grinding like this. And it's for days like today. I think they're war ready. Obviously, TSM has won a world championship themselves.
Could I just add one thing, what you said about that? And you've mentioned it many times with obviously Hat working at Lowe's and all that stuff. But it kind of takes me and a lot of probably pro players back then when the Siege scene was initially starting, we were all working regular jobs. We weren't making the salaries that were being made now. You also had to work outside of this work.
Laxing pulling the back in my day.
And I'm ancient, I need a walker at this point. I'm sitting here because I can't get up at this point.
The injuries have just piled up.
having that mentality and having 5 players who get it, that understand that this is what it takes in order to get to that level is extremely important. I think a lot of teams fall short in that. A lot of teams lose drive, they lose focus, but having a team that they understand where they are, sure, they aren't being paid any money or money at all, but they are still focused and driven to possibly get to that tier 1 spot and make themselves notable players in the scene, to whether they get picked up on teams or they make it themselves, is such a big confident booster for an entire team as a whole.
I like the point you brought up, Laxing, that TSM has had the advantage maybe of sitting around kind of analyzing, watching Cookies. As we get into this map veto, that means that they've been able to sit back, kind of decide what maps they're looking at, what options that they have. And meanwhile, RTV basically hops out of that match into a map veto, and it's like, okay, guys, where are we going? What are we doing? It's going to be a quick discussion.
Yeah, it's just honestly really interesting because I feel like, do you just go back to the maps you just played? I mean, I'm going to be honest, when it pops up, it's going to be fresh to me as it is, to y'all. Like, let's see, because does RTV go back to the same maps they just won and played?
I knew Villa was coming back. I'm sorry. I knew Villa was coming back.
Yeah, I mean, I actually think Villa's a good talking point because, I mean, reality TV Villa, again, it's a lot like how I described Theme Park for them as the decider in last series. It's something they've looked decent on in CL. But that's CL. That's not TSM's Villa, which, I don't know, I would say TSM's Villa is pretty difficult to deal with. But you've got Bank coming out for TSM. I think that's where both these teams' map pools kind of overlap. I mean, RTV also really loves Bank. RTV's Bank is up there with, their Skyscraper and their Border as one of their just straight up elite maps. So it's just going to be, I wouldn't say anyone has like a decisive advantage in terms of like, oh, I got you. You stuck at this map and whatever. That's just not going to be the case here, even though you would think like PL versus CL, like PL team would have a decisive map advantage. I'm not really seeing that here. I mean, even with Cafe, we just saw RTV's Cafe. They got the break speed off of them, but I think that could have been attributed to how that map started with the clutches. I think if they had a redo on it, maybe it wouldn't have been as lopsided. But those first 2 maps are going to be a dogfight, like no question.
So do you think, Gabe, looking at Villa right now, RTV picking it as their very first pick, do you think that maybe this is a choice simply because TSM's already been there today and lost it? Or do you think maybe this might have been a map pick that they would have had either way? What do you think might have influenced that?
I think they picked it again because they're confident that they can fix their mistakes. Because we were watching the last game and you really saw them still kind of have the issues that we were watching and saying, like, had they just fixed those, because they were playing rounds perfect. Had they just fixed those small little things, like they would have closed out rounds, they would have closed out a game a lot sooner. And you really saw them start to pick it up in the end. So now that they've had the time to reflect on the game, I mean, you heard Achieve, he's super focused. They aren't going to let that game slide. They're really going to focus on why they were struggling. And I think them now going back to Villa again, sure, you could see it as a risky play because reality probably watch that game, watch how you played it. I doubt they're changing any strats. I think that's an unrealistic expectation. But I think TSM, again, is very confident that they can fix those mistakes that they were having with Mirage, which I think is going to be a similar play style of how reality is probably going to play into it. So I think, again, they're just confident that they can fix those little mistakes that they were making and clean up rounds a little better to have more of a decisive win going into Villa.
Cookies, who do you think it's going to hurt more if they drop the first map? Will it be Reality TV dropping their own first map, or would it be TSM and kind of giving Reality TV that confidence boost out the gate?
I will say, as much as I think it will be a dogfight, I mean, for all intents and purposes, I mean, the world champion team should have the edge on their, the Villa. But I mean, I would say that would hurt TSM a lot if they ended up losing Villa. I think that's like something they're really banking on working to like highest extent. I actually, and when I look at the
is that a pun intended with the their banking on it working, because then they get to go to bank?
Yeah, maybe. I'm such a pro at this, I just do it on accident. But like, I looked at the bands a little bit right? And I see RTV banned out Clubhouse. So how I just said that may hurt TSM. They had a choice. TSM's club with this new team, they have been getting mollywopped by a lot of different people on club. And I mean, seeing RTV insta ban it and opt to go for this villain one is a little interesting. So maybe we'll revisit that if this gets out of hand. If Villa gets out of hand and it's just ugly, and we're like, maybe you could have forced a little bit more drama there, considering TSM has to ban out Skyscraper. It's an RTV staple. I don't know. That seemed like a little bit of a power dynamic. Reality TV kind of conceded there. So if they end up,
who are you predicting? Who are you predicting with the win on this first map?
Honestly,
TSM.
I'm gonna say TSM in this first map.
Okay. And Laxing, before your prediction, I want you to run me through right now. We've seen these players play already today from both sides. Who do you think are going to be the difference makers in this matchup?
Gee, I mean, when you look at the stats, even like I can't just focus on one player. A lot of the team play has been happening. When you look at stats, like everyone is very close in numbers. So I can't really say someone's running away with it as a whole. Now that's kind of more on the TSM side of things, but if you were looking at even reality, some players, Rice had a really good first game. Then the second game he fell off a little bit. Then the third game he really bounced back, and then even had a really good game. I don't know I can't remember how he did the second game. But he didn't do, I don't think he did super hot. But then the third game, he was playing really well. And then even Mr. B, I was messaging him. He said, he was struggling a little bit. But then look at him on the third map. So I can't really give you one specific player or two specific players. I think this is going to come down to a team game and the mentality that's played around that. And really, that's what's going to take the team into closing out this first map.
Mm-hmm. Do you see this being a TSM victory as well? I know you were whispering it into the mic.
Was that me? I thought
you're ASMRing.
I thought maybe that was some wind. No, I definitely think TSM will take this. I think they're going to clean up their mistakes that they had against Mirage, and they're going to, have a better control of how the map is played out.
Now, assuming that they take this map, which is, as we saw, RTV's map choice, are you also saying that makes it a 2-0, or do you see this going the distance?
Truthfully, I'm excited to see how Bank plays out. I know how TSM plays Bank. They love Bank. They beat, I believe it was Liquid in the SI event, correct? I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I think they beat Liquid on it, and I think Liquid also loves Bank, and I liked watching that map. I haven't really seen Reality play it too much, but given their play style and what Cookies has said, I think that's probably going to be the best matchup of the day in terms of the map that's played.
Mm-hmm. Cookies, what are your thoughts on some of the players Rice, I got to be thinking that Rice, or even Mr. B, the way he essentially closed out that map for them, he's got to be someone they're leaning on heavily, and we know not just on play, but comms as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking to see a little bit more out of Rice, because that was insane. I think he had 30-something kills in that. So, that was just... it's I kind of expected it, because the guy he replaced, Valor, was really good. From what I saw, he was really good, so I imagine Rice just has to be on another level of good. And most people, when you ask around CL, and they Rice is the topic, usually only have good things to say, just nothing but praise for someone like that. So I'm happy to see him finally getting this opportunity and to show out and actually just show it instead of just being instead of it just hearing it just being hearsay, oh, Rice is good. Oh, now everybody knows Rice is good, and hopefully it continues. I want to see him continue doing it. Obviously, the rest of Reality TV is star-studded as well. Someone like Giddy, unheralded. We talk about how Mr. B does a lot of shot calling and whatnot. Giddy's also contributing in that regard. It's less heralded in that way. So maybe he's not exploding on the scoreboard or anything like he was in CL or whatever, but he's definitely contributing strategically and on the brain side for Reality TV. So I hope that continues. I hope they stay mentally fresh. As you said earlier, Laxing, it's a mental war as much as it is a mechanical war.
It plays a big factor for sure.
One thing that we haven't really acknowledged, Cookies, and this is something that I honestly just clued into this. A big part of Reality TV's success in their year of CL last year was Gavini. And a lot of people would have argued that his clutch factor, the amount of kills he would rack up, okay, is Reality TV really good as a team, or are they kind of resting on this star power of Gavini? He's obviously not been with them today. He's not part of the team anymore, and yet they still seem like a powerhouse. Not to take away from Gavini as a player either, but look at these 5 today. They've really stepped up as a team, and I think it speaks, Cookies, more to the system that they seem to have put together.
Oh, yeah. You think so? I mean, it's not a coincidence. I think that's the other thing. If I had a concern for Reality TV coming into this, it was the poaching is going crazy. Everybody wants their player. Everybody's probably, oh, Rice, oh, Tristan, oh, let's try him out. While Reality TV is preparing for this, tournament here, they had pro teams poaching people up, everyone except Mr. B for some reason, and which I found interesting. It's like none of these guys were pro league commodities until they got on Mr. B's team. That includes Gavini, right? They play with Mr. B, all of a sudden they're pro league caliber and they're just world eaters. Before that, like someone like Hatless, I mean, he was just kind of NCL and wasn't like the same level of notability as he is probably after this tournament. I mean, that's just kind of how it's been. Like whoever plays in this reality TV system does really well. Packer. I mean, Packer's still playing well, but it's like, you know, it's just like these guys come out of nowhere. They play with Mr. B and all of a sudden they're world eaters.
Well, Gabe, I think you said it well earlier today. You were saying, look, the right player on the right team can go from looking like, you know, your average, like, you know, mechanically gifted still, but like just your expected, you know, solid player, and then all of a sudden they find the right mix of people and they're popping off. Their skills are made, you know, or the best use of their skills and abilities are made.
Yeah, I mean, the environment affects you. I mean, it doesn't matter how you put it. Some it might affect a little more than others, but surrounding yourself with the people that you want to play around, that you know, build you up and help you and help your game, like that really fundamentally plays into your skill. And I think some players need that change and they need that different environment change in order to thrive. And you guys were saying that Rice, when he was on LG, he wasn't looking too hot. You know, he wasn't what he's obviously displaying right now. And even when I was talking about Benji, I thought Benji, you know, when he first started, he was doing really well and then fell off. The roster wasn't doing so hot, but now he's on this new form of Mirage, and look at him, like he's dropping 13, he's dropping 18, and it's an environment change. And I feel some players genuinely need that, and some might be too scared to like seek that or, you know, make a change. But environmental changes can really affect one player's attitude and performance as a whole.
Well, we know the energy and the adrenaline is already coursing through the veins of RTV. TSM, it's their job to pick up where they left off just a little while ago earlier today. We are going to get into it. Map number 1, of course, they are going to Villa. We'll throw it to the casters.
Thank you, as always, Jimothy. John, we get the privilege of sending one of these teams to the grand finals, TSM or Reality TV. Now, I will make a point real quick. Now, Laxing was talking about Bank, how TSM really liked Bank. He hasn't seen Reality TV on Bank. But if we flash back to Stage 3 and playoffs, while this is, you know, arguably a newer team, this was Bank was the only map Reality TV lost in the entirety of Stage 3 and playoffs.
I believe that was against Ariel. Yeah, that was the only
So
map
it was
they lost,
7-2.
period. Yeah, it was
Not
not
a
a decisive
great
loss.
So
And
I think they kind of need to win here.
I would have to agree. They're probably under the same mindset of Mirage, that sure, Villa is a great map for TSM, but it's going to give them more opportunities to play at an even playing field against TSM. Then they're most likely going to lose their opponent's map pick and then play on a decider of Cafe, which isn't a bad map for Reality TV, historically speaking. So this could just go down to a genuine best-of-3 series, unless Reality TV just pulls off some major heroics on, you know, for example, Bank, or we just see a complete upset here on Villa, which I feel like it's hard to say upset because it's TSM they're playing up against, right? Like,
yeah, and plus, this is Reality TV's map pick too, which you're again supposed to win usually in a best of 3. And I will argue that Villa has always been one of their best maps. Like, yeah, they love Border. They've never, ever lost Border. Villa is up there, too. Now, we take a look at the bans. TSM, still a 100% ban rate with Ying. They just simply do not want to deal with her. And Reality TV are another team that do like to bring her. So the ban makes sense. Dokkaebi coming out from Reality TV. I mean, they are heavy roamers, especially on Villa. They don't want to get bogged down by those phone calls. Valkyrie, very normal. Solus makes sense. This is a great map for her. So all the bans at the end of the day, very, I would consider grounded. However, TSM have Iana back.
That can at least allow a little more nade spam and more comfort for TSM once they are on that attacking half. But for now, Reality TV will get to use that operator in their first half of attacking on Villa. Aviator up on the docket first for TSM, and they're getting the option to run Azami. So that can greatly bolster not only their extensions that they might want to do in the early round, the triple wall area near Master and Statue is a great example, but also, a good example is over by the map's table. Having a keep barrier placed there, having this really nice one-way, making it super challenging for RTV to execute if they're going in for a skull take, which is the norm of Villa. You see almost every Aviator execute eventually dwindle down to a execute from that skull doorway, and also someone lurking over by Study, hence the second keep barrier deployed near that vicinity to make your life over in Study much more simplistic when dealing with that attack.
However, Snake's looking to make the attackers' lives more difficult, prepping a run out. The drone coming in from Mr. B, they spot him. So Snakes might have a tough time making his way out of Master, just up and takes the fight, but misses the shots, and he gets away safely. Merc covering his retreat will allow the alibi to slip away. Now Achieved, really the only player left on that side of the map, unless we have the alibi re-engage. So is Merc. So even though TSM have fallen off of Master, they're still really interested in holding this side of the map.
Yeah, nice Kiba deploy to actually be able to re-engage and not worry about that boar cutoff. Now, Giddy's got to waste a load of time to now get a bit closer towards that area and actually, hold the cutoff angle. The rest of Reality TV now entering in the building as well, forcing back the rest of those roamers starting over in Statuary. But they've already burned through half of the drones that RTV were starting the round with. So this roam has not been bad whatsoever for TSM, despite not winning an opening gunfight.
Kiva's starting to be dealt with. Hat will send out the first, a Flores drone in response to destroy the shield top red, so Snake's position slightly more exposed, but luckily again, those Kivas are still in play, and of course replaceable because Merc can charge them up as the round progresses. But he has thrown all of those he has available onto the field, so no more utility for him. He can easily just play off his gun, but the attack does succeed in forcing the alibi to fall back. He's now downstairs, along with Achieved. That might be who Giddy is tasked with finding.
Just saw him hop on a drone a second ago, just double checking to see where these defenders could be playing at underneath, and also breaking a bit of extra utility that's left over by Red Stairs. A pesky ADS could just be zapped away, allowing the rest of the offense to charge in from that direction. Checks that it's clear, and now RTV can begin to start that default execute we just talked about. But again, you still have these roamers playing underneath in that first floor. Maybe a flank could happen if RTV just end up becoming a bit too focused on the site execute and kind of forget that all the roamers have not received.
Giddy and Snake just on opposite sides of the wall, opposite sides of the room from each other. Achieved has since rotated back upstairs, so if he throws out the C4, it won't be from below, but the seconds are bleeding. They're ticking down. 25 remaining for Reality TV to get an execute through. Giddy has pushed out of living all the way up to main stairs. Through the barbed wire he goes, but Merc has the entry, a follow-up from Bolo before Giddy responds, looking for the Azami, misses the initial shot, but connects on the re-engage. Back to even 3 versus 3, but Achieved holding down the site, claps Tristan, and it's all over. 1v3, 3 seconds remaining. Mr. B can do nothing as TSM take round 1 in stride.
And those toxic babes just spent up so much time for Reality TV. Their only option was to try to Hail Mary and start working their way across the map and heading over from that bar hallway, heading down into 90 towards the bomb site, and they walked right into Bolo's line of sight. And sure, he did get instantly traded by Giddy, who found a really nice double kill walking up main stairs, but that still gave more room to breathe for your defenders that are playing over by bar. Now they can solely focus in on that one objective as no one's trying to rotate last second back over into maps. So really well done for TSM to once again solidify in the Aviator bomb site, similar to what they did against Mirage, except it was a dire funnel in through Skull doorway and the opposing door that's right next to it that also leads into the same bomb site, and it was just Gasher that was left alive on the smoke at the very beginning of this broadcast fight. Now it feels like forever.
Oh yeah, that was at we started at noon,
and now it is just shy of 7 East. Yeah,
absolutely, we've gone for 7 hours. Could there be 3 more in store for us, John?
Potentially. Maybe. I mean, yeah, RTV kept that round fairly close for a good chunk of time, especially when Giddy again walked up and got a 2K.
Yeah, especially with how close the games have been in general.
Yeah,
I mean, TSM and Mirage, technically closer than reality TV, since reality TV won Border pretty dominantly, and then lost Cafe pretty dominantly, and then map 3 was close. So TSM have played more rounds in total, but still, both games were barn burners, as the desk put it. But now Trophy being the site, TSM have an AVG roam. Bolo and Snake are the ones putting it together. Again, the Kiba barriers in play, thanks to the Azami being oh so self-sufficient. Snake just waiting around the corner, holding the crossfire, and ensuring that reality TV can't just walk in on him.
So far, no one going up main stairs as well, so he's pretty comfortable for the time being, but RTV spot that threat. That being Snake still lurking over towards the main staircase, so they're going to start rotating a couple players down below to eventually deal with him, force back Snake, and then maybe have an easier job of isolating Bolo. It's just going to take a lot of time, and once again, resources, more specifically those drones, to set that up. And the drone economy, once again, despite it only being 60 seconds burned away, it's been quite dire and achieved a beautiful run out. It kills Rice, and across the map, Merc wins his one against Hat, and now your two huge utility operators are completely flattened. More specifically, your only hard breacher for a trophy attack.
And Achieved was just kind of chilling in the corner by the hatch window in Master, so not a lot of info there for Reality TV. Now they've got to try and hunt down this roamer, of which they also have no info. Snake's gonna light up Giddy, but end up losing the fight. So RTV get one back. It costs a chunk of HP off of Giddy. With the man advantage now slightly more manageable. They only trail by one. Mr. B is still outside study, droning through for his team, trying to create some sort of opening they could use to their advantage. The nade almost does just that, but instead it's the peek from Tristan. Achieved swings a little bit too wide and gets his head cut off for it.
And Mr. B, still being outside, maybe he'll want to be the person to rotate around in a Master, but being the case player, that could be a huge risk, so instead he bands up with his teammates to maybe just have an extra gun. Those 3 stun grenades can create a lot of space to get into the bomb site, and now there's info being gathered with this Gemini. They know that statuary is, for the most part, fairly clear. There's someone over by that triple wall, but it might be easier just to deal with Statue itself rather than Gasher, who's playing close with a shotgun, despite him being so low on HP.
It might look like that's exactly what they plan on doing with this shotgun. It's such a dangerous fight for this attack to take, but if they pre-fire him, Gasher really won't be able to do anything on such low HP. Still some indecision for Reality TV, deciding where exactly they want to push. Finally, Mr. B works his way in and is cut down by Merc, but there's an instant refrag, followed by a team kill. Tristan removes Giddy, and with it, any hope of winning the round. The impact finishes him, and TSM take 2 in a row.
And what we both mentioned now during the broadcast, the info denial for TSM has been so impactful just to set up those entries early around. We talked about how effective TSM can play when they're in the correct mindset, when they have the right momentum against a team. And starting out with 2 opening gunfight wins, I mean, that's a perfect way to set the tempo. You've got an instant 5-on-3 and no map control for Reality TV. That's almost the perfect scenario in an early game round for your defensive half. Not only that, but again, just general lack of info. It forced RTV to waste even more time in the mid round to then double check to see where the roamers could be playing at, if they've all fallen back. Not only that, but towards the end round as well, they just played a really good defensive anchor, being super passive. Merc was just holding an anti-flash position, waiting for Mr. B to use all of his util, then he swings, he gets a free 1-for-1, and TSM is instantly there to trade. I mean, just the discipline that we're seeing by TSM, it's tenfold.
Pro League discipline, as they say. Now they work on to dining, looking to complete that perfect site rotation. Bolo flexing the Mira now with neither of his Black Mirrors placed, interestingly enough. So with him rotating towards AVG, yeah, so they're going to play the whole map. 1 Black Mirror to assist this study hole. The other Black Mirror likely going to be rotated back towards Trophy Stat, I would have to imagine, unless this is the only mirror they think they need and Bolo's going to play on the roam.
Also, just like we saw earlier for Reality TV, I think it was a practice cast we did, they were just saving the mirror window to see where their opponents were trying to attack from. Maybe that's the idea for Bolo. Yeah, he's just placing it now up on the triple wall, maybe expecting someone to eventually work their way last second over and from Master. But right now, it's kind of an art-focused attack, and the study side more specifically for Reality TV. No initial contact just yet, but you see at least that horizontal roam being alluded to for Reality TV, just waiting for a couple drones to pass by up above and then maybe testing their luck against Achieve, who probably has a fallback through that hatch drop. It's almost always opened up. So if there's enough pressure put on him, he can just retreat scot-free, just, again, wasting more time against RTV as a minute has already burned away.
Yeah, the Rovers are a bit isolated, but like you said, that kind of just reads into the fact that TSM aren't too interested in taking gunfights, more just going to play for shooting drones and falling back in. The good old time waste. A lot of that going to fall on Achieved, holding in Living Room, who's now spotted on the drone. Reinforcements to his aid, so he's just got to worry about a wayward nade, should it come through from Tristan. Otherwise, most of TSM either upstairs or on the site itself. Finally, the nade comes through, but it misses. The angle's being held by Achieved. The other nade, no, actually put away. So Tristan has not sent it through just yet, but Giddy lands in a frost mat. Jumps through that bike window. The finisher being sought out by Gasher. He'll nab it, but Bolo has a follow-up as well. So they get Achieved as the roamer for this opening kill, but it's, all right, 4 kills now in a row in response from TSM. Everybody on Reality TV tries to chime in and ends up paying the price. Gasher 3 kills and TSM 3 rounds.
Even the initial clear onto Achieve, that just took forever. You saw multiple people trying to push in, dealing with this Soul Malusi, and sure, Achieved eventually had died, but then Bolo figured why not just try to retake and just catch Reality TV off guard, and it worked perfectly. Now you've got control back over in Living Room, and there's no one there to really recontest because the rest of RTV are assuming, okay, they're going to get control over in the Living Room. Now they can get the memo all opened up. They're getting ready to execute, so let's already be over by Laundry to then also help with the execute. So they're really not in a position to retake and then kill Bolo in some sort of way. So the overcommitment there for RTV, it kind of became the final nail in the coffin there in round 3 as TSM were just playing so versatile to see, you know, what RTV were getting ready to do and how they could counteract it at best. The adaptability, something that they've lacked on in previous matches like the Yangshping Major, for example, it's now become their strength to deal with RTV.
Definitely, and Reality TV are just kind of getting brushed away in most of these clears, not only because it's so slow, because their trade game isn't nearly as strong as we've seen it in the past, and especially up against SSG. I mean, Mr. B and Hat still both on 0 kills after quite the heroics in the previous match. But Amaru Lion Blitz, they're pulling out all the stops now. Blitz likely going to push his way into Study. Though the Amaru has a couple different options. He could go 90 window, he could go Study Hatch, he could go Skull, as we saw earlier. Actually.
Yeah, by Mirage.
But he's droning it out. He sees it's clear. He's just going to make his way through. Almost catches Gasher off guard. But Mr. B leads things off with the blitz. The kill on Bolo. A follow-up, actually, a TK from Mirth as he attempts to kill Rice. Finally, he'll do so.
Gasher.
Mr. B's got him flashed. He's got him dead to rights. He's in the site, getting the plant down. What an opener from the attack. He's on Pulse, though. And it seems like he's aware of it. They'll get off that plant, they catch the Pulse, they catch Achieved, and Reality TV off the back of the Blitz take their first point.
And luckily with the aggressive play for Reality TV only taking a couple of seconds, they still had enough drones to actually get the info they needed to enter the building and take a few gunfights. Luckily, I guess there was just no one initially there to push away Mr. B from just walking up into top main. Maybe just not enough aggression over by the Study side. So he kind of walks in, takes a free 1-for-1 as you had the Amaru already up 90. So no one is there to once again assist the player by main stairs. So that small bit of coordination really went a long way despite the Amaru not even getting a kill. Just having 90 control, that is a really important part of the map to guarantee that your top main player doesn't get wide swung by someone and you just lose all that map control you're working for like a minute 30 usually. So with RTV then getting site control and having everyone basically just on not flank watch but just watching the rotates that the defense could try to go for when going back up above, it was more than enough to finally get around on the board. And funny enough, if it worked for Mirage, why not Reality TV try, you know?
And it's really good they finally got around back because they went down 4-0. That is really dire circumstances. So they finally get one back. They kind of stem the bleeding, ensure that TSM don't have complete control over the momentum anymore. Now we look to attack Trophy. Mr. B donning the Thatcher since he's been left up, trying to duo with Rice, deal with the Cade claws that are going to be inevitably defending the Master Triple. Hat once again on this Flores that we haven't seen a ton of use so far, mainly just because the last time Hat played it, he died almost instantly.
Let's hope for Hat's sake he can remain alive a little bit longer in round number 5, especially with such an important operator as the Flores. A lot of that utility burn to deal with the ADSs. You've got deployable shields and bulletproof cameras you might want to destroy. And I believe Hat, looking to see if there's any more valuable utility he can break with that Terror Drone, spots out an ADS and shield. A little more impactful than just one ADS. And I think he caught the Cade Claw too. Yeah, so a very valuable Terror Drone sails by into the bomb site. And now Gasher, well, he's probably going to wait to hear the audio call that Excarus charge before he throws his another Electro Claw. He'll probably now do that, so he might be able to trick the wall. But in the background, Giddy also scores an entry kill. So, Reality TV, a fantastic start. Not only getting triple opened up, but also making it a 5-on-4.
Indeed, that might be one of the best Rotera drones, or one of the most useful, like, singular Rotera drones I've ever seen. They do have to worry about Achieve, though, slinking down in the basement, calling info for his team almost constantly, and can play for the C4 later in this round. Reality TV, though, don't look like they're either aware of it, or they're just simply not concerned as more and more Flores drones continue to funnel in. They see Gasher trapped in the corner, force him out, but he's able to get away. No one capitalizing thus far. Minute 15 now remaining. We already talked about the wall being breached, but they don't have control of Astro just yet. But with the kill onto Gasher, it could herald this attack.
Say Bolo is still playing over by the rotate. Now there's no one on that Astro window, so Bolo can be a little more aggressive as well. And I don't think there's anyone playing underneath, so it still seems to be a bit of a funnel here for RTV, but they're just sailing it into the bomb site and trying to get the plant down. But where's the coverage?
I mean, it seems to be there. They didn't even need it. Mr. B gets off the plant but dies. Tristan has a response to ensure we're still in a 2 versus 2. Bolo's also really low. The C4 does a lot of damage. And there's the finisher onto Hat. Rice has now been cleaned up. And Tristan's alone in the 1 versus 2. But do they know where he is? They have a slight idea. And Bolo finally comes in after Snake clears the other bathroom position. A great attempt from Reality TV. It looked to be in their favor. But TSM, a brilliant retake.
And it wasn't necessarily the lack of coverage to get the diffuser down. That was completely fine. Mr. B had enough space made where he could get in the bomb site and plant default on statue. It was the coverage to stop TSM from getting back site control. That was the bigger issue, because with that lack of players still alive, or at the very least gun up, if TSM are able to coordinate and then start actively poking at the people that are still in Master and who aren't really set up to hold a meaningful post plan, especially after Mr. B died, because he's basically a Hail Mary getting that diffuser down. There's no way he's getting out of the bomb site. He has to hope he can get gun up and take another gunfight and maybe bring somebody down with him, because you know TSM are finding a trade on that guy, even if Mr. B wins a kill. Or gets a kill, wins a gunfight, pardon. So after Mr. B dies, and after TSM get back the man advantage, playing for that retake becomes very clear-cut, and RTV just don't have enough resources to cover that diffuser. They try to scamper away. Maybe they can go outside, waste even more time on that diffuser, and hope for the best. They're not even allotted that saving grace. And RTV, kind of similar to what Mirage did all the way back on Oregon. They're going to take a tactical timeout on the last round of this first half, hoping they can get maybe just a somewhat default 2-4 split and just hope that their defensive rounds go really well. But, I mean, if we see TSM similar to what they did in Oregon, if we end up seeing them get a 5-1 split, Villa might just be over before we really know it, Harrison.
And it would certainly not bode well for Reality TV, not just because they got swamped on the first half of this map, but also because, like we said, yeah, now this is their map pick, and they kind of need to win it with their history on Bank. I mean, they lost it dominantly to Aerial Arise. Bank is certainly not a bad map for TSM either. We'll have to see how this round goes with RTV bringing a buck now. That's going to be Hat, so they are going to have emphasis on that top floor, taking that control. Something that they've kind of struggled with. TSM's roams have been really good so far. And it's not that Reality TV have been losing all the gunfights on the roam. I mean, there have been cases of that, but it's also just been this lackluster speed. RTV are typically a really fast team, and they are on top of their trades, but neither of those things have been present so far.
And usually we talk about the entries for RTV, how they just love to get in the opening engagement at random points in time. And sure, you know, winning the entry hasn't been a major issue, but needing to back it up with a trade, that's been the more important part. We saw how effective Reality TV were, especially in the mid game, playing for one-on-one picks or just going for trades in general for their SSG match. That was beautifully done. But in terms of orchestration for winning those opening gunfights or getting trades, besides, you know, that right there, it's been pretty lackluster. But luckily this time around, you actually have Tristan winning a pretty solid 1-for-1 against Bolo, who's been contending quite well against RTV in this first half. And it seems like they're still just full sail ahead, looking to start breaking down some of those key barriers and probably getting the single pantry wall opened up. Mr. B is just going to hop into the building too. He is really committing to getting these destroyed.
He does not care, and he's just gonna, whoa! It looked like he was trying to take the fight, but hops down the hatch instead. It was really funny, bring up the entry gauge. I think in the first map that they won, pretty dominantly too against SSG, they were like 2-7 in entry engagements. Like, they were not doing so well at all. But again, it's that trade game that they're known for that really carries them through. But now with Mr. B dead, because he hopped into Pantry solo, there was no one really there to help him. I don't really know what the plan was for Mr. B, but he's dead now. Now, at the very least, Reality TV don't have to worry about anyone on the top floor. Should Hat get in, he's got plenty of time to work that vert.
Not really too sure what the idea is next for RTV as well. They've got 2 vertical players, but one is in the basement. So is it going to be just Hat working vertical? I would assume it's going to be that. Rice seems to be up above with him, maybe helping with a bit of information or just another soul up above, while Tristan is waiting. No, they're still just committing to this linear take, which they still haven't opened up that single wall because no one has destroyed the mute jammer. Maybe that was the idea of Mr. B. He needed to get aggressive, break those Kibas so the mute jammer could be destroyed because they've got no EMPs. But because that failed, Reality TV, they don't have a lot of options. Luckily, they're getting some vertical down with Giddy now being up above. He did the full mile lap around, but TSM really aren't engaging in any of these angles.
And now Rice is down to dead, so they can't open the single wall anymore. Yeah, Merc with a big play to take case control and put his team in a 4 versus 3, leading into the last 20 seconds. There is not a lot of time at all remaining for RTV to try and get something going. Tristan making his way through painting, looking to find some sort of opening, but Hat finds no success on his avenue. Giddy gets the refrag on Snake, but without case control, this site presence means absolutely nothing. Giddy slapped down, Tristan's out of time, and TSM take a 5-1 half.
And I've got to say, for Reality TV, not bringing any kind of EMP device or not having a bunch of frags they can spend up to remove that mute jammer, I feel like that was just a major oversight. And just not having that kind of utility really backfired because, like we both talked about, Mr. B had to commit his life to then hopping into the building, hoping to break those Kibas, not dying the entire time, and then breaking the mute jammer so his ace can get the wall opened up. And that's just a small step to your overall execute. You obviously don't want to all just funnel in through pantry room. You are just asking to lose the round if you do that. So you have to still rotate at some point in the round, gather info, get vertical on the top floor, and then rotate some of those people up above to go either laundry room into the single door, get people over by Memo, maybe even a guy, you know, from Brown Stairs or Asher to go in through China if you have the luxury of doing that, enough players alive. So Reality TV just focusing so much on one minute point of that round, I think that's what did them in. If they just either gave up on Pantry and just did something more impactful on the round, or just brought the right operators, maybe it could have been a 2-4 split. But with that not happening, TSM just capitalized on the fact that they were just being fed bodies for free with everyone committing so much to just Pantry.
Absolutely, and now RTV have to go huge on their defense if they want any hope of winning this map, and if there is any hope, it's likely going to come in overtime. Losing a 5-1 half like that, very rarely do we ever see a flawless 6-0 straight after, so I mean, rarely do we even see overtime. So Reality TV have a ton of work ahead of them. Now, luckily, with such a dominant defensive half, every Reality TV fan is going to hope it's just as dominant for them. That's not how you want to start. Merc playing on the closet window cuts down Tristan for our leadoff kill and silences the Wamai fairly early on.
A lot of utility just off the board, especially now that the Warden has also fallen. So you've got some Kibas, maybe a Banshee here and there, and well, just kidding, your Kibas are gone too. Sorry for jinxing it, Giddy. Well, now you've got Rice and Mr. B. Don't get me wrong, RTV are great at working picks in the mid-round, but to this degree, against one of the best teams in North America, I might need to get a rain check on that statement. So this might just be match point potentially, and they almost make it a 5v1. That nade was just hairs away from killing Mr. B.
And now he's going to swing in with low HP up against Merc, who ends up dying thanks to Rice. So Reality TV get a kill back. There's still 4 more to go, and Mr. B is very lit up. He just swings in up against Snake as he tries to take top red. Odd decision from Mr. B, and Rice now 1 HP. Sends a gas canister the way of Bar Hall so we can isolate the 1v1 up against Snake, but the longer Snake waits here, the more his team is going to be able to support him, and Rice has only 1 gas canister remaining and a whole minute for the attack to play with, and he's not even going to have a chance to throw it. Bolo silences him, and it's a 6-1 advantage for TSM.
This is just a brutal way to start your best of 3. And like we've both mentioned, then you have Bank to look forward to. I've seen Reality TV cook up on Bank, don't get me wrong, but TSM, I mean, Bank is a solid map for them. Clearly Villa is too, because they're going to town against RTV. They are spotting out isolated roamers that might be just overstaying their welcome, not falling away at the correct time, so they win the opening gunfight. Hat wasn't even like trying to work a refrag. Someone just exposed his position in Trophy, and he just became a deer in headlights. Now he's dead. And eventually you saw Reality TV trying to work for picks in the mid-round, but TSM were just, I don't even know what to say. They were just so TSM. There really is no better way to put it. They were just simply walking at Reality TV and just having such consistent gunners, were able to win those 50-50 gunfights, no sweat. RTV just needed to know when to hit the brakes or when to just put the car in reverse, because they should have, I guess, been falling back much earlier than what they were attempting for, because again, TSM, they are no slouches in the kill department. They will punish you if you overextend and walk into them, which it costed Mirage plenty of rounds in their best of 3, and it's potentially costing an entire map for Reality TV, it seems.
Absolutely. They'll try AVG again. They'll run it back, playing pretty much the same strategy. Tristan and Hat off-site, with Rice and Mr. B on. Giddy serving as kind of the mediator between the two. And by the way, there is an update for the off-stream game. SSG won their defensive half on Bank 5-1.
Wow.
So echoing shades of here. The Blitz looking to run on through, but there's a crossfire, and Rice is defending his own main stairs. Snake the next to hit the floor, and that's not how the Blitz rush is supposed to go. RTV battle back with fervor. So at the very least, they'll take a round back here, barring unforeseen circumstances.
Thankfully not going to be completely silenced in this second half.
Heck?
Potentially finding 1 round. Yeah, I like the idea, but yeah, they only detonate on soft walling or any kind of main wall, something destructible. Stairs, sadly, not being destructible, the Sema will not detonate. Therefore, the barbed wire remains intact. But, you know, gotta commend it, I suppose. Worth a shot, right? Siege is a pretty buggy game sometimes, but Reality TV, they're just playing to their advantage. They've got the case in a pretty comfortable spot. They're gonna just play keep away on that and force TSM to make a move in a 5 versus 2. So at least they'll get 2 rounds on the board, but they are going to need a lot more if they even want overtime, let alone a map 1 win on their selection of Villa.
Yeah, right after this one, it's got to be 4 in a row, which is no easy task for any team. Achieved is trying to get sneaky in the basement, but he's spotted out. I mean, TSM got a minute to play with. It's not unwinnable. It's just whether or not Reality TV give them the opportunities they're looking for, and if they do it quickly. Now a minute left. Merc is still hanging outside the study balk. So TSM are trying to work a 1-in-1 pinch. There are now 2 players from RTV tasked with holding down 90. It's both Giddy and Tristan. EE1D goes out. Now 1 remaining from Merc, but there's no real push off of it because, again, don't have any real opportunities. I mean, there's even a guy on the shield on maps. It's Hat, who's just swinging on through. This, though, could be a round changer, and Merc gets 3! Line him up and knock him down! All headshots! And just like that, Reality TV might be shaking in their boots a little bit. 2 versus 2, we've equalized. Achieve challenging the shield, eats some shots from Hat. As the Warden now turns around, trying to defend his own window. He's got to take one of these engagements. 1 down, the second to go. Hat saves the round.
Thankfully, Merc being so low in HP, 1 bullet is all that it took, and then the quick wraparound to eliminate the ace. by the skin of their teeth, Reality TV almost throw away a 5v2 advantage and bring it right back with one clear and clinical play. But as we both discussed, they're still 6-2 down. One simple execute for TSM wraps it up on Villa, and then we go right to bank. Trophy room now in play for Reality TV with a big emphasis on that piece of utility. You've got Surya Gates, Castle Barricades, on top of the Azamis too, which I don't think have been very impactful so far in this half for Reality TV. But, you know, it's only been 2 rounds in play so far, so maybe here on Trophy they could be a little more helpful in the mid to late round, especially when you have, again, some extra shields in play, more utility that will have to be dealt with via explosives, which in total for TSM could maybe be 6 nades. They've got a Glaz, Iana, and Sledge, and so far no one's repicked until I mention it. I'm so distraught at this. Oh, they're just getting rid of all their grenades. Go figure. All of them! At least Snake goes back to Iana. Thank you,
This is
Snake.
quite the lineup.
He's really looking out for me. I appreciate this.
Capitao and Sens on the board for TSM.
This is wild, though.
Plenty of visual cover for this attack. I gotta know where Bolo's gonna be. I gotta know. We never see Sense. Oh, well, I shouldn't say never. We almost never see Sense. I think the only operator played less than Sense is Grim. But I think we see Fuse more than Sense. So this is a trip. Plus, they don't have glass.
That is true. So the RRU projectors, I mean, yeah, sure, they can provide coverage, but no one can see through them. I mean, at least there's no Warden, so it's not like a standoff between the Sens gadget. But yeah, Fuse specifically, I was trying to make a point about it. Gasher has, you know, on record, tried to bring out the Fuse, even on TSM, so that's not too shocking. And yeah, it's hard to beat the number 0 in terms of how much Grim has been played in competitive. I think that's still been a whopping 0 overall in the T2 or T1 scene, but yes, I digress. TSM now entering the building, and so far, nothing really to scoff at so far. They've got info. There's a guy over by Aviator, and I can imagine they assume someone's a bit closer towards the bar side as well. Oh my god, the RRU to let them walk in the building. Wow, that is genius, and it was done perfectly.
Bolo slaps down Mr. B.
Oh my
Snake a
God.
follow-up onto Rice, and that leaves Hat on an island, figuring, how the hell am I going to deal with this? Luckily, Bolo goes down. Almost another for Giddy as he taps away at the doorway, deals some damage to Gasher. But Bolo gets away. It's a down but no kill, and wow! Gasher smokes Giddy through the ROU, leaving Tristan and Hat alone on the roam. And yeah, it's over. TSM seemingly taking Villa with ease.
God, I love pro players. That was just the most creative way to do a steady overtake on Trophy. I mean, the ROU top main, now the AV guy cannot see when they're pushing in, so that's map control for TSM. They take full advantage of that, and they even have the 90 rotate accounted for. So if you want to like try to rework study while also moving away from the projectors, now you're gonna take a gunfight 90, which someone's already expecting a challenge. I mean, God, that was perfect. I was literally stammering mid round because I was so mesmerized seeing this. That was a first. I really hope the desk. Yeah, I hope the desk remembers to bring that up so I can just hear like the mindset behind bringing out the Sens last second like that. They must have tried that in scrims at least once. There's no way.
I mean, like a work of art, truly. Maybe TSM have been brushing up on their impressionist history, but that's map 1 and done and dusted. A very fast affair, and Reality TV's map pick, lest we forget, losing it 2-7 to TSM. So before we go on to bank, of course, it's back to the desk, but before we head back to them, a quick word from our sponsors.
display we just witnessed on Villa was an absolutely clinical display by TSM and Gabe. I mean, I almost don't want to fault RTV for going to that map, because if they got the TSM that Mirage got earlier today, I think we would have had a much different match on our hands. But right now, Reality TV wasn't even given the opportunity to make mistakes or fumble the bag or show what they had. TSM changed things around drastically for themselves.
Yeah, they did. I mean, really, Reality TV could not get a foot in the door. And I don't want to take anything away from Reality TV. Sure, it was a not so great game, kind of looked sloppy in some areas, but I don't think that was because Reality TV played bad by any means. I think it was just a really good game of Siege that TSM was putting up against them. And on that same note, I'm glad to see that TSM changed what they were talking, what Achieve said in the interview. They're not going to let that game go. They're going to let those losses go. Like, they're going to focus on that. And I think that break, they really, rewatched the game or talked about the problems that they were having against Mirage. And you could clearly see in this game specifically, the changes that they were making, they were completely, and I mean completely, controlling the tempo of how that game was being played.
Mm-hmm. Cookies, we know Reality TV thrives off of tempo, and this is why, TSM did such a good job. But, just last matchup against SSG in map number 2, that was one where Reality TV seemed to have lost the tempo that they're used to. But now I think they've proved it's possible for them to get it back. I wouldn't necessarily be so worried for the next matchup, especially on a map like Bank.
Yeah. So in terms of tempo, I'd say both teams play a rather high tempo Bank. Reality TV, I think it's also just really important to double down and say, like, I wouldn't even say it's that Reality TV lost their tempo. It was snatched from them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was ripped out of their hands, out of their souls. And I think what they need to do, right? Mom needs to bring in some apple slices, some oranges.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that was always clutch at sports events.
Maybe even some grapes. Okay. Maybe a water or a juice.
Gatorade. They need some electrolytes.
They need some milk.
Yeah.
They need some milk after
they need some milk. Because I don't even think they honestly looked sluggish. They looked tired. Okay. And yeah, I can hype up and say that they've been preparing for this, that they're built for this. But I can only say so much, right? Like, they legitimately looked just like slow. And the other attacks were it's like they're barely entering the site at about 10 seconds. That's not Reality TV. That's not Reality TV Rainbow Six.
That's just not the reality of how they play,
No, it isn't. I think like they had one good round where they rushed in with Blitz, and I think you can expect probably more shields on Bank, whether it's Osa or maybe a Montagne. But you know what? They need to do something they need to do something to start teeing off TSM, because TSM's, like, especially in defense, they fly around. Like, these dudes will be roaming 2 floors up with echo drones on Bank basement defenses. So if Reality TV's playing sluggishly, or they don't feel like they have the tempo for whatever reason, whether it's the orange peels or the time of day, it's 4:32 Pacific Standard. I don't know. Mm-hmm. But if they play even remotely sluggish, this one might be over really quickly, as much as that pains me to say, because TSM's Bank is probably the most TSM can look, is when they get on Bank. So
now keep in mind, the one round that RTV did win, they did manage to go in, take the tempo back, move it forward themselves. But Laxing, I think TSM also showed, not only did they correct their mistakes functionally, just how to do things the right way, they did show a little creativity in that final round themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I said it when it was happening. I really liked Bolo on that what I completely forgot her name. Sense. Yeah, Sense. I completely, I really enjoyed that play. He threw it inside there. It created this diagonal almost that cut off lines of sight. Mm-hmm. But I think because of that, it created kind of a pixel for him that I don't know if it really blocked him up, but it did create a pixel. So anyone peeking that, you're literally just peeking into Bolo, and you saw it. The guy peeks the wall. Bolo gets that kill. It creates space. They then take control of that. Bolo tries to go for something a little cheeky, it kept bouncing diagonal, and he tried going in. Giddy had a good heads up play, downed him there. But then I think it was it Gasher that hit that? if anyone heard us in the chat, like if we couldn't believe that pixel shot, whoever swung Giddy all the way back towards red and hit that pixel on him. But that play on Sense, that was huge. That was massive. It created the space. They got the first pick. It just allowed for so much room for them to take and really collapse more and more in finishing that round.
The funniest part about struggling to remember Sen's name there was, I don't know if you could tell by the way I threw it to you, but I was about to say the operator name myself. And for me as well, I was like, oh, it's that great play at you tell me about it. That's the way I was throwing it to you. Okay, we are ready now for the second matchup. We are going to bank. Hopefully, I think we should get a little more creativity outside of, a map like Villa. We are going to map number 2. TSM could be moving on. RTV could be moving down. There's only one way to find out.
Well, John, and everyone else watching, like the desk said, bank a TSM map. I think we can all agree that RTV are pretty heavily on the back foot now. We're gonna have to see quite the bounce back.
Yeah, on their own map pick, they barely get 7-2'd. On bank, a map they are a lot less consistent on. We might just see TSM walking away with a pretty straightforward ticket to grand finals going into tomorrow. It's not looking good for the underdogs. I mean, RTV, they've almost always been the underdog team, but it's nice to win, even against a Titan team such as TSM. So I don't know if bans are going to really be a good way to help deter what TSM might want to bring out here for map number 2. But more or less, the court is heavily in the favor of TSM right now. I think that just goes without saying, period. Even if we didn't see map 1 as a win, I feel like bank as a whole would still be in the court of TSM. It's their map pick, and just in general, they've got a better track record on this map too.
Definitely. And the first ban coming through, John, it's not Ying. It's Hibana. So for the first time today, in a TSM map, Ying will be up. Nook to follow, as I think Bank is the map where we really saw Nook kind of come into her own. So it makes sense that this is arguably her strongest map. Reality TV don't want to deal with her, but that does leave Thatcher up. It leaves all the other hard breachers up. Osa's still in play, who can be very useful, especially on the top floor and in the basement. Flores still alive as well, so that top blue shield maybe not going to be as important or even played at all from either of these two teams, a Valkyrie and a Zombie, the next to go through. TSM very willing to leave the Mira up. And I think just like Cafe, Bank is a fantastic Mira map. And I would be surprised.
Yeah, they're
if
not
we see
afraid to
her
bring
round
her
one.
out. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we maybe see her, but
No, not yet.
I guess not. Okay. We will have the Ying in play for Reality TV. Sorry for cutting you off so brazenly. It's been a long night. I think I'm going a little crazy.
How dare you?
Yeah, I know.
You're fired.
Well, it's been fun casting, guys, but I guess Harrison solo casting the rest of map 2 and maybe map 3.
Dude, that would be terrible. I do not
Imagine
miss solo
RTV
casting.
comes back in like a barn burner bank match as well.
I gotta cast the next 30 rounds by myself.
You are stuck in turmoil. That is, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
That's purgatory, bro.
With 2 people, I think it makes the experience quite fun. TSM as well, opting to bring out the Solus. They haven't played her all too much throughout the day. I believe they banned her a handful of times, especially when Mirage started playing her. I know Oregon, they actually had it selected, but for a map like Bank, where the idea isn't really even to win gunfights on those top couple of floors, but just to waste a lot of time and then burn through drones, Solus is the perfect facilitator of that. So not only can you do that, but if you also still win a gunfight here and there and get out safely, more power to you. So I think the Solus pick is perfect for a map like that.
By the way, update on the off-stream game again. SSG's map pick of Bank goes their way. They beat Mirage 7-3, which leads to Oregon and then Club if map 3 is necessary. So pretty dominant from SSG, especially off a loss like that to Reality TV. And wow, almost a start like that from Merc, now taking the fight with Hat. He domes the crap out of the Dokkaebi. Goodbye, Hat. Goodbye, DMR. Goodbye, phone calls. And good night, Moon, John. Bolo will have a follow-up on the Tristan, so not the great bounce back from Reality TV that we were maybe hoping for.
Yeah, both of your main info ops now gone. A whole set of grenades. Basically scot-free for TSM. Sure, they've got vertical to deal with, but they could just huddle in open area, play off the hatch drop-offs, and then just leave when someone starts throwing, Candelas or nades at them, and it'd be a job well done. Because once Giddy and Rice move off of this top floor, their primary gadgets become pretty useless. You don't get a lot of vertical done when attacking the basement floor bomb site. So really, their skeleton key and sledgehammer are used just to force back roamers, which again, TSM, they've already burned through half the drones in RTV, and they've killed 2 attackers, so they've already done their job on the roam.
Rice is just walking it down main. He's
Yeah, this is
downstairs. He's looking for picks, but he won't find it because Gasher's chilling in garage. So there goes the excitement. Back to just Giddy and Mr. B. They get one. Snake exposes himself, but where did Achieved come from? All right, I guess he was hanging out in copy, I guess. Mr. B gets the refrag. Now trying to push it off his Candelas and make something work, but there's a crossfire being held. The cap can on one wall, the Solus on the other, and of course Gasher watching the long angle from garage. Mr. B attempting to now isolate the angles. One Ying Candela goes through. The Solus, though, not peeking. Merc knows that he doesn't have to take the gunfight. He can play off contact, and he will surely win the round, but a nice shot from Mr. B does him in. More Candelas come out just to see if it's safe, but Gasher's holding the long angle, and that will eventually kill Mr. B. A great attempt from the Ying, but a lack of info definitely punishing him, and it's a very good first round for TSM.
I think he had a rough idea where Gasher could be playing at, but he was so far back the Candelas were just gonna not hit him. So Gasher didn't have to worry all too much. He can play a really perfect anti-flash for his teammate and guarantee TSM get a solid start on their map pick of Bank. More specifically, having a very impactful entry game by Merc. Even if he didn't kill Hat, but still killed the person on the window rappel, I'm sure that's still going to waste a lot of time and take a big amount of value off the side of RTV. But winning that gunfight against Hat definitely has to be even more impactful because Hat can do so much just playing over by lobby/ATM. He can help cut off the roamers that are either still on the top floor by walking up gold stairs. He could also cut the players off when they're going down marble, for example, and having those logic bombs so you can guarantee where the roamers have fallen off to, if they actually have, is also very impactful. Not only that, but the DMR is also just a solid gun put in the right hands, and I feel like Hat has proven himself as a solid gunner. So kudos to Merc for doing a beautiful job on that entry and really causing chaos. He was stirring the pot for sure.
Absolutely. That's something that TSM are probably going to have to rely on, working themselves into the rest of Bank, a map that really doesn't necessarily have to, but if you're playing for it, it can definitely lean into your own game. Gasher playing on the Maestro Insight. I feel like this is one of the few sites where we still consistently see Maestro, and because open area is, well, open, the Evil Eyes find a lot of use. I think because a lot of the sites that we see, especially nowadays that are played, have a lot of like nooks and crannies and corners and cover. Maestro is not necessarily the most useful info op, especially with Valkyrie being less banned. But Snake will lead things off. Again, an opening kill onto Hat, who has not found any success at all in the first couple rounds.
And once again, logic bombs down the drain. Your main lurker, who again can do so much for your teammates, is already gone. That's a huge upset. The Candelas come out. Giddy will try to work off of that, but seems like Snake has already fallen back a little bit closer towards Banana. And again, with no one coming ATM, he can play over here for as long as he likes and doesn't have to really be pushed back whatsoever. All that pressure is now being put over towards Achieve, but if they forget about Snake, he could reap the rewards of that.
They cannot forget about this Oryx, and it seems like Giddy has not. Just holding the angle, spots him for a second, sends a couple shots into his elbow. In comes Rice to try and assist and catch the Oryx off guard. He spots Achieve through the wall. Here's the re-engage, and Rice will end up winning it, but there's a swift refrag from Bolo, and a two-piece from the Wamais. He extends towards Janitor, leaving Mr. B and Giddy in a 2v4. Still with players upstairs, they need to clear, and a minute and a half to do it. Snake has fallen down E3 into E2. The Candela rolls his way and will end up blinding him. So Mr. B has a chance to get the kill, but he has no idea. Why did he even send that Candela through if he didn't know? All right, Bolo gets the finisher. 3 kills for the Wamai. 2 kills for actually a buddy ace there between Bolo and Snake, and a second round for TSM.
And I feel like someone just has to help Hat. because TSM, they're not letting their foot off the gas. They're being very confrontational against Reality TV. Despite them having so much of the map to work with, you feel like they could be a little more passive, but they're not allowing Reality TV to set up. And it's costing them major issues, especially in the entry department, where you have Hat now dying 2 times in a row. And again, with no one ATM going in a lobby, so much of the map just becomes vacant of attacking or of attacker premise, I should say, pardon. So getting someone to maybe help the Dokkaebi or just replace her at some point in the round, that could have been very impactful. You could have seen more effective trades over by that long hallway near the vending machine / elevator. But again, with that not happening, TSM just kind of capitalized on what map control Reality TV does not have. And now they get to go in through tellers and archives. I mean, to be honest, CEO is a really tough site to defend properly, especially when you have a Ying on the board. So I can't really fault them for going this. It might honestly be the lesser of 2 evils.
Especially with Ying, Ying, Flores, and Osa all being up.
Oh god, yeah, that sounds like a headache just to talk about, let alone play. Oh god.
However, none of the trio are being played. Not even Flores, which is a little odd considering how important that stock shield is. But I digress. Reality TV don't think they need it. I mean, they've got plenty of nades. They have Mr. B with burn. They have EMPs even from Hat, so they can EMP the Womidus if necessary. But again, tons of roam presence from TSM. The 3rd round in a row, and the 2nd round in a row, they have 2 or more on the top floor. Giddy's on the rappel along with Mr. B. Of course, they have to take this top floor if they want any success in that site push. And Mr. B sees an opening. He's going to swing right on in. Snake is on the hunt. But they don't even need him. It's achieved to swing through from long desk. Mr. B obviously impressed by the shot as he hits the floor.
Well, now your one attacker that was in the building is now gone. Hat's on the board. And there it is by ATM. He catches Snake. That's exactly why you need someone to actually be there who's alive and not just dead off the floor. RTV now slowly beginning to work their way into the building. Achieve playing in a very tight corner. RTV, they might not be aware of that. And there's still tons of other progress being halted across the map too by TSM, with Merc scoring that kill for being injured.
So Hat got on the board, but was very swiftly felled. I think he and Merc actually ended up trading, and Tristan has no info. Bolo gets the follow-up on a Rice, who is solo pushing stock, and that leaves Giddy alone.
And
Reality TV are... They're on the struggle bus.
That's a nice way of putting it. We saw the clinical kill on a
John.
Snake.
They suck right now. You happy?
I know TSM's happy. So I guess that's all that matters right now. Tactical pause.
That, Mr. B.
I'd like to think as well that it's him saying that for what you said, but obviously that is not why. Tactical timeout now being called by Reality TV as they are. I mean, they're being called mean names in all chat. They're losing rounds in a row in a very despairing way. Is that the right word to say? I'm not too sure, but it's a very big disparity between the scoreline of even players. Like, not many people have died in these rounds, except maybe like the first one where Mr. B makes it like a 1v2, but it's a very unwinnable one at that. So I don't think RTV have ever really looked in control in this first half. They've lost every opening engagement, and they've made a lot of minute mistakes, which, maybe on paper don't seem horrible, but they really do add up over time.
Absolutely. And I mean, 2 players from TSM, Gasher and Bolo, are still deathless in 3 rounds, which is especially impressive for Bolo, because that guy has been, a significant part of the road in the last 2 rounds at the very least. He's 5-0. Gasher's 3-0 after that big, especially the big echo play he had in round number 1. We find ourselves on lockers once more. The Mira in play for Gasher, though, instead of the Echo. It seems a lot less roam-centric here from TSM, bringing the Goyo and the Smoke to combo with the Mira as well. And I feel like that's going to work better. I mean, what they were doing was already working, but now they're not giving a chance for Reality TV to kind of like run it back on that roam clear. Instead, they're immediately switching up. They want to make sure Reality TV, sure, they might have free map control, but it's going to be a slog getting on that site.
I was going to mention for a second, you do still have the option to roam a little bit, but obviously nowhere near as much as they did back round number 1. Merc being on Alibi and Bolo on Jaeger with all the utility deployed, they can just kind of do whatever they want. Look for a couple of drones, kind of be that fear factor for like the first minute or so, and then they can just walk down a staircase and be back in sight. So small benefit to that if they're able to just weaken the drone economy and really force the hand of RTV. And like you mentioned, is with that bunker style in general, if RTV don't pick up on that instantly, then they could be wasting a lot of time just getting vertical down with no inherent value to it, because again, you don't have many roamers that are playing on this top floor. They're just playing on a fall-off point and just waiting for just an inkling of pressure, and they hit the S key and go back into sight where all their utils have been bundled up.
Indeed. With a minute now burned, TSM, well, not having fallen off the top floor. They had labor on the top floor for like 3 seconds just looking to go. The Reality TV have claimed the top floor, looking to work their way down. Not a whole lot of contention waiting for them. I believe all 5 members of TSM are downstairs on the site. There's 4. Hold on, where's the 5th?
God, Rice is marbled again.
Oh, okay, he's on blue. That doesn't really count as being off-site. But there's no Flores. Which, again, like, you're attacking basement. They're bringing a Goyo. I feel like this is the perfect time for Flores.
They can pop those Vulcan packs early. They don't become as big of a threat. Even a Twitch, who has been banned a couple of times against our...
You don't even need to clear blue. Like, all that utility Snake has is just useless because you have Flores.
Yep. But sadly, RTV do not have that. Instead, they have the idea of rushing down the elevator hatch, which has happened a couple times. Not elevator, but vault. My mistake. I said the wrong hatch, but they still have someone going down there. But what a C4 by Achieved. And Giddy's now forced on cam duty. A huge set of nades lost, too. Giddy didn't even deploy a single one.
That's crazy. And a Goyo pack to follow it up, but Mr. B's gonna just drop on in off the Candelas. He's got to worry about 2 angles at once as Gasher domes Tristan. What a shot in the follow-up just before the Candela ignites. He knew he had to take the aggressive stance and he times it perfectly, and there's nothing that Reality TV can do.
Yeah, with the fact that Snake saw 0 people pushing him square, I could imagine TSM's consensus that round was, okay, they're all going to drop down hatches. Let's just solidify and just start looking at hatch drops. Giddy instantly dies by a beautiful C4 done from Achieved. So elevator is no longer a threat, especially after that Vulcan pack. So your options as RTV follow as maybe, and this is a stretch, maybe someone lurking the basement, but there's info at a bulletproof cam, so that clearly did not happen. You've got marble stairs, and then the vault drop. So basically 2 options there for RTV, and TSM were already, trying to set up crossfires and forcing RTV to really get into their faces, which is exactly, again, what TSM wanted, so they can just take these close quarter gunfights and just burn away all the utility, because RTV put a lot of effort just to drop down the hatch, let alone even get ready to take gunfights. So that was beautifully well done, just bleeding the resources out of RTV and now getting to go back to open area with a fairly similar lineup, except no Maestro. I think that's really the big difference here for TSM, because they really didn't need it. So I can't blame them for not running it.
I wonder how the Lion Zero combo is going to fare against TSM. I wonder what's going on in Reality TV being like, you know what we really need?
More
Zero.
Yeah, we need more flank watch. That's what we need.
Yeah, and it's not like, I'm not being like, oh, that's a dumb decision. I'm like genuinely curious because I don't see the vision.
Yeah,
so,
you know Lachlan's getting desperate when he's pulling out the Zero strats.
Yeah, a sticking hat on Zero too. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hat
Dogi was not his thing, so maybe Zero will do the trick.
Bro, Hat is not a flank watch. That brother is not sitting on cams. I don't know what to tell you, but they're already moving into square. The nade goes out, not going to destroy the castle barricade because Tristan doesn't cook it correctly. Obviously, not a very good chef. Second one goes out. I think he's not looking at it, so I can't tell. Okay, it did succeed. Hat takes the first engagement of the round and ends up dying. Merc with, how did he just kill him? Through the wall, I think?
Must have been. Yeah, that, the blood patterns kind of line up with that, so we could leave it at that perhaps. The The more I think of it, maybe you use the...
What the hell?
Rice just got down 2. I don't even know what to think about that one either. That was just...
Rice just jumped into Printer into a frost mat and died for free. And there was no one with him.
I thought I saw that correctly, but I just didn't want to assume.
That was odd, I guess, is the way I would describe that. So, I mean, they have a kill. They got Bolo, but they still got to worry about Snake. Sitting upstairs. Giddy lands a nice one on a Gasher, though. That takes out the smoke. That's going to prompt Snake to start to fall back. He doesn't want to leave site too weak. He doesn't want to give an opportunity for Reality TV to get a foothold in that bomb site. But here's Merc chiming in. Achieved maybe a follow-up there, but can't land enough shots, and Tristan doesn't see Merc through the shelf. A couple BM shots going into the corpse of the Iana from Merc. Always love to see that. Leaving Giddy in, yeah, unclutchable position. Not going to win that. TSM. Perfect through 5, John.
Not gonna lie, that kill by Merc, it definitely felt personal. I will have to double down on that claim. But yeah, this just seems to be TSM's complete domain. Reality TV not being able to hold up a clean fight against TSM on this first half. Even if RTV, scrap away with a singular round win in this first half, we're probably going to fall into the same dilemma that we had back on Villa. And that's a map that's even more favorable to RTV, despite, all of the trophies that TSM has racked up by playing on Villa. So it just, again, it does not look good.
Shut up.
That wasn't supposed to be a joke, but okay.
Oh, that wasn't a bit?
No, not for the trophy. No, I meant like literal trophies. Like they have won world championships on that map. They have done very well statistically.
See, I thought it was I know that's what you were, but I thought it was also like a double entendre.
Sadly no, it's too late.
Well, nah, all good. I hate you anyway.
Thank you for making that clear. So I couldn't think anything
had to make
else.
Sure. And I wouldn't have been able to sleep at night if I didn't tell you that.
And in case you were wondering, Harrison, 0 is still on the board for RTV, which, I thought for a brief moment maybe they wanted the Argus cameras, A, extra information because that's always nice. That's like the obvious one. The B, maybe to help destroy like the mute jammers because you can have the Argus camera kind of go around the protective range with it being limited, so long ago now. But mute wasn't even played last round. And he's not played this round either, so I really am interested to see what the reason is for bringing a 0 here.
At least they have the Flores now. That's something that I think was sorely missed in a couple of these rounds, and that nade had Achieved's name on it. What a toss from Giddy. The Candela's coming in for Mr. B too to herald this swing in. They spot Snake. They're hunting for him. The fight being taken by Giddy. Gets the better. No, doesn't. Even though he had the drop on Snake, he still loses the fight. Candela's come in, blinding the Oryx once again. Gasher hits the floor thanks to Tristan, but Snake still persists. Hat trying to capitalize, misses the crucial shots.
Wow.
And Snake is able to get away.
Still shocked about that too. Tristan swinging up near the janitor hallway just gets fried by Bolo. And things equalize once again, with all the roamers now preparing to fall away. Thankfully, Rice will catch one as he hops into stock room. But TSM, they're not really out of this round. They could still go flawless in the first half.
Absolutely, a 2v3 definitely still doable, but Reality TV only need one more body to find, and Merc just took some shots at the player E3. But
suppressor.
Oh, but yeah, thanks to the suppressor. I don't think he knows, but Merc also doesn't know about the second guy. What? Oh my god! I don't know what to say. I mean, Reality TV still won the round, but after that shot, I don't know if it felt like that.
I mean, that's just a mental chalker right there. I think Laxing made a point about that during the Reality TV SSG match. Now the mental chalk is just completely across the court in the side of RTV, because that should not have been a gunfight won by the castle, I've got to say. That was insane. Beautifully landed shot. Unfortunately, still lost to Mr. B, who just got off a cam, but hey, it's a 5-1 split. You've got to win 2 default attacks, and that's the series over. You get to go on in the grand finals tomorrow, and we don't really know who they're going to be facing yet, because I believe the SSG Mirage game is not concluded yet. They're on, what, map number 2, you said, Harrison?
They are on map number 2. SSG are currently up 3-0 on their Oregon defense.
Okay, so we could potentially see another reality TV SSG match, and then whoever would be winning that game would go up against TSM. So
I wonder how that's gonna go.
The potential
SSG
upset for SSG.
You know, I don't think SSG are bringing reality TV back to Border. I gotta say.
And Cafe was a much more one-sided affair. Even
Exactly.
even round number 1 and 2 where SSG had won. I mean, like RTV, they looked strong, but those were the only 2 rounds where that was really the case. Besides the round after that where they won.
So we're probably gonna see Border and Cafe banned tomorrow. Do you think SSG banned Theme as well?
I could imagine SSG maybe keep Cafe up, but maybe not.
Well, I mean,
Theme
reality TV are probably gonna ban Cafe.
That, yeah, fair enough. I forgot reality TV have that option to ban.
Especially because if this goes to map 3, then SSG are going to have another VOD on it. So, hey, maybe we see like Sky or Chalet, maybe Clubhouse.
Oregon's probably a good one, I'd say.
Mr. B, though, maybe not having too much fun as we get back to the matter at hand. Snake gets a very important opening pick, kills the Legion rather early on, so not a lot of capitalization off the goo mines, but Rice has a response, works up the staircase with the shotgun, one pump Snake and avenges his teammate. So we're back to equal. Hat hits the 1 minute in reinforcement. That is bold.
And he's kind of sealing his fate as well. Now his fall off isn't that strong because he's not going to make the full court press across this hallway near metal detector. So he's got to just book it. He's hoping to get out of here, and he just might be able to. A drone walking right past him. Merc is in close proximity, but with the opposing hatch being opened up, he can get away and not die by the ash.
That was crazy. I can't believe Hat got away with that. So back down to the site he goes. All 4 remaining defenders in the basement in a 4 versus 4. TSM still with ample time remaining, ample utility remaining. They have explosives, but they don't have nades. Bolo sitting on this Ying too is going to be a player to watch. No Warden is in play for reality TV, so these Candelas are going to be causing quite the large amount of chaos, I would have to imagine, on these site players. That is, unless Giddy plays a Gasher-esque position far afield in garage and avoids them.
Could potentially go for that, especially if he's got the single wall opened up. He can then also deny the default plant, which is the idea for TSM, I believe. Might want to wait for Gasher to get the opposing single wall opened up. Now they have an even better line of sight to work with. And Merc gets the opener. Creep up garage. Giddy's dead. That's a major kill, and now new cutoff angle for the offense.
That's absolutely massive, and TSM are going to waste no time getting in off of it. Another follow-up from Mercs. 2 kills now. Bolo, another as Hat kills 1, but that's all he'll get. 3 blisteringly important kills from Merc as he works from garage into the site and gives TSM a 6-1 advantage.
And Giddy would have been the perfect defender to stop the potential plant, or at least the walk-in in general, to go down for TSM. So having Merc go across the map and lurk through the garage to kill Giddy was exactly what they needed to guarantee they've got a strong point to get match point and series point without really breaking a sweat, it seems. Not only did Merc win that gunfight against Giddy and now have this gigantic cutoff, forcing the rest of the defenders to try to deal with him, but again, just in general takes off a bunch of pressure from the rest of TSM. More people are now trying to engage on Merc. It just causes more mini games to be played by RTV in the execute. And they clearly did not have enough players left to really reassess that and then deal with Merc. And now TSM, they just need one more clean round, and that's the match. Not even just the map.
Yeah, it's pure domination across the board right now. Probably reality TV's reality TV's most harrowing defeat since when's the last time they lost?
I mean, they lost in a similar fashion on Bank, against Aerial Rise, like you mentioned, but
not a whole series.
A whole
the series they lost in SCS was not this dominant.
The Villa game kind of was. Wichita Wolves, they kind of made fools out of our TV.
That's true, but I mean that was SCS. That was T2.
Yeah, we'd have to go back to stage 2 of Challenge.
Yeah, the last time reality TV
it was probably against Karn's team on like a silly map like Clubhouse.
The last time Karn's team lost was they lost 7-3 to Game and Gladiators on July 23rd, 2022.
Well,
and that was a best of 1.
Got the entry once again for RTV. Solid start for Giddy. And now Mr. B can be a little more aggressive with no one over by ATM, looking to deal with these window repel players as they can get a lot done trying to enter the building, work that vertical. Kendall start to be tossed out as well. But can Mr. B actually play off of these angles? He most certainly can. Achieve gets shut down, and now there's no vertical ops left. You've got Snake with breaching charges, but is he in a good position to utilize them? Not really.
In comes the swing, and wow, Hat just smokes Bolo off the face of the earth. And Snake can't make his way in thanks to the vertical angle from Rice down below. So, a bit of a throwaway round, I think we can all agree, from TSM. Gasher's in a 1v5, and yeah, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Reality TV, I mean, if you're going to start a comeback, that's the way to do it. But can they win 4 more in a row?
Doesn't seem likely. We saw exactly this last map where you had a very dominant round at roughly the beginning of the second half, and then TSM claps back with the exact same, I don't even know if the correct way to say be ferocity or just ferociousness. Not too sure which one is correct, but
the same word.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
didn't know if they are
Ferocity
both
is
real
technically
words.
more correct.
Well, at least chat gets a little bit of variety next time they want to use that word. So there's that. Broad TV now opting to go in through tellers and archives, whipping out everything they can to get a one-up against TSM. They've got several trap operators, Capcan, you've got Frost, even Ella kind of still fits in that trap category. And not only that, but a good chunk of shields as well. So giving a couple of more advantageous positions for Reality TV as a whole, and some extra C4s to maybe stop those vertical players when they're trying to, do their job. So it's not a horrible idea. I think the old saying goes, when in doubt, just bring trap ops. And Reality TV, I mean, they're definitely desperate right now with a 4-round deficit.
By the way, I looked it up. I'm pretty sure they're both just correct. But ferocity is generally accepted as being the right one.
It's kind of like gray and gray, depends on where you're from.
Maybe. Dude, someone defined it as ferocity is the condition of being ferocious, while ferociousness is the quality of being ferocious. Like, that doesn't mean the same damn thing. Anyway. Okay. Reality TV, a lot of work ahead of them. 4 rounds in a row if they want to take us to overtime, and even then, I mean, it's just overtime. Twitch now in play from Snake. The Dokkaebi to boot. A Finka, too. A Finka in 2023, John.
I think we saw TSM bring out the Finka against RTB earlier, too, so pretty fitting they bring it out once again. Maybe not them or SSG. I just know we've seen Finka today during the close qualifiers, but it's being whipped out once again. You've got stuns.
It was the combo with the Blitz in one of the rounds. I don't remember who brought it.
Ah, that's why. Okay. Well, at least TSM find the refrag. Tristan is now gone. Luckily, he didn't have any nitro cells. Just a couple of impacts, I believe. He tried running out of the building, and it backfired. So, at least that's something going the way of TSM, and now they can begin roam clearing a little bit safer because now there's just one less person actually playing on this top floor too, since that was Tristan's job originally, I believe.
Yeah, he's 1-8. He's just trying to make something happen. Can't really blame him for wanting to go for a risky play. I mean, high risk, high reward. Unfortunately, did not get the reward this time. Twitch Drone's supplying a lot of info for Snake, and they'll combo the vertical off of it. Rice is just ready and waiting with that C4 pre-placed, daring Achieve to continue working the vert. Gasher's got a very long angle, is holding Rice here, so the Butte is pretty much stuck. That's being called to Achieved, and Achieved is looking to rotate over and get the vert. This will flush Rice out. It'll force him into the angle, and there it is. Snake capitalizes. The C4 misses, and the man advantage is claimed by TSM.
There's still a plethora of defenders off site. Everyone is actually off of site. My mistake. I think for a second, RTV were looking to try to retake some of that top floor to fight back against TSM, but they haven't really been given the opportunity to do so. Mr. B above the smoke catches one attacker, and Gashers doesn't even turn around to deal with them. This leaves only Bolo in 1 versus 1, but he could still win this. He's in the bomb site, but Mr. B, I think he knows he's got case control. Such a deadly position now for Bolo the stun to make a little bit of space for him to recover that diffuser, and now things are back in the favor of the lone attacker.
The flash in, Mr. B full blind.
Oh,
He's
no, he's
trying to
stuck on the
rush on
chair.
through. Bolo's sticking the plant. He falls off of it. And Mr. Biblical keeps his team in the game. 3 kills to close out the round, winning the 1v1. Now 3 points for Reality TV. 3 remaining for overtime.
And I'm not even sure if TSM just either chose to ignore Mr. B from the kitchen side of the map, or if they just didn't know he was there because of their smoke grenade perfectly masking. Maybe they were just hoping to get into the bomb site before Mr. B could run through the smoke. Then they would have site control, get that diffuser down, and force a retake with TSM still having a man advantage and having the help of Bolo, so no one could retake from admin office. But either way, just flat out ignoring Mr. B was the entire reason that RTV were still able to win that round and put themselves back in the basement floor bomb site. So this is everything that Reality TV could have asked for, but we still have to look at the fact that TSM, even if they lose this round, they're still at a 6-4 split, and they've got a timeout. So if they really feel stretched against RTV, they could always just halt all that momentum and get a pretty solid reset to talk things through.
I think that's a fantastic point you bring up, and it cannot be understated. The fact that the timeout still exists. Timeouts are incredibly valuable in Siege, not just to stop that momentum, but being able to take a deep breath and talk to your coach, who generally can see all 5 POVs at the same time. He's not in the game, and having an outside perspective in a game like Siege is oh so valuable. More times than not, a team will win the round immediately after their timeout. So TSM are still in a crazy good position no matter how many rounds that Reality TV are able to take off of them. I mean, even if this goes to 6-5, TSM hit that timeout, they're in a great position to lock out the match.
Pretty sure they went for something similar against Mirage as well, so it wouldn't shock me if they wait till the very last second to get that timeout going, but something is always better than nothing, at least. Reality TV now waiting to see where TSM's first initial entry point is going to be. It seems like everyone's actually fallen off of that top floor for the defensive side. TSM now realizing that with a quick couple of drones will now hop down below, but the roamers aren't completely gone. There's still someone playing a bit close towards Marble, another one near those elevator hatches. So they're just waiting for TSM to maybe huck a bit of utility, and then they will eventually fall away. But maybe working a pick by having, again, Rice playing over from Marble could be very impactful, but across the map achieved, smokes Mr. B and the Legion once again, the first one to die.
And that's not a great sign, because these last 2 rounds that Reality TV have won, they've started with the opening kill. So the trend looking to be bucked by TSM. And by the way, John, we have another update. SSG won their defensive half of Oregon 5-1. So safe to say, at least for now, that Reality TV's opponent will be SSG should they lose this. Yin Candela comes in, clears out the roamer. Giddy has a C4 to follow up, but it misses. And now they'll have to rely solely upon those gas grenades to stop a default plant.
And if TSM begin to just start poking at the bomb site, they really could burn away those toxic babes and still have roughly 20-30 seconds of time to get that execute going. And sure, you've got Giddy across the map by that single wall once again, but really what's stopping TSM from doing the exact same lurk and then trying to kill Giddy, or at least just focusing his eyes away from that breach?
What I really like, though, from RTV is Hat. Playing the Solus, like I've been begging people to do this, and I think this is the first time I'm seeing it. Playing the Solus like a pulse in gold. Not only being able to see all the drones and all the utility, but being able to call out that plant and exactly when the attack falls off of it. 20 seconds left. Rice has 1 gas canister, and in comes the Ying, out-duels the Warden, and that's all that the defense had to stop this. Now Hat's alone in a 1v4 with the plant going down. Adequate coverage from TSM, and they know exactly where Solus is. 40 seconds remaining. The GG's already coming out from Merc, and a nade from Snake sails in. 7-3. TSM denied the comeback and booked their ticket to the grand finals.
And not having that aggressive roam presence by RTV, it really did allow TSM to set up for free. They had a minute left to burn through those 3 toxic babes, and that was all that Reality TV had to their name to stop a default plant that TSM was once again going for, like they did the last time CCTV was in play for RTV. I really feel like that was a slept upon portion of that defensive hold for RTV, was not even having someone just pretend to maybe roam a little bit more just to waste even more time and resources, because TSM, they had a plethora of it. Not even forcing someone to rotate over to Garage because they just had Candelas, several of them, to push back the people over by gold and deal with Giddy a little more effectively, despite him being on Warden, funny enough. It was enough because you had all this time to set up the execute and all these resources because you didn't use them just hunting down roamers.
With the smoke actively trying to stop that plant, Giddy was like the linchpin. He was the only thing to stop that drop from happening. The fact that the Ying just outdueled him midair was really the final nail in the coffin. So TSM 7-2, 7-3, a dominant win. And like I said, Reality TV haven't lost that dominantly since, what was it, July 23rd of 2022 when they lost a game of Gladiators, and that was in best of ones. Reality TV have not lost a best of 3 like this. So hopefully the mentals probably chalked right now, but hopefully it's not chalked leading into tomorrow, where Reality TV, again, barring an insane comeback from Mirage, should be playing SSG. But to talk about this game, try and figure out what the hell was going wrong with Reality TV and set us up for tomorrow, we'll go back to the desk after a short ad break.
Welcome back from that quick little break. A huge victory by TSM. Gabe, I mean, I feel like it's about a rinse and repeat situation as it can get right now for us. They did exactly what they did in the first map. They finished it off the way they started it, and that was just a straightforward clinical siege approach. They just did everything right.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for Reality. I think it's... I mean, you know, I wanted to give it the first game and say TSM played a really good game of Siege, and they couldn't really, you know, collapse on anything, get their foot in the door. But then going into the second map, which I was hopeful, you know, I said in the beginning, I really wanted to see this map play out and really see how it unfolded. But Reality just looked dead. Like, they were tired, they were exhausted. And going into Invite, you need to be conditioned for stuff like this. It is very grueling. You will be playing match after match against the highest level of competition. So if you can't make it through a qualifier where you're playing your same region versus you're going to be playing 3 other regions, you're going to have a really hard time at Invite if you do end up making an Invite. So you really need to use this as an opportunity to really focus on conditioning yourself a little better. You know, maybe take a little breather, do what you need to do to come back and reset, but you cannot go through the rest of this qualifier. And thank God they aren't out. I think they still have a good shot at making it, but they really need to condition themselves a little better if they really want to pull through.
And we can absolutely talk about that in a second. Cookies, I'm going to leave you hanging right now. I'm sorry to do it to you. We're going to go to a quick interview with Achieved, and then we'll get Cookie's thoughts on the matter. Achieved, here we are again. A huge victory. I got to say, first and foremost, what a different looking matchup that second time around versus your first one. It seemed like you guys really buckled down and kind of polished the edges, cleaned everything up like you needed to.
Yeah, no, I mean, just like I said after the first interview, honestly, like in the first game we played very sloppy, and we had to tighten up on our in rounds and tighten up on our very slow pace, and we just wanted to make sure that, like, going into this next game that we are, you know, not making the same mistakes and we're correcting them. And we just looked at our last game, and we knew what we needed to improve and what we needed to do to play more like ourselves.
Now, reality TV thrives off of high tempo, being spontaneous, everything like that. Was it a focus of yours going into it to control the pace just as you did?
Honestly, I don't really think Mr. Brick and the boys like really like are high tempo. In my opinion, like every time I watch them, they're very. I don't know. They just sit behind their strats. Like there's a few rounds on like Villa, like where they'll like all five like die on their own. But for the most part, like it's a very simple team. Like I'm not. I don't know. I'm kind of confused, honestly, but very simple. Their strats are simple. They don't really do anything crazy. They don't really like run at you like hyper aggressive, at least from our game. So, I mean, our focus was literally just playing our game, and yeah.
Now, it is looking, there's no finalization on the other match at the moment, but in the lower bracket, SSG is doing quite well against Mirage at the moment. If it were to be SSG or RTV that you face again, do you have a preference between the two?
I mean, honestly, I don't really think it matters. I think whenever you like rematch people, generally they have like an easier time, or it's gonna be a closer match the second time, just because. So I don't know. I think the RTV, and if it is SSG tomorrow, I think that game will go like maybe it was pretty close today, but I don't know. Maybe SSG can take it this time because they learned a few things. So honestly, for us, it doesn't matter who we play. We're ready for either one, and we're gonna smoke them in the finals. So.
Yeah, well, you are going to the grand finals once again. Thank you, Achieved, and I'm sure we'll maybe be talking tomorrow. I don't want to put any bad juju on the other teams, but good luck.
Thank you.
I mean, Cookies, at this point, and you can tell from the interview there, he seemed pretty satisfied at how they were able to clean up their issues. They've definitely got to have stamped themselves as front runners for this at any point, because not only like their worst moment were just some sluggish, unpolished moments, but they still did very well throughout the play day. I don't know. Is there a weakness for them at the moment?
The interview I just saw, I mean, that was giving Mr. B energy in terms of just raw confidence, like the swag oozing from Achieve there. It was scary. As of right now, SSG, of course, is just absolutely beating the brakes off of Mirage right now. So it is entirely possible. We're going to have, that type of a matchup with SSG and RTV again. I want to say this, okay? I want to say this. It's going to be a new day tomorrow. It's literally going to be a repeat of what we had today. I guess all that excitement I had earlier just, is deflated from my soul. It's almost like it didn't happen. We're just going to have to go through it again.
If you're RTV, I mean, like, imagine you've just lost that game and you think to yourself, in all likelihood, for us to get back here, Gabe, we're looking at, okay, we got to beat SSG again. And now we've got to play TSM in the grand final if we have any hope. That's got to be tough staring down that barrel.
Yeah, but that's the road that they're going to have to go. I mean, they're just going to have the same repeat of today, but obviously better outcomes. So, this is going to what I was saying in the beginning of this is it's very conditioning. It's very grueling, and you got to want it. And I believe all five of those players do want it. And I think they have the ability to make something happen, make a really good run. But you are going against tough opponents. You're going to be now versing probably. Did SSG win? Is that confirmed, or is that game still going?
Not yet. No, not yet. It's still in that second map. SSG did.
So there's a good chance that they do end up doing that rematch, and you're going to be now playing against an SSG that you lose tomorrow, you're done. That's it. Tough losses, you ain't making invites. So you're about to be versing against SSG probably in their strongest form, because now it's really backs against the wall for everyone. So if they want it, they're really gonna have to come out swinging tomorrow. But it is a new day, so I am confident they can come back and regain their momentum and try to get something going again.
Well, I want to do something a little bit fun here. I want to get us all in on it together. Our final thoughts wrapping up the day and moving into tomorrow. So we're going to talk with our lovely casters as well. We all get this group moment together.
This is new.
How was that match? Are those two matches or two maps, Crow and Fellow, for you guys? I'll start with Crow.
Rough, I guess, in a word. Reality TV really just it didn't look like they didn't look like themselves. But I don't know how much of that was really reality TV not playing up to caliber, or TSM, being able to rest for 3 hours, not only watch reality TV play, but then reality TV coming off, like Laxton was highlighting, a really grueling game against SSG. And it's not something that RTV have had to do before. So I think the exhaustion definitely plays a part. TSM being able to sit back, relax, and just essentially VOD review in real time also plays a part, and they handled them really well.
John, now let's not forget RTV has done very well for themselves for quite a stretch of time here. This is probably the biggest blow they've received in a long time. How does something like that maybe affect your mental, where you're riding this high? It's going so well for so long, and all of a sudden now this is the first time you've really dealt with adversity in a while.
I mean, I think Laxi made this point a couple of times on the desk, but for RTV, they just got to forget about what happened today. Just focus on the match they've got tomorrow against SSG, and then they can go back to how they need to adapt and improve against TSM, because TSM, they were just playing like Titans. Even Mirage, they had an incredibly close fight against TSM, and the map pooling was fairly similar, except, obviously Bank wasn't played, but Mirage tended to avoid that map like the plague. I think the only time they went up onto the map was against RTV, where, funny enough, they actually won, but it was a narrow victory of 7-5. So again, for RTV, just reset and just go into tomorrow, get some good rest, and just forget about what happened in that best of 3, man.
So just to remind everyone, tomorrow is going to be a huge day. We'll have 2 best of 3s. The first one is going to be that lower bracket finals matchup. We find out if it is going to be SSG. We don't know yet, but it'll be that lower bracket Reality TV taking on the winner of Mirage SSG. And then one of those 2 teams will get that final chance at the grand finals against TSM. And the winner of that, as you all know, this is why we're here, will be moving on to the 6th Invitational. It's going to be a huge day tomorrow. We want to thank everyone for tuning in today, watching all these matches. We know it was a long one, but we also know it was an exciting one, so you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. Thanks from all of us. We'll see you then.
Drop the bomb.